This young man was originally a genius rarely seen in the immortal realm for 10,000 years, taking him less than 1,000 years to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. Afterward, he had a special opportunity to break through to an even higher realm. Unexpectedly, this news was leaked, leading to him being ambushed by 3 other immortal emperor realm cultivators who aimed to seize his primordial Tao body. Although he destroyed 2 of the 3 during the battle, he ultimately couldn't avoid the fate of his body perishing and his Tao scattering. In the end, he could only try his best to protect a wisp of his primordial spirit and bring it back to Earth. Here, he entered the body of Mo Chenfeng. Mo Chenfeng was originally an illegitimate child of the Mo family and also secretly harbored feelings for the eldest young lady of the Zheng family, Zheng Shi. Because of this, he was targeted by her younger brother, Zheng Bei, who brutally attacked him and dumped his body far from the city. He also supported his father, devouring the Mo family's corporation, and forced his sister to marry into the Wang family as their daughter-in-law, even though she strongly objected. As soon as the original owner died, a wisp of the protagonist's primordial spirit immediately entered it. Mo Chenfeng woke up in his new body, secretly feeling lucky to still be alive. Previously, he'd long heard that Earth had lost its laws for a long time, leading to sparse spiritual energy. But after arriving and experiencing it himself, he didn't expect the spiritual energy to be this bad. In the current situation, even if he tried hard to cultivate, Mo Chenfeng could only recover 2, at most, the 5th stage of the Qi gathering realm. Mo Chenfeng, since I've taken over your body, I will continue your karma. I will avenge you and I will protect your family. Once this karma is resolved, I will definitely return to the immortal realm to kill. Mo Chenfeng muttered, hoping the original owner of this body would hear him and rest in peace. After that, he returned to the city. The streets were bustling with people, yet after just a few steps, he already encountered an acquaintance of the original owner. "What do you want? I'm from the Mo family." A shrill cry echoed from the dark alley, catching Mo Chenfeng's attention. Mo Chenfeng looked into the alley and saw 3 or 4 large men bullying a young woman. This girl was Chui Yulin, 18 years old, the daughter of the Mo family's maid. Although she invoked the Mo family's name to threaten them, the ruffians didn't seem scared at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited and spoke mockingly. "Of course, I know you're from the Mo family. Going out alone in the middle of the night. Aren't you looking for me? Let me go, I need to find the young master." Chui Yulin struggled. The ruffian opposite her, however, roughly grabbed her chin. "Young master, the one you're talking about must be that illegitimate child, right? A pretty girl like you, let me give you a full body checkup." Saying that, he lifted Chui Yulin's skirt. Even a fool could guess that these bastards were about to do something unforgivably indecent. At this point, Mo Chenfeng could no longer stand by and watch. After all, he was a cultivator. How could he see someone in distress and not help? "You scoundrels ganging up to bully a girl, aren't you ashamed?" Mo Chenfeng's voice attracted the thugs. They temporarily let go of Chui Yulin, their attention shifting entirely to him. "Who are you? The Zheng family is working here. If it doesn't concern you, scram." Mo Chenfeng sneered. Bullying a decent girl in the middle of the night and still having the nerve to say we're working as if they're respectable. These guys are truly beyond saving. "She came out in the middle of the night to find me. Have you asked for my permission before bullying her?" It was a bit dark, and only then did Chui Yulin clearly see his face, her expression immediately becoming joyful. As for those Zheng family thugs, annoyed by him, they were utterly enraged and decided they would beat Mo Chenfeng to a pulp today to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. There were 3 of them in total. The blonde guy was clearly the leader at first glance, so he wouldn't make a move himself. Of the other 2, one pulled out a weapon, and the other seemed like a muscle-brain type who didn't need a weapon. By now, they no longer intended to let Mo Chenfeng go, and he had no intention of fleeing either. Those 2 scoundrels weren't afraid of being accused of ganging up on the weak, and they charged forward at the same time. But how could these ordinary mortals, who practiced modern martial arts compared to a cultivation genius like him. And so, these two scoundrels were dealt with by Mo Chenfeng in the blink of an eye. He kicked the tall, muscular guy away with one foot. With one hand, he grabbed the other guy's neck and squeezed it tightly. This was the same guy who had aggressively threatened to cripple his arms and legs earlier, but now he was so restrained by him that he couldn't breathe. Seeing this scene, the blonde guy trembled like a dog, but still didn't forget to bluster at Mo Chenfeng. "My cousin is Zheng Bei, and you're just an illegitimate child. Do you believe?" Before he could finish, Mo Chenfeng threw the guy he was holding. He landed on the Zheng guy, knocking him unconscious too. "I know you're a Zheng, stop babbling." After dealing with these three scoundrels, Mo Chenfeng approached Chui Yulin, who was now so frightened she had tears in her eyes, and gently wiped her tears away. Chui Yulin, rescued by her young master, immediately threw herself into his arms. "Young master, it's a good thing you came back in time. I thought I was going to be bullied by him today." The moment he got close to this girl, Mu Chenfeng was astonished to discover that she was actually an innate Dao body, an excellent cultivation talent. If she could be carefully taught, she might become an immortal emperor in the future. "Don't worry, I'll always protect you," Mo Chenfeng reassured her. "Let me take you home." But the patriarch is still waiting for young master to return, Chui Yulin said worriedly. However, at this moment, Mo Chenfeng couldn't care about anything else besides the cultivation seed in front of him, so he prioritized taking Chui Yulin home first. After they left, the Zheng guy struggled to lift his head. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. "Damn it! Dare to bully me! Mo Chenfeng, I will definitely make your life worse than death." After that, he pulled out his phone and called Zheng Bei, crying and recounting how Mo Chenfeng had beaten him. He didn't forget to emphasize that Mo Chenfeng hitting his face was also hitting Zheng Bei's face, and if this got out, the Zheng family would lose all their dignity. Zheng Bei, who was currently enjoying himself with beautiful women, heard that Mo Chenfeng was still alive and had beaten his cousin half to death, and was so furious that he stood up abruptly. He immediately asked for the address to go settle scores. After that, he got dressed, then called his secretary to accompany him to Tian'erhua Mansion to settle scores with him. Tian'erhua Mansion is where Chui Yulin and her mother live. Despite being sick, the maid, seeing Mo Chenfeng come by himself, still wanted to get up to pour water and make tea, but he stopped her. "On the way, I met Yulin, so I stopped by. I can make tea myself. You're sick, so you should rest properly." After reassuring the maid a few times, Mo Chenfeng went to sit in the living room. He originally wanted to talk with Chui Yulin for a bit. Who would have thought that just as she poured him a cup of water, the front door was kicked open by someone. Zheng Bei led a group of well-dressed thugs inside, with an extremely arrogant attitude. "Oh, young Master Mo, you're here too?" Despite being the young master of a large corporation, Zheng Bei's actions were truly no different from an uneducated ruffian. But Mo Chenfeng had been reborn. He was completely different from the weak Mo Chenfeng of before. Now, it's unclear who's more formidable. So he automatically stood in front of Chui Yulin, then warned the other party. "Who gave you the guts to barge into someone else's house like that? Ha! You have half a minute. Take your lackeys and get out of here." Zheng Bei had a feeling that Mo Chenfeng wasn't quite right. But it didn't matter, he'd gone to the trouble of bringing so many people here. How could he be scared off by the kid's childish words? "What did young Master Mo just say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Would you mind repeating it?" Zheng Bei leaned in closer, replying with a sarcastic tone. Chui Yulin's mother was in her room and also heard the commotion coming from the living room. Fearing that the girl and her mother would be disturbed, Mo Chenfeng told her to go inside the room and close the door tightly, and not to come out, no matter what she heard, until he called her. Chui Yulin nodded, then told him to be careful himself. But facing these small fries who had nothing but muscles, Mo Chenfeng felt the words "be careful" were a bit redundant for him. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want to leave. In that case, stay here and have a cup of tea." Zheng Bei also didn't have time to chat or confide in him. As soon as Chui Yulin entered the room, he ordered the thugs he brought to rush forward, saying it'd be even better if they beat Mo Chenfang to death on the spot. He had a lot of money and wasn't afraid to bend the law to escape punishment. Continuous crashing sounds echoed from Chue Yulin and her mother's apartment. About 2 minutes later, the thugs Zheng Bei brought were all knocked unconscious, lying scattered on the floor. As for Zheng Bei himself, Mo Chenfang had beaten him until his face was all swollen. Zheng Bei knew he couldn't beat him, so he tucked his tail between his legs and surrendered. "Brother Feng, please have some tea." Zheng Bei used both hands to obediently offer the cup of tea to Mo Chenfang. "Sit down, my neck gets sore looking up to talk to you." Mo Chenfang gestured and Zheng Bei immediately understood, kneeling before him. His demeanor was truly different from earlier, but Mo Chenfang was no stranger to this kind of despicable person. "Tell me, how do you want to end this?" Mo Chenfang spoke in a calm tone, but his meaning was clearly a threat. Zheng Bei immediately offered a sum, 30,000 yuan, to appease him, but Mo Chenfang directly raised the price to 200,000 yuan, stating he wouldn't be allowed to leave until the transfer was successful, and that this amount was barely enough to compensate for his mental distress. Because Zheng Bei had just brought so many people and stormed in so aggressively, it had scared him quite a bit. After hearing that, Zheng Bei was so angry, he gnashed his teeth. Mo Chenfang beat people into this state and still claimed he was scared. Who would believe that? But he was in a disadvantageous position. He couldn't leave without coughing up the money, so he urged his subordinates to go do it. As for him, he had to stay with Mo Chenfang because the young man complained his neck was a bit uncomfortable and needed Zheng Bei to be a temporary master. Zheng Bei didn't want to be beaten again, so he could only swallow his pride and go massage him. Not long after, Mo Chenfang received a notification from the bank stating that he had received 200,000 yuan in his account. Only then did he let Zheng Bei go. "That speed is quite fast. You can go now, but remember, if there's a next time, it won't be just this amount of money." "Yes, yes, yes." Zheng Bei nodded repeatedly, promising that he definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to offend Mo Chenfang again in the future. However, as soon as he left Hua Mansion, his attitude completely changed 180 degrees. Zheng Bei gnashed his teeth. He looked towards the apartment where he had just been beaten. He didn't know why a good-for-nothing like Mo Chenfang had suddenly become so aggressive and powerful. He then vented this anger on his subordinates, saying that because they were useless, he had lost face like that, and that he would definitely discipline them when they returned. That night, Zheng Bei returned to the villa with a swollen face. Zheng Qi saw him and pulled the butler aside to ask privately. Zheng Bei went out in the middle of the night. "Why did he come back looking like that?" "Miss, the young master had a conflict with someone else, got the short end of the stick, and had to pay 200,000 yuan to be released. Now the patriarch is scolding him." Zheng Qi wasn't one to blindly defend her younger brother, seeing that he, who usually acted arrogant and bullied the weak, had suffered such a loss today. She felt he deserved it. Afterward, she asked the butler about Wu Xiaofan's travel itinerary. That was the beloved daughter of the Wu family in Yanbai. Zheng Qi wanted to build a good relationship with this girl. For the Zheng family, that would only be beneficial and certainly not harmful. Ms. Wu will arrive in Yuzhou at 8 a.m. tomorrow and return to Yanbai 3 days later. Her first stop is Yadong. The Zheng family butler reported in detail. Zheng Qi nodded with satisfaction, then asked him to quickly arrange a meeting for her as naturally as possible. Meanwhile, back at Hua Mansion, Mo Chenfang stayed to help Chue Yulin clean up the battlefield in the living room after the fight. Chue Yulin then acted spoiled, saying she was too scared to sleep, so he promised to stay until she fell asleep before leaving. Mo Chenfang didn't expect so many things to happen on his first day transmigrating into this body. He also heard that there were people selling antiques in Yadong, and planned to go there tomorrow to take a look, hoping to find some good items to quickly restore his cultivation. The next morning, Wu Xiaofan and her bodyguard, Uncle Chang, arrived at Yadong, exactly as the Zheng family butler had reported. This girl seemed quite young and fond of fun, Seeing a crowd gathered in the middle of the street, she wanted to stop and watch. Jiangxi was on stage at this time, doing who knows what activity. However, as soon as she saw Wu Xiaofan, she put down the microphone and went down to chat warmly. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet Miss Wu in Yuzhou. Uncle Chung immediately stood in front of his young miss with a vigilant expression, and Wu Xiaofan was also certain that she didn't know the woman in front of her. Jiangxi looked a bit unnatural, but still tried to explain that she had met Wu Xiaofan once in Yanbai 3 years ago. Is Miss Wu here to visit Yuzhou? I happen to have some free time. How about I show you around Yadong? Wu Xiaofan thought for a moment, then felt that having a local guide would be convenient for her. So she told Uncle Cheng to let Jiangxi join them. Coincidentally, that morning, Mo Chenfeng and Chui Yulin also came to Yadong to look for antiques. Although when he arrived, he had hoped to find something useful. After looking around, Mo Chenfeng was disappointed. Because most of the items on display were antiques, they were all ordinary and had no use for restoring his cultivation. Until Mo Chenfeng walked past a small roadside stall and saw a jade pendant. With a glance, he could tell this item was thousands of years old and contained abundant spiritual energy. It was truly a treasure. Boss, how much is this jade pendant? Mo Chenfeng stopped and asked for the price. You have good taste, young man. This is from the Western Zhou dynasty. It's thousands of years old. If you really want to buy it, I'll let you have it for 5 million. Western Zhou, I think it's more like Shangzhou. I'll buy it for 500 yuan. Mo Chenfeng boldly haggled. It wasn't easy to trick him. The owner actually agreed, and while Mo Chenfeng was transferring the money, Wu Xiaofan's group happened to arrive, and she also set her eyes on the jade pendant he was about to buy. Wu Xiaofan had just picked it up and asked for the price when Mo Chenfeng took it away. Excuse me, miss, but this is mine now. Jiangxi was extremely surprised to see him. This was because a few days prior, Jiang Bei had said he dealt with Mo Chenfeng, so she had assumed he was dead. But that wasn't as important as pleasing Miss Wu right now. So, Jiangxi proactively approached and offered to buy the jade pendant for 50,000 yuan. Of course not. Mo Chenfeng replied without thinking, then left with Chui Yulin. His attitude surprised Jiangxi even more. Didn't Mo Chenfeng used to like her before? Seeing Mo Chenfeng act so arrogantly, Wu Xiaofan was not happy at all. So her bodyguard decided to take action to satisfy his demanding young miss. Uncle Chung stopped Mo Chenfeng and Chui Yulin. This made him quite annoyed. What, failing to force a sale? So now you're going to block the way and rob me? At first, Wu Xiaofan's bodyguard spoke very politely. He offered to buy the jade pendant for 500,000 yuan. This infuriated the jade seller, and passersby, seeing the strange situation where a 500 yuan jade was being resold for 1,000 times its price, gathered curiously to watch. But just like before, Mo Chenfeng remained unmoved. After all, what he needed was spiritual energy, not money. If you don't sell, then don't expect to leave today. Uncle Cheng's attitude began to worsen. Seeing his unreasonable behavior, Mo Chenfeng decided not to be lenient either. He told Chui Yulin to go back first, and he would follow later, as he guessed he would have to fight again today. After Chui Yulin left, Uncle Chung was already in an attacking stance. Before making his move, he didn't forget to threaten Mo Chenfeng. Young man, you must understand that there are some people you can't afford to offend in this lifetime. That's just how cruel the world is. If he wanted to let Mo Chenfeng know how cruel the world was, then Mo Chenfeng wouldn't mind letting him feel double the cruelty. When Uncle Cheng charged forward with a terrifying aura, most of the passersby who stopped to watch thought Mo Chenfeng was about to get a good beating. However, before he could even touch Mo Chenfeng, he had to suddenly brake hard just because of Mo Chenfeng's outstretched index finger at Uncle Cheng's charging speed if he didn't stop in time. That finger would likely pierce his throat. What you said just now wasn't wrong, but clearly, I'm the one you can't afford to offend. Both Uncle Cheng and his master, Ngo Tiu Pham, seemed very surprised. Because he was a formidable Grand Master level expert, yet he was suppressed by a mere youngster like Mo Chenfeng. And Go To You fam was curious about his identity, and Junkie told her that he was the illegitimate son of the Mo family's patriarch. Hearing the two words illegitimate son, a sly smile appeared on Ngo To You fam's face. An illegitimate son? Huh, interesting. Young man, a heroic prodigy, if you don't agree to sell the jade pendant, then I won't force you. Uncle Chung retreated in confusion. Just then, Chue Yulin called again. Mo Chenfeng was in no mood to deal with him. On the phone, Chue Yulin's voice was almost in tears, saying that not long after she left, she was forcibly taken to the Mo family's villa. Additionally, Mo Chenfeng vaguely heard a man's voice cursing before the call was cut off. If he wasn't mistaken, that voice belonged to Mo Lei. Burning with anxiety, Mo Chenfeng immediately left. Unexpectedly, Uncle Chung didn't realize he was in a hurry and kept trailing him, chattering. I am a successor of the righteous path. My master is Taoist Zhuanfeng. Young man, with such abilities, may I ask which esteemed master you inherited from? It's none of your business if you keep bothering me. Don't ask why you lose your life. Mo Chenfeng turned his head, replying with a cold voice. Uncle Chung immediately flinched in fear. He could even feel the threat of death emanating from the young man just now. In contrast, Ngo To You fam became even more interested. She ordered Uncle Chung to get the car to follow Mo Chenfeng. When they exited the pedestrian street, they saw him standing at the street corner hailing a taxi. The Ngo family's car stopped right in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Ngo To You fam's provocative face. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Mo Chenfeng was in a hurry, so he didn't think much and immediately got into the car. After all, these people couldn't bully him. Why are you helping me? Before he even settled into his seat, Mo Chenfeng began to wonder. But Ngo To You fam only replied stubbornly that she did it because she felt like it. The luxury car sped away under Junkie's envious gaze. Today, she had put a lot of effort into arranging the meeting with Ngo To You fam. But then Mo Chenfeng, who came out of nowhere, stole the spotlight. Junkie immediately called her secretary, asking him to bring the car over. She also had to go to the Mo family's villa. While in the car, Mo Chenfeng remained silent. In contrast, Ngo To You fam couldn't sit still, constantly teasing him. Hey mister, how do you train your body to be so firm? Mo Chenfeng coldly pulled his hand back, but she didn't seem angry at all. She even burst into laughter. Oh my, this mister is so cold. The car sped along, and before long, it stopped in front of the Mo family's villa. There were two bodyguards guarding the gate, but they all despised Mo Chenfeng's identity as an illegitimate child, so they wouldn't let him in. With his anger burning, Mo Chenfeng thoroughly beat both of them and conveniently kicked down the villa gate. At this point, there was no need to hide his strength anymore. Seeing such an intense scene, Ngo To You fam pulled out her phone to record it, then continuously exclaimed in admiration, Uncle Fan, look, he's even more formidable than you. Inside the villa, Thoi Ngu Lam was being forced to kneel in front of Mo Loi and endure his scolding. It was unknown where his eyes and ears were, but he quickly received news that she and Mo Chenfeng had offended Miss Ngo at the cave restaurant. That's why Mo Loi dragged Thoi Ngu Lam back here to vent his anger. Young master, I was wrong, Thoi Ngu Lam said weakly, but as a result, Mo Loi aggressively grabbed her hair. Young master, have you forgotten that the Mo family only has one young master? The pain made Thoi Ngu Lam unable to help but shriek. Just as Mo Loi was about to give her a few slaps, Mo Chenfeng appeared in the main hall with an imposing aura. She's my person, just try to touch a single strand of her hair, little brother. Mo Loi didn't even care about his warning, directly giving Thoi Ngu Lam a slap that made her see stars. HMPH, you bastard, who do you think you are? In this Mo family, I'll hit whoever I want. The result of Mo Loi's arrogance was being sent flying by Mo Chenfeng with a single palm strike. His body crashed heavily against the wall, and it seemed his right arm was broken, yet Mo Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged. You hit her once, I cripple one of your arms, that's fair. Seeing Mo Loi beaten to such a state by Mo Chenfeng, The Mo family members started gathering round to criticize him, calling him a heartless bastard for severely attacking his younger brother and even demanding he be kicked out of the house. Even Mo Tai Kong, a very influential figure in the family, had appeared. He scoffed at Mo Chen-feng for only learning a few trivial martial arts tricks outside and daring to cause a ruckus at the villa. I consider you an elder, so I don't want to lay hands on you, Mo Chen-feng snorted coldly. At this moment, the Mo family's private doctor had briefly examined Mo Loi and diagnosed him with a broken clavicle, severely dislocated, which would likely leave complications. Despite being in so much pain that he couldn't breathe, Mo Loi still yelled for Mo Tai Kong to quickly break Mo Chen-feng's arm to avenge him. Mo Tai Kong was a half-step grandmaster, so he was sure that this time, Mo Chen-feng would have to crawl out of the villa. Kneel down and receive family punishment, Mo Tai Kong roared. But facing the pressure he exerted, Mo Chen-feng remained perfectly calm. You think you're worthy of making me kneel? His defiant attitude infuriated Mo Tai Kong. He was eager to prove who truly had a say in this family. But before he could make a move, Uncle Then and Ngo Tiu Pham burst into the Mo family's main hall and advised him not to act, lest he bring disaster upon himself. Who are you to meddle in the Mo family's affairs? Mo Tai Kong shot Uncle Then a resentful glare. I'm Fan from the Ngo family in Yen back. Immediately, Mo Tai Kong recognized the person standing before him, young Miss Ngo, accompanied by a Grandmaster ranked 43rd in Long Kwok. He just didn't know why they were here. The Mo family is indeed wealthy, but they cannot compare to the Ngo family. That's why even Trinky wanted to cling to this high branch, so Ngo Tiu Pham's words naturally held great value. Mo Loi secretly rejoiced when he saw Ngo Tiu Pham appear. He even deluded himself that if he could pursue her and have the Ngo family's backing, not only would the position of Mo family head be his in the future, but he wouldn't have to fear anyone outside either. Mo Then Fong has no status in the Mo family. He beat the future family head and showed no respect to his elders. If someone like that were in the Ngo family, they would have been beaten to death long ago. Ngo Tiu Pham stood in front of Mo Then Fong and spoke some venomous words. Upon hearing her, the Mo family members nodded profusely as if her words made perfect sense. Afterwards, Ngo Tiu Pham continued, but good or bad, he still has Mo family blood. To take his life would truly be inhumane. So I suggest expelling him from the Mo family. The more Mo Tai Kong listened, the more reasonable it seemed. So he forced Mo Then Fong to kneel and accept family punishment, after which he would spare his life. And from then on, he would have no further ties to the Mo family. Of course, Mo Then Fong wouldn't kneel. Thus, the bald old man's anger flared up again. Fine, let's see how long a bastard like you can remain arrogant. As he prepared to strike, Uncle Then revealed that Mo Then Fong was a grandmaster. Earlier in their fight, he wasn't his opponent either. The Mo family members found this hard to believe, because Mo Then Fong had always clearly been a good-for-nothing. Seeing them so bewildered, Ngo Tiu Pham couldn't help but burst out laughing. How ridiculous! You bunch of fools want to expel the youngest Grand Master from the family. Then, in front of all the Mo family members, she boldly invited Mo Then Fong to her Ngo family, with the promise that no one in the Ngo family was as blind as these idiots. Trinky also arrived just in time. He didn't know what had happened before, only heard Ngo Tiu Pham's astonishing offer. Ngo Tiu Pham continued to ramble about the huge benefits Mo Then Fong could receive. He joined the Ngo family, but unfortunately, he wasn't interested. Seeing young Miss Ngo value him so highly, the Mo family members finally believed what Uncle Then had said was true. Mo Tai Kong's attitude changed faster than a spinning top. He approached Mo Then Fong with a fawning expression, saying that everything that had just happened was a misunderstanding, and then apologized to him on behalf of the Mo family. Mo Tai Kong even intended to leave the position of family head to Mo Then Fong, but once again, he refused. Having taken over this body, he only wanted to help the original owner get revenge and repay kindness, not to sink deeper into the Mo family's quagmire. Who would have thought that Ngo Tiu Pham seeing him refuse the position of Mo family head found him even more interesting. With her childlike nature, Ngo Tiu Pham didn't think much and suddenly rushed over, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, then proposed, "I like you, let's date." Mo Then Fong was surprised by her action, so he found an excuse to subtly send her away. "It's not convenient to talk now, you should temporarily leave." Surprisingly, Ngo Tiu Pham obediently followed. When passing Trinky, who was frozen in place, she couldn't help but sneer. "Missing out on such a person, you truly are blind." At this moment, in the mouths of the Mo family members, Mo Then Fong had transformed from a bastard child into the family's lucky star. It wasn't hard for them to see that the eldest daughter of the Ngo family was interested in him, so they continuously pushed, hoping Mo Then Fong would seize this opportunity to marry into the Ngo family and help their family become even stronger. Those who had just insulted him were now shamelessly fawning over him. Only Mo Loi still wore an indignant and unwilling expression. Mo Then Fong, his head aching from the incessant chatter of these people, didn't want to stay a second longer. He immediately took to Ngu Lam and left, not wanting to argue with these shameless people. When they reached the main entrance, passing Trinky, he didn't even spare her a glance. Just now, Trinky had clearly seen Ngo Tiu Pham's affection for Mo Then Fong. Although she wasn't as malicious as her younger brother, she was also cunning, intending to use him to befriend Miss Ngo. "Mo Then Fong, let's talk," Trinky suddenly called out loudly. "I don't have time, and I'm not interested," he replied, his words as cold as a knife, making Trinky involuntarily tremble. She remembered not long ago, when Mo Then Fong sincerely knelt to confess his love, she had said the exact same words. These words, "no time, no interest," were completely him returning them to her. Even though she didn't like him, Trinky couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Meanwhile, Tu Ngu Lam found this scene utterly confusing. "Young master, didn't you really like Miss Trin before? She is also a pitiful girl. In a large family, many things cannot be decided by oneself. We shouldn't get too involved with her to avoid being implicated later," Mo Then Fong explained. Ngo Tiu Pham was still waiting outside. From childhood, she had been the eldest daughter who got everything she wanted. Therefore, even for a fleeting interest in Mo Then Fong, Ngo Tiu Pham wanted to have him. But Mo Then Fong wasn't interested in romantic relationships and said they were more suitable as friends. However, the colder he was, the more interested Ngo Tiu Pham became in him. Mo Then Fong was puzzled. "You're the only daughter of the Ngo family. You don't need to spend time on an ordinary person like me, do you? If you just beckon, there will be plenty of people." He, brother, with such an honest attitude, it seems I still have a chance, right? Ngo Tiu Pham almost jumped on him, then fumbled for his phone, quickly added herself as a friend and saved her number in it. Only then did she agree to leave. But no sooner had he dealt with this batch of troubles than another batch came looking for him. Trinky, having thought of some new scheme, breathlessly chased after him, stubbornly insisting that Mo Then Fong talk to her. Having no other choice, he told Tu Ngu Lam to wait outside while he spoke privately with Trinky. As for Mo Loi, having just had his arm broken by Mo Then Fong, and then having all of Ngo Tiu Pham's attention stolen by him, he was extremely furious. His anger made him reckless. He chased after Miss Ngo, pleading with her to stay and rest for a few more days at their family's villa. Ngo Tiu Pham, of course, didn't approve of such a crude attempt to win her over. But Mo Loi didn't know his place, and in front of her, openly slandered Mo Then Fong. "Miss Ngo, that bastard's origin isn't legitimate. Unlike him, I am the true heir of the Mo family. If he and you were together, it would only bring shame to you and the Ngo family. So you think you're worthy of me?" A look of disdain appeared on Ngo Tiu Pham's face. I am truly sincere towards Miss Ngo." Ngo Tiu Pham found those for words, truly sincere, utterly ridiculous. Mo Loi wanted to climb high, yet he was clumsy even at hiding his intentions, and still had the nerve to say such things. Finding him utterly repulsive, Ngo Tiu Pham ordered Uncle Than to break his other arm as well. Mo Loi, with both arms broken, looked utterly tormented and humiliated. But Ngo Tiu Pham felt he completely deserved it for daring to flirt with her when he was nothing. Afterwards, Ngo Tiu Pham called her father, informing him that she wouldn't be returning to Yen back for a while, but would stay in Dusho to find him a future son-in-law. Meanwhile, Mo Then Fong was currently being pestered by Trinky. This woman was really strange. Before, she always complained that the original owner was annoying, but now that she was being ignored, she accused Mo Then Fong of changing his heart. What happened before is in the past. If you keep living in the past, you'll only fail, Mo Then Fong said. He had just said it idly, but it seemed to touch a raw nerve with Trinky, making her flare up. Mo Then Fong, what do you mean? Before, you kept saying you loved me, and now you treat me like this. Before was before, now is now. If that's all you wanted to say, I'll be going. At this moment, Mo Then Fong's phone suddenly vibrated a few times. It turned out Ngo Tiu Pham had just posted photos online. His back was subtly visible in the photo, and the caption she wrote reeked of ambiguity. Ran into you in Dusho. Mo Then Fong sighed inwardly. Running into women is truly exhausting. As he was about to leave, Trinky seemed to go crazy, grabbing Mo Then Fong's shirt and forcing him to help her arrange a date with Ngo Tiu Pham. Although she tried to hold him back, her attitude was somewhat condescending, which clearly annoyed Mo Then Fong. Is this how you ask someone for a favor? When he said these words, Trinky thought he was just playing hard to get, so she said, "Alright, you help me ask Miss Ngo out, and I can give you the chance to invite me to the movies, dinner, and shopping. Of course, only for one day and no unreasonable demands like going on a trip." Trinky was very confident, believing that he certainly couldn't escape her charm. Meanwhile, Mo Then Fong was utterly exasperated. He truly didn't understand how thick-skinned this woman could be. However, if she wanted him to help her ask Ngo Tiu Pham out, it wasn't impossible. It's just that the price Mo Then Fong wanted wasn't dinner, outings, or movies, but 10 million yuan. Don't be unreasonable, Trinky said angrily. You can refuse, after all, I won't lose anything. But 10 million to buy an opportunity to connect with the Ngo family, I think your Trin family actually profits, don't you? Mo Then Fong hit his opponent's weak spot directly. Trinky was so infuriated by him that she was speechless. She absolutely couldn't accept her own failure, that Mo Then Fong no longer liked her. So Trinky grudgingly agreed, saying she would transfer the money to him in half an hour, and in return, she wanted to see the results of this transaction by tonight. On the way home in the car, Trinky looked at her account balance, still gnashing her teeth in anger. If it weren't for the Trin family, where her father favored sons over daughters, and Trinbag always caused trouble but was still made a rotating board member, while she, who always handled everything well, was labeled a daughter who would marry out and no longer be a Trin, then Trinky wouldn't have to suffer to this extent. That's why she was eager to prove herself to her father and desperately wanted to win the Wu family's help. After sorting things out with Trinky, Mo Then Fong discovered that Ngo Tiu Pham's car still hadn't left. This young lady was really too stubborn. She said that she deliberately stayed to wait for him. After all, the Mo family's villa was in a deserted suburb, and it wasn't easy to catch a taxi at all. Mo Then Fong didn't stand on ceremony either, and pulled Thoyin Gulam into the car to return to the city together. As soon as he got in the car, Ngo Tiu Pham brought up the earlier matter again. Are you really not going to think about us for a bit? Miss Ngo, please have some self-respect. I'm not that casual. The reply was still a refusal. But at that very moment, Mo Then Fong received a bank notification that his account had just received 10 million yuan. Ngo Tiu Pham glanced at it and immediately guessed that this was the money Trinky sent, with the purpose of having Mo Then Fong help her ask Ngo Tiu Pham out. How did you guess so well? Mo Then Fong asked honestly. Do you think everyone is as shrewd as my family? That Zheng family is a murky mess. Family inheritance only goes to males, not females. What era is this? Ngo Tiu Pham clicked her tongue. No matter the era, prejudice remains a huge mountain in people's hearts. It blinds people's minds and ultimately leads them into a quagmire from which they cannot escape. Mi Thufeng just wanted to reason with this girl a little. Who would have thought Ngo Tiu Pham would misunderstand that he was recalling his past experiences in the Mo family and spoke those words painfully? So Ngo Tiu Pham threw caution to the wind and directly turned to hug him tightly. After that, she even boldly proposed, "How about I marry you, marry me, and you'll have full power over the entire Wu family later on. In our home, you'll be the head of the house. No one would dare to make you unhappy anymore." Don't joke around, great-grandmother. Mo Thufeng had to push this leech away again. "I only see you as a friend. Besides, even if I agreed to marry you, would the Wu family really let me take full control?" The two of them squabbled back and forth for a while, and Mo Thufeng still had to pull Ngo Tiu Pham back to the main issue. "You've already received Trinke's money. Now I just want to know if Miss Wu is willing to go out with her or not." Ngo Tiu Pham thought for a while and then reluctantly agreed to have lunch with Trinke tomorrow noon. But of course, if she wanted her to agree, Mo Thufeng also had to give up something. "What do you want to do? I only sell my skills, not myself." Seeing Ngo Tiu Pham's hungry gaze, Mo Thufeng's self-preservation instinct suddenly skyrocketed. "Who'd be craving your body, huh? Later, you have to go shopping with me. I'll make you exude a deadly charm." Ngo Tiu Pham's request was so simple. Trinke's 10 million was now safely in Mo Thufeng's pocket. It's just that he still wasn't left in peace by the Mo family, specifically that Moloi. He couldn't swallow the humiliation of having both his arms broken, so he immediately found a way to contact and call the Feixing Association. The president of the Feixing Association was Xiao, who coincidentally was also a sim for Ngo Tiu Pham. Earlier, seeing her post on her social circle, and knowing Ngo Tiu Pham was in Dusho, he was lying there, crossing his legs, calculating how to meet her romantically. However, before he could dream for long, Xiao Hu's secretary brought back some unpleasant news. That today Ngo Tiu Pham had gone to the Mo family's villa. She's very close with a man there. Currently, they're riding in the same car, out shopping. As soon as Xiao Hu heard this, all his previous fantasies were immediately shattered completely. He ground his teeth in anger. "Which blind fool dares to lay a hand on my girlfriend?" "Xiao Hu's girlfriend." "President, it's Mo Thufeng. Coincidentally, someone just placed an order saying they want to take this person's life for 10 million. What a coincidence. Who placed this order?" "It's his younger brother, Mo Loi." A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Hu's face. The sight of brothers fighting to the death thrilled him greatly. If that's the case, he'll take this order, but 10 million yuan isn't enough. Mo Loi must pay more. Meanwhile, neither Ngo Tiu Pham nor Mo Thufeng knew about this malicious plot. Ngo Tiu Pham was immersed in the joy of shopping, while Mo Thufeng was exhausted from carrying a mountain of clothes for this young lady. "No way, my great-grandmother. Look how many clothes you've bought, and it's still not enough." "I don't care," Ngo Tiu Pham replied gleefully. She just wanted to torment Mo Thufeng like that. However, not long after, Mo Thufeng's keen intuition told him that someone was secretly following them. So Mo Thufeng grabbed Ngo Tiu Pham's hand and pulled her away. The woman tracking him was sent by Xiao Hu. Seeing Mo Thufeng so alert, she found it somewhat interesting, but was very confident that he wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. The reason Mo Thufeng pulled Ngo Tiu Pham away was just to avoid trouble, because if they faced each other, it wasn't certain who should be scared. The young lady of the Ngo family always had a car to pick her up and drop her off, rarely having to walk such a long distance, so she asked, panting, "We've shaken them off, haven't we?" The situation that followed answered her question, because the woman appeared in front of them again. As soon as she saw the woman, Ngo Tiu Pham immediately recognized her as someone from the Feixing Association and guessed that Xiao Hu was behind this. "Who gave you the nerve to lay a hand on my friend? Tell Xiao Hu to come see me immediately," Ngo Tiu Pham said, fuming with anger. "Miss Ngo also knows that our job is to take people's money to help them eliminate calamities. Someone has paid to buy Mo Than Fong's life. Miss Ngo, please don't make things difficult for us. Even so, Ngo Tiu Fam was still very stubborn, insistently standing in front of Mo Than Fong. She even threatened that if anyone dared to touch him today, then the Ngo family would retaliate 100-fold in the future. Her appearance of risking her life to protect Mo Than Fong truly annoyed Xiao Hu. He originally didn't intend to appear, but now he couldn't help but do so. Tiu Fam, do you really have to ruin our relationship for a good-for-nothing man? What is our relationship? Ngo Tiu Fam asked disdainfully. Indeed, Xiao Hu always claimed her as his girlfriend, but he was just eluding himself. To Ngo Tiu Fam, Xiao Hu was merely a stranger she'd met a few times at her grandfather's party, nothing more, nothing less. The more he did things like this, the more she despised him. Mo Than Fong wasn't in the mood to stand and listen to them reminisce. He only knew that there were fools everywhere, whose strength was only equal to cats and dogs, yet they always threatened to take his life. Although Ngo Tiu Fam thought the people of the Flying Star Society were not something he could deal with, Mo Than Fong knew very well that the person who could take his life in this world hadn't been born yet. That's a really big mouth. Then let me see whose fist is harder, yours or mine. Xiao Hu laughed this time. He wanted to act himself. However, as he charged forward, he revealed too many openings. Mo Than Fong didn't even need to use force to make Xiao Hu fall face first to the ground. Impetuous vital energy, lacking a fundamental foundation. If you encounter a true master, you'll lose your life instantly. I just tripped you and you fell over. How embarrassing. Mo Than Fong openly ridiculed him, and it truly was embarrassing. Xiao Hu was so ashamed he became enraged, his teeth clashing together. He had truly developed killing intent towards Mo Than Fong. But just as he was about to in over him a second time, Uncle Than appeared out of nowhere. Junior brother, if you keep attacking, Master Uncle will really get angry. At the same time, on Longho Mountain, Hyenko complained while pouring tea. That kid then said there's a young Grand Master in Dusho. Who knows if it's true or false? In this era, where do so many Grandmasters come from? Hyen Fong, who understood the situation clearly, gently replied, the Flying Star Society's grandson and he ran into each other. What are you worried about, junior brother? Unlike his composure, Hyenko's face was extremely grim at this moment, and he gritted his teeth, saying, the demonic arts our ancestors passed down, if not 10 parts. Then 8 parts are with him. I'm worried that kid will get into trouble. Hyen Fong lifted his steaming teacup, not forgetting to reassure his junior brother. Didn't junior brother let the disciples call him? I also told that kid Than to go. There won't be any problems. At this point, the atmosphere had somewhat lightened from the worry. Hyen Fong also changed the subject, saying, let's not talk about him anymore. How have you been comprehending the spirit finger these past few days, junior brother? Hearing this, Hyenko immediately smiled and replied, speaking of it, luckily, senior brother, my governor and conception vessels are 80% open after this period. I can step into the heaven immortal chi gathering stage. As soon as these words came out, they successfully provoked his senior brother. Hyenko burst out angrily, stop talking nonsense, let's play the game, let's have a solo match. A smile appeared in the corner of Hyen Fong's eyes as he picked up his phone and said, if junior brother wants to fight, how can I, your senior brother, refuse, but this time, if you lose? Don't cry, okay? Hearing this, Hyenko angrily shouted, you damned old man, talk after we fight. But his senior brother smiled even more slyly and said, junior brother doesn't understand. This is perception. The disciples outside witnessed this scene and couldn't help but worry, one of them wondering, what are the sect leader and master doing that they're so agitated? Even their internal energy is showing? Another person heard and explained, a few days ago, Master lost a game to the sect leader and became disheartened. We should leave quickly to avoid Master Uncle losing again and taking his anger out on us. On this side, Uncle Than was urging Tiu Fam, miss, let's go. Hearing this, she looked troubled and asked, but him? Before she could finish, he interjected, "Master and Master Uncle already know about this." Xiaohu seemed not to believe it, pointing at Feng and saying, "What is he? Master and Master Uncle would worry about him. Don't joke with me, senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang. It was the junior brother calling. He quickly answered, "Hello, junior brother?" But the information he heard immediately stunned him, and he yelled, "What? You didn't mishear, did you?" In an instant, his initial fierce demeanor vanished. Xiaohu said embarrassingly to the person on the other end of the line, "Okay, I understand Master's and Master Uncle's intentions now." Hanging up, he quickly went to curry favor with Shen Feng. "Brother, it was all just a misunderstanding. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Today's meal is on me, as an apology, brother." Seeing Xiaohu's attitude, Shen Feng just sneered and said, "Forget about the apology. Tell me who's behind you, and we'll consider this whole matter settled." Seeing that he wasn't receptive to persuasion, he immediately became irritated. "Shen Feng, don't push it too far. The Flying Star Association will absolutely not reveal client information." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force shot towards him. Shen Feng, with just one hand, effortlessly lifted Xiaohu off the ground. Squeezing his neck, he said, "I'll give you another chance to choose your words carefully." Xiaohu felt a powerful force controlling him and secretly panicked. The Tao body's primordial flow can borrow strength from all things in the world. If Blue Star had no rules, this step would already be considered the limit. Thinking this, Xiaohu quickly confessed, "It was your younger brother Mulei who paid us to deal with you," then secretly lamented, "Even if I had diligently trained to control spiritual energy since I was in my mother's womb, it would still be impossible to reach this level." Having achieved his goal, Shen Feng quickly left. He didn't forget to toss him a coin and said, "A coin for information. I'm not breaking the Flying Star Association's rules." Not long after, at the Mu family's villa, the main door was violently kicked open by Shen Feng. Old Mu, seeing him return, politely asked, "Why is our young master back?" Shen Feng sat down on a chair, casually placing his feet on the table, then questioned the other party with an indifferent expression. "I remember you agreed with me not to interfere in my affairs, but you indulged Mulei in finding the Flying Star Association to cause me trouble. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this?" Hearing him speak, Old Mu slammed his hands on the table, then angrily said, "Who gave him such guts? Quickly, call him here for me." The servants in the house quickly replied, "Yes, grandfather." Shen Feng, who had been observing him, finally spoke mockingly, "Oh, putting on a show for me, are we?" Old Mu didn't take his attitude to heart, only replying, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a proper explanation for this matter." Meanwhile, Mu Lei, bandaged all over, was lounging on a chair, savoring a glass of wine in his hand, daydreaming, "Although secretly using family assets will get me scolded by dad and grandfather. Once Shen Feng is dead, the family's money will be mine." Just as he finished speaking, the shout of a subordinate brought him back to reality. "Young master, run, Shen Feng has come to the door." The wine glass in Mulei's hand fell straight to the ground. He screamed, "No way!" Fear gradually enveloped him, but Mulei was still adamant. The Flying Star Association absolutely cannot fail. Reality quickly proved otherwise. The tall man approached him and said, "Grandfather invites the young master over." Mulei was forcibly taken away like that. He struggled and yelled, "Let me go, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." On this side, Li Xin, hearing the news, was extremely anxious. She hurriedly opened a hidden drawer and took out an empty pesticide bottle. She kept complaining, because of the patriarch in Yanbai. "A bastard dares to bring darkness to the family." Then she went to get a bottle of soda, poured it into the pesticide bottle she just took, and said angrily while doing so, "Now he even dares to bully my son." Finished, Li Xin hurriedly took the pesticide bottle, which was actually filled with soda, and walked out, still muttering, "Let me see who dares to touch my son." At the same time, in the main house, Mulei was kneeling before Old Mu. Old Mu asked disappointedly, "You hired the Flying Star Association. with no other choice. He quickly bowed his head and replied, yes. Hearing this, Old Moo's eyebrows furrowed. He continued to ask, how much did it cost? By now, Muley was sweating profusely. He anxiously replied, initially it was 10 million, but after hearing the target was Shen Feng, it was more than 10 million. Old Moo's patience finally ran out. He pointed directly at him and yelled, where did you get the money? Muley became even more panicked internally and stammered, I used family money. No sooner had he finished speaking than Old Moo delivered a thunderous slap. He was furious. The patriarch went to northern Yan to solve the family's difficulties. And you're here behind his back doing such good deeds. Muley's face was now covered in bruises, but he remained unrepentant and retorted, who told the family to favor a bastard? Old Moo chuckled at this, but with a chilling expression, he said, you truly are a fine young master of the Mu family. Then he straightened his face, looking directly at Muley. I'm about to kill you, to cleanse the family. Just then, a woman's voice rang out again. Who dares touch my son? Immediately after, Lai Han rushed in with an angry expression. Old Moo looked at her indifferently and said, ask your son what he has done. Lai Han immediately rushed to hug Muley, then turned and shouted, what do you care what he does? All I know is that he's my son. If you kill him, then kill me first. Once the family head returns, I'll see how you explain yourself. Hearing this tirade made Old Moo's killing intent rise. He clenched his fist as he spoke. Do you really think I wouldn't dare do anything to him? Lai Han wouldn't give in easily either. She gritted her teeth, opened the pesticide bottle from earlier, and threatened, don't push me. I'm capable of anything. Old Moo didn't know what it was but had a bad feeling. He straightened his face and asked, what do you want to do? Shen Feng, who had been watching the drama from the side, couldn't help but find it amusing and secretly thought, this is a show, putting on a play in front of me. Please, continue. He didn't have to wait long. The play quickly continued. Lai Han actually poured the liquid from the bottle directly into Muley's mouth. She kept saying, now I'll let you taste the pain of losing a loved one. Old Moo was frightened by this scene. He quickly ordered the guards, call a doctor quickly, contact the hospital immediately. It was then that Shen Feng spoke up, there's no need for such trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed Muley by the collar and said, after all, my younger brother. Then, forcing him to move, he continued, I also don't wish for anything to happen to him. Very quickly, the two flew out from the fourth floor. One was terrified, while the other remained perfectly calm. At the same time, in a certain eatery, Xiao Hu placed a bottle of wine on the table and said, Senior brother, what do you think? Why does Shen Feng want to deal with Muley? I think Muley is a goner for sure. Uncle Cheng heard this and asked, why does junior brother think so? Xiao Hu showed no hesitation and quickly said, he's a grandmaster, a grandmaster. Besides, isn't that how family struggles always are? But his answer was met with an unexpected reply. Uncle Cheng said, I don't think so. Shen Feng wouldn't kill anyone. If he wanted to kill people, then no one in the Mu family's villa would be left alive. Xiao Hu was surprised to hear this, so senior brother thinks this matter will be scaled down. Uncle Cheng slowly drank his tea and gently replied, that's right. Meanwhile, Shen Feng had successfully brought Muley in front of a fantastic stinky tofu cart. He spoke up and asked, boss, do you still have any stinky tofu brine? The boss heard this and quickly brought over 2 bottles of black stinky tofu brine. Yes, 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 but what do you want to do with it? Even our pigs won't eat this. Shen Feng quickly adopted the stern but caring expression of an older brother and replied, isn't it because my foolish younger brother just drank pesticide? As he spoke, he placed one hand on Muley's head and a gentle force spread out. Muley was dumbfounded, wondering, what does he want to do? Why can't I say anything at all? The boss immediately became anxious, quickly opened the bottle of brine, and urged, quick, make him drink it. If it's not enough, I still have more at home. Shen Feng swiftly pried Muley's mouth open, not forgetting to tell the boss, lend a hand. Without making Shen Feng and the others wait long, The boss poured mouthful after mouthful of the black liquid into Mulay's mouth. He was crying bitterly, but couldn't utter a single word. As he poured, the boss also advised, "I told you, young man, why would you do something so foolish at your age, huh?" As if with compassion, he tried to stuff the entire bottle of liquid into Mulay's mouth, and thoughtfully added, "Open wide, drink more." A moment later, the last bottle of liquid was finally drunk by Mulay. He couldn't help but quickly vomit profusely. Shen Feng, overjoyed, covered his nose and said, "Boss, your brine smells so strong. You didn't add any other ingredients, did you?" The boss heard that and replied, "No, no, no. We run an honest business. It's a secret recipe passed down from our ancestors." Having said that, he immediately got into his cart and left, leaving Shen Feng with a question he hadn't finished asking. "Boss, how much? Why did you run off?" At this moment, Old Mu and Li Xin also just arrived. Shen Feng threw Mulay towards Li Xin. Seeing her son's disheveled appearance, she immediately gritted her teeth and asked, "You bastard, what did you do to my son?" He replied sternly, "Isn't it because you poured pesticide into your son's mouth yourself?" After saying that, he immediately gave her a slap and shouted loudly, "If he doesn't vomit it out, he'll die." Li Xin became even more furious. "You dare hit me? Just wait until the family head returns. I'll make you pay." But Shen Feng wasn't afraid in the slightest. He calmly said, "Although Mulay is my half-brother, he also has the Mu family's blood. You harmed your own son. When father returns from Yuzhou, you should think about what your own fate will be." After saying that, he looked towards Old Mu and asked, "Grandfather, what do you think?" He didn't answer the question directly, but said, "Take them back to the villa. Without my order, they are not allowed to step outside a single step. Wait for the family head to return from Yuzhou to handle it. As for Mulay, take him to the hospital first." No sooner had he finished speaking than several guards came to help Li Xin and her son away. Only then did Old Mu respectfully ask Shen Feng, "Do you think this is reasonable?" But he just turned his back and said, "You are the family head now. You decide for yourself." After walking a short distance, Shen Feng murmured to himself, "The major issues have all been resolved. It's time to teach her the Tao body origin flow." A moment later at Tianer Huafu apartment, as soon as he opened the door, Shen Feng saw Yulin eating a pastry and watching a movie. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so idle?" Hearing his voice, she struggled to speak with her mouth full of pastry. "You're back. I'm eating. There's nothing to do. Just watching a movie." A smile appeared on Shen Feng's face. He said, "Perfect timing. Come into the room." As soon as he entered, the first thing he did was take off his shirt, sighing, "I'm covered in sweat. It's so uncomfortable." Yulin walked in and happened to witness this scene. Her face immediately turned red. She quickly sat on the bed, speculating, what does young master want to do? He even took off his shirt, but he has a really nice figure. Her face grew redder and a thought popped into her head. He doesn't mean, oh my god, how embarrassing. Shen Feng had already put on another shirt. As soon as he sat down, he heard Yulin say with a red face, "Young master, how about we take a shower first?" Hearing this, he quickly placed his hand on her shoulder and replied, "We'll talk about showering later. Let's do the main thing first." A look of undeniable anticipation appeared on Yulin's face, but her words came out hesitantly, "So fast, but this is my first time. I don't have any experience." Shen Feng smiled reassuringly. "Everyone has a first time. It's okay, I'll teach you." Hearing him say that, Yulin didn't feel comfortable asking any more questions. She just lay down quietly and closed her eyes, waiting. The next second, Shen Feng transmitted a gentle force into her abdomen and asked, "How do you feel now?" Yulin's cheeks were flushed at this moment. She replied shyly, "Young master's hands are very warm. I hope young master will also be gentle later. I heard the first time is very painful." Shen Feng's mind immediately buzzed. A string of speechless remarks just happened to come forth. He quickly tapped her head and asked, "What are you thinking about all day?" "I told you to feel the changes inside your body," Yulin argued, rubbing her head. Isn't young master trying too? Without waiting for her to finish, Shen Feng explained clearly, you are a good seed. I'm teaching you a skill so no one can bully you again. Don't say anything. Just close your eyes and feel it carefully. With the misunderstanding resolved, Yulin lay down again to compose herself. Shen Feng also gently circulated his energy and asked, now tell me, what do you feel? Her body felt as if cool water was flowing through it, and the space felt like the bottom of a mysterious sea. Yulin, comfortably embracing it, replied, I feel everything. This answer made Shen Feng smile with satisfaction. He thought to himself, as expected of a congenital Tao body, she can perceive the laws of heaven and earth so quickly. Then he turned and went outside, not forgetting to instruct, feel the spiritual energy running through your body. I'll be outside first. Once outside, Shen Feng immediately began eating chips and checking his phone. As he read the news, he sighed, no wonder people on Lanxing like eating potato chips. It really relieves stress. Then his finger suddenly stopped at a piece of news. The 1,000-year-old peach tree on the peak of Nanshan Mountain was struck by lightning 9 times. After Shen Feng finished reading, he couldn't help but feel interested. A 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning. How could he possibly miss out on such a resource for artifact refining? No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of noises just happened to come from overhead. Shen Feng quickly moved to the upper floor, muttering to himself as he went. Lamming said that the upstairs is being renovated these days. It's already noon. Why are they still renovating? She's still meditating right now and can't be disturbed. I'll deal with this and then leave. Not long after, he knocked on the door of the noisy room. Hello, I'm your downstairs neighbor. Could you open the door? A tall, burly man holding a very large brick appeared, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and asked unpleasantly, what do you want? Shen Feng politely asked, when you moved in, the building management informed that renovations are not allowed before 2 p.m. But he just laughed, raising the brick in his hand provocatively. So you came to complain? Go ahead, make me stop if you're so good. Shen Feng firmly replied, if you have that attitude, then I can only choose to call the police. These words happened to ignite the man's belligerence. He challenged, go on, call them, call all you want. When the police arrive, I'll still continue construction. Let's see what you can do. Shen Feng could no longer tolerate it and pointed at the brick in the man's hand, asking, I think your brick quality isn't very good, is it? Hearing this, the man thought he had scared Shen Feng, and once again raised the brick in his hand to show off. This is a special red brick I made myself. 1 hit to the head, and your head will blossom. Come on, give me your head to try. As soon as he finished speaking, the brick was chopped in half by Shen Feng with 1 hand. The man's face instantly darkened, utterly terrified. After acting, Shen Feng showed no extra emotion. He dialed his phone and said, I said your brick quality wasn't good. The man was now pale with fear. He stammered, you, what do you want to do? I'll call the police. This is a society governed by law. You're still so young. Don't do anything illegal. Without letting him wait long, Shen Feng himself called the police. He raised his voice. Hello, is this the police station? I want to report an assault. Someone hit my hand. Yes. At Thien Hoefa. At the same time, at that restaurant, Uncle Than and TUHs had just finished their meal. TUHs spoke. It's been a few years since we two brothers last met. This meal is on me, senior brother, Uncle Than replied. Junior brother already has such a large flying star society. Are you still troubled by money? As soon as he heard him speak, he quickly explained. Senior brother doesn't understand. Thousands of people in the Flying Star Society are like thousands of mouths waiting for me to feed them. Hearing this, Uncle Than took out his phone to pay and asked further, so you suffer for your pride? Seeing that he was right, TUHs wasn't angry and just explained the reason. When I came down the mountain, I swore that I wouldn't return to the sect until I made a name for myself. After these words, the two left together. Uncle Than still couldn't help but offer some advice. You do as you see fit. Our master also misses you a lot these past few years. Once outside, TUH's changed the subject. He asked, "Have you read the news? The 1,000-year-old peach tree on Nanshan Mountain was struck by lightning 9 times. Master will definitely like such a good resource. Master's birthday celebration is next month. Help me bring it back as a gift for him." Uncle Then wasn't surprised and simply replied, "The sect already knows. The 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree has already been bought by the old commander. You'll have to talk to him." TUHs didn't find this difficult and replied contentedly, "Then let's go together. The old commander will surely give the sect face." But Uncle Than's demeanor immediately became cautious. He said, "But we still need to be careful. I believe the White Lotus sect is also paying attention to that news." TUHs became even more excited, unconsciously making chopping gestures with his hands, and swaggered, "Those evil cult brats. I'll kill anyone who comes." In the end, it was Uncle Than who cautiously reminded him, "I think it's still best to be careful." Not long after, at the location of the lightning-struck wood, Shenfeng looked at the huge tree trunk that had been tied up and thought to himself, "The lightning-struck wood has been bought by the old commander. If I negotiate well with them, I should be able to buy a part of it." He couldn't help but hope, if possible, it's better not to resort to force. At the same time, he saw Uncle Then and TUHs standing not far away, and politely asked, "Why are you two here?" Hearing this, TUHs smiled slyly and replied, "You're here, so why can't we be here?" Shenfeng confirmed his suspicion and softly asked, "Are you two also here for the lightning-struck wood?" Uncle Then didn't give him a good look and immediately said, "Shenfeng, don't even think about stealing from us this time. This time, I represent the sect, not the Wu family. I hope you understand." Hearing this, Shenfeng wasn't worried in the slightest, but his expression became slightly serious as he replied, "Who's afraid of whom? Every man for himself." At this moment, another person suddenly appeared. It was El Hai. Seeing him, Shenfeng sincerely said, "Taoist priest, Shenfeng of the Mi family requests an audience with the old commander." TUHs was even more forceful, getting straight to the point. "My senior brother and I are both from righteous sects. We are all Taoists. Please give us some consideration." El Hai calmly, "You've all come here. Master already knows. Master said the temple doesn't use that much lightning-struck wood. He's willing to give half of it to you all. And as for how you all divide it, the old commander doesn't care." Hearing that, Shenfeng asked back with a bit of surprise, "Didn't the old commander say anything else?" El Hai quickly shook his head and replied, "No, Master only said that." With that, he turned and went inside, not forgetting to instruct, "You all discuss it among yourselves. I have to go back to chanting scriptures." Watching his retreating figure disappear, Shenfeng also felt a little emotional. He's truly an experienced person. With just one sentence, he made the old commander not care. This commander is not a simple person either. Then he turned to the other two and said, "Let's discuss this, if possible. I don't want to resort to force." Xiaohu showed no fear at all, confidently pointing to himself and saying to Uncle Chen, "Senior brother, it's 2-against-1. We have the advantage. No need to be polite with him." But he cautiously replied, "Shenfeng is very strange. I think we can agree to some of his requests to avoid further trouble." After saying that, he clasped his hands and respectfully asked Shenfeng, "How much do you want?" Shenfeng held up 2 fingers and said, 2 meters of the tree trunk. Xiaohu immediately retorted, "No way, 1 meter at most. Otherwise?" Shenfeng, not wanting to fight, accepted, "Okay, 1 meter then." After speaking, his expression grew colder by several degrees. He carefully glanced behind him and spoke, "Be careful, someone's coming." Not long after, Zili, Zifeng, and their group appeared from that direction. Zili scoffed, "You're quite alert, kid. You actually detected our movements, but let's negotiate a bit. Ultimately, the lightning-struck wood will still belong to our White Lotus sect." Shenfeng quickly replied, "It's not that I'm alert, it's that your abilities are lacking. Your chi circulation is too poor." Seeing more people wanting to snatch the treasure, Xiaohu's face became even more wrinkled. Grinding his teeth, he analyzed the situation. to Su masters, the rest are half-step Su masters. The old commander is still as cunning as ever, giving half the lightning struck would so we help him avoid disaster. Uncle Chen heard this and reminded him, "Junior brother, watch your words." But he didn't listen to a single word, angrily pointing at the newly arrived group and loudly saying, "You little brats of the evil sect, I am Xiao Hu of the Orthodox One faction. If you're not scared, just come at me." Zili smiled slyly and said, "Oh my, the name of the Orthodox One faction is grand, but I'm not afraid either." Seeing this situation, Shen Feng suddenly retreated and said, "I don't need the lightning-struck wood anymore. You all deal with it yourselves." Uncle Cheng asked in surprise, "Shen Feng, what do you mean?" He replied with a smile, "You saw it. I don't want to get involved in your troubles." Xiao Hu, however, was not that patient and directly said loudly in anger, "Senior brother, don't waste words on him. That guy is taking advantage of the situation. Help out. We'll give you 2 meters." Seeing his intention was about to be realized, Shen Feng immediately made an offer. "I want half." Hearing that, Xiao Hu became even more furious, but could only accept, "You're good." Having achieved his wish, Shen Feng immediately charged forward. He calmly said, "Leave the 2 grandmasters to me. The others, you to deal with them." Before he could go far, those people rushed towards him like hungry tigers seeing prey. Among them was Zili, who angrily said, "Courting death, you dare to face the left and right protectors of the White Lotus sect alone." With that, he and Zifeng approached Shen Feng. Zifeng confidently aimed a punch at him. "Our 2 brothers, from childhood to adulthood, when we work together, even 5 grandmasters are no match for us." But in the next second, both of them were repelled by one punch from Shen Feng, without even touching a strand of his hair. Looking at the 2 utterly useless men lying unconscious on the ground with their eyes rolled back, he curled his lips and complained, "What left and right protectors? They're nothing special. Just good at putting on airs." Shen Feng then looked at the other 2, seeing them struggling in battle, and spoke up, "I've dealt with this side, and you 2 are still struggling." Xiao Hu blocked from front and back with both hands, complaining, "Aren't you going to help us quickly?" But Shen Feng just stood there with his arms crossed and asked back, "Is this how you ask for help?" Uncle Cheng was also utterly exhausted by then, and tried to reason, "Young Master Mu, if the White Lotus sect gets it, you'll have a lot of trouble. If you act, I will personally give you an additional 5 million. Shen Feng then smiled with satisfaction, started rolling his wrists, and as he approached, said, "Now that's more like it." Immediately after, a powerful force like a storm was unleashed by him, sending all those thugs flying in front of everyone's astonished eyes. After finishing, Shen Feng quickly turned to leave, reminding them, "Don't forget, 5 million, the 2 left and right protectors lying over there. You to deal with them yourselves." Watching his figure gradually disappear, Xiao Hu was stunned and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, who do you think is stronger, him or Master Uncle?" Uncle Cheng also seriously considered the question and replied, "It's hard to say. Shen Feng might be stronger." Having said that, he shifted his attention to the 2 left and right protectors and instructed, "Call someone to take them back to the Orthodox One faction and wait for the sect to deal with them." No sooner had he spoken than a golden light suddenly flashed in the air, neither fast nor slow, heading towards Xiao Hu. Uncle Cheng sharply detected this point. He quickly shouted, "Be careful, there are still people from the White Lotus sect here." Xiao Hu quickly dodged the blow, and scornfully said, "You want to ambush me? Dream on." Yet a voice responded to him, "To be able to dodge my attack, you do have some skill, but what about this one?" With that, the golden light from before rebounded, along with a sharp projectile piercing through Xiao Hu's shoulder. The person successfully ambushed him. Uncle Cheng quickly went into an attacking stance, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Xiao Hu, clutching his arm, warned, "Senior brother, be careful. This thing is very sinister." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Sisi, the saintess of the White Lotus sect, appeared. She smiled gleefully, "Little brother, I, the saintess, want to deal with you." Haven't lost your arm yet? Uncle Cheng showed no fear at all and fiercely said, Demoness, do you think no one can control you? Hearing that, she became even more arrogant and pointed at Shen Feng, asking, You mean him? Shen Feng quickly waved his hands like an innocent person. Don't look at me, I'm just a passerby. Hearing that, the smile on Sissy's lips became even more sinister. She observed him and evaluated. Such a young Haoshan expert. I've truly never seen one before. Do you want to consider joining the White Lotus sect? Whatever you want, I'll satisfy you. Shen Feng's expression immediately changed, and he said with annoyance, You're not my type. His refusal didn't embarrass her. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed loudly. You're still young. You don't understand my joy. This once again successfully provoked Shen Feng's displeasure. He coldly replied, If you're relying on that magic artifact, I advise you to scram out of my sight. Seeing that he wasn't swayed by either kindness or harshness, Sisi also changed her attitude and angrily said, You really want to go against the White Lotus sect? Shen Feng feigned helplessness and replied, No choice. I've taken their money, so I have to work for them. I'm very trustworthy. You can't take these two away. At this point, she couldn't wait any longer and made her move. She didn't forget to say regretfully, That's a pity then, such a young warrior, and I still don't get to taste him. A golden light and Sissy's sharp hidden weapons were quickly blocked by Shen Feng's palm. He exerted no effort, so he calmly retorted to her harsh words, Better not. I'm afraid you drain me dry. Adults should know that their body is the most important. But there was no reply. When the mist dissipated, Sissy's figure also vanished. Shen Feng remarked, running pretty fast. Meanwhile, she frantically drove away, yelling back wildly, Shen Feng, I've got my eye on you. I am Li Sisi, and we will meet again. At the same time, a camera in the air successfully recorded the entire scene. Not long after, in Duzhou City Center, at the No Overtime Management Co., Ltd., after watching the entire recording, Liu Sheng said, Everyone has seen it. I hope to hear your assessment of our colleague, Shen Feng. Huang Li seriously explained, through his battle with Li Sisi, I think he has probably already advanced to Xi'antianqi gathering. But looking at his files, it's very strange, very clean, like an expert who emerged from a crack in a rock. Hearing that, Liu Sheng was a little displeased and questioned, Our top priority is to stabilize the southwest region of Long Nation, not for you to thoroughly investigate others' information. Huang Li, knowing when to advance and retreat, quickly replied, I understand. I'll have someone handle it immediately. I'll tip off the meteor. Hearing the appropriate solution, Liu Sheng didn't press further. He announced, I will personally report this matter to Yanbai. As for Shen Feng, you go handle him. If possible, ask him to join the company. Not long after, Shen Feng was diligently practicing his cultivation technique again. Flying swords hovered in the air, connected by lightning, forming an extremely sturdy defensive barrier. After a while, he began to retract his swords, and said to himself, although it's a bit unsightly, using spiritual power to activate it also generates lightning. For now, it's not bad. Then he quickly put everything into his bag and said with satisfaction, This will do. He then turned around and noticed a car behaving strangely, making him wonder, This car has been following me since I left the old military officer's place. Am I being targeted again? At this moment, inside the car, Liu Sheng was on the phone. Chairman Liu, from current observations, it can be confirmed that Shen Feng has means to refine and control weapons. Seeing Shen Feng heading towards him, Liu Sheng panicked slightly and said to the person on the other end, Yes, I'll observe further. No more talk. I've been discovered. A second later, Shen Feng knocked on the car door. Hey, buddy, you've been following me for long enough, haven't you? Seeing that he couldn't hide any longer, Liu Sheng quickly got out of the car to greet him. Hello, I'm from the No Overtime Management Co., Ltd. I represent the company and would like to speak with you. Shen Feng got into position, ready to slap his arm away, and said, a little annoyed, I'm not interested in some strange company. If you keep following me, I won't be polite. But just as his hand was about to touch the other hand, a mysterious force appeared, and his hand was flung back. Shen Feng was slightly surprised, but quickly became more vigilant and asked, "A magical artifact, who exactly are you?" Liu Sheng then looked dangerous, wiping his hand as he replied, "No Overtime Management Co., Ltd., is a company under the relevant departments of Long Nation, responsible for maintaining social stability." Seeing that Shen Feng intended to listen, he continued, "Simply put, we manage free individuals like you, and then balance the conflicts between various factions in Long Nation." Hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on Shen Feng's face. He asked seriously, "What if someone recovers?" Liu Sheng continued to persuade, "We have abnormal individuals, and times have changed. We also have modern science and technology. You are strong, but you cannot underestimate the power of our company." Shen Feng relented a little and replied, "You're right, I don't deny it." Seeing that he was about to succeed, Liu Sheng quickly offered, "So now you can consider negotiating with me, right?" Just like that, the two shook hands to show agreement. Shen Feng added, "You pick the place and lead the way." At the same time, in the city center of Yuzhou, Xiaofan arrived to meet Jiangxi unhurriedly. Jiangxi gave a polite smile and said, "Miss Wu, we meet again." Xiaofan put down her bag, but without any smile on her face, replied, "After all, you're the one spending the money, so I had no choice but to come." Sensing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Jiangxi awkwardly pushed the menu towards the person opposite her. "Miss Wu, would you like to order anything else?" Xiaofan smiled without truly smiling and said, "I know your purpose for going to such lengths to invite me to eat, but I advise you to give up on that idea soon. The Wu family will absolutely not cooperate with the Zheng family." Hearing this answer, she immediately sighed in relief. "I don't know why, but hearing you refuse me, I feel very relieved." Xiaofan continued sharply, "You shouldn't push yourself too hard either." Junki's mood darkened upon hearing that. "There are some things I have no other choice about." Having identified the suspicion, Tiu Pham asked further, "So earlier, when you made things difficult for Feng, it was also because you had no other choice." Upon hearing the young man's name, Trunkei's attitude suddenly changed, becoming more aggressive. "Everything about him is not part of my future plans, and everything he does is just a pipe dream." Hearing her, Tiu Pham sneered, "Stupid." Trunkei, slightly annoyed, asked back, "What do you mean?" Tiu Pham calmly replied, "Feng is very strong. You know that, don't you?" Taking a piece of pastry, she continued, "Indeed, looking at all the data so far, he is the youngest master in Long Quoc. So before he abandoned you, did you know he was very strong?" Hearing this, Trunkei couldn't say another word. Seeing her face fall, Tiu Pham added, "That's why I said you were stupid. Feng's potential far exceeds what you imagine, and yet you treated him like that. Do you regret it?" Embarrassed and angry, she immediately flared up. "What makes you rate him so highly?" But Tiu Pham calmly replied, "Feng has been patient for many years. It's just that his character and patience are much stronger than many people, even stronger than yours." Hearing this, Trunkei found it hard to believe. "Isn't your judgment too arbitrary?" she asked. Tiu Pham's gaze gradually sharpened. Still unconvinced, she said, "If you had half of his patience." She paused for a moment, then delivered the crucial blow. "Then based on your current abilities, half of the Chun family would be yours." Hearing these words, Trunkei was utterly dumbfounded. She just stood there, stunned, processing the information. Without waiting for Trunkei to recover, Tiu Pham added, "Actually, before this meeting, the family had already conducted an assessment. The Chun family's evaluation was that they could be considered for cooperation, but as for me..." At this, she stood up, indicating distance. "I don't want to cooperate with such a foolish family. It's too mentally exhausting." After hearing this, Trunkei wasn't angry at all. She only replied bitterly, "No matter what you say, I still want to thank Miss Inch for making me realize this. After all, if the Feng follows me, I have a very high chance of winning." She quickly regained her composure. "Though it's a bit regrettable not to cooperate with the Inch family. Through Feng, I believe the Trin family can advance a step further. Hearing this, Tiu fam couldn't help but laugh. She added, trust me, you won't succeed. Trinke asked, slightly embarrassed, oh, does Miss Inge look down on me that much? Tiu fam didn't want to stay any longer, and as she put on her bag, she replied, you overestimate yourself too much. Feng is the person I'm interested in. She turned her back but still gave her a cold look. I have the right to tell the Inge family to give him power. What right do you have? With that, she walked away, leaving Trinke with a final remark. Just take care of your own business first, you foolish girl. Not long after, Feng arrived at the No Overtime Management Co. Limited. He looked up at the slightly worn-out building in front of him and said to Hon Louis, this is the company you mentioned. It doesn't look like much, does it? Unable to refute him, Hon Louis could only change the subject. After all, we are indeed a management company. Having said that, he gestured towards the door. Please come in. The chairman has been waiting for you for a long time. The two quickly entered the board office, where only Lu Thing was sitting. Seeing him arrive, Lu Thing joyfully shook his hand in welcome. My brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. But then Feng ignored him, only looking around and asking, what is this? Hon Louis wasn't in a hurry to answer. He pulled out a chair first and said, Mr. Mo, please have a seat. Lu Thing spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. This brother just joined the company. He's not used to many things yet. It's okay, just make yourself at home. Hearing that, then Feng, without hesitation, propped both his feet on the table. Alright, at home, I'm used to sitting like this. Lu Thing helplessly said, my brother, you really don't pay attention to small details, do you? Then he got to the main point. I won't beat around the bush anymore. The main reason I invited you here this time is to invite you to join our company. Holding the contract in his hand, then Feng slowly evaluated it. Ah, not bad. 2 days off on weekends, 8 hours of work a day, no overtime on holidays, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. Lu Thing added, employee benefits are fundamental to retaining staff. Then Feng continued to examine it. Monthly salary is 2,100. I remember the lowest standard salary in Dusho is 2,100, isn't it? Hearing that, Lu Thing immediately explained, those are just the surface. The company's basic salary isn't high, but the welfare subsidies are good. The average salary of our employees is over 8,000. At this point, then Feng stopped being polite. He then placed the contract on the table and said, Chairman Luo, do you think I'm short on that kind of money? But he replied without yielding. There's one thing I must tell you. What we need to do is contribute to the company. Why would one work just for a salary? The company gives you a chance to work. You should be grateful to the company. After hearing that, then Feng had 100,000 why questions in his mind. Seeing his attitude, Lu Thing showed a look of suspicion, unless you're not the real then Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Hon Louis brought then Feng's resume for him to see. Then Feng, 20 years old this year, illegitimate son of the Mo family, has painstakingly pursued the eldest daughter of the Trin family for many years. A few days ago, he was sent by Trin Bak's men, knocked unconscious, and taken to a desolate mountain. Then, in the evening, he got into a conflict with the Trin family heir for helping to Ngu Lam avoid harassment. Holding his information in his hand, then Feng's expression also turned a few shades colder. Chairman Lu, you've investigated me quite thoroughly. He immediately played a psychological game. Please don't underestimate the company's capabilities. On behalf of the company, I'll ask you again, should I call you then Feng? At the same time, at Trin The Group, Trin Bak spoke up. Dad, Yenbak has been brought under control. We can start the project anytime now. Trin Dong replied, puffing on a cigar. I know. Remembering something, Trin Bak's expression suddenly became interested. Dad, this time, we're playing both hands. The Mu family won't have a chance to retaliate. Trin Dong didn't pay attention to what was just said. He only replied, you've been tired these past few days. Go back to your mother, so she has someone to keep her company and talk to. Hearing that, Trin Bak immediately got angry. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "I've been working myself to the bone for this. Why would you hand it over to someone else?" His fury seemed to reach its peak. He continued, "I want to personally make the Mu family fall into despair." Seeing this display, Trin Dong was very satisfied. He sneered, "As expected of my son, I like that wolf cub energy of yours." Then he compromised. "Alright, I agree, I'll leave that matter to you." Trin Bak's expression immediately changed. He couldn't hide his joy as he promised. "Thank you, Dad, I won't let you down. In 3 days, I'll make the Mu family fall apart." After saying that, Trin Bak quickly left. The murderous intent on his face also showed through. "Then Fong, I will personally make you kneel and beg me." At the same time, in the city, Tiu Pham was lying down, looking at her phone. She asked curiously, "Uncle Than, what do you think that guy is doing?" He gently turned his head, frowned, and replied, "I'm not a mind reader. How would I know what he's doing? He's probably training hard somewhere." Tiu Pham pursed her lips in anger, her eyes not leaving the phone screen. "He's not a boring person either." Then she focused on reading a message. "Trin's father in Yen Bak has been restricted. In 3 days, the Trin family will officially move against the Mu family." She quickly looked up and announced seriously, "The Trin family is about to make a move." Uncle then calmly turned a page in his book, seemingly unconcerned. With Then Fong, the Trin family can't stir up big waves. Tiu Pham frowned in disagreement. "This isn't your old era anymore. If Then Fong dares to cause trouble, the company won't intervene." She gripped the bag in her hand tightly, then turned to him with determined eyes. "Uncle Than, let's go to the company." Uncle Than closed his book and said thoughtfully, "After the incident with the old military officer, the company must have contacted him, right?" Meanwhile, Then Fong was still sitting with Lu Thing. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer and spoke. "Have you considered proactively disclosing everything to the company?" Then Fong leaned back in his chair, his left hand behind his neck, as if contemplating. He slowly replied with a faint smile, "How should I put it? I am not Then Fong, and yet I am Then Fong." Lu Thing looked at the young man meaningfully, speaking as if to probe his inner thoughts. "At this point, being quick-witted no longer has any meaning, right? I believe you're not such a foolish person." Then Fong gave a mysterious yet provocative smile. "Have you ever heard of a reincarnated immortal?" As soon as that sentence ended, Lu Theng's hand gripped the metal flask, and the water inside sloshed around. He then nodded slightly as if he had just understood something, his voice deepening with a hint of acknowledgement. "If that's the case, your change makes sense." Then Fong was surprised again. "You believe such a ridiculous reason?" On this side, Honloi handed him the documents. Meanwhile, Lu Thing added, "The company usually deals with many strange people. Your claim of being a reincarnated immortal is indeed very absurd, but there's no more reasonable explanation." Then Fong didn't reply, just flipped through the documents and assessed them. "Your company really has a lot of talents: mourners, corpse handlers, cultivators." Lu Thing raised his hand to press the remote control with a calculating look. He concluded in a deep voice, like someone experienced in chaotic times. "After all, times have changed. There needs to be a new form of cooperation between capable people and ordinary people to achieve complete resonance." The clear voice of the announcer reported, "An explosion occurred due to a gas pipeline leak near the old military officer's place. The death toll has now reached 20. As if providing highly convincing evidence, Lu Thing said, "Therefore, this is the very meaning of the company's existence." Then Fong sat with his arms crossed, his gaze like a blade piercing through layers of moral masks. "I'm not interested in anything you said. This year my spirit meridian broke, my spiritual power dissipated, and I can't return to my former self. I just want to live my own life. Anyone who bothers me will die." Lu Thing nodded in acknowledgement after some consideration. "You claim to be a reincarnated immortal. I now believe you about 70%. In recent years, the company has also been researching how to restore spirit meridians." He replied calmly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Spirit meridians are transformed energy of heaven and earth. You people think too highly of yourselves, don't you? If you want to use that to lure me into the company, I advise you to give up on that idea. Lu Thing raised his cup with a cold gaze, warning decisively as if it were his final word. This is the second time I'm saying this. Please don't underestimate the company's capabilities. I don't wish for a third time. Honlui brought the file forward, while then Fong maintained a calm, indifferent attitude. Lu Thing added, "If reviving the spirit meridian can attract you, then I believe the following information will no longer leave you indifferent." Then Fong had just glanced through the documents when he clenched his fist, a strong surge of spiritual power around him, making his aura icy cold. Who gave Trin back the guts to do that? He's asking for death. Lu Thing maintained a calm but warning tone. If you want to go to the Trin family's house now, the company won't let you cause trouble out of impulsiveness. Then Fong's eyes flashed with anger. Are you threatening me? Lu Thing didn't reply. He pulled out his hand to check his watch. With no excess expression, he said, "You to continue talking. I'm off work now." Honlui sat down in Lu Thing's place and continued the conversation, looking directly at Then Fong as if presenting a condition. Chairman Lu's meaning is, the company will have a better way to help you overcome this tribulation, provided, of course, that you agree to join the company. After a moment of thought, Then Fong replied, "Joining the company is fine, but I want you to give me the highest degree of freedom. I can also abide by the company's rules and regulations." Immediately after, he stated an uncompromisable condition, and this salary, not one single coin, can be missing per month. Honlui adjusted his glasses as if he had anticipated this situation. He pushed the documents forward and replied with confidence, "Your request for an intern position, the company can fully meet. After signing, the company can help you bring people from Yen back here." Then Fawn asked directly, his face a mix of confusion and doubt, "What kind of position is an intern?" Honlui adjusted his posture, his face calm as if introducing a rare offer. "You're not considered an official employee of the company. The annual salary is 1 million, and all benefits are doubled. Unless there's a special task, you don't need to come to work." Upon hearing this, Then Fong crossed his arms, curled his lips into a cold smile, and said in a deep, slightly sarcastic voice, "It seems you've already planned everything out." Honlui didn't deny it, simply nodding gently. The company never executes agreements without prior preparation. As he held the pen and signed the contract, Then Fong asked, "So, about the business war with the Zheng family, what are you going to do?" Honlui took the signed contract, stamped it with a red seal, and replied, "Regarding that, I'm afraid the company's greatest authority is to ensure the safety of everyone in the Mu family." Hearing this, Then Fong immediately grew furious, his rage turning into a blazing fire that enveloped him. His voice became fierce. "You dare to trick me?" At that moment, Tiu Pham suddenly appeared and said, "Leave the business war to me." Then Fawn asked coldly, "Why are you here?" She raised an eyebrow confidently when she caught his suspicious gaze. "The Ingo family also has shares in the company. What's strange about me coming to my own family's company?" With that, she lightly touched Then Fong's cheek, giving a mischievous smile. "Now you're also my employee. If the two of us were dating, would this count as an office romance?" Then Fong rested his chin, looking away helplessly, and said, "Big sis, don't mess around. I'm talking about serious matters." Tiu Pham raised her hand, firmly asserting, "What I'm doing is also serious. The company can ensure the safety of everyone in the Mu family. I can ensure all of the Mu family's assets are also safe. As long as the Zheng family dares to make a move, I will retaliate many times over." Then Fong looked at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Thank you." Tiu Pham immediately smiled brightly in return. "Who told you that you're the one I'm interested in? If I don't help you, who will?" Then, turning to see Honlui still sitting there, she asked, "What are you still doing here? Don't you think you're an eyesore?" Honlui reluctantly walked out, saying apologetically from within, "Yes, rotating board member." Tiu Pham sat closer to Then Fong and said, "I didn't realize you were hiding so deeply." Then she pointed at him, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she asked, "Where did you hide it? It's been so many years, and it still hasn't been exposed." Then Fong didn't answer the question. he asked with a serious face. So, do you know where Trin Bak is? Tiu Pham thought for a moment, then replied, judging by the time. He's probably on his way to Dia Thong Nanjian. Seeing him about to leave, she couldn't help but worry and cautioned, then Fong, don't do anything reckless. You can't make things difficult for the company or for me. He paused for a beat at the doorway, then gently tilted his head and replied, don't worry, I know my limits. Not long after, at Dia Thong Nanjian, then Fong didn't have to wait long, as two supercars quickly arrived and blocked his path. Seeing the person, he wasn't surprised at all, Trin Bak, but the other man spoke scornfully, our young Master Mu is still enjoying himself freely here, huh? Then Fong grabbed him by the collar, his voice icy cold. The incident in Yen Bak, was that your doing? The scarred guard from behind shouted, as he launched a kick straight at Then Fong. Damn it, he's gone crazy and is taking it out on young Master Trin, kill him. Then Fong turned back, his left eye glowing red, and retorted coldly, I'll cripple you first, in a moment. Overwhelmed by his aura, the guard immediately froze, his mouth agape, sweat pouring down his forehead. Ow, ow. Then Fong ignored him, pulling Trin Bak closer, and gritted his teeth. I'm asking you one more time, the incident in Yen Bak, was it your doing? He showed no fear, his face full of arrogance as he replied, it was me. So what are you going to do to me? If you know what's good for you, quickly kneel before me. If I'm in a good mood, I might even consider it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fong delivered a kick straight to his leg. A flash of light appeared at the moment of impact. The force so strong it made the other man buckle at the knees. A scream echoed through the street. He shrieked in pain. Then Fong. The cold aura grew stronger. Then Fong asked coldly, did I tell you to talk nonsense? Without waiting for Trin Bak's answer, then Fong turned towards the scarred guard and said, you're next. The guard immediately panicked, his legs too weak to stand. Young Master Mu, I didn't mean it just now. With that, he hurriedly picked up a random brick from the ground. The next second, he simply took it and hit himself on the head, only managing to yell, I'm so dizzy. Before fainting, then Fong then praised him, consider yourself smart. Meanwhile, back here, then Fong coldly squatted in front of Trin Bak, his sharp, knife-like gaze sweeping over him. The Yen Bak matter, was it your idea or your father's? He reacted immediately, struggling to get up quickly, his face a mix of pain and anger, shouting, then Fong, you broke my leg, ow. Not letting him finish his sentence, then Fong swung his hand and slapped the opponent hard across the face. Trin Bak knelt on the ground, sweating profusely, but still glared and yelled, you wouldn't dare kill me. Without responding, then Fong delivered another cold slap, making his head snap to the side from the powerful blow. Even with his cheek swollen and stinging, Trin Bak still bared his teeth and warned in an enraged voice, if you have the guts, don't let me live, I know where the Mo family villa is. As another slap was about to land, an angry woman's voice rang out, then Fong. The next second, Trinky appeared. She said irritably, stop right there. Then Fong slapped Trin Bak hard across the face. Seeing him fall, Trinky quickly ran over, crying out in distress, my brother. He stood with one hand in his pocket, looking at her and questioning, you also had a part. Trinky looked up at then Fong, criticizing loudly, then Fong, I misjudged you. Hearing that, he angrily clutched his head and burst out laughing, then coldly barked, get out, I don't hit women. Trinky bent down and touched Trin Bak's swollen, red lip, muttering, you clearly know he's my younger brother, yet you still had the heart to hit him so hard. She turned to look at him and threatened, apologize to my brother immediately, otherwise, don't ever expect to see me again. Then Fong was about to turn and leave, but couldn't help but turn back and scoff, you really think too highly of yourself. Then Fong walked away quickly, saying, you should be glad you had no part in it. There are some games I don't play. Trinky scowled, yelling after him, then Fong, you'll regret what you did today. Then Fong turned around and said, today is just the beginning. On the other side, Honlo sat in his car, making a phone call to report. Chairman Liu, He didn't escalate the situation. Yes, yes. He calmly replied, I understand. I'll arrange things on Yenbak's side immediately. That evening at a nearby public hospital. In the hospital room, Trinky was peeling an apple, gently instructing. The doctor said you'll recover in 3 months at most. Rest and recover. Don't worry about anything else. Trinbak angrily retorted, What the hell do you understand? This is a crucial time. How can I be hospitalized? How can I be hospitalized? She held out the peeled apple to him and asked, Why exactly did Denfang act like that, disregarding both major families? Trinbak slapped the apple away and yelled, Get out. There are things women like you aren't qualified to know. Trinky couldn't take it anymore. She put her hand to her chest and cried out, I'm your sister. He stared at her and coldly declared, Once you get married, you won't be a member of the Trin family anymore. You need to remember your place. Trinky was heartbroken, sobbing, Because I'm a woman, you treat me this way, and Dad treats me this way too. She thought of what Tiu Pham had said before. If she had even half of Denfang's patience, then at least half of the Trin family would be hers. Immediately after, Trinky put on a smiling face again, continuing to peel the apple and saying, What are you talking about? Even if I get married later, I'll still be a member of the Trin family. Trinbak looked out the window and replied, Well, that's easy to say. Just then, Trin Dong walked into the hospital room from outside. He walked past Trinky and coldly ordered, Outside. She immediately stood up, smiling, and replied, Yes, Dad, I'll go out first. Immediately after, Trinky quickly disappeared from the hospital room. After she left, Trin Dong walked over and slapped Trinbak across the face, questioning, What happened? His face darkened. He clenched his fists and declared, Dad, I have to kill him. No matter the cost, I have to kill Denfang. Hearing that, he took out a lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth, replying, I've already contacted the Flying Star Society. They won't take this job. Trinbak was startled and yelled in disbelief, No way! The Flying Star Society works for money. They can't be like that. It must be because you didn't pay enough. You're not willing to spend money for your own son. Trin Dong heard that and angrily slapped him again, yelling, Is that how I taught you to speak to your father? He sat down on the chair next to him and said, Perhaps he has some connection with the Flying Star Society, but it's not important. Trin Dong calmly added, I've already started the plan. The Mo group will definitely be in chaos. The next day, at the residential area near where Thifang was staying, he raised his hand, took Ng Lam's sword-holding hand and corrected it. The sword moves with the eyes. The hand moves with the sword. Thifang's other hand was placed on her waist, reminding her, the waist moves with the hand. He looked intently at her and instructed, Only then can it be fluid and lively. Ng Lam was shy, lowered her head and whispered, I remember. It's just, aren't we a bit too close? Hearing that, Thifang raised his hand and tightly gripped hers, replying in a deep voice, Don't have random thoughts in your head. Focus. Hearing that, she quickly agreed. After finishing practice, Ng Lam raised a towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead and asked, But what am I learning all this for? Thifang gently swung his sword, calmly replied, It's naturally for self-defense. Once you reach a certain level, no one will be able to bully you. Hearing that, she excitedly exclaimed, That's amazing. Inside that residential complex, an incredulous voice echoed, Damn, the water was cut just for showering. Why was the water supply stopped? Thifang grabbed Ng Lam's hand and pulled her along, shouting, Let's go, they have to compensate us. She could only cover her mouth and secretly laugh. Inside the room, Ng Lam waved her hands to fan herself. He looked at her sweaty face and thought, Why didn't I notice before? This girl actually looks quite pretty. She blushed and shyly said, Young master, Thifang raised his hand and placed it on her lips, saying, Don't say anything. The two slowly moved closer. Ng Lam closed her eyes and whispered, If it's the young master, I agree. Just then, the phone rang. Dad, that nephew is calling again. Dad, that nephew. He opened his eyes, frowned, and cursed loudly. Who the hell is calling at this time? She was embarrassed, immediately turned around and ran off. Young master, please take care of your business. I'm going to shower. Thong looked at the name on the phone screen and said in a deep voice, Mu Taegong, it better be something important. On the other side, Taegong said into the phone, quickly return to the villa. Something happened to the corporation. The Mu family's villa was grand, covering a large area. Thong crossed his arms over his chest and arrogantly exclaimed, calling me back so urgently, it better be something important. Thong frowned and asked sternly, did you beat Trinbc until he was hospitalized yesterday? Thong ran a hand through his hair and nonchalantly replied, he offended me. That was getting off easy. Elhen pointed at him and loudly reprimanded, aren't you ashamed that you've already caused enough trouble for the Mu family? Thong stared at her and asked, I remember locking you in the room. Who let you out? He turned his head to look at Taegong in front of him and questioned, are you and I being two-faced? He forcefully pressed his cane onto the ground and shouted, you've caused a huge disaster. You must take responsibility for your wrongdoings. Melee raised the document and shouted, you bastard, now the corporation's stock has evaporated by over 10 billion VND. Dad is being controlled by the Trin family from YanBC. He frowned, a fierce expression on his face, and shouted, it's all your fault. Melee turned his head towards Taegong and instigated, Taegong, even if your nephew is incompetent, he wouldn't do something so improper if this bastard continues to stay in the Mu family. Who knows how many more people he'll trouble. He glanced at Thong behind him, thinking, you bastard, let's see how you'll deal with this time. The Mu family members all turned their heads and stared at him, loudly reprimanding, young master is right, Thong cannot stay in the family. I think he really wants to get revenge on us. If the patriarch were here, he definitely wouldn't allow this. Yes, yes. Do you think you're invincible just because you know a few pathetic kung fu moves? Taegong stared at Thong and asked, do you have anything to say? He crossed his arms and replied with a smile, what is there to worry about? Inside the living room, Tiu Pham was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. She watched the Mu family's stock price continuously fall, couldn't help but sigh. The Trin family is truly ruthless. If this continues, the Mu family will likely go bankrupt. Tiu Pham immediately made a call and gave an order, and Feng, your side should also begin. Uncle Thin came over with a glass of water and said, Miss, using family resources for the Mu family is causing too much of a stir. She took the glass of water and replied with a smile, for the Mu family, it's certainly not worth it, but for Thong, it's different. After that, Tiu Pham stood up and quickly left. I'm going to the Mu family's place. They're probably giving Thong a hard time right now. In the living room of the Mu family villa, Thong sat calmly, looking at the crowd. He crossed his arms over his chest and said in a cold voice, in recent years, you all have completely ruined the Mu family. I'm not interested in this injustice. Melee heard that, got angry, and lunged forward. You bastard! How dare you argue? Thong stood up and slapped him hard across the face, saying, did your wound heal, so you've forgotten the pain? Then he kicked Melee hard in the backside. He immediately fell onto the chair at Tai Fong's feet. Melee, his face swollen and bruised, sat up and grabbed Tai Fong's pant leg, complaining, Taegong, look, he dared to hit me. Kicking my backside like that is clearly a slap in your face. Tai Fong saw that and angrily shouted, shut up at once. He looked at him and exclaimed, Thong, you're also a member of the Mu family, yet you treat the family like this? Thong pointed at him indifferently and retorted, stop pretending. Do you really consider me a member of the Mu family? Tai Fong pointed outside and ordered, starting from the villa, crawl on your knees to the Trintho group. The Trin family will forgive you, and this matter will be over otherwise. He heard that, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and left. If it's just for such a small matter, I'm no longer interested in wasting my time. He saw that, took out a remote control and pressed a button. The Mu family has continued to this day. Do you really think the Mu family doesn't have a few people? Thong looked at the crowd below and scoffed. Your petty tricks, don't make me laugh out loud. Taifong couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed, without my order, try to step 1 foot out of this villa. Today, to the Trintha group, you will go, whether you want to or not. Just then, the living room door was pushed open from the outside. Tiu Pham walked in and said with a smile, Tae Gong, calm down. You are a person of high virtue and prestige. How could you treat a junior like this? He immediately put on a smiling face and said, so it's Miss Inge. Why didn't you have someone inform me so I could prepare? He began to ponder if the Inge family intervenes. Then the Mu family is saved. She reached out and put her arm around Thong beside her, replying, inform for what? He and I are already family. No need to be so distant. Taifong heard that and quickly agreed. Right, Miss Inge. Please sit. After all, we're family now. Milei, displeased, pointed at him and shouted, Tae Gong, no matter what, Thong is the chief culprit. He must take responsibility. Thong turned to him and exclaimed, I originally didn't want to argue with you all. If you insist on being aggressive, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tiu Pham sat down and took his hand, saying, he's good in every way. It's just that his personality is too strong. Don't forget, you have a different identity now. Thong had no choice but to sit down and ponder. She came here specially, also because she was worried about the matter being exposed, for better or worse. I'm now a member of the company. He clasped his hands under his chin, looked directly at Taifong, and asked, what's the current share capital of Mutha Group? I'll buy it. He calmly stated, if you want to buy shares, it's not impossible. The market value of Muth shares is at least 2 billion now. Thong raised 3 fingers and offered, I'll pay 3 billion to buy all the shares of Mutha Group. Milei pointed directly at him and burst out laughing. You're killing me. Where would you get 3 billion? Thong ignored him, turned to Tiu Pham beside him, and requested, lend me 3 billion. Consider it a favor I owe you. As long as it's not unethical, I agree to everything. She picked up her phone and replied with a smile, talking about borrowing is so distant. Consider it my dowry. You don't need to repay it. Immediately, Thong's phone displayed a notification. Bank 20 received for billion yuan. He calmly said, now, let's sign the contract. Thong and Taifong immediately sat down, taking turns to sign the transfer contract. He held the contract, stood up, and coldly said, now Mutha Group belongs to me. Thong, from now on, bother me less. Milei held the remaining part of the contract and replied with a laugh, Mutha Group is about to go bankrupt. Only an idiot like you would want to step in and help. Even if we don't have the company anymore, that 3 billion is enough to live for several lifetimes. He looked at Tiu Pham standing opposite him and scoffed, Miss Inge, it seems your judgment isn't very good. If you had chosen me, you wouldn't have lost money for nothing. She replied disdainfully, with her arms crossed. Taifong looked at Tiu Pham and spoke to dismiss her. She replied with a big smile. Immediately after, someone from outside pushed the door open and rushed in, yelling, it's already returned to its previous standard. With this situation, it'll probably reach 50 billion today. Taifong and Milei exclaimed in shock. Tiu Pham covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Thong immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her away. He raised his hand and called out. He turned slightly and looked back, coldly saying, just then at the hospital, Trinke quickly ran into the patient's room. She shouted excitedly. Trinmeng turned his head and questioned. Trinke reported with a grimace. He took out his phone to check, muttering in disbelief. She picked up a glass of water and gently advised, if we think together, we'll definitely find a way to solve the problem. Trinmeng jumped up, slapping Trinke hard across the face and scolding. She held her slapped face and explained. He quickly left, hearing her. He turned back and interrupted. Trinke, her face full of sadness, sank to the ground and murmured. Trinbisi sat on the bed, arms crossed, and said. She immediately stood up, wiped away her tears, and replied with a smile. After that, Trinke stepped out of the patient's room, gently closing the door. She took out her phone and made a call. Then Feng and Trinke walked together in a nearby park. He turned his head to look and inquired. She heard this and laughed coldly, asking back, "Is there a point?" Feng looked straight ahead and said. Trinke asked doubtfully. He heard this and burst out laughing, unable to help but scoff. "We're good friends helping each other. Is there a problem?" She replied emotionlessly. Feng moved closer to the bench and sat down, continuing. Trinke sat down next to him and proposed. He exclaimed in shock. She raised her hand and patted her chest, proposing. Feng immediately shot up, questioning. Trinke also stood up and asked back. He put both hands in his pockets, sneering coldly. "Your Trin family caused trouble, then you suffered losses, and now you're sending her here to make peace. Don't you think that's despicable?" After that, Feng turned and left, saying, "If it's for that reason, don't contact me anymore." Trinke raised her hand and grabbed his arm, shouting, "As long as you let the Trin family off, you can have anything you want." Hearing that, he turned his head and looked back, wondering, "I can do anything I want. Can you be the one to decide?" She calmly replied, "I can." Feng looked straight ahead and declared, "I want 51% ownership of the Trinthao Group's shares. Can you be the one to decide?" Trinke was startled and shouted loudly, "Don't be so unreasonable." He quickly walked away, saying, "Wait until you can truly decide for the Trin family, then we'll talk." She called out loudly from behind. Feng, "Stop right there." Outside Tiu Fam's company office building, Liu looked at her and informed, "We just received news that Trinke made an appointment to meet with Feng." Tiu Fam, with a calm face, responded with a sound. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "Aren't you worried at all?" She asked indifferently, "Has Uncle Mi been rescued?" Liu used the remote to open the picture and replied, "He's already on his way back to Dusho." Tiu Fam looked up and said, "Then I'm relieved." He clasped his hands together, looked at her and asked, "If Feng agrees to make peace, then wouldn't your efforts be wasted?" Tiu Fam stirred her coffee with a spoon and asked back, "What do you think he's doing?" Liu approached her and replied, "He's taking a walk in the park with Trinke." He reached out and took the spoon from Tiu Fam's hand, reminding her, "Your father, who is also the rotating chairman of the company, is quite angry about this." She raised the hot coffee cup to her lips and tasted it, responding indifferently, "If he's angry, he's angry. It's not a big deal." A peace talk between the Mi family and the Trin family is only a matter of time. It seems that the Feng guy can gain a lot of benefits. Tiu Fam clenched her teeth and threatened in a low voice, "That guy dared to meet another woman behind my back. Just wait until my dad comes back and I'll make him pay." Liu saw this and joked, "I never thought Tiu Fam, who stirred up a storm in NBC, would have such an expression." She closed her eyes and let out a breath, reminding him, "You're this old now. We have a distance between us." Just then, Hong Lui came in with a folder, shouting, "Director Liu, the Trinthao Group has contacted the White Lotus cult. This situation is dangerously out of control." He reached out to take it and immediately ordered, "Tell all parties to make preparations. As for the rest, I will figure out how to arrange and handle it." He quickly turned and headed for the door, accepting the order. "Yes, I'll go do it right away." Tiu Fam held TT's photo and said, "I'm just saying, if it really gets out of control, how does the company plan to deal with it?" Liu raised his hand, gesturing a gun pointed at her head, saying, "If it truly comes to that, we can only use special measures, no matter what." The balance in the southwest region cannot be broken. Inside the tea house, Trinming sat on a chair, his face full of worry, making a call. "Old Liu, I need you to help me with something." He frowned, his voice urgent as he explained, "Recently the company has had some problems. Shares, I know the Inch family is behind it. That's why, hey, hello. Immediately after, the phone call was disconnected. Trinming looked at the phone in his hand, punched it hard and cursed. Normally brothers are so sweet, but now hearing the Inch family is like seeing a ghost. He looked at the name Directorvan on his phone and continued, "Now this is the only way left." Trinming leaned back in his chair and called the other party. "Oldvan, I've thought carefully about the conditions you mentioned before. No problem. Okay. Let's find a place to talk tomorrow. He added softly. That's right, bring your boy too. I'll come with Trinke. After all, the young ones are the main characters next. We're just supporting roles. Tuta sat facing Trin Dong and exclaimed, Mr. Trin, you wasted your effort contacting me. My fees aren't low, you know? He clasped his hands together, smiled and said, you get what you pay for. I think a scientist like you is very valuable. She gently pulled down the zipper on her chest and asked, so, Mr. Trin, how much do you think I'm worth? Trin Dong raised 5 fingers and proposed, 50 million. From now on, I don't want to see anyone from the Mu family again. If the scientist agrees to provide other services, just name your price. Tutu raised a hand to her chin, teasingly smiling. Mr. Trin, don't joke, doing such things under the company's name. I still want to live for a few more decades. You'll need to add more money. Hearing that, he frowned and asked, how much do you want? She smiled, raised 2 fingers, and replied, this much. Trin Dong asked uncertainly, 200 million? She rested her chin on one hand and replied with a smile, it's 2 billion. If Mr. Trin agrees, the White Lotus sect guarantees to help Mr. Trin avoid disaster. He looked at her, silently calculating. Tutu ran a hand through her hair, sat on the table, and asked with a smile, Mr. Trin, do you want any other services? Hearing that, Trin Dong smiled and asked, Saintess, what do you propose? She raised a hand to cup his chin and replied, your life. Trin Dong chuckled nervously, Saintess, you're joking. Then the assassin turned and left, still not forgetting to remind him, transfer the money tonight, and we will act early tomorrow morning. Inside the restaurant, Trinke and Trin Dong were waiting. She looked at him and said, Dad, we don't have to agree to the Wang family's conditions. Trin Dong crossed his arms and coldly asked, since when did the Trin family become your decision? He pointed to the nearby waitress and lectured, in this world, money and power are everywhere. To achieve those things, you have to pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, you'll be like them, just struggling to survive. Trin Dong looked at her and asked again, do you want the Trin family to be like them? Trinke replied with difficulty, I. Just then, Wang Pu walked in from outside. Old Trin, I had a meeting, so I'm late. My apologies. Trin Dong immediately stood up and shook his hand, replying, we just arrived not long ago ourselves. Wang Pu sat down, looked at Trinke, and inquired, this must be Trinke, right? The 18-year-old girl has changed. She smiled and greeted, hello, uncle. Then he turned and forcefully slapped Zitrong's back, reminding him, say hello. Wang Zitrong heard that, scratched his head, and continued with a smile, hello, Uncle Trin. The waitress came over with a teapot to pour tea and asked, sirs, if you need anything else. She accidentally spilled water on his sleeve. The waitress bowed her head, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry. Zitrong used a napkin to wipe the water stain on his hand, smiled and said, it's okay, you just do your work. Trin Dong clasped his hands together, smiled and praised, Zitrong's temperament is really good. If it were my little key, it would have been a whole commotion. He heard that and spoke up, not at all, uncle. Even if they earned money for a whole year, they couldn't afford this outfit. So there's no need to be harsh on them. Zitrong raised his hand to adjust his collar and added, besides, if I'm too excessive, I'll easily be retaliated against. My life is worth more than theirs. Trin Dong looked up at Vuong Phak and said, old Vuong, you really know how to raise children. He heard that and immediately replied humbly, how can I compare to you, old Trin, today? We're just secondary, let the young people talk. Zitrong raised his hand to caress Trinke's hand and said, I'm very pleased with Miss Trin. The sooner we get married, the better. He calmly made his demand. Of course, I also want 51% of Trin Group's shares as a dowry. Trin Dong immediately frowned and exclaimed, old Vuong, isn't that a bit too much? Zitrong, with a wide smile, propped his chin and pointed out, it's not that much at all. Right now, besides the Vuong family, no one is willing to help Trin Group. He gently caressed Trinky's hand and added, but of course, for her benefit, it can't be less than 40%. She forcefully pulled her hand back and snapped, "Young Master Vuong, since when did I agree to marry you?" Trin Dong heard that and angrily reprimanded, "Shut up, what are you saying?" Trinky jumped up and shouted, "I know what I'm saying better than anyone, I'm not getting married." Then she turned and left, saying, "From now on, I'll walk my own path." Trinky walked out of the restaurant and made a call on her phone. Then Fong, "Let's talk, I'm waiting for you at Kim Phuong Hotel." Kim Phuong Hotel stood tall in the city center. Trinky came out wearing a long bathrobe. Wiping her hair with a towel, she softly murmured to herself, "From now on, I can only rely on myself." Just then, her phone displayed a call from Trin back. After she answered, he loudly screamed, "Sister, you're cutting off Trin Group's lifeline." Trinky calmly replied, "I know very well what I'm doing." Trin back loudly questioned, "You went to meet then Fong?" She coldly replied, "Who I meet is none of your business." Just then, a voice called from the door, "Open up, it's me." Then Fong saw Trinky's appearance and asked, "Just showered?" Then he followed her inside the room. Then Fong walked over and pulled back the curtains, saying, "Never mind, just to avoid misunderstanding." Trinky held a bottle of red wine, poured it into a glass and replied, "As long as you're happy, come here and drink with me." He watched her drink the glass of wine dry and wondered, "You've come to your senses?" Trinky picked up another glass of wine and said, "I can agree to give you 10% of the shares." Then Fong looked at her and asked again, "You can decide?" Trinky immediately sat on his lap and exclaimed, "If you help me, I can decide." Then Fong put his hands behind his head, looked away and retorted, "Help you control the Trin family, solve Trin Group's difficulties, and in the end only get 10% of the shares? I'd be at a huge loss." She reached out and pulled down her bathrobe, smiling and asking, "What if you add me?" Then Fong stood up, forcefully pushed Trinky away and exclaimed, "You're crazy. What exactly do you want to do?" She gently caressed her black-stocking legs, smiled and said, "As long as you agree, all my shares will also be yours." He heard that and spoke up to warn her, "You're playing with fire." Trinky stepped forward, grabbed then Fong's tie and pulled him down, then kissed him forcefully and replied, "I am indeed playing with fire." He pushed her onto the bed, saying, "It can't be less than 20%. Trinky raised a finger and gently touched then Fong's chest, agreeing, "Deal." Time quickly passed. That night at the hotel, he stood up and put his clothes back on, saying, "You didn't tell me it was your first time." Trinky raised her wine glass and took a sip, asking back, "Do you think I'm a promiscuous girl?" Then Fong adjusted his tie, asking, "Does your father know about you doing these things?" She closed her eyes and replied, "Of course not. I don't hold any hope for them anymore." Trinky turned to look at him, reminding him, "Don't forget what you agreed to with me." He took his phone and walked towards the door, saying, "Xiao fam, we've reconciled." She walked over and hugged then Fong, confessing, "Don't go tonight." He couldn't help but turn around to hug and kiss Trinky, cursing, "You little vixen." Inside the restaurant, Trin Dong was furious when his phone rang with the notification, "Sorry, the subscriber you are trying to reach is currently switched off." He looked at Vuong Phak opposite him, admitting his mistake. "Sorry, children don't understand things." Tetron heard that and smiled, replying, "It's okay, we can talk next time." Then he and Vuong Phak stood up simultaneously. Before leaving, Tetron turned back to Trin Dong and called out, "But next time, the conditions won't be the same." He heard that, his face full of anger, growling, "The Vuong family." Trin Dong's phone rang. "Mr. Trin, to Billion has been transferred." At a dilapidated building in the suburbs of Dusho, Tuta looked at the notification on her phone, smiling, "The money's here, prepare to work." Muksho walked over with his hands in his pockets, worriedly asking, "Tutu, go in after the Mu family. Have you thought it through?" She turned her head to look at him and replied, "The Mu family only has then Fong." The sect master's representative, Bok Lin sect, Muksho took off his hat and reminded her, "Our two great protectors have fallen into his hands." Tutu stood up and walked over to him, adding, "We were moved to do show by Tu Yenbak's company. The sect master's fate is unknown." She used her hand to lift Muksho's chin, saying, "Without money, we're struggling every step of the way. Or do you have a better way?" He frowned and exclaimed, "I think we can't clash with Denfang." Tutu, her face full of displeasure, yelled, "Sect master's representative, you promised that if you can't lead the Baklin sect, then I can kill you." The next day, Denfang came out of the hotel, his arm around Tutrong's waist, and couldn't help but sigh. "She's truly a little vixen. She's changed so much. It's unbearable." He took out his phone and saw a message. "Baklin sect wants to attack the Mu family. You must be careful." Then Fong exclaimed in shock, "Oh no, the Mu family has no self-defense capability at all. I have to go back to the company." At the headquarters of the No Overtime Management Limited Company, then Fong walked in from outside and saw Hon Loi leisurely drinking coffee. He saw him and couldn't help but tease, "You're finally back at the company. Must have been tired last night, huh?" Then Fong calmly affirmed, "You dare to tease me." Hon Loi put his coffee cup down on the table and explained with a smile, "There's nothing the company doesn't know. Don't worry, Xiao Fam doesn't know." He sat down and looked straight at him, requesting, "Baklin sect wants to attack my family. I want the company to dispatch people quickly." Hon Loi pushed a folder of documents towards Fong, replying, "The company already took action this morning." A group of people in uniform walked in from outside, shouting, "Hello, we are the scheduled management service." Then Fong picked up the stack of documents, glanced back and confirmed, "No fee, right?" Hon Loi raised his hand to push up his glasses and replied, "The company is responsible for protecting the safety of its employees' family members. You can completely trust the company with these matters." Hearing that, he turned his head and looked around, asking, "Where's Tiu Fam? Where is she?" He calmly replied, "I don't know either. This morning, after she heard about your father moving Dat's flight, she left the company." Hearing that, then Fong stood up in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh no, when did my father's flight land?" Hon Loi pulled up his sleeve, looked at his watch, and replied, "Judging by the time, he's probably on the highway heading home now." He watched him leave and added, "But you can rest assured, the company has already sent people to pick him up." Then Fong hurried away, exclaiming, "This time, the White Lotus sect's first target is definitely my father." On the street, a black car was speeding. Tiu Fam sat in the car, chuckled, and asked, "Uncle, the journey must have been smooth, right?" Haithin heard that and laughed, replying, "Speaking of that, I should still thank you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to come back." She put her hand over her mouth and said, "Uncle, you're exaggerating. It was all Fong's arrangement." He looked straight ahead and chided, "Don't make excuses for him. Do you think I don't know what kind of temper that kid has?" Hearing that, Tiu Fam spoke up in defense, "Uncle, then Fong, he." Haithin raised his hand to stop her. "Don't mention him. Instead, I'm more curious about how you two met." She blushed and stammered, "It was just a series of accidents back then." The car suddenly changed direction, turning into a bend. Uncle Fan, driving, looked worried. "Careful, someone's here." He looked at the white car following behind and exclaimed, "I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Uncle Fan stomped on the accelerator, shouting, "Hold on tight, I'll lose them." The car immediately swerved left, and the car behind couldn't brake in time, crashing into a street light nearby. Seeing that, he chuckled, "You brats, your driving skills are still to green compared to mine." Tutu, riding a motorcycle, jumped over the white car and pursued. She raised her hand and threw 3 needles at the car, scoffing, "Still trying to run?" The tire was punctured, causing the car to lose control and stop completely. Uncle Than got out of the car, blocking Haithin and Tiu Fam, and instructed, "You to go first, Uncle Than, be careful." Tutu took off her helmet, smiling, "Do you think you can stop me?" Haithin, surrounded by the group, questioned, "Who are you? It seems the Mu family has no enmity with you." Tiu Fam immediately explained, "They are from the White Lotus sect. specifically here to kill you, uncle. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "The Trin family." Tutu smiled, stepping out of the car and whispering, "Don't blame me. General Trin paid $2 billion to buy your life." She turned to Tiu fam and chided, "This originally had nothing to do with the Ngu family. Blame yourself for being nosy." She crossed her arms and retorted, "The Ngu family has never feared any threat." Then Tiu fam closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Tiu ho, if you don't come out now, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life." Just then, another car quickly drove up. Tiu ho got out of the car, smiling, and greeted, "Demonis, we meet again." Seeing that, Tutu sneered, "Do you think this bunch of nobodies can stop me?" He raised his hand and got into position, shouting, "Brothers, let's go. The rest of you cover Tiu fam." Uncle Then and Tiu ho rushed forward and shouted, "Last time we were careless. This time, Demonis, you won't get away." Tutu jumped up and threw the needles at the two of them, shouting loudly, "Ridiculous." Little Ho dodged the incoming needles, kicked out and said, "Your artifact is powerful, but as long as it doesn't hit me, there's nothing to fear." Below, Uncle Then squatted down and swept towards her legs, attacking from above and below. "Let's see how you deal with this time." Tutu leaned back to dodge their attacks and praised, "As expected of orthodox disciples, you do have some skills." Little Ho watched her land and laughed. "Are you complaining now? You can't escape." Uncle Fan, from behind, raised his hand to stop him. "Junior brother, be careful. Don't be reckless." Tutu raised her hand and shot a needle through his chest, laughing, "One down." Little Ho spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clutched his chest, knelt down and cursed loudly, "Despicable." Uncle Than forcefully threw a rock at her with his hand, shouting, "Demonis, where do you think you're going to run?" Tutu swung her hand, shattering the rock, and remarked, "Too weak, huh?" Next, a needle pierced through his chest. Uncle then raised his hand to cover his wound, muttering, "You're a Haoshan master. It's not unfair that we brothers lost." Little Ho turned his head and shouted towards the two of them, "Little fam, run quickly." Tutu raised her hand, shot out silver needles, and said, "No one can escape from my hands." Little fam saw the needles flying towards her, turned and ran, shouting with all her might, "Shen Feng, come save me." A golden light descended from the sky, and Shen Feng's voice rang out, "I originally didn't want to bother with the trivial matters of your White Lotus sect." He stood still, holding the silver needles Tutu had thrown, and said, "You dare lay a hand on my family?" She clutched the silver needles in her hand and replied, "The White Lotus sect takes money to eliminate calamities for people. If you want to blame someone, blame the Zheng family." Shen Feng held up the silver needles, looked towards Tutu, and decided, "I'll deal with you first, then I'll go to the Zheng family." Uncle then watched her throw the silver needles and warned, "Be careful, her flying needles are extremely potent." He heard that, through the silver needles, laughed, and exclaimed, "They're just low-grade artifacts. She doesn't even know how to use them." Those silver needles, imbued with spiritual power, shot forward. Tutu grimaced as she felt the silver needles pierce through her body. She was shocked, unable to believe it. "You're an Xiantian." Shen Feng walked over with one hand in his pocket and replied, "Now you've realized, it's too late." Tutu immediately turned to flee, thinking, "Spiritual energy is scarce now. How can there be a Xiantian master?" He raised his hand and used spiritual energy, asking, "Did I say you could leave?" She raised his silver needle, clenching her teeth tightly. Then Tutu forcefully threw it towards Haifeng, shouting, "Shen Feng, we'll meet again." Shen Feng raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, sending the silver needle flying into the wall and cursing loudly, "Damn it." Mushu stood on the rooftop, looking at the palm print on the wall, muttering, "I didn't expect a Xiantian to appear in this era." He whispered softly, "1,000 years have passed. Is it time for spiritual energy to recover?" Haithien watched Shen Feng approach, confirming in disbelief, "You're really my son." He came in front of Little Fam and shouted, "Who told you to come here?" Her face filled with sadness. She lowered her head and replied, "I know you don't want to see me. I also know that only Trinki is in your heart, but I can't control myself." Haithim looked at the situation before him, inquiring suspiciously, "What's going on here?" Little Fam ran over and hugged his arm, exclaiming, "Dad." Haithim raised his hand and patted her head, promising, "Don't worry, Dad will take care of it for you." Shenfeng was startled and shouted loudly, "No way, Little Fam, what trouble have you caused again?" He immediately raised his hand and forcefully cursed loudly, "You beast." He lay on the ground, continuously punched and beaten by Haithim, helplessly explaining, "Dad, it's not what you think." He loudly reprimanded, "Did the Mu family teach you to be so irresponsible? I taught you from a young age to be a person of principles. Who did you learn this from?" Shenfeng painfully defended himself. "It's really not what you think, Dad." Little Fam, on the side, covered her mouth and secretly giggled. "Who told you to secretly meet Zheng Ji? You deserve it." Haithim turned his head and reminded him, "You stinky brat, even if you're strong now and my hits don't hurt you, you still have to save face. At least pretend to cry out a few times." Shenfeng, with a helpless expression, groaned, "It hurts so much. Dad, stop hitting me." He stood up and walked towards her, assuring her, "Little Fam, don't worry, if this brat ever dares to do anything wrong to you again, Uncle will stand up for you and teach him a lesson." Little Fam reached out and hooked her arm through Haithim's, chiming in, "Yes, yes, I know Uncle is the best, unlike some people who don't understand anyone's feelings at all." Shenfeng stood up, pointed at her, and threatened, "Hey, hey, hey, that's enough. Don't push it too far. If you keep teasing me like this, don't blame me for turning against you." Seeing this, Little Fam pretended to wipe her tears and cried, "Dad, he's being mean to me again." Haithim walked over and punched him hard on the head, demanding, "This kid still hasn't learned his lesson. Apologize to me right now." Shenfeng could only bow his head and admit his mistake. "I'm sorry, I spoke a bit harshly just now." He put his arm around Shenfeng's shoulder, pulling him along, and instructed, "Listen, kid, why are you so careless? How could you let your future daughter-in-law find out?" Shenfeng heard this and explained, "Dad, she and I are really just friends." Haithim patted his shoulder and laughed, I understand. My son is handsome and capable. He just does things rich second generations do. I'm just a passerby, but you have to be clear in your heart about who can be brought into the family." He raised a finger and solemnly instructed, "You're grown up now. You have your own opinions, and I won't interfere in your personal life. But I have one requirement, safety first." Shenfeng helplessly raised his hands to his head. "Fine, whatever you say, Dad. I can't explain it clearly anyway." Haithim crossed his arms over his chest and declared, "You decide for yourself, but in my heart, Little Fam is already my daughter-in-law. I'm telling you this beforehand." He walked forward and said, "Little Fam, let's go home." Little Fam immediately ran over and agreed. Yes, Shenfeng said Uncle really likes to play Go. When we get back, Little Fam will play a few rounds with Uncle. Shenfeng crossed his arms over his chest, thinking in exasperation, "When did I say the old man likes to play Go? This is a bad omen right from the start." Little Hu, behind him, had tears in his eyes, covering his face and lamenting, "Little Fam, my little Fam, you've abandoned me." Then he turned around and put his hand on his shoulder, asking for help. "I want to ask you a few things." Little Hu immediately turned his face away and replied, "I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Shenfeng heard this and teased, "So childish, no wonder Little Fam doesn't like you." He angrily pushed Shenfeng's hand away and shouted, "Get out, get out, get out. I don't want to see you right now. You're so annoying." Shenfeng looked forward and suggested, "I can pay for people's information. You know who I'm talking about." Little Hu heard this and asked doubtfully, "You and the company, isn't it easy to get information?" "Why ask me?" He sighed and lamented, "Because of the company's background, some things are inconvenient for me." He angrily pointed at Shenfeng and yelled, "Shenfeng, damn it, stop faking it. It's not because my Little Fam doesn't want to see you in the first place." Shenfeng bent down, picked up a stone, and said, "It's okay. Think about it and then answer me." Then he forcefully threw the stone, piercing through the street-like pole nearby. Shenfeng looked at him and smiled, asking, "Have you thought it through?" Little Hu immediately cried out in alarm. Oh, he gathered energy, threw a punch, and shouted, "I didn't want to get involved with you in the first place. May other sluts be punished by heaven, and no one can save a fool." He looked at the incoming fist and shouted, "Shenfeng, I agree. Don't hit me." He thought in horror, "My eyes can see it, but my body isn't reacting." Musho was hit and immediately retreated a distance. Shenfeng retracted his hand, asking doubtfully, "Half-step chi condensation, who are you?" He pulled the hood from his head and replied, "As expected of Shenfeng, Li Sisi was truly foolish to choose to confront you. Let me introduce myself, the sect leader of the White Lotus sect, Musho." He immediately summoned his sword and shouted, "You White Lotus sect bastards are truly persistent. Since you've come, just stay." Musho quickly waved his hand to clarify, "No, no, no, don't misunderstand. I'm not an enemy." He quickly shot out a card as proof. "Seriously speaking, we are on the same boat." Shenfeng raised two fingers and expertly pinched the card between them. He mumbled, "What's with this address? It says, No 32 Huang Long Road." Musho explained, "It's where Li Sisi went. The person you're looking for is also there." Shenfeng frowned, half believing, "You sell out your own scientist so easily. How can I trust you? I have many reasons to suspect the address you gave me is a trap." He then revealed, "Actually, within the White Lotus sect, for me, it's also divided into two factions." Musho continued, "One faction is the radical faction, represented by Li Sisi, who has long purple hair. They think you're an obstacle to us, hating that they can't make you disappear immediately." He presented his argument, "But I believe we should maintain a friendly relationship with you. The White Lotus sect has been closed off for too long. It needs someone proper like me to lead the way." Musho then leaped onto a tall street lamp. Standing there, he asserted, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so we're considered to be on the same boat." Musho glanced down and added, "This address is my goodwill. I hope you don't abuse our friendship." Then he prepared to jump and leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "We'll meet again." But before he could, Shenfeng appeared in the air right behind Musho, with a long leg pointing upwards. Without a word, he kicked him directly, and Musho landed face first with his handsome face. He got up, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned back to demand, "Shenfeng, what do you mean? Do you really want to fight the White Lotus sect to the death? Don't force the White Lotus sect to burn bridges with you." He coldly landed in front of Musho, one hand holding his sword, the other in his pocket, and compared, "Burning bridges with me. Do you even qualify?" Shenfeng's sword immediately glowed with a mysterious energy, and he raised his chin to ask, "You've been putting on a show by yourself this whole time, and now that you're done talking, you want to leave. Did I agree to that?" He frowned, looking up and shouting, "What do you want to say?" Shenfeng swung his sword and then rattled off a long speech. "To cause trouble outside, you need strength, power, and a background. You're a rat in a ditch. Yet you want to negotiate terms of equality with me. Which one do you have?" Hearing that, Musho paused for about 5 seconds, then bowed his head and blamed himself. "Shenfeng, both his background and strength surpass mine. I made a mistake here." Once he had thought it through, he clasped his hands together in a salute and proposed, "This truly was me not thinking things through, but I still want to ally with you." Musho's tone was full of spirit, "If you agree. The next time we meet, I'll tell you the secrets passed down through generations in the White Lotus sect and why spiritual energy is so thin." He spoke enthusiastically. "You and I both want to restore spiritual energy. In fact, we have no conflicts whatsoever." After speaking, Musho turned abruptly, intending to sneak away, but Shenfeng swung his sword, creating a wave of spiritual energy that blocked him. He growled, "Did I say I'd let you go?" Shenfeng rested his sword on his shoulder and spoke Musho's inner thoughts. "Ever since you made me take action, trying to scare me isn't easy. You know my worth isn't low. I'm usually very busy. Because of this, I haven't eaten yet. He began to ramble, counting on his fingers the things he had missed and then demanding compensation. So when you add up the work cost, emotional damages, travel expenses, nutritional expenses, all the losses, just give me 10 million and we'll call it even. You're the sect leader of the White Lotus sect. You probably aren't short on money, are you? Making Xiao Hu, who was standing behind, groan in exasperation. After hearing that, he angrily turned back and warned, Shen Feng, don't go too far. Shen Feng crossed his arms and offered, it's okay if you don't want to. Anyway, since you're here, why don't you come back to the company with me for tea? Mu Shou didn't even bother to think, immediately shot out his card, and angrily said, take it. He quickly caught the card, not forgetting to invite. I warmly welcome you to the company for tea and a chat, and while you're at it, tell me about the members of the White Lotus sect. Shen Feng presented the advantages. The company excels particularly in service and provides a first-class experience. I guarantee that you'll want to come back again after this visit. But he was met with the other person's back and a farewell. That card has no password. We'll meet again next time. Seeing this, Xiao Hu began to emerge and criticize. Listen, Shen Feng, you're quite obsessed with money, aren't you? You have a big enterprise, yet you still care about this small amount of money. He immediately turned to retort. What the hell do you understand? The shares of Mu Group are soaring right now. Today, it's 10 million, but tomorrow it'll turn into 30 million. Then Shen Feng walked straight away, waving goodbye and mocking a little. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I'm going now. Let's have tea another day. He secretly wondered what Chui Yulin was doing now. The scene shifts to Jian'erhua Mansion, where the evening sun was setting. Two figures were on the rooftop. It turned out to be Shen Feng intently watching Yulin practice, sighing inwardly, as expected of the innate Dao body. In just a few days, she's already reached the half-step Grand Master realm. He smiled and assessed, but her swordsmanship still has flaws, and Yulin's temperament is too soft. If she were a little stronger, with her talent, dealing with a Grand Master wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, she was drenched in sweat, practicing diligently, while holding a thought. Young Master is so skilled. I must work harder to keep up with him. Suddenly, Shen Feng approached Yulin from behind and spoke. Your swordsmanship is being used incorrectly. He immediately took her wrist, which was holding the sword, and instructed, come, move with me. When the chi is smooth, the sword will be smooth. When the stance is right, the sword's power will be formed. After a period of practice, Yulin turned around and coughed. Her cheeks flushed, and softly asked, Young Master, am I too foolish? You've told me, but I still can't do it. Shen Feng gently touched her nose with his fingertip and coaxed, You've only just started cultivating. If you learned it so quickly, you wouldn't be a genius. You'd be a monster. Many people have cultivated for a very long time and still can't do this. Just take your time. Yulin clasped her hands tightly and expressed her feelings. I don't want to be a monster. I want to follow Young Master for life. He put his hands in his pockets and promised, when you're stronger, we'll travel all over the world together. Her tone was full of determination. I'll definitely work harder, but where does Young Master want to go? Shen Feng patted her head and softly said, back to where I originally belong. That's a world completely different from this one, vaster and more powerful, richer and more diverse, but also more dangerous. Yulin smiled brightly, confirming one thing, no matter how dangerous it is, wherever Young Master is, I'll be there. The scene shifts to below the building, where a new luxury car had just parked. Muley stepped out of the car, looking up and announcing, Mother, I found out that bastard has been living a dissolute life with Chui Yulin here for some time. He let out a cold snort, openly disdainful of others. A bastard is a bastard, only that kind of trash deserves him. Si Lu, standing behind him, pinched her nose and urged impatiently, Find him and talk quickly. Every minute spent in a place like this is truly torture. The two of them quickly entered the elevator. Suddenly, it stopped and opened its doors. In front of them was Shen Feng chatting with Yulin. Actually, I'm very happy. You're progressing very quickly. With more effort, you'll become more proficient. She encouraged herself. I'll practice more. Next time I'll make young master happier. Seeing that, she gritted her teeth and criticized, saying such things in broad daylight. How shameless. At the same time, the two turned their heads to look. Shenfeng raised his arm to protect Yulin. He questioned, the family matters have already been made clear. Why are you still here? Tulu put her hands on her hips and reprimanded, since we're here, shouldn't you invite us in? Is this how you treat your elders? The Mu family has never had anyone so ill-mannered. He glanced around sarcastically. Elders, why don't I see any? But I advise you to go back where you came from. We don't welcome you here. However, she opened the door and invited them in. Madam, young master to you, please come in. Whatever it is, let's go inside and talk. This made Shenfeng a bit confused. He still refused to go inside. He directly stated their intentions. What they had to say was nothing good. They only came here for the shares. She covered her mouth and sneered threateningly. The head of the family is back. If you're smart, hand over the shares. Otherwise, Shenfeng interrupted her challenge. Otherwise what? What can a few stinking fish and rotten shrimp like you do to me? Muley saw he was being cursed at like that. He immediately pointed and shouted, don't get carried away. Do you believe I have 100 ways to make you unable to live in Dusho? His bitter words spewed out. A bastard wanting the Mu family's assets. Who do you think you are? A servant's son. If you didn't have the Mu family's bloodline, you wouldn't even be qualified to stand before me. While Mu Lei was still about to curse, Yulin quickly rushed over. She slapped him across the face, making it turn. Mu Lei was instantly shocked. He held his cheek and cursed wildly. You dared to hit me. Who the hell are you? You dared to hit me for a bastard. Your mother is still working as a maid for the Mu family. Yulin fearlessly gave Mu Lei another slap on the other cheek to balance it out. At the same time, she warned him, you can bully me, but I won't allow you to speak to young master like that. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Unable to do anything, he could only turn back and tattle. Mom, she hit me. Tulu stepped forward. She declared Mu Lei's status as young master. He's the son of the Mu family, the future heir of the Mu family. She gritted her teeth, grabbed Shenfeng's collar, and confronted him. You dared to hit my son. I'll fight you. He still calmly glanced at Yulin and thought to himself, I didn't expect this little girl, Chue Yulin, to have such a side. She didn't make me worry for nothing. Shenfeng didn't hesitate. He grabbed her collar with one hand and said, all right, I know he's the legitimate heir. He reached out with his other hand, grabbed Mu Lei's collar, and continued, you two should go home. Shenfeng single-handedly dragged the two of them out to the emergency exit stairs with windows. Tulu shrieked in panic. This is the 16th floor. What do you want to do? Murder is against the law. He turned his head, vaguely saying, helping you go home. Hurry up, I have to go. After that, Shenfeng bluntly pulled the two of them out of the window frame. And so, all three fell freely through the air. She screamed in terror, I don't want to die. Shenfeng smiled reassuringly, don't worry, you two will be very safe. A second later, he arrogantly walked to the driver and instructed, go back and tell Mu Taifeng to manage those two well. The two of them rushed into the car. Shenfeng poked his head in, saw their tear-stained faces, and warned, if you bother me again next time, I won't be so polite. With that, he left. The driver respectfully bowed and complied. Yes, young master, I will definitely go back and deliver the message. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in fright. Is he even human? Jumping from the 16th floor and he's fine. Am I still dreaming, or has this world gone crazy? The car quickly drove away, while Yulin and Shenfeng stood behind, watching. She turned and asked, young master, they'll be alright, won't they? It is the 16th floor, after all. He quickly replied, it's fine. At most, they'll have nightmares for a few days. Although there might be some psychological trauma, I'm sure they won't bother us again. Shenfeng hailed a taxi and continued, and if the Mu family falls into their hands, who knows what chaos it'll become. He walked to the car door and instructed, you go back first. I have something to do tonight. After speaking, Shen Feng quickly got inside, and the car drove away in an instant. Inside, he held up a card and said, "Driver, 232 Home Long Street." The driver nodded and replied, "Okay." The scene shifts to the rooftop of a transparent glass building, where Shen Feng stood silently with his arms crossed under the crescent moon, muttering, "I've cultivated for 1,000 years, witnessed countless sinister schemes. Before absolute power, so-called conspiracies are nothing but a joke." He muttered, "This address Musho gave me is simply a scheme to borrow a knife to kill someone." Shen Feng looked down at the three people below and told himself, people from the White Lotus sect are no good. Below, Zheng Dong was pointing at Tatu, scolding, "Saintess, you took money from people to help them eliminate trouble. Is this how you do it?" She frowned and negotiated. "The Mu family has a company supporting them. It's not that easy. Give me more time." Zheng Bi immediately walked over, placed a hand on Tatu's thigh, and yelled, "Give you time? Then who will give our Zheng family time? Don't think that just because you have a beautiful face, everyone has to respect you." His hand remained in place, but his words were anything but pleasant. "Now the Zheng family has suffered great losses. How do you plan to compensate us? With money or with yourself?" She still had her arms crossed and scoffed, "Your hand is on my thigh. How does it feel?" Zheng Dong quickly slapped the rogue hand away and shouted, "Get your hand off, you brat who's tired of living." Zheng Bi frowned and retorted, "Dad, she's just a girl. Since when does our Zheng family have to respect a girl?" He immediately bowed, pressing his son's head down, and apologized, "Sorry, Saintess, this brat doesn't understand. He has offended you. Please forgive him." Tuta put on a sinister expression and asked, "Tell me, how did it feel?" The scene shifts back to 3 years ago, a young girl with pink hair. She was lying on the bed in a revealing outfit, crying, "I grew up by your side since I was little. You were like a father to me." She sobbed, accusing, "But sect leader, why do you treat me like this?" Zheng Dong turned his head back and reminded her, "The White Lotus sect has been passed down for hundreds of years. The saintess's sole duty is to please the sect leader. Don't you know?" This person was TT. She quickly turned around, pulled his collar, and accused, "But why did you choose me? Why does it have to be me? Why did you ruin all my beautiful dreams? Why?" He immediately grabbed TT's hair and said, "Calm down. It's just one night, isn't it?" Zheng Dong, showing no mercy, punched her straight in the stomach, making TT cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, he said, "There will be more later. You might as well get used to it." Tears welled up in her eyes as she questioned, "Why did you choose me? Why does it have to be me?" He bluntly grabbed TT's neck, lifted her up, and sneered, "Isn't it because you have such a beautiful face? Otherwise, why would I keep you by my side?" Zheng Dong recounted the past. "That year, before your father died, he entrusted you to my care. I rarely make promises, but I deliver. I will take care of you very thoroughly in all aspects." Back in the present, she tossed her hair and questioned, "Look up. Do you think I'm beautiful? Do you want to take advantage of me? If you don't answer, you'll die." His entire body immediately trembled. Trinbisi broke out in a cold sweat and quickly clarified, "Very, very beautiful. I wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts about the saintess." He thought to himself, "This woman is too terrifying. Just one look makes me tremble uncontrollably." Titi held something sharp in her hand, glanced at Trinmeng mockingly, "I'm such an enchanting woman, and you have no thoughts. It seems young Master Trin looks down on me a bit, doesn't he?" He quickly raised the golden card, apologizing on behalf of his son. "Saintess, I'll pay 100 million. Hoping you'll calm your anger, please spare my son." She retorted acidly, "So, in Chairman Trin's heart, I'm only worth 100 million. Chairman Trin truly despises me too much." Trin Dong quickly waved his hand, proposing, "Then 1 billion? I beg Saintess to spare my son this time." TT heard, then turned and said, "That's acceptable for now. Next time, tell your son to be more discerning." Then she threw what she was holding towards them, while reminding them, "Don't do foolish things anymore." Immediately, that sharp object stabbed directly into Trin Bak's vulnerable spot, making him scream in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Trindong supported him while frowning and scolding. Saintis, you're going back on your word. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill him? She covered her mouth and chuckled softly, quickly explaining herself. I agreed not to kill him, but I never agreed not to teach him a lesson. Don't worry, Chairman Trin, he won't die. It's just. TT's tone was incredibly sinister. He'll forever be missing half of his life's joy. He looked doubtful. What do you mean? Do you mean my son will never be able to have children of his own? Shen Fong, witnessing everything from above, thought to himself, this demoness Lai TT is truly vicious. It seems Trin Bak will be an eunuch for life. Suddenly, he glanced over and saw a car approaching. Shen Fong pondered, it's so late, and someone's coming to such a remote place. Who is it? The car suddenly stopped for a moment. Trinky stepped out of the car, muttering while looking at her phone, Trin Bak's phone is located here, so Dad must be here too. No matter the cost, I must achieve my goal. She frowned and mumbled, the Trin family can only belong to me. Inside, someone suddenly came with a tablet and reported, Saintis, someone's outside. TT turned around and snapped. Do I need to teach you such a small matter? Deal with it thoroughly. Trin Dong was dumbfounded when he saw Trin Ki on the screen. He quickly waved his hands, begging, no, please don't touch her. She's my daughter. She crossed her arms and frowned, reminding him, Chairman Trin, it seems you can't keep a secret. Can you? She quickly stepped forward, defending her father. You can't blame my father for this. After all, I am a daughter of the Trin family. It's not hard to track someone's itinerary. TT glanced at her, teasing, Chairman Trin, she acts cautiously and has enough courage. In my opinion, she's much more capable than your son. Trin Dong rushed over and slapped his daughter, simultaneously yelling, who told you to come here? Do you know you're doing something extremely dangerous? Trinky hugged her swelling cheek, affirming, Dad, I'm very clear about what I'm doing. Trinky continued to step towards her, saying, I am the eldest daughter of the Trin family, the future power holder of Trin Corp, although I don't know who you are. I hope you will cooperate with me. She extended her hand and proposed, you work for Trin Corp, and in return, I'll give you 10% of Trin Corp's annual commission. TT maintained her posture and said, I am Saintis Lai TT of the White Lotus sect. I must say, Miss Trin's offer is very tempting. She picked up the sharp object that had just pierced Trin Bak's vulnerable spot, licked her lips, and threatened, but I can also kill all of you, then seize all the assets of Trin Corp. He immediately ran to shield his daughter, timidly trying to persuade her. Saintis must be joking. The White Lotus sect is a great and mighty enterprise. Why target our small family business? But with the conditions my daughter just offered, if Saintis agrees, then I also hope for a pleasant cooperation with the White Lotus sect. So Trinky received another slap from her father, along with the message, your brother is injured. Hurry up and get him out of here. Trin Dong pointed and yelled, you'd better disappear from my sight before I go crazy. Don't provoke my patience. She painfully clutched her other cheek, her voice full of resentment. It's come to this, and Dad still doesn't trust me once, just because I'm a daughter. Trinky turned towards Trin Bak, her whole body radiating determination, muttering, Dad, I understand. I'll do as you say. He didn't even bother to be grateful, instead throwing a can at her head and yelling, why aren't you leaving yet? So slow. The family fed you for over 10 years, and you treat Dad like this? Her situation was utterly pathetic. Her words were sweet, but full of hidden meaning. All right, I'll take you home right away, my dear brother. A second later, Trinky pulled a dagger from her jacket pocket. She furiously rushed forward and stabbed Trin Bak in the stomach, simultaneously shouting, as long as you're dead, Dad won't pay so much attention to you anymore. He won't look down on me anymore. Trin Dong was utterly shocked to see his own children fighting to the death. He yelled, what are you doing? He's your biological brother. TT, behind them, was incredibly excited, saying, splendid, truly splendid, such a decisive break. I admire you even more. With that, his entire body dropped to the ground. Trin Dong rushed anxiously to his son's side. Trinky, with trembling hands and tears streaming down her face, expressed her feelings. My abilities are stronger than Trinback's. You can rest assured handing the family over to me. I won't disappoint you. Only then did she extend her hand and offer. Trin Dong gritted his teeth and cried, bidding farewell. Tutu put one hand on her hip, pointed at Trinky with the other, and commanded. Then Fong frowned in thought. Normally, I wouldn't bother, but who knew she's my woman now? No sooner said than done. He immediately broke into the room by jumping down and shattering the glass roof. Then Fong stood in front of Trinky, extended his hand, and said. He glanced at the father and daughter, advising. Tutu crossed her arms and questioned. Then Fong spread his arms and shook his head, explaining. You and Mr. Trin came to my house to cause trouble. You said among the entire Mu family, I'm the most capable. If I don't come, who will? She casually sat on a nearby crate, suspiciously saying, would young Master Mu really have the heart to strike? He quickly waved his hands in rebuttal. Then Fong got straight to the point. I want that money and I want you too. Then Fong intended to strike quickly and retreat quickly. She flicked her hand and proposed a hypothesis. Immediately, a group of people surrounded the two of them. Tutu added. He didn't hesitate to raise his sword, warning. Immediately, then Fong aimed his energy-filled weapon forward. In just a moment, a surging spiritual energy like a whirlwind flew towards her, leaving a deep indentation in the floor, causing Tutu to momentarily panic. That was just for show. After that, he retracted his sword and reminded her. Tonight, I came knocking at your door. Even if the company is super, their intelligence couldn't be that fast. She frowned, immediately recognizing someone. Then Fong put his hands in his pockets and continued. He tried to persuade her. Come to the company with me. If you answer my question, how did I get you in here? I'll also tell you how to get you out. Tutu pointed forward and questioned. You're not going to let him off, are you? His son is dead. Doesn't he still have a daughter? Then Fong turned his head back and stated. His own children massacring each other. For an ordinary person, there's no greater punishment than that. He looked at Trinky, hesitantly saying. She gently covered her mouth and chuckled, turning sideways. Now he's even joined the company, holding all wealth, power, and people in his hands. Tutu mockingly threw out a card. Then Fong reached out to take it. She also took a step back. Then Tutu turned around and ordered, you all disperse and return to Dusho. While I'm not here, behave yourselves, wait for me to come back. They quickly bowed and shouted, yes, Saintess. She pointed at Trindong and his son and asked, what about them? Are we just going to leave them like this? He replied indifferently, after all, they've lost a family member. Let's give them some more time. Let's go wait in the car. He then embraced Trinback's body and said in a heartbroken voice, I didn't want you to get involved in those things because I wanted to protect you. Trindong looked up and explained, when you reach my position, you'll have to deal with larger worlds and more dangerous people. Trinky placed her hand on her chest and insisted, I know what I want. I know what kind of person I'll become. From beginning to end, I just wanted to prove to you that I can do it, for you and for myself. He frowned, turned his head, and blurted out, I told you, this is a dog-eat-dog world. I sit in that position in the Trin family. It might seem like I have unlimited power and money, but every hour, every minute I sit in that position, it's like sitting on a pile of burning embers. Trindong's voice grew heavier. Every day when I wake up, the first thought in my head isn't how much money I can make today, but how many mouths are waiting for me to feed them? He imagined invisible arms reaching out to grab him and continued with a grimace. If I can't provide for them, they'll bite my flesh and drink my blood, and of course, that includes you too. Trindong gently touched Trinback's chest, expressing his feelings. What could I do? I could only protect the Trin family, protect you too, protect my family, by any means necessary. His words were like daggers piercing Trinky's heart. I know your abilities are stronger than Tuback's, but for a daughter like you to take on these things, for a father like me, it's too cruel. He gloomily shared his thoughts. Although Tuback was weaker, he also tried his best. Even though he wouldn't achieve great things, protecting the Trin family, wouldn't be a big problem. I felt more at ease leaving it to him. A second later, Trin Dong couldn't hold back and covered his face, sobbing. But now, there's nothing left. I've never felt so desperate as I do now. She suddenly knelt down and comforted him. Dad, please believe me. I won't disappoint you. He looked up and pushed her away. Those things are no longer important to me. Those things will no longer concern me. Trin Ke's eyes welled up with tears as she listened silently. I'll tell everyone that Tiubak died in a car accident. Tomorrow, you go to the corporation and transfer all the shares to you. Trin Dong slapped his own face, blaming himself. What can I do now that something like this has happened? What more can I do when both the palm and the back of my hand are my own flesh? I really am a failed father. Trin Ke looked at him, then picked up Trin back and left. She shouted, asserting, Dad, I will prove to you that I will take the Trin Corporation even further, even higher. He turned back and gave one last instruction. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. The father ultimately only gave one piece of advice. Follow Thin Fong, even if it means being his mistress. At least he can protect you for life. Trin Dong let out a sigh and murmured, I'm done talking to you back. Let's go home. So he alone carried his son's body, leaving sadly into the silent night. At the same time, a car was waiting outside. Then Fong opened the car door, got out, and asked Trin Ke, can you still drive? I have to go to the company. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. She shook her head, hugged her arm, and refused. You all go. I need some time to calm down. One might have thought he'd tried to persuade Trin Ke to truly leave, but he drove away exactly as she wished. Inside the car, Tuta drove and complained, she's your woman, for better or worse. How can you just abandon her like that? You really are a cruel man. He looked outside and retorted, what do you understand? Trin Ke is a strong person. No matter what happens, she'll be able to take care of herself. Her pride doesn't need a few words of comfort from us. Suddenly, Shen Feng glanced at her teasingly, saying things like that clearly means you don't have a partner. You don't understand how people live together. Cici angrily blurted out, what's the use of men? It's better to rely on yourself than on men. Then she got to the main point. You said you wanted me to answer a question. What do you want to ask? Shen Feng immediately posed a huge question. The spiritual energy on Lam Tin is thin now. What exactly happened? As soon as he heard that, the car screeched to a halt. Cici put her hand on her chest, turned, and yelled, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? All the martial artists in Than Than City know the secret of Long Ho. Why come and ask me? Shen Feng crossed his arms and explained, do you think if I go ask people, they'll tell me? The White Lotus sect, good or bad, is a legacy of an ancient sect. They couldn't possibly not know even that little secret. Or are you saying that the White Lotus sect's legacy broke off long ago and no longer has the answer? She glanced over and replied bluntly, Musho told you, didn't she? But don't try to use psychological tactics on me. It won't work anyway. It's not that I won't tell you, but the White Lotus sect doesn't know much about it either. Then Cici continued driving. He glanced over and pressed, tell me as much as you know, no matter what, I'll keep my promise. Cici narrowed her eyes and reminded him, you should know, the current identity of the White Lotus sect is the Pure Land sect, also known as the Lotus sect. This secret was discovered by the 9th ancestor of the Lotus sect more than 1400 years ago. She reimagined the image of a man with countless spiritual energy rays descending, then recounted that 2000 years ago, there was a perfected one ancestor, Zhang Daoling, who had attained enlightenment, ascended, and left Blue Star, but suddenly returned to Kunlun and broke the dragon veins. While driving, Cici chattered on, actually, in the beginning, it was still fine. The weakening of spiritual energy wasn't obvious. But 2000 years have passed, and now, even cultivating to gather qi is extremely difficult for us. Shen Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then why did he do that, breaking the dragon veins of heaven and earth? Heaven and earth cannot tolerate such a thing. The heavenly Tao wouldn't allow him to do it. Why would he take such a risk? She turned her face away, refusing to answer. You ask me. Who should I ask? This is all that our White Lotus sect knows. If you still want to know the real answer, go to the True One sect. Their legacy is longer than the White Lotus sects, so they probably have the answer for you. Not long after, the car stopped at a tall building. Cece softly asked, Young Master Mu, we've arrived at the company. Do you want me to go up by myself, or will you take me up? He opened the car door and said, Let's go, I'll take you up. The two of them walked into the building lobby. In front of them, a man was also approaching. Shenfeng pointed his finger at her and introduced, Old Hu, the saintess of the White Lotus sect, Li Cece. Hanley quickly said, This is not bad. Director Liu has already written a report to Yanbei. He immediately grabbed Cece's hand and pulled her along, urging, Come with me. Someone will take you where you need to go. He patted Hang Li's shoulder and instructed, Old Hu. She came willingly. Don't play any tricks. This made Hang Li turn back to look. Then Hang Li quietly held her hand and left. Shenfeng didn't forget to add, Old Hu, remember not to play any tricks. After all, she's considered to have turned herself in. He turned his head and announced further, Director Liu is waiting for you in the office. Don't keep him waiting too long. So he was left walking alone down the long corridor, the new day's sunlight continuously shining through the glass windows. Stepping into an office, Shenfeng looked at the person in front of him and said, Director Liu, it's so late and you're still waiting for me? If there's something, just say it. I still have to go home. Liu Xing held a teacup in his hand and asked, In such a hurry? Are you rushing back to Tian'erhua Mansion or back to comfort the little girl from the Zheng family? Here, have some tea. He picked up the teacup, leisurely sat down and scoffed. Even such small matters of mine have been thoroughly investigated by you people. Can't I have a little privacy? He sat opposite him and seriously replied, After all, you're an intern at the company. The company has to keep a close eye on you. Liu Sheng handed the tablet to Shenfeng and brought up a matter. Next month is the birthday of the True One sect elder, Taoist Zhuan Ling. The company intends to send you there. He reached out and took it, questioning, I remember the Chin Hat sect isn't our territory. Why are we sending our big shot so far away? Then Fong looked down at the people on the screen, a bit confused. Who are these people? Oh, and there's this announcement too. Isn't this because other branches don't have enough manpower? He clasped his hands together and introduced, These people are all top-ranked individuals from major forces in Long Quoc. A big event like the Chin Hat sect leader's birthday party. They will definitely want to attend. Lu Thing looked at him and continued, Wherever there are people, conflict is inevitable. You also know the company's goal is to maintain regional stability and cohesion. With your skills, the Yen backside is very reassured. Suddenly, then Fong stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and suspiciously asked, Does Director Lu mean I'm allowed to take action? He said evasively, If you want to take action, how many people can stop you? Lu Thing raised a finger to remind him, but you must also know your limits. Although the company allows you to use force, there must be a degree to it. The company absolutely does not allow fatalities. He extended his palm forward, guessing, Do you mean as long as no one dies, I can do whatever I want with the others, no matter who they are, what their status is, or how they end up? He raised the hot teacup to his lips for a sip, calmly reiterating his point. I already said, the company absolutely does not allow fatalities. Then Fong sat down again, crossed his arms arrogantly, and hinted, But Director Lu also knows my current status, right? For such a big shot to make a trip so far, how much money will I lose? Lu then continued pouring tea and countered, You want to negotiate with me. If you want money, don't even think about it. He leisurely drank his tea and explained, You've just taken over the messy situation at Muthi Group. Now is precisely when you're short on personnel. The company will help you select the most excellent people to complete all the projects of Muthi Group. Lu Thing looked up and affirmed, Although Tu Fam can help you, it's not entirely suitable. Don't worry, the company will send trustworthy personnel. Then Fong was somewhat satisfied. He stood up and accepted. All right then, I'll take this case. I'll depart in a few days. Then Fong turned to leave but raised 3 fingers, adding a request. But I want those people to report to the group within 3 days. He quickly replied, I agree. Regarding your conditions, the staff will be there in 2 days at most. The scene shifts to the living room of the Vuong family. Vuong Phak held a glass of wine and announced, I just received news that brat Trin Bak died in a car accident. He glanced at Trong and revealed, but internal information says he was murdered, stabbed with a knife. He also raised his wine glass and scoffed. An idiot like him, it was only a matter of time before he died suddenly. Trong hesitated, speculating, but the fact that this leaked out shows it's not simple. The Trin family's attitude is too strange. I suspect there's an internal problem in the Trin family. Vuong Phak looked into the distance and judged. This will surely be a great blow to old Trin. He poured all his energy into his son, and now all his hopes have been shattered. Suddenly, he stood up, making a decision. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Trin family. Now is when Trin Ki needs someone to comfort her the most. He also stood up, opened the wine bottle, and agreed, that's right, worthy of being my son. I'm very happy you thought of that. In the future, the Trin family will surely be under the control of the little girl Trin Ki. Vuong Phak poured more wine into Trong's glass, his tone full of greed. Once you conquer Trin Ki, Trin Thi group will also belong to the Vuong family. He quickly retorted, what are you saying, Dad? I fell in love with Miss Trin at first sight. I only want her to be my woman. Trong clenched his palm and emphasized each word, but I want the Trin Thi group, and I want the person too. Soon it was the next day at the Trin family villa. Trong stood before Trin Ki, expressing his deep sympathy. It saddens me deeply that Tu Bak's accident happened. Please suppress your grief and take good care of yourself. He extended his hand, suggesting, are you free today? Tiuki, I'll have a few drinks with you. Whatever sad thoughts you have, you can tell me. I'm a good listener. She timidly clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and bowed her head, refusing, I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood lately. From now on, please call me by my full name. We're not that close yet. Then Trin Ki looked up and urged, guests, please come in. Please forgive any oversight. Just then Fong and Ngu Lam arrived. He frowned, judging, this man isn't normal, he's too effective. Only then did she see Fong. Trin Ki asked, bewildered, what are you doing here? Your presence here is a bit inappropriate. Trong still stood there blank-faced, listening to him speak. I came here to offer my condolences for Tu Bak and to fulfill the promise I made to you. A second later, he interrupted, so it's young Master Mo. Recently, young Master Mo has taken control of the Mo group, and even allied with the Ngo family. Truly boundless glory. This luck, even I find it admirable. Then Fong stylishly ran his hand through his hair, proud of himself. I'm quite surprised too. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Now Miss Ngo is still staying at my house, not wanting to leave. It's really a headache, while Ngu Lam behind him could only cover her mouth and smile. Seeing such a rebuttal, Trong frowned warningly. But can you guarantee your good fortune will continue? Do you think aligning with the Ngo family means you can do whatever you want and continue to pester Tiuki? That's too naive. He dramatically stood in front of Trin Ki, extended his hand and shouted, with me here, don't even think about getting close to Tiuki. He smiled immediately. You have quite an affection for Tiuki, don't you? Trong placed his hand on his chest, expressing his sincere feelings. For Tiuki, it was love at first sight for me. The first time I met her, I couldn't resist. Tiuki and I are also a well-matched pair. In every aspect, we are a very suitable couple. Then he turned back to mock him. I'm not like some people who lack self-awareness and constantly dream of impossible fantasies. Suddenly, Fong approached Trong and whispered, I'll tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? He began to provoke. Tiuki has a plum blossom-shaped birthmark on her thigh. You can imagine and guess how I know that. Then Fong patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Keep up the good work. I admire that. Trin Ki, standing behind, properly bowed and said, "Guests, please come in. Please forgive any oversight." Trong quickly turned around and yelled, "What am I still doing here? Standing here to lose face?" Not long after, he was sitting outside, and Gu Lam gently asked, "Young master, our family and the Trin family have always been at odds. Isn't our coming here a bit out of place?" He calmly replied, "I mainly came here to find Trinki. Once we're done talking, I'll leave." Speak of the devil and he appears. Then Fong looked at Trinki approaching and murmured, "Look, she's here." She held out a contract and coldly said, "Sign it. Weren't you here for the shares? I've prepared everything." He took it, not forgetting to tease, "It's still warm. Have you been keeping it with you all this time?" Then Fong reached out his hand towards Ngu Lam and said, "Ngu Lam, hand me the contract." She quickly replied, "Yes, young master," then presented a stack of papers. He held it towards her and negotiated, "As long as you sign, 10% of Mo Group's shares will be yours. I hope the Trin and Mo families cooperate for a long time. After all, cooperation leads to mutual benefit." Trinki was a little surprised, holding it in her hand, wondering, now Mo Group's market value far exceeds Trin Group's, and you're giving me shares? Without hesitation, she picked up a pen and signed, not forgetting to bring up the past. "Miss Go was right. If I had half your ability, things would never have developed this way." Then Fong stood up and took a few steps, looking up and stating his reason, "I have no choice. I can't always protect the Mo family. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I must go where I belong. It's better for the Mo family to have more friends than enemies." Trinki's eyes dropped. She sadly asked softly, "Just friends?" Then Trinki looked towards Ngu Lam and continued, "On the days you're not here, I will help you protect the Mo family. Will she still follow you later?" He calmly put his hands in his pockets and praised, "Ngu Lam is very talented. Don't think she's young. With my guidance, she's already incredibly skilled." After hearing this, she just turned her back, admiring, "As expected of you, your talent also stands out when it comes to women." Hearing these words, the other two were a bit embarrassed, and Gu Lam's cheeks flushed red, thinking, is she misunderstanding something? In an instant, they sat down again to discuss business, when Trin Dong suddenly approached from afar. He clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "Tiuki, you go do your work. I have a few words I want to say to young Master Mo," which made Trinki turn back in slight surprise. Then Fawn also glanced over and said, "Ngu Lam, you go wait for me in the car too." She quickly obeyed, "Yes, young master." After the two women left, Trin Dong pulled out a chair while explaining, "You, with the status of an illegitimate child, have endured for many years, and in the end, you clumsily carried the jar and ran. Besides admiring you, I have no other thoughts about you." He sat down, his tone dejected. "Actually, it wasn't just once that I thought, how great it would be if you were my son." You crossed your arms and interrupted, "Uncle, saying such meaningless things now is really unnecessary. Just say what you want to say." Trin Dong looked back at his daughter's departing figure and said, "After discarding so much, in the end, only the identity of father is left to not discard." He placed his hand on his chest and confessed, "I've done many things that crossed the line. My ultimate goal was just to protect the Trin family. I hope you don't blame the Trin family. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Take my life if you wish to." Then Fong smirked and offered his opinion, "I can understand this, as long as the Trin family doesn't cause us trouble in the future. I still want to turn enmity into friendship with the Trin family." You immediately revealed further, "Just now, I had Tiuki sign a contract for 10% of Mo Group's shares." Trin Dong flattered him offhandedly. "Even with just that little vision, no one in the Trin family can compare to you. No wonder Miss Ingo admires you so much." He clasped his hands together and earnestly affirmed, "You are outstanding. I guarantee you, as long as I am alive, the Trin family will not oppose the Mo family. Even after I die, that won't happen either." Then Fong was satisfied upon hearing this. He stood up to leave, not forgetting to add, "Just having those words from you, uncle, is enough. I have to go. Please accept my condolences." Suddenly, Trindong pleaded, I have one more request. Please don't let Tiyuki down. Then Fong turned back and replied, right now, she and I are purely in a transactional relationship. Uncle, please don't overthink it. As for the future, no one knows what the future holds. Not long after, he walked outside where Then Fong's luxury cart was waiting. He got in and glanced back, instructing Angulam, go tell Andy that in a few days, she'll come to Chin Hat with me. When we return, I'll tell Director Liu to let you into the company. Angulam smiled and replied, yes, I will follow young master's arrangements. Meanwhile, Trong was in his car, making an angry phone call. That damn Then Fong, that lucky bastard dares to insult me like that. Trong imagined that couple and complained, that damn Trinky. Outwardly she seems proper, but inside she's a loose hussy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. They all deserve to die. The other end quickly picked up, hello, who is this? I'm busy. If it's nothing, I'm hanging up. He hastily introduced himself, Brother Tan. I am Trong. Your Sima family is skilled in formations. I want you to help me kill someone without anyone knowing. The other person, sitting in front of his phone screen, inquired, who is so blind as to provoke young Master Vuong here? Sima Tan was surprised to hear, an illegitimate child. Then Fong, what did he do to provoke you? After listening to Trong's story, his eyes widened. Ma Tan looked at the information on the screen and flatly refused. Old Vuong, I can't help you with this. It's a bit troublesome. Don't you know Then Fong is with the company? He frowned in fear and said, you know our C family is managed by the company. If I kill him, my old man will skin me alive. Then Ma Tan walked out onto his balcony. The other end frantically yelled, what? He's joined the company. With the company backing him, no wonder he's so arrogant. He advised, I'm telling you, old Vuong, let's just drop this. You know the company's background. Let's not even mention the Sima family. Even Chin Hat has to show them respect. But Tron made an offer, 3 million if you agree. Whether it succeeds or not, I'll still pay you 3 million, which made Ma Tan ponder. Tron immediately used a psychological tactic. Don't you like Dao had from in Hoa Quoc? Next month, I'll bring her to Long Quoc. Hearing this, Ma Tan imagined the beautiful young woman, his cheeks flushing red. He quickly shouted, what like, I appreciate her. So Ma Tan dashed outside, agreeing instantly. I'll reluctantly agree to this. I'll come to Do Show to find you next month. He went into his room, pulled out all his suggestive pictures of young women, and excitedly shouted, Mom, next month is the birthday banquet of the Chin Hat Sect leader. I'm going there. You and Dad wait for me at home. We still have 30 mao of land left to plant. Ma Tan's mother downstairs heard this and put her hands on her hips, complaining, that brat, from morning till night, all he knows is laziness. When you go to Chin Hat Sect, be honest. Don't expect your father and me to clean up after you when you're done with that. 2 days later at the airport, Angulam carried her bag and asked, young master, how long will we be gone this time? Didn't you say we'd attend the longevity celebration next month? Isn't it too early for us to depart now? Then Fong explained with a serious face, although the longevity celebration only starts next month, quite a few people have already departed. Moreover, I heard the Chin Hat Sect is also preparing some kind of celebration before the longevity celebration, so leaving earlier is no problem. He turned and continued with a bright smile. Besides, isn't it good that we're going for free? Suddenly, Then Fong noticed a figure following him from behind. He muttered, I didn't expect someone to follow so quickly. Then he ordered, Angulam, you go check in the luggage first. She took the suitcase and asked, so is this trip very dangerous? Young master, there are so many people now. Won't it cause trouble for the company if we act? Then Fong turned his head back to reassure her. Don't worry, they're all acquaintances. There won't be any big problems. Moreover, this person won't just not cause us trouble. They'll actually help us have fewer worries on the way. It turned out the shadowy figure was Tu Pham. She pulled down her baseball cap and grumbled, that scoundrel Then Fong. He secretly snuck away and left me behind. If Uncle hadn't told me he'd left, I really wouldn't have known. Tiu Pham scoffed coldly and muttered, "Just you wait until I catch you, then I'll show you." Then Fong had appeared behind her without her knowing. He suddenly spoke, making Tiu Pham turn around. "So tell me, how do you want to show me?" She hadn't quite registered who it was, but reflexively answered, "Of course, I want you." A second later, Tiu Pham realized it was then Fong. She gasped, covering her mouth, and asked, "How did you find me?" He crossed his arms and proudly said, "Oh my, you're sticking out like a sore thumb. Am I being followed?" Then Fong chastised, "And besides, I'm going to someone's party while on a business trip. What are you doing following me here? The situation in Long Quat isn't stable lately. Don't you know how dangerous this is?" Tiu Pham put one hand on her hip, took off her hat, and grumbled, "Why do you care? You're going to a party. I'm also going to a party. I am the representative of the Ngo family. One of Yen backs for great families." She aggressively leaned forward and frowned, asking, "You go your way, I go my way. Why do you say I'm following you?" He was speechless and could only flick her forehead, suggesting, "Fine, if you want to follow, then follow. You'll be much safer with me here. Where's your private jet? Let us board." Tiu Pham grimaced and yelled one word, "Ow." She turned around, rubbing her forehead, and questioned, "How did you know I have a private jet? I don't think I ever told you, and besides, why should I let you on my private jet?" Then Fong gently pushed Tiu Pham along, coaxing, "Stop making noise. As long as you don't do anything, we're still good friends." Tiu Ho, eavesdropping from behind, couldn't help but tremble in confusion, wondering who would believe that a super-rich young lady like her doesn't have a private jet. His assistant then urged, "Let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry to the Chin Hat sect." He then teared up and reached out, calling, "My Tiu Pham, my Tiu Pham. She's getting further and further away from me." Mackay walked over, holding out a tissue box, and asked, "President, Miss Ngo has left. Should we also follow on a private jet?" Tiu Ho grumbled angrily, "Is a private jet something I can afford to fly? Do you know how expensive that is?" Just then, Tiu Pham, while boarding the plane, spoke up, "Oh, I wanted to tell you something. My dad is also coming to Chin Hat this time. He wants to meet you." Then Fong replied indifferently, "If he wants to meet, he meets. It's not like he's meeting his future son-in-law. There's no need to announce it beforehand." She turned to him and emphasized, "Yes, he is meeting his future son-in-law." Tiu Pham explained, "My dad and your dad have already spoken on the phone. My dad intends to take advantage of Haiyan Lindao Nan's longevity celebration to meet you. You have to perform well. Try to pass the test." She walked to her seat and continued, "Then Fong, we've known each other for a while, haven't we?" Tiu Pham shyly sat down, placed her hands on her lap, and began, "I have something I want to ask for your help with." He sat next to her, crossed his arms, and asked, "What do you want my help with? Anything is fine as long as it's not borrowing money." She rested her chin on her hands and suggested, "Let me have your baby." Tiu Pham looked at Then Fong without hesitation and added, "I think we should have a child now." He jumped up, startled, and exclaimed, "What? I consider you a friend, and you want to have a child with me? Are you crazy?" She turned to look out the window, muttering glumly, "I thought we should have a child to deepen our friendship. Look, I've met your dad, and you're about to meet my dad. They'll agree." He threw his hands over his head, lamenting, "Oh my God, I shouldn't have gotten on the same plane as you." Finally, the plane took off and soared into the blue sky. Inside the plane, Mackay held out a chicken drumstick, smiling brightly, and said, "President, it seems you haven't eaten anything since morning. Would you like something to eat to tide you over?" Tiu Ho crossed his arms and yelled, "Get lost, get lost, get lost, don't talk to me, I'm troubled." He suddenly held out his muscular hand and asked his assistant, "Tell me, does Tiu Pham prefer thinner people? Do you think I'm much thinner now than before?" Mackay, while munching loudly, poured cold water on Tiu Ho. "President, you just weighed yourself last night. You gained 5 kilos." Scene shifts to Zhengyi sect. Hyenko angrily sat looking at his phone, cursing. Does that marksman know how to pick a spot? Got caught as soon as they shot. I could play better with my feet. He kept yelling, jungle, jungle, we lost. What are you doing just standing there blankly? Go find a way to kill the monsters. Same for mid lane, started with a root spell, then got killed by those trash. Help. I didn't even notice we had any support. Haven't we always been fighting for against 5? Then the screen displayed, Dear player, you have been issued a medical ban. Please log back into the game in 2 hours. Hyenko was furious. He threw his phone aside and shouted, What kind of trash game is this? It won't even let people play anymore. A bunch of garbage. This trash game, I'm not playing anymore. Just then, Lai presented a list of names for a discussion. Elder, the list of attendees for the Dragon Nation's longevity celebration has been sent. Please take a look. Elder. He turned around and dejectedly ordered, Leave it on the table. I'll look at it later. He respectfully placed it down and announced, Then Fong has also arrived. Hyenko stroked his chin in thought. I wonder what will happen when the outstanding talents of the Dragon Nation clash. It seems the Zhengyi sect will be lively this time. He glanced over and ordered, You, give me my phone. Lai gently reminded, Elder, you still teach your disciples that too much gaming will shift their focus from studies. Hyenko snatched it back, immediately yelling, Stop nagging me. I'm almost 100 years old. How many more years can I play? Get out. Then, holding his phone and opening the game, he looked out at the balcony and murmured, Celestial Master Tron, 2,000 years ago, you defeated the dragon vein of the world. No one in this world understands the immense burden you bore for such great karma, and I, being less intelligent, don't even know if that time has come yet. If you truly have a spirit, then enlighten our disciples and grand disciples. Just then Fong and his group arrived. Tiu Pham stood in the courtyard and said, I just received news that Tama 10 of the Tuma family, Jikat Thin Fong of the Jikat family, and the Hu father and son from the Zhuat Ma world have also arrived. Then Fong looked up and exclaimed, It seems they arrived earlier than us. I suspect they came for a free meal. Let's go. We'll pay our respects at the mountain gate. Not long after, they stood before an incense burner with dense smoke wafting from the joss sticks. As he noticed the people bowing here, then Fong thought to himself, This renowned sect is completely different from what I imagined. He pointed ahead, turned back, and asked, Are you sure this is the Zhengyi sect and not some scenic tourist spot? And this is how they pay respects at the mountain gate? She held out her palm and explained, The Zhengyi sect has long been a 5A level scenic area of the Dragon Nation. Also, it's recently the 100th birthday of Patriarch Hein Lindao Nan of the Zhengyi sect. Many people from the business world have come to absorb the immortal energy. But they only burn incense here. Tiu Pham pointed inside and said, The actual mountain gate of the Zhengyi sect isn't here. It's inside. Suddenly, then Fong's eyes caught sight of someone practicing martial arts. The crowd gathered and praised, Senior brother, how old are you? Your body is still so strong. Lin Trin stroked his chin, laughed, and said, I'm over 80. Suddenly, he reached out to the person live streaming and reminded them, Everyone, don't record. If you record, don't put it online. Master will scold me again if he sees it. He quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, Taoist friend, I am an employee of Den Fong Company, and these are my friends. We've specifically come here to celebrate Hein Lin Dao Nan's longevity. After hearing this, Lin Trin gestured inside, indicating the way. We've been waiting for a long time. Everyone enter the main hall, then turn right and go straight. You'll see a small path. Go to the end of the path and cross the bridge, and you'll see the mountain gate. After a long walk, what lay before them was a bridge made of several planks protruding from the wall, with a deep chasm beneath. Tiu Pham pointed, sweating profusely, and stammered, This is a bridge? Then Fong crossed his arms, speculating, perhaps this is because the Zhengyi sect is reclusive, so they specifically ranged it this way. Ordinary people can only go to the front mountain, while only those who are truly capable have the right to enter the back mountain. Uncle then quickly jumped up and said, already a Zhengyi sect disciple. New initiates can only cultivate on the front mountain, and only after passing the gate bridge are they qualified to enter the back mountain to cultivate. He turned his head and instructed, Miss, please go to the front hall to rest. I'll go pay my respects to Master first. He asked casually, do you want to see the back mountain? If so, I'll take you. Tiu Pham eagerly demanded to follow. Then Fong, let me tell you, I've been to the Zhengyi sect many times, but this is the first time I've seen the gate bridge. And I've never seen the back mountain before. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke, making the two of them turn around to look, and they don't even look at what their own status is. Sima Jin, with a bag on his shoulder, sneered, what kind of people want to enter the Zhengyi sect if there are more of you? Wouldn't the Celestial Master be annoyed to death? He secretly thought, so he's then Fong. Doesn't seem like much. She crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and retorted, where I want to go is none of your business. You're being too obstructive. Besides, no one's blocking me if you don't speak. No one will think you're mute. Then Fong didn't bother to argue. He turned and said, Ngulam, you go first, we'll follow. Then Fong put his arm around Tiu Pham's waist, pulling her close, and reminded her, Tiu Pham, you need to hold on tight too. If you're not careful and fall, don't blame me. She softly replied, He pondered, if then Fong falls off that wall and dies, it would be untraceable, wouldn't it? In a flash, Ngulam had easily crossed to the other side. Then applause rang out accompanied by praise. Good footwork. Zhuge Tingfeng appeared, pushing up his glasses and deducing, I wonder whose senior's disciple she is. You look to be only about 18, yet you're already a half-step Grand Master. Ma Jin crossed his arms and reminded him, you must be interested in her, aren't you? She's only 18. But compared to her, I'm more interested in her master. It would be great if I could forge a connection with such a senior. Then Fong turned his head and gestured, want to learn? I'll teach you. He picked up Tiu Pham and, walking across the bridge, offered, I personally taught Ngulam. Although your aptitude is ordinary, if you just call me master, it's negotiable. He scoffed, don't make me laugh myself to death. How old are you? Ma Jin's face darkened with mockery. You say you trained a half-step Grand Master, so are you Haoshan or Xiantian? You probably can't brag that you've entered the Condensing Shi realm. Can you, young man, don't just boast, step carefully on these planks or you might slip and fall. He was walking when he suddenly stopped after those words. In front of him was a faint, illusory spiritual energy. Then Fong pondered, I didn't expect anyone on Blue Star to know how to use formations. Even with such thin spiritual energy, they can make it feel so real. He looked at the pill in front of him and the surrounding spiritual energy, muttering his deduction, ranging a formation to make a formation core. My current strength is limitless. But this thing still works on Ngulam. Ting Feng stood next to Ma Jin and whispered, what do you think is wrong with him? He's standing on the bridge not moving. He casually replied, I don't know, maybe he's scared? Then Fong carried Tiu Pham and swiftly ran across the treacherous wooden blocks, landing softly. Once they got across, he put her down, holding the jade bead between two fingers. Then Fong smiled faintly and said to the person behind him, your bead isn't bad, it's mine now, we'll meet again later. The young man pointed at him and shouted, I am Sima Jin of the Sima family. Return that spirit stabilizing pearl to me now. Wisely. He took a disc out of his bag and gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it. As he flung the small disc away, Ting Feng's voice suddenly echoed from behind Ma Jin. The Zhengyi sect strictly forbids private fights. Your attack has already broken the rules. If you continue and still pursue, your parents won't forgive you. He jumped onto the flying disc and irritably snapped, stop talking so much. Since when did my Sima family need your Zhuge family to manage our affairs? Ma Jin said with a grim face in a fit of rage. Then Fong, you're not done with me yet. Back on then Fong's side, he walked while furrowing his brow, deducing that Sima Jin had shown strong hostility towards him from the very beginning, and something just felt off. When the phone was picked up on the other end, then Fong immediately instructed, "Hello, old tiger. It's me, then Fong. Please help me investigate someone. To Ma Tan. Yes, yes, yes. Him exactly. I want to know who he's been associating with lately." Tiu Fam looked around and expressed her worry. Then Fong, "I always have a feeling something big is going to happen. I don't know why, it's just my feeling, like the calm before a storm." He gently reassured her. It's very normal. Long Kwok has been peaceful for so many years. Now these reckless ruffians want to take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. That's human nature. If they were all good kids, why would we need a company? Looking down at his phone, then Fong frowned and muttered, "Let me see." Ma Tan spoke on the phone with Vuong Tetron a few days ago. That explains it then. Afterwards, at the compound of a large mansion, Tiu Ho put his hands on his hips and said cheerfully, "Lin Trin, senior brother, it's been so many years since we last met. You're almost entering the innate realm." Lin Trin squinted and smiled. "Junior brother, your aptitude is the best in our generation, although you joined late. If you hadn't left the mountain that year, you probably wouldn't be far behind. This time, go back and properly apologize to Master, then ask Martial Uncle for forgiveness. We won't go down the mountain anymore." Clenching the hand holding the object on his necklace, he exhaled. "It's not that you don't know. My junior brother has an impediment." Remembering something, Tiu Ho looked up and asked, "By the way, have you seen Lin Fong yet? That brat came to our territory. Senior brother must avenge me." He stroked his beard lightly and replied, "Junior brother, you don't know, Master doesn't allow me to fight privately." He leaned closer to the old man and whispered in his ear, "I've brought you the latest model you've always dreamed of. We don't want to kill Lin Fong. We're just having a spar with him. If this works out, next time I'll bring you the latest SB5 model. Senior brother, Master will absolutely not find out." Receiving the electronic device he had longed for, Lin Trin immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, leave this matter to me, senior brother." A friendly spar with outstanding talents in Long Kwok, even if Master knew, he'd support it. The two turned and walked inside. As they went, Tiu Ho instructed, "Oh right, senior brother, in 2 days, the Flying Star sect will deliver the Thunder Strike item. Don't forget to receive it." A moment later in the living room, the employee cupped his fist and said to those inside, "Esteemed guests, please rest here for now. The Wi-Fi password is J66666. If you need anything else, the Chinhat sect will promptly assist you. In your free time, you can also visit the martial arts training ground. Many people go there to spar." Tiu Fam pulled Lin Fong's arm and pleaded, I want to go. Take me quickly." He dotingly nodded, "All right, Ngu Lam, you go too. Watching others spar will be beneficial for you." Ngu Lam agreed upon hearing that. Yes. The group went together to the martial arts training ground, where at this time, there were still very few people. Tiu Fam bit into a chip, her eyes downcast in boredom. "I've looked and looked, and I don't feel like they're anything special. They're far worse than Uncle Than. Am I right, Ngu Lam?" She smiled and replied, "Their kung fu is still incomplete. To reach Grand Master level, there's still a long way to go, but at their age, it's very difficult to even reach half-step Grand Master." Makha stood below the training ground, pointing at the two girls and loudly saying, "Hey, you, what do you know to say such things? I've trained hard for so many years, and no one has ever talked to me like that before." Lan Hien took a stance and coldly snorted, "I don't know who brought you here, but I'd like to teach him a lesson with my eagle claw technique." Ngu Lam fearfully clung to Lin Fong, stammering, "Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." He fearlessly looked down and said clearly, "She's not wrong, your aptitudes are ordinary, and training to this level is as far as you can go." Then Fong crossed his arms and smirked triumphantly, "She was taught by me. If you want to fight me, I'm not interested in bullying the weak." The spectators standing behind him immediately started discussing after hearing him speak. "Didn't he brush his teeth this morning? Such big talk." The other person replied, I think his head is only for growing hair. These two are very well known in the martial arts world. I'm already getting a headache for them. To the side, they sat enjoying tea. Zhuangji clicked his tongue. A disciple just reported that he is Shen Feng. What do you think, senior brother? Zhuanfeng stroked his beard and fell silent. Extraordinary, Grand Master or higher. He immediately retorted, impossible. How old is he to have reached that level? I wonder how powerful his master is. Energy condensation. Ha! It seems he has no ill will towards Xiao Hu. Otherwise, that stinky brat would have died 800 times already. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhuangji suggested, how about senior brother goes and tests him out? Zhuanfeng calmly said to him, just watch, there's no rush. Shen Feng, who had been very arrogant until now, said to the people below, I can let her spar with you for a bit, but I'm warning you, don't cry if you lose to a girl, okay? Mohi patted his chest confidently. Alright, let's see how powerful that girl is. On this side, Yulin somewhat trembled and lowered her face. Young master, can I really do it? I'm worried. He gently stroked her head and encouraged, don't be afraid, just perform as I've taught you every day. Sparring with many people will also be beneficial for you. Yulin seemed to regain strength. Yes, I won't let young master lose face. Then she leaped down to the martial arts arena, her slender body landing softly. Lengzhuan crossed his arms, looking disdainful. You go. I don't want to lay a hand on such a beautiful girl. You should also be mindful. Don't injure her. Mohi smiled and replied, don't worry. He took a step forward, looking Yulin up and down, evaluating her. Such a pretty girl. It's a good chance to introduce her to that brat. She clasped her hands and slightly bowed, her eyes gleaming with determination. What I said earlier was inappropriate. Please don't take it to heart. This is my first time fighting others. I will try not to injure you too. Mohi quickly rushed forward. Girl, just show your full capabilities. With just a quick glance, Yulin spotted her opponent's opening. She dodged his blow by leaning sideways. Immediately after, she struck Mohi with a palm. Yulin frowned and analyzed. Your footwork is unstable, uncle. You won't be able to hit me like that. He was pushed back but maintained his balance, preventing himself from falling. Mohi, clutching the spot where he was hit, said to Lengzhuan, let's go together. She's a half-step Grand Master. He still maintained his disdainful attitude and spoke boldly. So what if she's a half-step Grand Master? Our experience is superior to hers. However, his moves were completely evaded by Yulin, who retreated to steps. She sighed softly, uncles, I just said, you won't be able to hit me like that. Standing ready to fight, Yulin continued, actually, I don't like fighting, but to not disappoint young master, I will definitely defeat you too. At this moment, Mohi had also recovered his strength. He whispered a strategy, let's go up together. You attack head-on, I'll attack from the side. Don't let this girl look down on us. Lengzhuan nodded, alright. Leaping into the air and swinging her leg high, Yulin frowned and loudly said, be careful, uncles. I'm getting serious now. Both men were stunned, exclaiming, so fast. The kick came down, sending both men flying a long distance. Lying on the sand, Lengzhuan chuckled and turned to ask, do you still want to introduce your son to her? Mohi immediately waved his hand. No, I'm afraid my son would be beaten to death by her. She quickly came over to help the two men up. She worried, I'm sorry, I hit a bit too hard just now. He quickly shook his head. It's fine, we're not hurt. Mohi gave her a thumbs up and smiled brightly, praising her endlessly. So young yet already so formidable, the newer generation is surpassing the older. I'm impressed. Witnessing the friendly match just now, one person sighed, she just turned 18, didn't she? So young, yet already a half-step Grand Master. In the future, our Dragon Nation's master ranking list will definitely include her. The other person replied, don't forget, that young man said he trained her himself. If that girl is already so incredible, then has he perhaps already stepped into the Grand Master realm? From behind, Daitu appeared and said seriously, I have internal news. Some time ago in Yuzhou, The youngest Grand Master of Dragon Nation, Shen Feng, appeared. Could it be him? Ling Sheng slowly walked over and spoke in a deep voice. It's so lively today. This old Taoist will also join the fun, socializing with these young talents. A young man, upon seeing him, whispered, "What? The senior grand disciple of the Jiangyi sect is also here. Today wasn't a wasted trip." The man in black smiled. He's the future successor of the Heavenly Master, and he hasn't made a move in 30 years. He was already a Grand Master 30 years ago. The other person stammered. Shen Feng has arrived at Jiangyi. Is Taoist Ling Cheng going to compete with someone? Everyone was staring at Shen Feng. He took a step forward, scratched his ear, and clicked his tongue. Why are you all looking at me? I came to celebrate the elder's birthday, not to fight. Ma Jin pointed at him, looking displeased. Shen Feng, Taoist Ling Cheng is giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Ling Cheng kept his gentle smile. I'm just inviting everyone to compete with me. I didn't single anyone out, but I'd be very happy to compete with the youngest Grand Master of Dragon Nation. Standing opposite Shen Feng, he said calmly, don't feel too pressured. Perhaps this Taoist can still offer you a few pointers. But I'd be very happy to compete with the youngest Grand Master of Dragon Nation. He closed his eyes, cleared his throat, not interested. Zhuangji secretly observed, Senior brother, I see these brats have long since conspired to assert their dominance over Shen Feng. But I see Shen Feng ignores them. He doesn't care. Zhuan Feng said softly, isn't junior brother looking to delve deeper, for senior brother to have more options? Then he stood up, spread his arms, and declared loudly, all guests here came to Jiangyi for my junior brother's birthday. As his senior brother, I am very happy. And seeing such outstanding young people in Dragon Nation today fills my heart with joy. Zhuan Feng offered, how about this? Today, regardless of whether they are disciples of the Jiangyi sect or not, the final winner will have one question answered by me. Ma Jin jumped forward and said, me first. He pointed at him and snapped, Shen Feng, do you dare to fight me? Cupping his hands and bowing slightly, Ma Jin respectfully said, forgive me, Senior brother Ling Cheng, as someone ranked in the top 10 young masters of Dragon Nation. I also wish to compete with this young Grand Master. Glancing at the two Taoists, he smirked, thinking, a respected figure like Taoist Zhuan Feng. If he gives me a few pointers, wouldn't my mother go crazy? By then, my mother will tell her close friends about this, losing even more face. Shen Feng jumped down to the martial arts arena and said helplessly, why is everyone looking at me? I didn't provoke anyone. He smiled confidently, but if everyone wants to compete with me, I can only accept. He thought to himself, Taoist Zhuan Feng is the Heavenly Master of the Jiangyi sect. He must know the secret of how Heavenly Master Zhang broke the dragon vein back then. Shen Feng's eyes flashed with arrogance. Everything has been carefully calculated. Once I understand the reason, I'll know how to restore the dragon vein and return to the immortal realm. Ling Sheng looked down at the martial arts arena. He pondered in silence. The Sima family's formation was passed down by Sima Yi, a formation that transcends battle strategies. Primarily an offensive killing formation. Even though Sima Jin is still only a half-step Grand Master, an ordinary Grand Master falling into this formation would find it difficult to escape within a short time. Imagining his favorite item, Ling Cheng smiled happily. Shen Feng, for messing with my SB5 game, you must apologize. Ma Jin held a familiar disc in his hand, a confident smirk on his face. Shen Feng, quickly return the spirit-fixing pearl to me and obediently admit defeat. With his magic power, a group of golden soldiers appeared behind Ma Jin in an instant. He cleared his throat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite later. Facing the opponent's formation, Shen Feng nodded in praise. This killing formation is quite miraculous. Within the formation's embrace, it's like facing a vast army alone, however. It's still just that. Ma Jin gritted his teeth. Then I'll beat you into a pig's head and take back what's mine. No sooner had he finished speaking than the army rushed forward, heading straight for him. Seeing his soldiers surround Shen Feng, Ma Jin laughed triumphantly. Blame yourself. However, before he could fully enjoy his triumph, He was stunned to find Shen Feng right behind him. "What's yours in my hands? It's mine. Can it respond if you call out to it?" Ma Jin whipped his head around and stammered, "You, when did you get here?" Shen Feng swung his hand and slapped him in the face. Then in a deep voice, "Get lost." With just one strike, Ma Jin fell to the ground unconscious. The paramedics had to bring out a stretcher to carry him in. Turning his head back to look at the crowd, he arrogantly said, "Is there any other master who wants to spar with me?" Hyenko stroked his beard and snorted coldly. "Sima Tan is too weak. He fainted with just one palm strike. I haven't even seen anything yet." Hien Feng said coldly, "Shen Feng is in the Xiantian realm." His words stunned the other person. He pointed at the boy and retorted, "Are you kidding, senior brother? How old is that kid to already be in Xiantian? Our brothers have been cultivating for over 10 years. Hien Feng explained, with that last palm strike, he used internal energy to be able to control internal energy so precisely. Only a Xiantian master can do that. I can't believe the company recruited such a master. Things might not be peaceful anymore in the days to come." Hyenko slammed his hand on the chair and gritted his teeth furiously. "What do you mean not peaceful, with us brothers guarding this place? Anyone who dares to disturb us will have their skin peeled off." Exhaling sharply, he slowly retracted his hand and regained his composure. "But I think Lin Trin might suffer a loss too." Hien Feng nodded. "Teaching him a lesson is good too, to prevent him from causing trouble with Tu Ho all the time later." Lin Trin had now descended to the training grounds. He held his sword, cupped his fist, and said, "I specialize in swordsmanship and don't understand fist and foot techniques. If you need a convenient weapon, the Chin Hat sect can provide it for you." Shen Feng smiled slightly and replied, "It's fine, I have my own." Then he looked up and called out, "Ngulam, throw my sword down here." She threw the wooden sword down, landing right within his reach. Lin Trin took a stance, analyzing. A thunderstruck wood made into a weapon is already a magic artifact. But a magic artifact can only unleash its true power when one enters the condensation realm. Do you know how to use it? Shen Feng smirked. "You'll know if you try." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Trin lunged forward to attack. In a flash, Lin Trin moved to Shen Feng's left. He swung his sword powerfully, but the boy dodged it. Lin Trin said in a deep voice, "This set of swordsmanship of mine is the Thuan Duong sword. It's divided into 3 stages and 9 moves. This first sword strike is called the Huk Duong Thuafong sword." Shen Feng also skillfully offered praise. "This first strike has weak force, but extremely fast speed. It's very formidable." Another downward slash as if to take a life. He tilted his body to dodge the strike, and the force, following inertia, slammed directly onto the ground, shattering it. Shen Feng seized the opportunity to kick Lin Trin. His body was sent flying several meters. He chuckled. This sword strike has internal energy poured into it and released during the slash. Its force is 3 times stronger than the previous sword strike. Shen Feng was supremely confident, but to defeat me with just those moves, you're still underestimating me a little. Lin Trin narrowed his eyes and praised, "Such agile footwork, truly worthy of being the youngest Grand Master." Stroking the length of his sword, pouring all his strength into it, his body ignited with a flame. The wind blew fiercely, accompanied by Lin Trin's loud voice. "It seems I'll have to change my view of you. My next sword strike is the strongest, called the Thuan Duom to Lin's sword. Even I can't fully control this sword, so you must be careful." Shen Feng looked at his incoming sword strike without any fear. "This sword is empowered by the internal energy within you, the ultimate hard, ultimate young, sure kill strike. But unfortunately, the sword in his hand also flared with strange lightning." Shen Feng smirked with delight. "Your opponent now is me." With just one sword strike, he sent Lin Trin's entire body flying without expending any effort. At this point, Hyenko also stood up in shock. "Senior brother, am I seeing things? How can someone reach this level?" Hien Feng gently stroked his beard and smiled dangerously. "Although I dare not believe it, he has indeed broken through from Xiantian to condensation realm. Although it was only for a moment, Without spiritual energy to propel it, the Daomu sword would definitely not be able to emit lightning. He calmly waved his hand and walked away, saying, "Junior brother, we should meet the company's intern." Sometime later, at the foot of Chinhatsect Mountain, the leader's voice echoed loudly. "In a few days, the thunderstruck wood will be delivered to the Chinhatsect. Whether the plan succeeds or not depends on whether we can steal the thunderstruck wood." The person who just spoke was Musho. He frowned and ordered, "You all sneak into Chinhat yourselves." Before the official operation, no one is allowed to reveal their identity. The subordinates behind him cupped their fists, bowed their heads, and obeyed. They quickly ran off to complete their mission. Musho, with his hands in his pockets, picked up his phone and spoke coldly. "How are things prepared on that side? It's still 2 days until the thunderstruck wood arrives at the Chinhatsect. I understand." His eyes narrowed as he instructed, "You and Jiangkai make it clear, after the task is done, they will be given half of the thunderstruck wood." At the same time, in another place, a mournful cry echoed in the living room. "I lost." Ma Tan's face was pale. He trembled, covered in cold sweat, knocked unconscious by a punch from him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ma Tan pulled out his phone and started making a call. Then Fong, "You forced me to call for backup." Back at the Trongvo Arena, it was still bustling with spectators. Ngulam, overwhelmed with admiration, rushed forward and hugged Dan Fong tightly. He smiled and said softly, humbly, "So many people are watching. It's not a good look." She shook her head, disregarding him. "I don't care, young master won, so I'm very happy. Even the Grand Master of Chinhatsect is no match for young master. I admire young master more and more." Lin Trin smiled gently, cupped his fists, and said, "I am no match for you. With such a talented young successor as yourself in the future, I am pleased to lose." Then Fong humbly bowed and replied, "You not killing me was also due to luck, but I don't know why senior brother wanted to fight me." Looking up, he softly explained, "Wasn't it because my junior brother, whom I consider iron that cannot be forged into steel, begged? I'll discipline him properly later." Following Lin Trin's gaze, he smiled and exclaimed, "So it's Tiu Ho. His aptitude isn't bad, just a bit dishonest. Senior brother, you must discipline him strictly." Tiu Ho witnessed the friendly match from start to finish and couldn't help but be stunned, his face revealing his shock. Even senior brother is no match for Dan Fong. "How am I going to pursue Tiu Fam now? Oh no, senior brother saw me. Maybe I should go down the mountain to escape disaster first." Dropping his game console, Lin Trin jumped onto the stage and joyfully said, "Junior brother, we haven't seen each other in many years. Let senior brother check if your skills have improved at all." Tiu Ho, scared, ran away, pleading, "Senior brother, let me explain first." Ngulam bent down to pick up the game console, then turned to Dan Fong and said, "Young master, Taoist Lin Trin dropped his game console. I'll go give it to him." He quietly clicked his tongue and waved his hand. People who cultivate on the mountain, how could they like these things? Then Fong thought for a moment and continued, "It might belong to one of the young Taoist acolytes in the sect. Take it back for Tiu Fam to pass the time. It's getting late. Let's head back." The three turned and left. A young man watched their departing figures and speculated, "I wonder how many famous people will come to celebrate the birthday this time. They want to show off their strength to make a name for themselves." But in the end, it all fell upon Dan Fong. Others nodded, "If you want to forge iron, you yourself must be hard." Montatan is also one of the top 10 young experts on the Dragon Kingdom ranking, but wasn't he still knocked out by Dan Fong in one blow? The man standing nearby admired, "Dan Fong is so formidable at such a young age. I think he'll at least be a celestial master level expert in the future." A girl shouted admiringly, "Dan Fong, I want to bear your children." Hearing that, Tiu Fam immediately turned back. She scowled angrily, "You want to bear his children? Go to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams." Night fell, and the lights were still on in Dan Fong's group's resting room. Tiu Fam lay swinging her legs on the bed, holding a game console, playing and saying, "Hey, Kid Moo, my dad just texted me. He said he's coming next week, so you'd better prepare well. Then Fong turned his head, his voice serious. We don't even have any signs of anything. You really don't need to meet your dad. Tiu Pham retorted, I don't care. You can choose not to meet him, but I'll complain to your dad. I can't control you, but surely your dad can. He helplessly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I give up, whatever you say. Moving to sit on Then Fong's lap, she quietly asked, seriously, how do you plan to explain that girl to your family? Tiu Pham leaned close and whispered, I can tell Ngu Lam really likes you. Then Fong immediately turned his face away, denying, don't say things you shouldn't say. There's nothing improper between us. Grabbing his tie and pulling it hard to make him look her in the face, Tiu Pham frowned in annoyance. Don't think I don't know anything. You're not being clear with Trinky, and it's because I'm generous enough that I haven't exposed you. She warned in a low voice, regarding our matter, you need to think carefully. You not only have to think for yourself, but you also have to think for your status and your family. Then Fong looked away and sighed, I know what you mean. Let's talk about it later. Rubbing her flushed cheeks, Tiu Pham began to confide, of course, if I can convince your dad and my dad, you can have anything you want. After all, the girl still has to choose. Hugging his arm, her voice trembled as if she was about to cry. I'm very scared, but I also really like you. At first, I only wanted to date you because you were interesting, but now I'm quite sure that I like you. Two streams of tears rolled down Tiu Pham's cheeks. Your ability, everything about you makes me really, really like you. Then Fong gently stroked her head and comforted her. Don't worry, I'll give you an answer, and an answer to everyone. Tiu Pham brightened up after hearing that. I want to have 100 children with you. Ngu Lam, on the side, eagerly added, I just want to be by young master's side, wherever young master goes. I'll go. He laughed and affectionately tapped her nose, while teasingly scolding, 100 children, do you think you're a pig? They were having fun and didn't notice a sharp knife flying in from somewhere. Ngu Lam screamed in panic in the quiet, peaceful night, be careful. While the two girls were still stunned with their mouths agape, then Fong, with his quick reflexes, caught the knife between two fingers. Ngu Lam angrily exclaimed, we're in the Chin Hat sect, yet someone dared to ambush Miss Ngo, who's so bold. Then Fong moved away from the window and explained, after all, Tiu Pham is an outsider. Their ambush target must be me. He quickly ran out, not forgetting to instruct before leaving, I'll go check it out, Ngu Lam, you protect Tiu Pham. As soon as he went out, he saw a shadow dart away. Then Fong frowned. They still want to run at this point. Where can they run in the Chin Hat sect? He smirked arrogantly. Are you guys stupid? Ambushing someone in their own territory. If I don't deal with you, do you think the Chin Hat sect will just let you go? Suddenly, fog appeared from nowhere, surrounding Then Fong and making him stop. In front, the image of Ma Tan gradually appeared. He clicked his tongue sarcastically. Interesting, Master Ma Tan, you even set up a formation. Then Fong crossed his arms and said in an annoyed tone, I don't know what Vuong Tutrong gave you that makes you keep provoking me. You might not find it troublesome, but I do. Ma Tan gritted his teeth. At first, it was because of old Vuong, but now it's our personal feud. He pointed directly at his face and yelled, you stole my Din Lin pearl and shamed me in front of everyone. Our grudge will never end until one of us dies. Behind Then Fong, two more people appeared, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he said in a challenging tone, you little dogs and cats want to cause me trouble too, and are you normal? You're this old and still playing these fight to the death games? Ma Tan sneered triumphantly. This formation is cut off from the outside world. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to use secret techniques to contact the outside. Just slowly enjoy the service of my brothers and me. He kicked the ground, shattering it, then kicked the dirt forward. The flying fragments of earth passed right through Ma Tan's body, making his smile even more delighted. Then Fong praised without reservation, all illusions. This formation is interesting. Gently stroking his chin, he mused and outlined a plan. Although I can use force to break the formation, this is someone else's mountain gate after all. I should still be a bit reserved. I'll use that method to inform the Chin Hat sect and let their people handle it. Ma Tan was the first to attack. His small knives flew towards him repeatedly, but he managed to dodge them all. The young man assisting Ma Tan anxiously asked, Ma Tan, how long can the formation last? He's so powerful, I'm worried we can't stop him. He threw and frowned, yelling, half an hour at most. I don't believe it. Let's focus our attacks. He can still dodge everything. We can fail many times. He only needs to fail once. Let's work together. While dodging the sharp knives, then Fong secretly pulled out his phone. He put his hand in his pocket and said, Ngu Lam, go find Uncle Than. Tell him I'm currently trapped in a formation by Master Ma Tan and need their help. With agile movements and extraordinary strength, he didn't expend much effort dodging attacks. Then Fong nodded, hurry up. I'm afraid things will spread further later. Ma Tan's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? How can you make a phone call? He smirked and replied, please. What error is this? What secret art is more useful than a phone? You have to believe in technology. A moment later, Uncle Then appeared. He angrily slapped Ma Tan's head and cleared his throat. Kids these days are getting more and more disobedient, daring to engage in a private fight in the Chin Hat sect. Tiuho also arrived from somewhere and kindly reminded them, you brats better settle down a bit and come with Uncle obediently, otherwise don't blame me for getting angry. His bruised face made him look even more menacing. Tiuho said in a deep voice, also, later I'll call your parents and have them come to the Chin Hat sect to pick you up. Then Fong covered his mouth and chuckled, pointing at Tiuho's injuries. Tiuho, what happened to you? There's a clear purple bruise on your face. He turned away in embarrassment. Go, go, go. I don't want to talk to you. Uncle Than, standing behind, gently extended his hand and softly said, you can't let this matter spread, otherwise, the Chin Hat sect really won't know how to resolve it. Shaking his hand, then Fong smiled and replied, don't worry, I still have that much magnanimity. They're just a few noisy kids. I won't report it to the company. Uncle then nodded gratefully. Thank you. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for Chin Hat to explain it to their elders. After looking at him for a moment, he said, I want to make a request to you. Do you have time later? Master and Marshal Uncle want to meet you. Then Fong immediately agreed. Coincidentally, I also have something to find them about. Lead the way. Later, at the main family house, Hai and Ko shook hands with Fong and said shyly, just now, those unruly kids delayed things a bit. Sorry for the long wait. Long wait. He immediately shook his head. No, no, my senior brother and I didn't wait long. Shaking hands with Hai and Fong as well, he respectfully said, is this Taoist Hai and Fong? I've admired your reputation for a long time. He chuckled, not at all, not at all. You are the true young hero. Then Fong pointed to the tea table and said, now that we've greeted each other, let's discuss serious matters. Please. Hai and Fong also replied, please, let's drink tea slowly. After settling down, Hai and Ko began to ask, you and I live in an era of lost magic. My senior brother and I are both curious how you cultivated to the Qi condensation realm. He crossed his arms hesitantly. Why should I tell you guys? We too were also curious why Grand Master Zhang shattered the world's spiritual veins back then, leading to this current lawless era. What was the reason, ultimately? Then Fong smiled and changed the topic. The Chin Hat lineage has been passed down for 1,000 years. I believe that both esteemed seniors must know the reason behind it. He gently stroked his beard and shook his head. If you want to ask about other matters, my senior brother and I will tell you what we know. But this matter, as it concerns the core truth, we cannot reveal any information. He explained, you two don't have to worry about it getting out. No one will make a news article out of this. After thousands of years of imperial history, who still cares about such things? Then Fong said in a firm voice, besides, if I don't understand the reason, how can I restore the spiritual meridian? Hearing this, Hai and Ko suddenly burst out laughing. You want to restore the spiritual meridian? Little friend, your talent is exceptional, no doubt, but you're too arrogant. His face hardened. First, let's not consider whether one can reach Kunlun or not. Then Hyenko suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, Little friend, why should I tell you? Then Fong immediately stood up, shrugged, and left. It's just that it can't be said. If it can't be said, then don't say it. At this moment, Hyen Fong turned back and spoke softly to him. Junior brother, for hundreds of years, no one has set foot in the Qi condensation realm. He might be the last chance. Hyenko frowned in thought. Senior brother, why didn't I know? Otherwise, I wouldn't have given him any clues. Whether he succeeds or not still depends on whether he can return alive. The clock on his phone just struck past 10 p.m. and Hyen Fong was startled. Oh, I almost forgot. Today, the Alliance can claim skins. The event just ended. The event just ended. Clenching his hand, he generated a powerful surge of primordial energy. He gritted his teeth. Old fool, why didn't you say so earlier? I won't let you off the hook. The entire room was engulfed in the power that had just erupted. Hyen Fong advised, Junior brother, it's not just one skin. There's no need. Hyenko yelled, what do you know? That's an epic skin that's not for sale. I've waited for more than half a month. Let me teach you a lesson. He also shouted loudly, Junior brother, you're really playing games. Behold my ice and fire to heavens. Hyenko cried out and unleashed his move in a fit of anger. Poison Dragon calculation. Hyen Fong narrowed his eyes and smiled smugly. You can't hit me, junior brother. Be careful, Jade Tree balance. Then Fong had already walked out of the compound. He sighed and murmured, the world's spiritual meridians originate from Kunlun. Where do all the origins come from? But I feel things aren't that simple. A trip to Kunlun Mountain might only be the first step to restoring the spiritual meridians. Suddenly, Yu Lam ran over frantically from a distance. Young master, Miss Ingo has something urgent to tell you. It was getting late at night. Then Fong and the girl walked in from outside. Seeing Tu Pham, he asked, why did you call me so urgently? She pouted and replied, I'm also bored. I'm also a Fu Kim wealthy woman. I have a figure, I have a face. Those who pursue me could line up from back yen to Japan. Why do you only have a few women around you? Then Fong chuckled and waved his hand. If you want to know why, come here. Tu Pham pouted, looking reluctant, but her feet still moved towards him. What are you doing? You want to win me over now. It's too late. Then Fong said nothing, just flicked her forehead, quite painfully. Tu Pham furiously pointed at his face and shouted, I'm giving you face. Try it one more time. Then Fong grinned and waved his hand. Don't rush, don't rush. Take another look. He turned and flicked Ngu Lam's forehead again, making her blush and exclaim, Young master, what are you doing? This astonished Tu Pham greatly. He placed his hand on her forehead, blocking her anger. Then Fong chuckled, don't mess around. Let's talk about serious business first. Ngu Lam covered her mouth and chuckled, Miss Ingo, you can do it. You were almost able to meet the young master. Tu Pham waved her hands and feet while yelling, damn it, damn it. Then Fong, this old lady will fight you to the death. Once her anger subsided, she sat on the bed, crossed her arms, and said, my father just called me. He's outside the mountain now. He wants to meet us now. He frowned slightly. Anyway, it was time for Chin Hat to go straight inside. Suddenly, then Fong exclaimed, I almost forgot. With that, he turned and left, simultaneously instructing Tu Pham, let's go, Ngu Lam, wait for me inside the mountain. Then Fong gently lifted Tu Pham up and ran through the treacherous paths. They landed safely, unaware that someone was ambushing them from the other side of the bushes. The stranger gritted his teeth. Then Fong, you're everywhere. The blonde man clenched his fists angrily. Then Fong has repeatedly opposed us, so on Grandmaster Hyen Fong's birthday, we will definitely deal with him together. Mok Shou glanced at him, her voice cold. If you're not afraid of death, you can go now. Hearing that, he forced a laugh and waved his hand. I was just talking. Then the masked group departed in unison, reporting, Grandmaster, I'll go prepare first, by then, we'll launch an attack from both inside and outside the mountain. We'll definitely give Chin Hat a good hit. Moksho curved her lips into a proud smile. On Long Kwok's birthday, all the masters are here. Your actions will surely lead to death, but how can I get what I want without a big bait like you all? That night in Noisun, disciples' room, Lin Trin lay on the small bed and said to Tiuho, "Only after fighting Den Fong did I realize there's such a genius in this world." He narrowed his eyes and chuckled. If someone worked hard, even if they were inferior to him, they might have reached the threshold by now. Tiuho frowned and snorted coldly, "Brother, praise him if you want, but you don't need to step on me." Lin Trin ignored him and continued to explain, "It's to make you feel ashamed and then brave, so you don't waste such a good youth. But honestly, then Fong coming to our company as an intern, I always feel that something big will happen on Master's birthday this time." Hearing that, he immediately retorted, "No way, on our territory, who dares to cause trouble? I think the company just sent him as a representative. There's no other meaning." Lin Trin sat up and sighed, "Junior brother, have you forgotten about the White Lotus Grand Master's night visit to Chin Hat a year ago?" Lightly rubbing his chin, recalling the scene he saw that day, Tiuho nodded. "I remember clearly. Master and uncle joined forces to seriously injure him. In the end, it was I, junior brother, who held the line and sent people to escort him to the company." The image of a master casting a spell on a giant lotus flower seemed to appear before his eyes as he recounted the story. 200 years ago was the prosperous era of the White Lotus sect, captivating the people and causing chaos in the world. The master, unable to bear the worldly suffering, descended the mountain and eradicated the White Lotus sect. Since then, the White Lotus sect could no longer stir up trouble or even create a ripple. That lotus flower then transformed into a round, blood-red object. He continued, except at that time, there were many factions pressuring them. There was also a main reason, which was that the Patriarch brought back a spiritual artifact from the White Lotus sect. It said that if activated with the White Lotus sect's cultivation method, it could unleash immense power. Sitting up and gently patting Lin Trin's shoulder, Xiao Hu asked again, "I didn't expect that even after the White Lotus sect's decline, there would be such news. What is that spiritual artifact? Senior brother, why have I never heard about this during all my years on the mountain?" His face softened, no longer looking as fierce as before. "The Patriarch is truly amazing. One person alone quelled the White Lotus sect. Just thinking about it excites me." Lin Trin calmly explained, "How would I know what kind of spiritual artifact it is? Only the sect master Uncle Master has seen it, and only the sect master Uncle Master knows where it's kept. If you stay on the mountain for a few years, you'll eventually learn all these old stories." Returning to Shenfeng, he and Xiaofan were walking together towards a brightly lit house. The man kneeling on the ground with a stern expression, offering 3 incense sticks, was Wu Jianguo. The bodyguard standing guard outside saw the two approaching and immediately put out his hand to stop them. "Miss, the family head ordered young Master Mu to enter first." Shenfeng nodded and turned to her. "All right, Xiaofan, wait for me outside." Xiaofan watched his retreating back as he entered, then cheered him on. "Go for it," tried to pass. Jianguo didn't turn around, simply saying coldly, "You're here, come and pay respects with me." Looking up at the golden statue, Shenfeng smiled. "No, he can't handle my respects." He stood up and glanced at him. The top young man of Long Nation, a company intern and the current chairman of the Mu Group. "You are excellent and worthy of Xiaofan, but you are still too young." Shenfeng said with a proud tone, "Young people should act like young people. If everyone had the same mindset as you elders, what would be the point?" The disciples busily moved tables and chairs between the two men. Jianguo said coldly, "Your father and I spoke on the phone. As a father, I respect Xiaofan's choice, but I have a question for you." Sitting down in his chair, he got straight to the point. "What will you use to bring happiness to Xiaofan?" Shenfeng shrugged slightly. "Uncle, asking me this question shows you don't truly understand Xiaofan. Do you think Xiaofan needs to rely on someone else's son?" He lightly crossed his arms and nodded. "Because I understand. I don't object to you to being together, but I still have one condition. Bringing the hot teacup to his lips for a sip, I want you to leave the company. After all, as a father, I don't want my daughter constantly worrying about you. Have some tea. He also raised his tea to drink, while glancing at Xiao Fan, who was still waiting at the door. Uncle, what you're saying? Then you still don't understand me. I have my own matters to attend to at the company. And besides, the Mu family needs the background of this company. Jian Gore said coldly, with the Wu family, you don't need the company. Furthermore, you need to understand something clearly. I'm not giving you advice. I'm informing you. You know very well that I'm a shareholder of the company, and I have ways to fire you. He gently placed the teacup on the table, then replied, based on the company, you will quickly receive news of what my current strength is. Shenfeng didn't flinch at Jian Gu's threat. He even retorted, you can fire me, but after I leave the company, I reckon the shareholders won't be able to sleep peacefully at night. He silently pulled out his phone from his clothes. A message stating that Shenfeng's true strength was that of an immortal appeared, making Jian Gu gape in surprise. His voice was somewhat sharp. You indeed have this strength, but even so, I must carefully consider your relationship with Xiao Fan. Shenfeng tilted his head and asked, Uncle, do you still want me to comply? Jian Gu frowned, leave Xiao Fan, and in return, I will cooperate with the Mu group. Otherwise, I will fully suppress the Mu group. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy appeared around him, accompanied by the image of a demonic skull. Shenfeng warned coldly, I advise you not to, otherwise you'll see that no one in the entire Long Nation can stop me. The light faded just as he turned and walked away. Finally, I said to Uncle, it's not that I want to be with Xiao Fan, it's that she's clinging to me. Moreover, we have never been together from beginning to end. Chatting with Uncle late at night makes me a bit unhappy. I'll be heading back first. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Mr. Wu didn't speak. Who gave you permission to leave? The bodyguard coldly warned, I've long heard that you are the youngest Grand Master of Long Quoc, but in front of me, you can only surrender. Then Fong said nothing and kicked the bodyguard hard in the stomach. His body was sent flying towards a nearby stone statue. The statue shattered, and he was unconscious. He gritted his teeth, annoyed. If it weren't for your uncle's sake, you'd be dead already. Stepping out leisurely, then Fong clicked his tongue. Just a post-heaven expert daring to act presumptuously in front of me. Uncle, manage your people well. Seeing him come out, Xiao Fan immediately ran over, worried. What happened? Why are you fighting again? Then Fong shrugged. It's nothing. Your dad told me not to cling to you, but it's clearly you who clings to me. Tell me, is this my fault? Hearing that, she angrily turned around. That damn old man. Let me go find him. He quickly stopped her and chuckled. No, no, no. It's just a matter between us youngsters. It's not worth it. At the same time, at Xuanfeng and Xuanko's residence, an endless battle had been going on since earlier. Xuanko, with a bruised face, slightly curled his lips in a challenging smile. Senior brother, you've already half-stepped into the Qi condensation realm. But it's not easy to gain an advantage over your junior brother. Xuanfeng, equally injured, retorted, if it weren't for the fact that we're from the same sect, you would have been crippled long ago. Suddenly, dark figures darted past the window. Stopping their fight, he said, Junior brother, let's pause for a moment. Some restless youngsters have just arrived. Xuanko, with his move already prepared, frowned and cleared his throat. Perfect timing. Let me deal with them. Xuanfeng, stroking his beard, scolded, Kid, you're 100 years old and still act like a child. So impulsive and rash. If you could get rid of this habit, you would have entered the Qi condensation realm long ago. He bent down to pick up the teapot he had just dropped and took a sip. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry. Let the youngsters handle their own matters. Why should old men like us get involved? Xuanko stroked his beard and nodded. That's true. I wonder if they're here for our righteous sect or for Fong. Xuanko brought the tea to his mouth and gulped it down, replying, who knows? Let Fong worry about it. Actually, company salaries aren't that easy to earn. and there's still a bit left. He still shook his head uneasily. Anyway, it's our righteous sect. I'm still worried. Zhuan-Ko watched his senior brother finish the tea and shouted in dismay, "The rare, century-old tea leaves are all ruined. My good senior brother, leave some for me." The teapot was thrown to the ground and shattered. Sitting down in their chairs, invisible powers surged around both old men. Xuanfeng put his hands on his hips and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" He furiously yelled, "What if I'm looking at you?" The entire house exuded a powerful stream of primordial energy. Standing outside, the strangers could hear Zhuan-Ko saying, "Senior brother, behold my black tiger steals the heart." Zhuanfeng retorted, "You old fool. You dare use the monkey steals the peach move against me. I won't let this go. Take this. My single finger penetrates the soul." Mu Shou, hiding to the side, smirked. "I didn't expect the sect leader and elders of the righteous sect to still be fighting in the middle of the night." The subordinate sweated. "Cult master, these two masters are only calling out moves like that. It seems a bit unserious." He coldly gritted his teeth. "What do you know? The two have reached the primordial Grand Master realm. Every movement contains the essence of profound martial arts. If we could learn even a tiny bit, it would be extremely beneficial." The other man scratched his head, bewildered. "Does it need to be so mysterious? In my own association, we often use them. I don't see anything particularly profound about their martial arts essence." Musho turned and left, simultaneously giving orders. "Leave to people to observe in secret. The others follow me. Try not to attract attention from others." A subordinate called out, "Cult master, if we encounter an emergency, can we act on our own discretion?" Mushu stopped and replied, "You can, if he shows his face. I don't want him to appear before me again. His face darkened, otherwise I'll kill him." In another place, Fang Fu rubbed his chin in thought and said to the man sitting in front of him, "Old tiger, just waiting like this isn't the way. I'm thinking of a way to prepare beforehand." That person was Hu Lai. He frowned. "Our mission is just to observe in secret. If we ruin the cult master's important matter, the cult master won't spare you." Fang Fu sat down and patted Hu Lai's shoulder. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, there's Master Hu on your side. If he makes a move, there won't be any difficulty at all." He took a drag from his cigarette, then smirked. "I'm thinking, we secretly intercept Shen Feng outside the mountain, not letting him ruin things. After the cult master succeeds, he will definitely credit you with a great deed. Later, when you return to the northeast and meet the people of the Ming family, won't you also have a chance to show off your skills?" Seeing him silent and not answering, Fang Fu continued, "Or rather, old tiger, are you scared?" Hu Lai stood up, kicked away the wooden chair, and roared angrily, "Don't exaggerate. How could I be scared? If I were scared, I wouldn't have personally attacked that little brat back then." He gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for Granny Hu-san not knowing its value, the position of young master of the Hu family wouldn't have fallen into that little brat's hands. Hu Lai walked away, his voice full of anger. "Master Hu Tianlong has made his move. Even if he can't catch Shen Feng, he can still make him wander in the mountains for a few days." Standing next to a nearby tree, he suddenly saw Shen Feng and Xiaofan approaching in the distance. Hu Lai grinned widely and simultaneously made a hand gesture. "Please welcome Master Hu Qianlong to the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of a nine-tailed fox appeared behind him, and its deep voice rang out. "Disturbing my sleep in the middle of the night. If it's not important, don't blame me for eating you." The spirit of Hu Qianlong possessed Hu Lai, while Hu Lai's own spirit floated out and said with a devilish laugh, "Master Hu, we've encountered someone we can't deal with. So we had no choice but to ask for your help." Hu Lai's face had already taken on the form of a fox, and its eyes gleamed sharply. Seeing a powerful aura surrounding Shen Feng, it involuntarily hesitated. "This person?" Hu Qianlong glared and roared, "You brat, you want to harm this young master." The ghost of Hu Lai immediately flinched and explained, "Master Hu, this humble one doesn't want to directly confront him. I just want him to wander around in the mountains for a while. That's all." It snorted coldly and then agreed to the compromise, adding a condition, Alright, in 2 days, bring this master 10 roasted chickens, 10 fried dough sticks, and a barrel of liquor. Hulai immediately agreed, alright, I will definitely offer them to you in the temple. His ghost bit its lip and wept, "O mother, master whose demands have made me, who wasn't rich to begin with, even more difficult." Meanwhile, Hu Qianlong used magic to blow out a faint golden smoke. On the other side, Xiao Fan walked along, angrily complaining, "Dad is really too much, always using his old-fashioned ideas to interfere with me." Shen Feng comforted her, tried to understand a bit. After all, your uncle's nature is for your own good. Then he suddenly stopped, silent. She asked blankly, "Why aren't you walking anymore?" He subtly looked up, then smiled. "Xiao Fan, do you notice that we're just going around in circles?" Shen Feng reasoned, the path from the main hall to Duanmen Bridge should only take about 20 minutes, but we've been walking for almost an hour and still haven't arrived. Hearing that, Xiao Fan immediately rushed over and hugged his arm, saying in a trembling voice, "Brother, have we encountered the legendary ghost that makes you go in circles?" Shen Feng helplessly flicked her forehead. "We are in the Orthodox Taoist sect, the Zhengyi school. What little ghost would dare come here?" He raised a hand to rub his chin and explained, "This isn't the power of a formation. Instead, I feel an aura is similar to a spiritual creature." Xiao Fan became even more panicked and shrieked, "What should we do? What should we do? Are they trying to kill us, brother? I'm so scared, brother. I want a hug." Shen Feng immediately reassured her, "Probably not. Their purpose is to make us get lost in the mountains for a while, to prevent us from noticing. The power he used is very subtle, but comparatively, the power isn't strong. It's still very easy to resolve." She smiled, relieved. "You're right, just contact Uncle Cheng and them." A voice rang out from the phone. To his confidence, "The Immortal map has been activated. Please enter your destination." Xiao Fan exclaimed, "Brother, seriously, when other people encounter something like this, they all invite a master to figure out a solution. But you, brother, just pull out your phone to navigate." He gently said, "If there's an easier way, why make it complicated? Sometimes, you can trust science." The phone's voice gave directions. "Please turn left on the road ahead." After walking a bit further, Shen Feng suddenly pushed her hand away and frowned slightly, scolding, "I told you, as a girl, be a bit more proper." Not only did Xiao Fan not listen, but she also jumped onto his back, hugging him from behind. "No, I won't. No matter what, I'll stick with you for life." He finally conceded, carrying her on his back as they continued forward, following the directions. Shen Feng muttered, studying, "This secret technique mesmerizes people's senses. Its usage is somewhat similar to illusionary magic." A rustling sound from the side made Xiao Fan turn sharply to look, just as Huli's shadow darted past. She immediately pointed forward and loudly said, "Look, brother, quickly catch him and bring him back to the company. For making this young lady walk so much, I'll skin him alive." Shen Feng put Xiao Fan down and flicked her forehead again. "A girl's killing intent is heavier than mine, no matter what his background is. He won't be able to jump around in the righteous sect for long. We'll just watch the show." She pouted, covering her face and turning away. "But I'm really angry." Running straight into the forest, Huli's spirit stammered, "Master Hu, let's think of another way." Hu Long frowned and yelled, "Think of another way, my ass. I'm no match for him. He's found me. So I, your master, must run away quickly." Then its spirit emerged from his body. It said in a deep voice, "Kid, I'm going first. Don't forget you've brought me such big trouble today." At the same time, from the opposite direction, someone was also running quickly as if being chased. If I hadn't used the formation to stick to those who were guarding me, I really wouldn't have escaped so easily. That person turned out to be Ma Jin, sweat pouring down his face. "I have to hide. If Mom finds out, I'll be bedridden for at least half a year." Suddenly meeting each other, Hu Lai and Ma Jin both froze. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? Where are you from and where are you going?" The man pointed at his face and defiantly said, "I'm Hu Lai of the White Lotus sect, your old man. You just arrived and started asking this and that. What are you asking? Are you checking my household registration? Is this whole place yours? Ma Jin crossed his arms and muttered, Hu Lai, the HEH family's second son, 3 years ago, after failing to attack the HEH family's young master. He fled the HEH family, his whereabouts unknown. I didn't expect him to join the White Lotus sect. He thought to himself, since I have to avoid trouble anyway, why not go to the White Lotus sect? Hu Lai let out a small so you know me. What's your background? From your appearance, it seems you caused trouble in the righteous sect and are on the run. Ma Jin gritted his teeth and angrily replied, I am Sima Jin of the Sima family. I'm in this situation all because of Shen Feng. If I get the chance, I'll kill him with my own hands. The man smirked and moved closer to him. So you're the son of Sima San Niang. Now you have nowhere to go. Why not come to the White Lotus sect? Later, I'll recommend you to the sect leader. I'll say you have a grudge against Shen Feng. Shen Feng also has a feud with the White Lotus sect. Our goals are the same. Taking Huli's hand, Ma Jin said triumphantly, Alright, then let's join forces and figure out a way to get him. The two walked to a small rock and sat down to rest, handing Ma Jin a cigarette. Hu Lai said, I also want to eliminate him. But even Grand Master Hu Thin Long said he's no match for him. We're still in the righteous path. The difficulty level is at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, he pondered, we can't deal with Shen Feng, so what about the people around him? Recalling the 2 women who always followed him, Xiao Fan and Yu Lin, Ma Jin gave a dangerous smile. Miss Wu's background is too deep. We can't touch her, but that young girl next to her, I remember she's only a half-step Grand Master. He told Hu Lai his plan. If we capture her, I still don't believe Shen Feng won't leave the righteous path. By then, no matter how skilled he is, it'll be hard for him to resist our numbers. Upon returning, she jumped down from Shen Feng's back. He thought of something and wondered, your Wu family in Yanbai has many resources and extensive connections. You must have a way to investigate the backgrounds of the guests attending the birthday celebration. Xiao Fan retorted, wouldn't it be more efficient if you just let the company investigate directly? Shen Feng gently shook his head. Right now, I'm just an employee. If I go to my superiors every time I encounter difficulties, what will they think of me? How can I get promoted and get a raise later? She pouted and retorted, why do you even need to get promoted or get a raise? Are you kidding? I'll help you look into it. As soon as the 2 entered, Yulin immediately ran out and asked worriedly, Young Master, why are you back so late? Is Ms. Wu still bullying you? He explained, no, we ran into some trouble on the way. Waving goodbye to the 2 girls, Shen Feng quickly left the room, waving as he said, you to get some rest, I'm heading back to my room. Late at night, it was quiet, not a sound. On the soft bed, the 2 lay facing each other. Xiao Fan was the first to speak. Yulin, you like that bastard, don't you? Her face was somewhat flushed, but then she sadly denied it. I'm just a young master's servant. How could I dare to have such thoughts? She playfully pinched Yulin's nose. Little girl, are you still pretending with me? How could I not see your little intentions? Then Xiao Fan looked away, her voice involuntarily dropping. But, I'm warning you, given Shen Feng's status, not just any girl can stay by his side forever. She clicked her tongue softly. If you truly like him, then keep it to yourself for now. Tell him when I no longer like him. Xiao Fan's words made Yulin stammer in confusion. Miss Wu, A sharp knife flew in through the window. She yelled loudly, be careful. As quick as a flash, Yulin embraced Xiao Fan and dodged the knife. Getting off the bed vigilantly, she seriously told her, Miss Wu, I don't know the opponent's background or information. In a moment, I'll find a way to buy you more time to find the young master. She immediately nodded, not forgetting to remind her. It's probably the people who just attacked us. You must be careful. Yulin scooped up Xiao Fan and jumped outside. She turned her face and shouted loudly, completely ignoring Ma Tan in the distance, go quickly, I'll handle the others. Ma Tan smirked sinisterly, you want to run when I'm here. Formation, open. A formation appeared surrounding the 2 girls. He hissed in anger. If it weren't for you, how would I be in this situation? If I can't survive, then don't expect to either. Even so, Xiao Fan didn't falter. She turned and ran, saying, "You must be careful. No matter what happens, you must protect yourself." Picking up a brick nearby, Yulin shouted, "Sima Tan, you're going further and further down the wrong path." She thought to herself, "I'm not as strong as the young master. I can't break the formation head-on. I can only deal with Sima Tan first." He burst out laughing. "From childhood to now, I've done whatever I wanted, besides my mother. Who can control me?" Ma Tan's formation flared up powerfully, but she didn't flinch, immediately charging forward. Destroying the formation with one hand, Yulin gritted her teeth and warned, "You can't escape. The young master gave face to the Zhangyi faction and didn't bring you back to the company. But now I will." As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the brick, hitting Ma Tan directly in the face. Clutching one side of his throbbing face, his forehead already bleeding, he angrily hissed, "You dare hit me? Besides my mother, even my father wouldn't dare hit me." With her agile movements, Yulin continued to charge forward, landing a kick that made his nose bleed profusely. She smirked and scolded, "Today you've learned that besides your mother, I can also control you." Ma Tan was beaten until he fell to the ground motionless. Yulin, triumphant, thought, "Anyone who makes a mistake should be punished." However, focusing too much on him made her careless and unaware of her surroundings. Hu Qianlong, in Hu Li's body, approached and blew a breath onto her face. "Little girl, you're too careless." Inhaling that smell, Yulin immediately passed out. It exited his body and said in a cold voice, "Kid, you've disturbed my sleep twice tonight. I want double the previous terms." At this moment, Ma Jin also stood up, wiping the blood from his forehead and grinning with delight. "Such a beautiful little girl. I want her to wear black stockings so I can properly enjoy her." Hu Li quickly supported her limp body, frowning and grumbling, "Whatever strange preferences you have is fine. Quickly take her away. By then you can make her wear fishnet stockings if you want. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." A moment before this, Shen Fong was looking towards where the fight was happening, quietly assessing, "What a mess. I wonder how Chinnet will handle this." Looking in that direction, it seems like it's with Xiao Fan. Those two girls surely aren't foolish enough to get involved, right? Suddenly, there was urgent knocking from outside, followed by a loud, hurried voice, "Shen Fong, wake up." As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao Fan standing outside, her body covered in bruises, barely able to stand. But she still tried to speak. "Sima Jin escaped, and he ambushed me while I was resting." Shen Fong anxiously asked loudly, "Where's Yulin? Isn't she with you?" Xiao Fan, with teary eyes, replied, "To buy me more time to find you. Before she could finish, he quickly ran off, shouting back, "I'm going there first. You go find the Xiao Hu gang, and remember to protect yourself carefully." When Shen Fong arrived, everything was over. There wasn't a soul left there. Gently touching the torn part of the window, he speculated, "There's residual power from the formation, and the smell of a demon spirit." Recalling how he had just let Hu Li escape, Shen Fong's face darkened with anger. "I had intended to show respect to Chinnet, leaving these matters for the Eastern Sector Master to resolve. But it seems I've made some people think I'm kind and easygoing." After silently sensing for a moment, he finally gave an answer. "Judging by the direction of the lingering smell, they must have run this way." Footsteps, somewhat hurried, came from behind, catching Shen Fong's attention. Ling Chang, panting, said, "I just received a call from Outer Mountain. They said to people carrying a girl forcefully rushed down the mountain. Disciples are already in pursuit." He worriedly bowed his head in apology. "I feel extremely remorseful and apologize for what happened today." However, that didn't appease Shen Fong. He said coldly, "Someone disappeared at your Chinnet sect. What explanation do you intend to give me? If you cannot provide an explanation that satisfies me, then I will find a satisfactory explanation for myself." Just then, a phone rang. Ling Chang pointed at it awkwardly. "I'll answer the phone first." After listening in silence for a while, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, What, you said they lost track? The opponent somehow managed to lead the pursuing disciples astray. He mumbled in response to the other end of the line, MHM, I understand. After finishing the call, Ling Cheng quickly bowed his head again to apologize to him. It has come to this. Shin sect will do its utmost to investigate the opponent's whereabouts. Please give us some time. I truly apologize again for the unpleasant experience you've had. Shenfang immediately frowned in anger. An apology here, remorse there. Besides this, do you have anything else to say? Are you apologizing to me on your own behalf or on behalf of the entire Chin sect? Pointing directly at him, he sternly reprimanded, if you're representing the entire Chin sect, what qualifications do you have? I'm in a very bad mood right now. Don't make me laugh with those words. At the same time, Haiyanfeng and Haiyanko approached. He was walking and talking on the phone, Boss Lu, about what just happened. Yes. I hope you can advise Shenfang to control his emotions. It's alright. He's young. I can understand. Taking a deep breath, Haiyanfeng sincerely said, in my capacity as a heavenly master, on behalf of the Chin sect, offer you a sincere apology. I just finished discussing with Boss Lu. The Chin sect will cooperate with the company to do its best to investigate her whereabouts. All expenses incurred throughout the process will be borne by our Chin sect. Shenfang's anger had not subsided. I respect the company. You must tell me where Yulin is before dawn, but for every injury she has, I will cripple one of your fingers. He gently conceded, alright, let's do as you say. No matter how she is injured, I will take responsibility. Unable to tolerate his senior brother being pressured, Haiyanko pointed at him and snapped, Senior brother, why are you wasting words on him? The Chin sect has existed for thousands of years. We've never been treated this badly before. Let's join forces and drive that brat out of Chin sect, then call Boss Lu and his people to come here and talk personally. Shenfang's face darkened as he said in a cold voice, are you even worthy of laying a hand on me? I'm in a very bad mood right now. I'm afraid I might not be able to control my strength and end up killing you. Hearing that, he became even angrier, his rage soaring to the sky. Haiyanko gritted his teeth and hissed, Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. Today, I'll tear his mouth to shreds. Clenching his fist, he lunged to attack him, his mouth incessantly cursing, Kid, today I'll make you understand one thing. You can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. However, his attack was blocked with just one hand. Shenfang scoffed, no matter how glorious the Chin sect is in your eyes, in my eyes, it's all trash. Quick as lightning, he lunged and punched Zhuangji straight in the stomach, making him vomit blood in agony. He fell to the ground powerlessly, while Shenfang's voice echoed in his ears. You want to use the company to pressure me? Then you should be glad I'm still considering the company's attitude. A thick murderous aura emanated from him, making anyone standing nearby tremble. Shenfang warned coldly in a deep voice. I'm telling you a truth, no one in this entire long quack can stop me from doing anything, including wiping out the Chin sect. Walking up to Zhuan Feng, he softened his voice slightly. Celestial Master, you understand my attitude now, don't you? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Shenfeng answered the phone and immediately said, It's the middle of the night, and Boss Lu is calling me. I don't have a habit of chit-chatting on the phone with men. A voice from the other end of the line said, Yulin's whereabouts have been found. The location will be sent to your phone right away. Liu Shai also reminded him in a deep voice. Also, Shenfeng, I'm warning you, tomorrow I'll be returning to Yanbei and will stop by the Chin sect before I arrive. Don't cause me any more trouble. Mu Zhou, standing nearby and witnessing everything, couldn't help but think angrily. Just because a girl went missing, the entire Chin sect has to act on it. Picking up the phone to call someone, he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Hu Lai, if you ruin my big plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the other end picked up, Mu Zhou quickly said, Where are you? Okay, I'll send reinforcements right away. Don't wander around before they arrive. He walked towards Zhuan Feng, bowed his head respectfully and reported, Sec leader, A disciple just reported that the identities of those to have been found, one is Sima Jin, who escaped, and the other is Hu Lai from the Hu family. Still enveloped by a powerful aura, Shen Fang turned and left, saying at the same time, Xuan Feng, tell both families to come here before dawn, or they'll only see a dry corpse. Gently stroking his beard, Xuan Feng recited a poem in a deep voice. Movement of the true is not mixed for meaning, movement of the profound is not restrained for fame. Movement of the divine is not blamed for use. The three movements, upper and lower, share the same profound meaning. Finishing the poem, he looked at Shen Fang and said, "Little Taoist friend, are you a practitioner of the three movements, united with the great vehicle?" He glanced at him, his tone unfriendly. "What does that have to do with you? If you want to enter qi condensation, the path you speak of is passable." No sooner had Shen Fang finished speaking than Xiao Hu and Xiao Fan rushed over. Flustered, he said with a hint of displeasure, "Didn't I tell you to protect yourself well? Why did you follow me here?" She immediately explained, "I heard about it. Sister Yulin was taken by them. I also want to find a way to save her." Shen Fang frowned and said, "What I'm about to do next will be very dangerous. You can't come with me." Then he touched Xiao Fan's forehead. She immediately fainted in his arms. Xiao Hu, seeing this, spoke up, "If you don't want her to come, you could have just asked me to look after her. No need to waste this effort." Handing Xiao Fan to Xiao Hu, Shen Fang instructed, "Can you really look after her? You know her father is here. Please make a trip to take Xiao Fan over there." He looked at her with a hint of sadness. "Do you know that Xiao Fan will resent you for a long time if you do this?" Shen Fang lowered his head and sighed. "That's still better than losing her life." Pointing at the disciples, he cleared his throat and ordered, someone, quickly call both families. And while you're at it, bring a chair to the sect gate for me. I'll wait there for the Hu family and Sima family to arrive." A moment later, at the sect gate, chairs were neatly ranged near the treacherous cliff. Shen Feng broke the silence. "Why aren't you resting, chief disciple of Chen sect? Why are you here enjoying the breeze with me?" He spoke with an arrogant tone. "Are you watching me, afraid I'll cause trouble if I truly intend to act? Do you think you can stop me?" Uncle Cheng replied, "No matter what you want to do, I certainly can't stop you, but my mission is hard to defy. Please forgive me." Only then did Shen Fang soften his tone. "I know what happened last night isn't the Chen sect's fault, but I'm in a bad mood and I always have to vent some anger. It's just your bad luck to run into the barrel of the gun." He gently offered a cigarette to him and said, "The Chen sect has made arrangements. My disciple and you will go together to rescue Yulin. If you have any arrangements, just come directly to me." Shen Fang waved his hand. "Thanks, no need." He coldly reminded them, "You want to send people to follow me. I only have one request. Don't mess up my plans." A strange man appeared. He stammered as he introduced himself. "Mu, young Master Mu, I am Zhuge family, Zhuge Xingfeng. Would it be inconvenient to bring me along on this operation?" Yu Sheng confidently persuaded. The Zhuge family is proficient in Kim and Dunjia, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, and skilled at dealing with the Sima family's formations. "Bringing me along will make your journey much easier." Shen Fang asked, puzzled. "This has nothing to do with your Zhuge family. You don't need to participate." He scratched his face awkwardly. I want young Master Mu to help recommend me. I want to join the company." Hearing that, he felt conflicted. "With your family background, joining the company shouldn't be difficult. The company would gladly welcome a talent like you." Yu Sheng, though trembling, still tried to persuade. I'm a bit afraid of socializing. The elders in my family all told me to go out and gain experience. But I don't really dare to go alone. Usually, when I'm outside, I force myself not to speak, afraid of being exposed and ridiculed." Seeing that he also seemed earnest, Shen Fang then agreed. "All right, you sit next to me first. Today Liu Song is coming to the main office for a visit. Then I'll greet him. You follow me first." Yu Sheng grinned broadly, bowed his head, and replied, "Thank you, young Mu, I will not disappoint you." From the other side of the bridge, an old hunched woman appeared. Seeing this, He called out, "Auntie, whose family are you from?" With her agile movements, she quickly made it to the side. The woman looked at him and praised. "So this is young Master Shen Fengmu? Truly worthy of being a young master, not ordinary at first glance." She excitedly introduced herself. "I'm Sima Sanyang. I heard the call last night and immediately rushed over. You can rest assured, after we catch that brat, I will definitely hit him hard. He won't be able to get out of bed for 2 or 3 years." Shen Feng frowned suspiciously. "Who told you to bring her back? Did you say it counts or did the company say it counts? Wait on the side." Sima Sanyang quickly nodded and went behind him. Yes, young Master Mu is right. My scoundrel son made a mistake, so he should be punished. Everything will be handled according to the company's rules. His father and I have no objections." Another person appeared with a powerful landing. Looking at him, he guessed, "So you are from the Hu family?" That tall man was Hujin, the patriarch of the Hu family. He spoke in a deep voice. "Kid, you used the company's name to summon me here. You've got quite some nerve." Shen Feng smirked. "Such a big mouth. Now, on behalf of the company, I officially inform you there will be an inspection in 1 month. Until the inspection concludes, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Hu family residence at will. You can call and inform them to prepare well." The spirit of Hu Qianlong appeared behind Hujin. He pointed at him and loudly said, "Turning chicken feathers into a royal decree. By what right can a single word from you demand an inspection of my Hu family? What rule of the company has the Hu family broken?" General Manager Zhao is at the Yanbai headquarters. "We were just having tea together last night." A powerful aura once again surged around him. Shen Feng snapped, "My rules are the rules. If you're not convinced, you can try to change my decision, or let the spirit behind you come and use its entire cultivation to test how deep my waters are." Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, Sima Sanyang quickly intervened. "Young Master Mu, we are all here to resolve the trouble caused by the younger generation in our families. Now, our most important task is to bring those brats back first. The rest can be discussed later. Don't you agree?" Seeing Shen Feng about to leave, Yu Sheng hurriedly ran back, shouting, "Mu, brother Mu, wait for me." He shouldered Hu Jin hard and walked past. Shen Feng coldly warned, "In half a month, I will personally go to the Hu family. You all prepare to accept my inspection." Having said that, he and the other man immediately left. Uncle then quickly made a call and urgently told the person on the other end, "Little Hu, call your martial brothers. We're about to depart." Ma Ten walked down the deserted road, carrying a bag. He softly closed and locked the door. He asked Hu Lit, "How is that girl? Is she behaving herself?" The man stood up and replied, "Master Hu sealed all her power. Now her body is weak." Hu Lit patted Ma Tan's shoulder, then gave a dangerous smile and said, "You can do anything you want with her. Kid, I'll go out for 2 hours. Enjoy." He called after him, flustered, "Brother Hu, it's really not what you think." The man waved his hand and squinted with a smile. "Your elder brother is an experienced man. I understand." He turned and left the room. Hu Lit instructed, "I've already informed the cult leader, and the experts from the White Lotus sect are on their way. Hurry up and get it done." Ma Ten gently opened the door to the room. On the bed, Yulin sat silently, in a daze. Seeing him, she bit her lip and gritted, "You bastards, when young master arrives, none of you will escape." Ma Tan snickered, speaking with a confident air, "We dared to capture you here, so we're not afraid of Shen Feng not coming. As long as he dares to come, he won't be able to leave. And don't even think about running away because you have no escape route." Throwing the bag onto the bed, he ordered, "Change into these socks. Next will be our fun time." Ma Ten turned to leave, and at the same time, warned in a low voice, "If I finish changing my uniform, and you're still like this, I'll use the most vicious methods in the world to slowly torment you. Consider it carefully." Taking out the socks, Yulin could only sob. "Young master, no matter what happens, I must persevere until young master saves me. If he truly wants to do that, I absolutely cannot let him have his way. As soon as she finished changing, the door burst open. Ma Ten appeared wearing a mask and a schoolgirl dress, looking utterly bewildering. Yulin flinched and screamed, "Get out, pervert!" He licked his lips and walked closer. "Darling, I'm here." She cried even louder, "Get out, get out, get out, pervert, get out of here." However, things were not as Yulin expected. Suddenly, Ma Ten knelt down and respectfully offered a leather whip. He blushed and pleaded, "Please instruct Dodgy thoroughly, master." Just then, someone kicked the door open. Witnessing the scene inside, everyone's eyes widened in stunned silence. Shen Fang recoiled awkwardly. Lin Yu, how about we come back in half an hour?" But no one listened to him. They all pulled out their phones and started taking pictures. Little Hu laughed loudly. "Shen Fang, if you want to leave, go by yourself. I have to record such an exciting scene to review and learn from the experience." And Gu Lam jumped up and ran to hug Shen Fang tightly. "You, young master, you're here." On the other side, after seeing Sima San Niang also there and fuming, Ma Ten stammered, "Mother, why are you here?" She gritted her teeth, kicked him flying, and simultaneously yelled, "Brat, you alone have completely disgraced me, your father, the Sima family, and the whole village." Ma Tan was pounced on by her and given a thorough beating. He screamed in pain, "Mother, I was wrong, I was wrong. It's not what you think, it's Hu Li of the White Lotus sect. It was all his idea." He said after luring this girl away, "Even if Shen Fang comes out to Zhengyi, then gather the White Lotus sect's power to attack him. Mother, not there, not there. You can't hit there." Shen Fang scanning Gu Lam from head to toe, stroking his chin in approval. "Your outfit isn't bad. You can wear it more often from now on. Try different styles." She twirled, showing off her slender figure, and happily asked, "Young master truly thinks it's beautiful. If young master likes it, I'll wear it often from now on. I'll let young master see it every day." He chuckled teasingly, "Little girl, this isn't good. Have you perhaps opened a new world?" And Gu Lam blushed with embarrassment. "Oh, young master only knows how to mock me. If you keep doing this, I won't wear it anymore." Shen Fang lightly touched her nose and sincerely said, "No, no, no, and Gu Lam, you keep it up. It's very beautiful and charming." She made her precious son strip off that embarrassing outfit. Sima San Niang twisted his ear and dragged him while negotiating. "Young Master Mu, I've dealt with this brat. We country folk don't like to beat around the bush. For this matter, considering my son didn't commit a major mistake, can I take him home?" The more she spoke, the tighter her fingers gripped Ma Tan's ear, making him shriek in pain. He's still young. If he gets a record in the company, his whole life will be ruined. Shen Fang crossed his arms sternly. "The company has its rules. He's almost 20. An adult must pay the price for his actions. I can't decide this matter." Unexpectedly, Sima San Niang knelt down and hugged his leg, pleading, "Young Master Mu, he's still a child." However, Shen Fang was equally unyielding. He hugged Gu Lam tightly and yelled, "Why do you want me to endure these things? I'm just a child too." She covered her mouth, stifled a laugh, and interceded, "Sima San, young master truly can't decide this matter today. CEO Luo is coincidentally coming to Zhengyi. Why don't you wait until he arrives to plead with him?" She angrily turned to scold Ma Tan. "It's all because you're such a clueless brat. Otherwise, would I have to lose face like this? Wait until we get home, then I'll deal with you." He could only tremble and say, "Sorry, mother, I was wrong." Ma Tan bowed low, sincerely saying, "Sorry, brother Mu, I've caused trouble for the company. Sorry, miss, I shouldn't have treated you like that." Sima San Niang still wouldn't let him off. She kicked him again and yelled, "I told you to stop talking nonsense. Tell young Master Mu everything you know." By now, Ma Tan was prostrate on the ground, honestly revealing everything he knew. "I've always been bothering young Master Mu. Mainly, Wang Zizhang of the Wang family in Suzhou asked me to make the call. Wang Zizhang promised me money, and also that Hua Kwok's opera performer would accompany me for a night." Ma Tan continued hesitantly, about the Zhengyi sex matters afterward. Brother Mu, you know everything. After Zhengyi escaped, he met Hu Lit, who has now joined the White Lotus sect. During my contact with him, I could feel that the White Lotus sect seems to have some plans for the Zhengyi sect, but I don't know specifically what they want to do. He looked up at Shenfeng pleadingly. Brother Mu, does this count as atoning for my mistakes? Shenfeng said sternly, whether it does or not, the company will evaluate your information. As long as your information is valuable, the company will know. He crossed his arms and questioned, where is Hu Lit? Ma Ten lowered his face and replied, I don't know. He told me to have some private time with Miss and then go out. I guess it's almost time for him to come back. At the same time, at a large building with a private helicopter on top, Honlui said with some concern, CEO Luwu, the tracking device has been installed on Lighted 2, but is it too risky to let her go out? Lu Thing replied, based on current intelligence, what the White Lotus sect is preparing to do at the Zhengyi sect is related to that thing. Who else in the company understands that thing better? T. Han Lai Tutu? He pushed up his glasses and glanced at Tutu, who was still innocently applying makeup, then hesitated slightly. CEO Luwu. After all, Lai Tutu is the saintess of the White Lotus sect. For her to be on the helicopter with you, it's truly too dangerous for you. He said in a low voice, we've already negotiated the terms. As long as she cooperates with the company, she can stay by Shenfeng's side later and be given appropriate freedom. The two turned to look at her. Luwu Thing convinced, moreover, with Then Feng here. She can't do anything out of line, right, Saintess? Tutu smiled brightly and said softly, CEO Luwu is right. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It's not easy to get a chance to regain my freedom. How could I do such foolish things? Tutu turned and left, saying at the same time, it's getting late, CEO Luwu. Let's depart quickly. Don't you still have business in Yinbag? Lu Thing patted Honlui's shoulder and instructed, arrange for some cleanup crew to go to Zhengyi for a trip, to prepare for the final clearing up. The company still has some matters to deal with. Don't put everything on Then Feng's shoulders. The helicopter started and flew away. It was then that he picked up the phone and said, currently, all cleanup personnel in Dusho, except those on assignment, are to cancel their leave and proceed to Zhengyi sect. To arrive within 24 hours. At the same time, Ho Li walked along, muttering in confusion. Young people these days only have that one thing on their minds. Considering the time, the sect master should have contacted me by now. Why hasn't he called me yet? Seeing to people guarding the house, he was startled and said, the rented house is no longer safe. Although Then Feng had prepared early to use the company's influence, he didn't expect the company's speed to be so fast. However, before he could leave, Ho Chen appeared right behind him. Ho Lit, you are surrounded. Surrender and return to the Ho family. Your crime might be reduced. He quickly took a step back and sneered. Old man, I didn't expect even you to be here. You still give the big company so much face, but with just 2 or 3 of you, isn't it too childish to think you can catch me? Pointing to his face, Ho Li proudly said, you know me. I am the Ho family's genius of nearly 100 years. Give me some time. Surpassing you will be no problem. He said sternly, scoffing, a genius gone astray is not even as useful as a fool. Suddenly, a stream of light from the yin-yang 8 trigrams appeared where they stood, and a person's voice stammered down from above. Ho family head, the Kimin Dunjia formation has been set up, isolating external influences. Nu Yet Thing pushed up his glasses and smiled happily. You can make your move now. Forming hand signs for transformation, Ho Chen said in a deep voice, I invite Grand Master Ho to reveal himself. His voice rang out after the spirit of the nine-tailed fox entered him. Ho family, Ho Thin Long, we still need you to subdue him. At this moment, Ho Thin Long had also possessed Ho Lit. It pointed at his face and shouted, Ho Thin Ba, you keep bothering me, pressuring me. I'm going to invite Ho Tam Tai Nai to preside over justice. Ho Thin Ba snapped, Ho Thin Long, I'm giving you some face in front of outsiders. I won't talk about your trivial matters anymore, killing brothers. Stealing tribute scum with me before Ho Tam Tai Night to confess your sins. It angrily lunged to attack him, gritting its teeth and saying, when I left the Ho family, I never thought of returning. I want you to see my efforts over the years. Catching a blow from Ho Thien Long, Ho Thien Ba hissed, your heart is not righteous, even if I give you another 30 years, if your cultivation method is unrighteous. You will never achieve true enlightenment. Grabbing its wrist, he began to exhale a familiar hazy smoke. Thien Long yanked its arm back. It swiped its hand through the air to disperse the smoke, then said angrily, this so-called true enlightenment, I don't need it anyway. Watching the two of them fight in the street, then Fong looked down from above, his mind full of his own thoughts. It seems that Zuma's Yan Zuo is the path of spirit entities. Bending over to possess a person and make a contract, controlling the physical body to fight enemies, while also carrying some divine abilities and spiritual power during the action. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, with the Corinthian spiritual energy and breaking the rules of Blue Star. It can be considered a very good cultivation method. Leaping into the sky and forcefully tearing apart the barrier created by the others, Thien Long smirked defiantly, Ho Thien Ba, I am not your match yet, give me another 10 years. And I will show you how formidable this Grand Master is. From the window, then Fong threw down a golden coin. It flew and struck Thien Long directly, who had no time to react. Thien Long slumped down in pain. He jumped down from above and said coldly, I haven't spoken yet. Who told you that you could leave? It gritted its teeth defiantly, kid, meddling in the Ho family's affairs. Don't you value your life anymore? Gathering all the powerful spiritual energy into his palm, then Fong reminded in a deep voice, everyone in the entire Long Kwok circle is under the company's management. You're not putting me in your eyes, or are you not putting the company in your eyes? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Should I call you Ho Leet, or should I call you Ho Thien Long? It doesn't matter anyway. Thien Long's body was lifted with just one hand, then Fong gritted his teeth. I'll kill you right in front of the Ho family head and Ho Thien Ba. Do you think they dare to fight? Would Ho Tam Tai Nai dare to do anything to me? Realizing he had offended the wrong person, Thien Long grabbed his wrist and pleaded in fear. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Just don't kill me, and I'll meet any of your demands. All his anger was poured into a powerful slam of Thien Long's body onto the road. He snarled, I spared you once, and not only were you ungrateful, you continued to try and assassinate me. The hand on his neck tightened further. Blood continuously coughed from his mouth amid then Fong's rage. If I don't teach you a lesson, then these White Lotus faction members will truly think I'm just a pushover. Seeing that was enough, Thien Ba stepped forward and said to him, hand him over to me to deal with. Then Fong glared, is the Ho family that influential, or are you giving me orders? He shook his head, implying a negotiation. Ho Leet is a member of the Ho clan. Ho Thien Long must also be brought before Ho Tam to be judged. This is an unwritten rule that has existed for many years in the north. Both emotionally and logically, it's most reasonable to hand him over to me. He brutally kicked Thien Long. Get lost. I'm in a bad mood. Otherwise, I deal with you too. Then Fong pointed at himself arrogantly. This is my answer. These are my rules. If you're confident enough to snatch someone from my hands, you can try. Knowing he couldn't negotiate further, Thien Ba frowned. I'll convey your exact words to Director Liu. Think carefully. He sneered, walking forward unabashedly and kicking him hard in the stomach, making him cough up blood. You don't seem to understand the relationship between me and the company. Then Fong coldly declared, it's not that I want to stay at the company now, but that the company needs me to stay there. Otherwise, the company's leadership won't be at ease. Pointing at Thien Ba's face, he continued, if you're not convinced, you can call Ho Tam to fight. I'll make you understand why I have this confidence. Just then, the helicopter landed and Lu Thing stepped out, saying as he walked, then Fong, let it go. He cleared his throat. Handing Ho Leet over to the Ho family was a decision made by the company's leadership. Tuja stood beside him, covering her mouth and giggling flirtatiously. It seems like Mu Shou was too thoughtless, making our brother Mu so angry. She took another step and gently raised then Fong's chin with her hand. "Handsome, do you have time tonight? I'll help you relieve your stress." Pushing Tatu's hand away, he frowned and asked, "Why did you release her so quickly?" Lu Thang replied, "This time, the White Lotus sect at the Chin Hat faction was primarily for a sacred artifact passed down through generations of the White Lotus sect." He explained that Lai Tutu is the saintess of the White Lotus sect, and she has admitted her fault with a good attitude and has self-confessed. After careful consideration by the company, she has been brought here to coordinate with your work. Lu Thang turned and left, instructing him, "The company's cleaning crew is on their way, and other areas have also dispatched people to assist. You will be in charge of handling all of this. The phone number has been sent to your phone. Just call if needed." Tutu called after him, "Director Lu, don't forget to agree to my terms." He sat comfortably in the helicopter, his voice firm, "As long as you ensure that the White Lotus sect will no longer violate company regulations and regularly provide talent to the company, I can decide to give the White Lotus sect a stable foothold in Dusho. I still have to go to Yenbak for a meeting. From now on, you stay by Then Fong's side." She narrowed her eyes, smiling, and turned to him, "Brother Mu, will be colleagues from now on." Kicking Thien Long over to where Thien Ba stood, Then Fong said in disgust, "Take him away. After I'm done dealing with things at the Chin Hat faction, I'll pay a surprise visit to the Ho family." Lifting him with one hand, he glanced at him. Then Fong waved his hand. "Just go. I don't want to see you." The two left and he strode inside, saying, "Miss Lai Tatu, tell me about that sacred artifact." Thinking of the treasure, Tutu nodded. "That sacred artifact is actually a jade pendant. When combined with the White Lotus sect's secret art, it can activate the power of lightning." She shrugged and explained, "But only the core members of the White Lotus sect know that the jade pendant is just a key, and only the lightning activated through it can open the Great Gate of Kunlun." Then Fong stopped and asked, "So, if you can activate the lightning, you can open Kunlun?" Because he stopped so suddenly, she wasn't paying attention and bumped into him. Tutu frowned and winced. "Why did you suddenly stop while walking normally? So what you said isn't wrong, but in an era without magic, using divine powers isn't easy." He subtly took out a small sword from his inner jacket pocket. Then Fong swung the sword, causing it to enlarge and unleash terrifying power. His voice was cold. "Please don't compare me to others, or you'll see how mistaken your perceptions are." Excited, she hugged his arm and exclaimed, "You're so good. Can you teach me? If you teach me, you can do anything you want with Tutu." After speaking, her face briefly saddened. Tutu thought to herself, "Times are changing, and the White Lotus sect must keep up with these changes. The company has official backing. Then Fong can be considered the strongest in the world right now. Only by cooperating with them can the White Lotus sect have a place in this era." Seeing her silent, Then Fong pulled his hand away, his voice unfriendly. "I don't care what schemes you have. I just want to remind you that as long as you maintain an honest and upright attitude, I don't mind having you by my side. If you have other intentions." He clenched his hand, looking at Tutu coldly. "Truly, true strength can sweep away all schemes." Having said that, Then Fong left. She quickly ran after him and said, "What bad intentions could Tutu have? Tutu just feels heartbroken for you." Everyone returned to the apartment. As soon as they entered, they saw Ma Tin kneeling on the floor. Then Fong asked, "Ngulam, he didn't cause any trouble, did he?" Sima Sen Nying immediately stood up and said, "Brother Mu, with me watching, this brat wouldn't dare do anything. He's very obedient. I just saw Director Lu arrive. I didn't dare disturb you while you were discussing important matters. How does Director Lu plan to deal with my son?" He looked at him, who was tightly closing his eyes in fear, and replied, "Director Lu doesn't need to worry about such a trivial matter. Everything here has been entrusted to me." Pointing towards Tatu, Then Fong said, "Let me introduce you. This is the saintess of the White Lotus sect, Tatu, my new colleague." Ma Tan was immediately stunned. The White Lotus sect saintess has joined the company? He nodded slightly. The saintess has negotiated a long-term cooperation with the company and will regularly send talented individuals to the company in the future. In return, The company will also recognize the legitimacy of the White Lotus sect. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his hands wrung together, indicating his worry. How can this be? Wasn't the White Lotus sect still scheming against the Zhengyi sect just now? How did it change so quickly? Sima Sannyang angrily hit her son and scolded, "You brat, what do you know? The company's structure? Something ignorant brat like you could never understand. The White Lotus sect has come up with every possible method to cooperate with the company, and you've caused such big trouble. You even wanted to join the White Lotus sect to avoid the storm. Can you avoid it on the first day or the 15th? Tuta stepped forward and interceded. Brother Sima is also young and doesn't understand things. Auntie, you're too strict with him. After all, he's just a young man. She moved closer and gently lifted his chin, smiling sweetly. You don't need to be too scared. As long as you confess truthfully, the company will give you a lighter punishment. Ma Tan's eyes lit up, flattering her. Saintess, how can there be such a good big sister like you in this world? Whatever I know, I'm willing to say. Hearing that, Tudu asked, then tell your big sister, is it Mujo who is currently in the Zhengyi sect? He nodded repeatedly, it's him. I heard from Hulai that he wants to plot to steal the thunder wood from the sect and bring it here today. But I feel like it's probably not that simple. Standing next to Then Fong, she whispered, looking at his appearance, it's correct. Mujo is using the excuse of stealing the Thunderwood. The main objective is still that magic artifact. However, I guess Mujo's thinking is that even if he can't get the magic artifact, he must still get the Thunderwood. He wondered, the company's cleaners are on their way. How do you, the Saintess of the White Lotus sect, plan to deal with the White Lotus sect leader? Tutu shrugged and replied, how else can I deal with him? Just handle official business. Suddenly, Ma Ten rushed over and hugged her leg, making her tremble instantly. He smiled and said, big sister, let me follow you. No matter what you ask me to do, I'll definitely do it. Tutu kicked Ma Tan in the mouth, making him bleed, and cursed. Disgusting. At this moment, Sima Sannyang timidly asked, Brother Mu, my son, how do you plan to deal with him? No matter what the punishment is, our Sima family will accept it. Then Fong looked at him and replied, the Sima family is also a reputable family in this circle. I don't want everyone to look too bad. You and Zhu Qingfeng will take him to the southwest branch together. Just then, Yu Sheng opened the door and entered. He frowned and gave instructions. Sima Tan will cooperate with the company's subsequent investigation work. After that, you pay the fine and keep him from leaving Sima village for 3 years. That's how this matter will end. Ma Tan, having taken the kick, had fallen unconscious at some point. Then Fong clicked his tongue. Fortunately, the trouble he caused is still under control. The company has also given your Sima family face. Let's leave this matter here. She gently took his hand, full of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Mu. When you come to Sima village in the future, I will definitely treat you well. Looking at Yu Sheng, then Fong asked, Zhuge, do you have any opinions about you wanting to join the company? I'll call old Hu later. With your ability, it shouldn't be a big problem. He scratched his head and chuckled happily. Alright, Brother Mu. The log truck rolled past the halfway point of Longhu Mountain. Mu stood aside, raising his hand to his subordinates. The Thunderwood has arrived. No one is allowed to hesitate. Quick battle, quick victory. Right behind them was a smaller car speeding along. Sitting in the car, then Fong turned to scold. Ngulam, do you know you've made a huge mistake this time? He sighed. Her decision to buy time for Ngo Tiu Pham was very reasonable, but she didn't guard against potential dangers. Her experience is still too poor. Ngulam lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, young master. After a moment of thought, then Fong finally said, if it's not extremely dangerous this time, I won't intervene. Tuta heard that and curved her lips into a smile. Handsome, are you criticizing me or praising me? He rolled his eyes and stammered, don't overthink it. I meant your combat experience is rich. Tutu nodded, showing understanding. This is acceptable then. The disciple who was driving received a call. He answered and said, We've detected someone following the Thunderwood transport vehicle. I'm going to provide backup immediately." After the call, his expression changed and his voice involuntarily became more hurried. "Hold on tight. Those scoundrels have started their move." Then Fong bared his teeth in a sarcastic smile. "Who else? He's talking about you." Tutu shrugged in response. "He's talking about Muzhou. What does that have to do with me?" As she scrolled on her phone, she provided some information. "Just now I read news about the White Lotus sex cult army. Among those following the truck, Muzhou isn't there. He's probably still on Longhole Mountain, waiting for his chance." Hearing this, then Fong immediately told the disciple, "Stop at the intersection ahead. You go assist the transport vehicle. I'll go directly back to Longhole Mountain." He nodded, "All right." He prepared some things and instructed, "Ngu Lam, in a bit, I'll send you the contact information for the person in charge of cleanup. When you arrive, contact him and let him know your location." As soon as the call connected, he immediately spoke quickly. "I'm then Fong. A colleague will contact you for backup shortly." This time, the White Lotus sect is causing trouble at Chin Hat sect. Do your best to leave survivors. At the same time, on Longhole Mountain Peak, Hien Ko looked into the distance and said thoughtfully, "Brother, you've received the news, haven't you? The White Lotus sect has started their move." Hien Fong calmly replied, "Let them stir trouble. The company has already called me. They're entrusting then Fong with full responsibility for this matter. Let that kid worry about it." He clenched his fist, his eyes hardening. "The Thunderwood is so precious, and it's a birthday gift for me. If they really steal it, I'd be truly furious, junior brother." Finally, unable to endure any longer, Hien Ko decided, "Enduring for a moment only makes me feel more wronged. Taking a step back only makes me angrier. Brother, come down the mountain with me." Hien Fong stroked his beard and burst out laughing at his straightforwardness. "Junior brother, when will you learn to be calm, even at 100 years old?" Then he waved his hand and left, maintaining his original intention. "Let the young ones handle these matters. We just need to preside over the big picture from behind the scenes." Hien Ko glanced at Hien Fong and murmured, "Two sets of family cadavers, agricultural alliance." Indeed, that caught his attention. Hien Fong eagerly grabbed his hand and asked again, "Is that true, junior brother? I haven't studied much, so don't you dare deceive me." Hien Ko continued to make conditions, 3 sets of family cadavers. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. Turning around and heading in the opposite direction, Hien Fong laughed gleefully again. "Junior brother always cares about the children's filial piety. How can I, as his senior brother, sit idly by? Let's go down the mountain quickly." Patting Hien Ko's shoulder, he warned in a deep voice, "I'm telling you now, 3 sets of family cadavers. Give them to me when we return to the mountain. If you dare to go back on your word, your senior brother, will turn my back on you." He shook Hien Fong's hand away and looked at him with a judgmental gaze. "Haven't you, senior brother, gone back on your word enough times these past few years?" Hearing that, he not only wasn't angry, but narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. Watching the 2 Taoist masters disappear, Muzhou, hiding in a nearby bush, thought to himself, "Both great masters of Chin Hat sect have gone down the mountain." Then Fong was taken away by Ho Lit and couldn't return for a while. The masters of Chin Hat sect have also gone to reinforce the Thunderwood transport. He clenched his fist confidently. "Now Chin Hat sect's strength is empty. No one can stop me from getting the White Lotus pendant." Muzhou's face darkened, and his voice became dangerously low. "Lita too, in terms of cunning, you can't even catch up to me on a motorbike. Otherwise, I would be the White Lotus sect leader, and you'd just be a pretty vase saintess." Back on the mountainside, the cars were still rolling rapidly. The man driving the large truck answered his phone and said gravely, "President, please send people to reinforce us immediately. Quickly come to Chin Hat sect. They're about to make their move." The voice from the other end of the line rang out, "Reinforcements are on their way. You must remain stable." Suddenly, a figure in a robe appeared in front of the car. The man stomped his foot heavily, and the surrounding earth and rocks immediately flew up and shattered. The tremor caused the wood transport vehicle to flip over. Laughing, he pulled off his cloak's hood. Lythine laughed sinisterly. What the White Lotus sect is watching? Where do you think you're going? The car was severely overturned, but fortunately, no one died. Hearing the loud noise, the other end of the line asked worriedly, "What's wrong? What happened?" The man crawling out of the driver's seat stammered, "Chairman, the opponent has a Grand Master. You all come quickly." Kicking him back with his foot, the man snarled furiously, still daring to report, "Do you think you can still make it in time now?" Lythine grabbed his phone and pulled it out. He answered the phone, laughing, "Chairman to you, the Thunderstrike wood is ours now." From the white cars, the subordinates hastily stepped out. Lythine ordered, "Hurry and contact the cargo vehicle to transport the Thunderstrike wood." Suddenly, another car sped straight towards them and braked sharply right in front of them. Tuta leaned out of the car door, casting a spell with her hand and shouting, "While I was away, what has Musho led the White Lotus sect into? When did I ever allow you to do this?" The surge of power shot straight towards Lythine, but he tilted his body and dodged it. The car behind them was hit by the blast and immediately exploded into flames. Lythine frowned and said coldly, "Saintess, you've betrayed the sect." She stepped completely out and declared, "I have never betrayed the sect. The true traitor is Musho." Behind her, Ngu Lam was secretly reporting on the phone, "We've arrived. They haven't succeeded yet. Okay, I'll send you the location. You guys come and clean up." From behind, a motorcycle approached, accompanied by a shout, "Old man, get out of the way." Mixed in with that shout was another voice, "They've laid hands on my junior brother's birthday gift." The two people on the bike were none other than the two Taoist priests. Hai and Fong, sitting in front, revved the engine and explained with difficulty, "It's not that I, your senior brother, don't want to go faster. This electric bike has a speed limit of 35 kilometers per hour. I can't go faster even if I want to. Junior brother, your senior brother advises you instead of being unable to change the current situation. Getting more impatient is not as good as accepting it and taking your time." Lythine gritted his teeth, thinking, the company's people are here. Even the two elders of the circle have arrived. This time, I might be doomed. Then he raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Everyone, split up and run, every man for himself." Not far away, a group of people were lying in ambush. The employee quickly reported, "Captain, we have reached the designated location. The opponent has not yet succeeded." The walkie-talkie replied, "Okay, I'll be right there. You take the lead and control the situation. Bring all White Lotus sect members back to the company." Looking down, the voice from the walkie-talkie rang out, "Don't let anyone escape. If even one person gets away, I'll deduct your bonus." At the same time, at the main compound of the Chin Hat sect, two disciples guarding the gate were idly chatting out of boredom. They didn't expect that everything they said had been overheard by someone. "Master and Martial Uncle have both gone down the mountain. I'm worried something troublesome might happen." The older one said proudly, "We are the Chin Hat sect. Who would dare cause trouble?" In a moment of carelessness, Musho leaped down from above and struck the back of the neck of the one who had just spoken. The other one jumped back a step and immediately realized, "You're not from the Chin Hat sect." He rose on his toes to gain momentum. Quick as a flash, he grabbed the disciple by the neck, who could only mumble, "You are." Musho growled, "Shut up." He easily slammed him to the ground. His face darkened with delight. Musho pushed open the door and laughed sinisterly. "This time, no one can stop me." Laughing, he shed his outer disguise and clicked his tongue. The Chin Hat sect has quite a few treasures accumulated over the years, but in this era, not many of them are effective. Picking up a sword made of gold coins at random, Musho pouted, "This thing is over 500 years old, but it's just a fake." He then took out another talisman and examined it. This 5 Thunder talisman isn't bad either. After a quick scan, his eyes suddenly stopped at a cabinet full of books. Finally finding what he wanted, Musho smiled eerily. "After that fool lost it years ago, today it's finally back in my hands." Then Fong leaned against the wooden door and casually asked, "This is the White Lotus sect's magical artifact. What is it called?" He innocently replied, "The White Lotus pendant." After speaking, he realized his slip of the tongue. Musho turned around and blurted out. Then Fong snickered. Holding the jade pendant, Musho gritted his teeth in anger. Picking up the familiar small sword, he shrugged disdainfully. Clutching the item in his hand, he clicked his tongue. That power surged in Musho's palm. As he charged forward to attack, he smirked triumphantly. His fist and the powerful surge of energy were about to hit then Fong. I'll use the secret technique of the White Lotus sect to activate the lightning power within the White Lotus pendant. No matter how strong you are, you won't be my opponent. He parried the attack with one hand and nodded in praise. Jumping back, Musho asked in shock. He turned pale and exclaimed. The large sword with lightning streaks pointed directly at Musho, then Fong smirked. He immediately burst out laughing. He punched himself in the chest, spitting blood onto the jade pendant. Musho's power surged, his whole body enveloped in a powerful primal energy. He was triumphant. I'm using vital blood to propel it. Even if you're in the condensing chi realm, you're no match for me. Then Fong shook his head with a sigh. But Musho didn't listen. Instead, he aggressively rushed forward. Lowering himself into a defensive stance, then Fong's voice deepened. The two streams of primal energy clashed fiercely, and amidst the loud noise was his voice. Lee Cece is now cooperating with the company, having found the most suitable path to survival for the White Lotus sect. Musho was knocked back, spitting out even more blood. Struggling to his feet, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Then Fong coldly stated. His anger grew with each passing moment. Musho shrieked menacingly. If we don't want the same path, we can't discuss anything. I originally intended to use you to kill Lee Cece. It turns out I underestimated you. Throwing back the jade pendant, he quickly ran away. We'll meet again. Shen Feng swiftly rushed over and snatched the jade before it could fall. Using his whole body, he broke through the window. Musho thought to himself, I'm no match for Shen Feng. I can only escape first and then figure things out later. Gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, he clicked his tongue softly. Forced to activate by Musho, this magic item's remaining spiritual energy isn't much. Looking in the direction Musho had just run, Shen Feng smiled. Musho also knows how to adapt, but escaping from the orthodox faction isn't that easy. Back to Yulin's side. She turned and asked, Sister Cece, aren't we going to help? Cece gently replied, Yulin, today I'll teach you your first lesson. Sometimes we don't need to do things ourselves. We can leave them to our subordinates. Seeing the unfamiliar people being dealt with by the staff, she continued, they are all sanitation workers of the company. This is their main job after all. Yulin pointed at the two Taoists and asked, Sister, don't you see these two seniors aren't moving at all? Her eyes gleamed with a touch of sadness. She whispered, I'm also a sanitation worker for the company. If I don't go help, I'll always feel uneasy. Cece playfully flicked Yulin's forehead. You're so silly. You're counting money even though you've been sold by the young master. You're not like them. She blushed bashfully, but I don't know how I'm different. Cece smiled and analyzed. Just based on your relationship with Shen Feng, your status in the company is already different. With Shen Feng's power and his relationship with the Yu family, it won't be difficult for you to enter the company's leadership. Lightly stroking her smooth hair, she continued, by then, you'll be by Shen Feng's side, and I'll be his little secretary. Thinking this way, don't you realize we don't need to do anything ourselves? Yulin immediately became excited. Sister Cece, it seems that's right. Noticing that this girl seemed interesting, Cece seductively said, Little sister, just take it easy. Whether it's something you can learn or not, I'll teach you little by little. Standing far away, observing all this time, Zhuan Feng pondered, the saintess of the White Lotus sect is cooperating with the company. I wonder what her intentions are. Zhuanji softly clicked his tongue. Whatever her intentions, let the company worry about it themselves. But the company's actions are quite fast. They won't let our tribute fall into the hands of these heretics. Then he turned to ask, Senior brother, the person who called you that year, wasn't that Lee Cece? Zhuan Feng stroked his beard and hummed. I recognized her voice. Glancing at Zhuangji with suspicious eyes, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Junior brother, you rushed over here, not to take action, but to ask a girl questions. Don't forget you're already 100 years old." He crossed his arms and replied, "I'm an expert. Experts only make a move at the decisive moment." Some of the people in black were already able to resist the staff. Zhuangji said in a deep voice, "A grandmaster has a child who is about to break through." Two strangers approached each other. One said, "Things are getting more complicated. Let's team up and get out of here." The other replied, "What about the others?" The orange-haired guy smirked. "If they don't have the strength, it's their own fault for being caught by the company. Let's go." The commander watched the two who intended to escape and spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Two grandmasters have broken through the encirclement. Two grandmasters have broken through the encirclement. Clear out the rest. Team 2, proceed and secure the area." Yulin pondered for a moment, then asked curiously, "Sister CC, actually, I don't quite understand. After all, you're all fellow disciples. Why did you betray them?" CC frowned and gritted her teeth. "Because they are all Muzhou's people." Recalling the day her family was harmed by others, CC sat silently in front of her house, not saying a word. At that time, Muzhou walked up and extended a hand to her, saying, "Come with me, I can give you food and warm clothes." The naive little girl replied, "But my parents are sleeping. They'll be worried if I leave and they don't see me." He said coldly, "They are dead. They will never wake up again." CC hugged her knees and sobbed, "I'm not going. I want to wait for my parents to wake up." He knelt on one knee and put his arm around her shoulder. Muzhou gently comforted her. "They're dead. You'll never see them again in this life. You'll never hear their voices, and you'll never be hugged again. Reality, though cruel, is just that. It's like a knife stabbing into you." He persuaded, "Come with me, become the saintess of the White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect will help you investigate who killed your parents and help you get revenge." Hearing that, CC happily nestled into his arms. She shook her head slightly to make those memories disappear. She sighed, "Muzhou is skilled at exploiting people's hearts." CC turned to leave, saying as she did, "Little sister, don't worry here. With two grandmasters present, nothing big will happen. I'll go check on the Zhengyi sect." Her face hardened, and her body darted through the vast forest like a flash. Suddenly, CC paused when she saw a figure also running from the opposite direction. Seeing him, she coldly asked, "Muzhou, where else do you plan to run?" Muzhou gasped, "Li CC." The scene shifts to another location. The clatter of clogs echoed on the stone floor. A girl with a slender figure approached. She softly said, giving him so much information, "Muzhou has also failed. The White Lotus cult is just a bunch of rabble that can't accomplish anything." The unfamiliar girl mumbled, "But I already have a better option." From the opposite direction, the person approaching was Shen Feng. Liu Jin saw someone coming and immediately waved in greeting. "Hello, may I ask what happened to the Zhengyi sect? The atmosphere feels completely different from before." Shen Feng asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Liu Jin introduced herself. "I'm from the Liu family in Central Plains, here to congratulate Taoist Zhuan Ling on his birthday. You're so handsome. Let's be friends." He walked past Liu Jin. He honestly replied, "I'm Shen Feng from the company. It's not safe here anymore. Please come with me first. After everything is settled, you're free to do as you please." She quickly followed. "You're so amazing. You're so young but already a cleaner for the company. Not like me. I want to join the company, but I don't dare." Without turning around, Shen Feng's voice suddenly grew stronger. "I'm a trainee at the company, not a cleaner." Liu Jin refused to give up, pointing ahead and continuing to talk to him. "Hey, when I came up the mountain, I saw a man covered in blood and a beautiful girl meet in the forest over there." Speaking of this, she hesitated slightly. "Because I was a little scared, I didn't dare to go over and look." Shen Feng frowned seriously. "Lead the way." Returning to where CC and Muzhou were confronting each other, she put her hands on her hips and gave a bitter smile. "That year, you sent people to kill my parents. Did you ever think there'd be a day like this?" He gritted his teeth. The White Lotus cult only looks at results, not the process. The cult master values you, you will definitely become the saintess of the White Lotus cult. Thinking of a future she once longed for, CC said indignantly, if it weren't for you, perhaps I would have gone to school and worked, dating and then getting married like normal girls. Although it's a bit ordinary, it's more real. At the end of the year, I'd bring my husband and children home to visit my parents, but she yelled, everything has been destroyed by you. 3 sharp objects flew past, but Mujo managed to dodge them. He frowned, if it weren't for us, how would you be where you are today? Clutching his stomach, he coughed up blood. Mujo weakly thought to himself, risking a fight with Shen Feng severely injured me. I can't prolong this any further. That sharp object flew through his leg while he was still distracted. CC said in a low voice, let me tell you a secret. Her face was cold and emotionless. That year, I was the one who reported the cult master's infiltration of the Zhengyu sect. Mujo knelt, clutching his injured leg, and said tremblingly, the cult master raised you for so many years. How could you harbor intentions of rebellion? CC roared, simultaneously firing 3 more sharp arrows at him. At 18, I was taken by the cult master. The humiliation all these years. I hate the White Lotus cult. I hate it. Before old wounds could heal, new ones appeared. Mujo painfully spat blood. Holding the weapon in hand, she smirked, laughing triumphantly. You gave me this set of 9-ring needles that year. Now I want to use the flying needles you gave me to kill you. Do you have anything to say? He gnashed his teeth in hatred. I only regret not killing you sooner. It's just a pity that by cooperating with that person, the White Lotus cult still couldn't flourish in my hands again. I hate it. Following that were continuous, unforgiving arrows. The cult master has had his abilities disabled at the company. He also contracted syphilis. Just wait for him on the road to the underworld. In a few years, he'll come down to keep you company. The arrows pierced through Mujo's body and embedded deeply into the large tree behind him. He fell to the ground, lifeless. At the same time, a voice sounded from behind her. VCC, unless necessary, the company strictly forbids private execution. CC shrugged. I'm not an official employee of the company yet. Report this to Boss Liu. I'll accept any punishment. Suddenly, Shen Feng's voice echoed. Li CC, what you've done makes it very difficult for me to handle this. She crossed her arms coldly. Difficult to handle. Then don't handle it. Just follow the rules. He smiled faintly and turned to speak to the other man. Report back to Boss Liu. Just say that Mujo, the temporary cult master of the White Lotus cult, resisted with all his might and was killed by me on the spot. He scratched his head awkwardly. This matter, don't be afraid of the superior's reaction. You just need to report it. No matter what happens, I'll take responsibility. She hugged one of Shen Feng's arms. CC seductively said, young Master Mu doing this moves CC deeply. How do you want me to thank you? Or how about we go for a few drinks tonight? He pushed her hand away and reminded her, I don't hope for such a thing to happen again, for the White Lotus cult to continue developing in the Southwest. It must abide by the company's rules and regulations. This is the limit. CC glanced at Liu Jin and smirked. No wonder he wasn't grateful. Turns out he tricked another beautiful girl. Pointing at Shen Feng, she playfully teased, what about your Xiao Fan and your little sister Yulin? What about me? You're a philanderer. He impatiently lightly hit CC's hand. We met on the road. It has nothing to do with her. Liu Jin blushed shyly, sister. Please don't talk like that. I feel a bit embarrassed. Let's stop teasing each other. Shen Feng seriously asked, did Mujo say any useful intelligence before he died? CC looked at Mujo's corpse being handled by the employee and replied, he did say that this time he was so bold because he was cooperating with someone, but I don't know who exactly. The scene shifted to the company's boardroom, where the situation was reported in a tense atmosphere. Currently, the Zhengyi sect incident has been handled, and the relevant personnel of the White Lotus cult have been effectively controlled. A rough leader slammed the table, his voice full of anger. These cult factions have gone too far. The company has mobilized cleaners to eliminate the White Lotus cult. Lu Thing calmly reminded, don't forget the company's original purpose. He solemnly stated, according to the investigation by the Southwest Branch, there's a shadow of Team A behind this incident. As soon as that name was mentioned, the entire meeting room immediately became agitated, and some people started shouting excitedly, "No way! Team A was the predecessor of the company, but all its members died in their last mission. General Liu, you say there's a shadow of Team A, or the ghosts from the underworld?" Liu then quickly turned on the large screen, presenting all the evidence before everyone. Through Thine Vung's investigation, Musho had contact with this person half a year ago. He then zoomed in on the image, stopping at a watch with the familiar letter A symbol, and said, "This symbol, veteran employees must be very familiar with it." Liu then rested his hands on the table and sternly explained, Team A's mission was to secretly counter hunting enemies and eliminate foreign enemies. Even if someone survived, they had to report back to the company. Finally, he resolutely declared, "Therefore, I request the right to investigate Team A's mission from 10 years ago." The speaker on the table simultaneously announced, the company's SSS classified mission, the Southwest Branch has requested to reject it. The sound from the speaker continued to transmit, and the entire meeting room fell silent, listening attentively. The Southwest Branch was also authorized at Level A to investigate information related to Team and bring the remaining members of Team A back to headquarters, dead or alive. Liu then fell silent, a spark of doubt unconsciously rising. He secretly reasoned, in recent years, many high-ranking company officials and clan elders have been assassinated. The company used its power to assert that their deaths were merely accidents. Is there any connection to Team A? Thinking this, he indifferently turned and left without saying another word. One of the attendees indignantly remarked, "General Liu, the White Lotus cult matter hasn't been clearly resolved. And you already want to leave?" Liu then walked to the door, his demeanor still perfectly calm, and frankly replied, "The Saintess of the White Lotus cult has cooperated with the Southwest Branch. I promise that as long as the White Lotus cult does not leave the Southwest region, the company will give them living space. If you're not satisfied, you can come to the Southwest Company to have tea with me." After speaking, he didn't bother to linger, decisively opening the door and walking out. Immediately after, Liu then picked up the phone to call Then Fong and gave him a task. Then Fong, after completing the handover, go to the Ho family to investigate Ho Kiat. On the other side, upon receiving the order, Then Fong wondered, Ho Kiat, what's his background? Hearing this, Tuja stood with her arms crossed and spoke up, "I've heard of him. Didn't he suddenly disappear 10 years ago?" He was slightly surprised and casually asked, "You know a lot about Ho Kiat." She didn't hesitate to provide some information. "I don't know too much. I can only say he's a genius rarely seen in 100 years. I heard that the Ho family's Immortal also disappeared with him." Tuja proposed a plan with a confident tone. "Let's go meet Granny Ho Tam. She definitely knows the whereabouts of Ho Kiat, as she found the family's Immortal." Then Fong calmly called Ngu Lam and made a request. "Ngu Lam, your school term is about to start. You and the team should return to the company together. Next, Light-Tu and I will go together." Hanging up, he turned to Tutu and calmly stated, "You know Ho Kiat well, so you must know where the Ho family is." She annoyedly denied, "Please, young Master Mu, how dare a cult leader like me provoke those great families?" Liu Chan, who was behind them, volunteered and said, "Brother Mu, I know where the Ho family is. I went there when I was a child." Then Fong turned around and cheerfully suggested, "Perfect, you lead the way, and we'll go together." She tucked her hair behind her ear, muttering to herself, "Grandpa Koi, you must also miss Brother Kiat very much." In Liu Chan's hand was a burnt orange cotton flower, none other than Ho Loi in disguise. It replied, "The Ho family has been established for over 300 years. Little Kiat is the only junior I've taken notice of. What a pity." Liu Chen walked silently behind, keeping some distance from the two. She asked, "Then Fong is going to Ho Tam's place to investigate you. Can Granny find you?" Ho Loi immediately echoed in reply, "After that day, I broke away from the Ho family unless I reveal myself. Granny won't find me. Time flew by at the city airport. After a long journey to the Ho family, then Fong, Tutu, and Lu Chen disembarked the plane with their luggage. As soon as the three stepped outside, they were warmly greeted by two groups of high-ranking people, all speaking in unison. Young Master Mu. The welcoming motorcade was already waiting, and an old man, neatly dressed, clasped his hands respectfully and reported, "Young Master Mo, the old master knew you were coming and sent me to pick you up." Upon hearing this, then Fong asked doubtfully, he reacted very quickly, "Does the company have internal news?" He politely refused, "This is not something I can inquire about," and at the same time opened the car door, making a gesture to invite them in. "Please get in the car." Witnessing that scene, passersby began to gather and discuss. What's the background of those people that the Ho family's private car came to pick them up? I don't know, maybe young Master Mo came from Beiyan. The Ho family in Beiyan also has strong backing, which young master could have such great influence. Then Fong handed his luggage to the old man, hands in his pockets, a smirk of interest on his lips. "Let's get in the car first. Let's see what kind of big show this Ho family has prepared for me, and what other tricks they want to play next." The car quickly rolled to the Ho family residence, where people were already waiting at the entrance. Then Fong opened the car door and stepped out. Seeing that person, he was surprised and initiated a conversation with a cheerful attitude. "Oh, family head Ho, why did you come here personally?" Ho Chan's face showed clear annoyance, and he replied sarcastically, "Young Master Mo is suddenly inspecting the Ho family. Of course, I must be here, lest someone intentionally adds names to the Ho family," making it difficult for the company to explain. He strode in to inspect with a composed demeanor, directly retorting, "I came myself precisely to prevent someone from causing trouble." Then Fong's group slowly walked towards the main hall. The Ho family members also followed closely behind. Ho Chen suddenly took the initiative to clarify regarding the ancestral hall. "The company allows it, so there's no problem here." He crossed his arms, glanced back, and directly challenged, "Why is there no problem? There are problems everywhere." Then Fong pointed directly at the altar in front of him, his voice sharp, meticulously analyzing the danger. "There are burning incense sticks in the ancestral hall. Based on fire safety regulations, you haven't installed fire extinguishers, nor have you established emergency exits. If a fire breaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable." He turned around, looked sternly at Ho Chan, his tone cold like a warning. "Family head Ho, if you do this, it will be very difficult for me to report the work results to the company." Tutu covered her mouth, chuckling, seemingly understanding than Fong's trick. Young Master Mo is truly nitpicking. With the ancestral spirits presiding over the hall, how could a fire break out? He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but could do nothing but resentfully accept it. "We will immediately rectify and reform." Seeing the opponent's overbearing attitude, Ho Tac rudely pointed at him and haughtily cursed. Then Fong, "Don't abuse your power. The Ho family is only giving face to the company. We have never been afraid of you. If you anger me, I'll be the first one to deal with you." Faced with those threatening words, then Fong appeared exasperated, asking in a low voice, "Family head Ho, is this the Ho family's attitude?" Ho Chen merely casually advised, "The person in charge of the ancestral family, young Master Mo, don't take it to heart." Tutu, standing nearby, observed his attitude, vaguely understood, and whispered to Lu Chan, "I see Ho Chen deliberately arranged this to make things difficult for young Master Mo, but this time it's going to be interesting." He didn't mind and calmly continued walking, only indifferently saying, "That kid is just talking nonsense. How could an adult take it to heart?" The others trudged along behind. Ho Tac, shamed into anger, thought he was being looked down upon, so he aggressively assumed his stance to circulate his internal energy, loudly shouting, "You kid dared to look down on me, appear." "Great master." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists, fiercely charged at Then Fong, and spiritual power surged from Ho Tac's body. At that exact moment, Then Fong decisively spun around and delivered a devastating slap, sending him flying backward before he could even react. After finishing, then Fong indifferently gestured a thumb towards the ancestral hall, his words full of disdain. Patriarch Ho, if you want to exchange a few moves with me, you can invite the one up there to try. Ho Chen frowned in anger, his palms clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth as he demanded, "A summoned immortal has never been slapped away before. What trick did you use?" Then Fong crossed his arms, his expression mocking and provocative, his words deliberately sarcastic. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." He immediately waved his hand, signaling for someone to drag Hotak's battered body home, then announced, "You all go down first. Young Master Mu and I have a few words to say." Hearing that, he turned back to instruct Tutu and Liu Chan, "Everyone, please wait for me for a bit." When everyone had left, the two slowly walked inside. Ho Chen clasped his hands behind his back and directly asked, "You didn't come to the Ho family just to vent your anger, did you?" Then Fong frankly stated the reason. "At first it was just to vent anger, but then my superior ordered me to investigate Ho Kayat." As soon as he heard that name, he was momentarily surprised and turned his face. He asked, puzzled, "Little Kayat has been missing for 10 years. Even the immortal who followed him is gone. What is there to investigate?" But he kindly guided, "You have the opportunity to approach the company's leaders. You can ask them." Continuing to walk, Ho Chen mused in recollection, his voice filled with nostalgia as if everything was still etched in his memory. On the afternoon of Tet E 15 years ago, Little Kayat received a call and left home. He only returned late at night. At that time, amidst the chilly weather of the year-end night, Ho Kayat did not forget to ask his father for permission before leaving. "Father, I have to go on a long trip. I will be absent from burning incense and paying respects to our ancestors tomorrow." Ho Chen slightly frowned, asking with confusion, "It's almost New Year. What's so urgent?" He abruptly stopped, turned back and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply as if apologizing, firmly promising his father, "I'm sorry, I can't say, but please trust me. I will never do anything against my conscience or betray the country." Ho Chen couldn't hide his emotions. He hastily reached out to help Ho Kayat up, reminding him with a worried voice, "You haven't eaten, no matter how urgent it is. Eat something before you go." He flatly refused and quickly turned to leave in the snowy night. "No, I'll eat on the way later." Returning to reality, Ho Chen gently pushed open the room door, his voice steady as he continued to tell the unfinished story. From that day on, Little Kayat returned. That was 15 years ago. His footsteps stopped before an old wooden shelf, and with both hands, he lifted a box covered in the dust of time. Then he recounted Ho Kayat's instructions. "He handed me a box and said to wait a few years until someone specifically investigates it, then hand it over." Then Fong stood beside him and asked suspiciously, "I remember the company was established 10 years ago. Before this, the company never investigated it." The two sat opposite each other, and he rested his hands on his thighs, honestly saying, "Although I don't like you, you are the only one who has investigated Little Kayat over the years, so take it." Then Fong picked up the box and brushed off the dust. Then he carefully opened it. Inside was an S-shaped badge, similar to the one Lu Thang had shown. Ho Chen sighed in dissatisfaction. "Sometimes I wonder if I went down the wrong path." Then Fong flipped through a few pages of the diary, then suddenly spoke, stating, "I can tell you that Ho Kayat back then joined Team A, secretly protecting Long Kwok." He recounted what Ho Kayat had written in the diary over 5 years. According to the diary's contents, Team A encountered many unpredictable events that year, annihilating the Yin-Yang Masters of An. Hoa Kwok driving away the Eagle Country's followers. The diary mentions the restoration of spiritual veins and Kunlun being related. Hearing the end, Ho Chen couldn't control his emotions and choked up, shedding tears and smiling proudly. "Truly worthy of being my son, he didn't disgrace me." When he reached the last pages of the diary, only thin, torn paper corners remained, and he concluded in a deep voice, "It seems the reason Ho Kayat disappeared that year is precisely the missing content at the end." Ho Chen immediately clarified, "After Little Kayat brought it back, I never opened it." Then Fong stood up, holding the diary, and before leaving, he didn't forget to reply, "I believe you, the item has been retrieved. I won't bother you further." He suddenly reached out to stop him. "Don't rush off yet. Ho Tam Tai Nai wants to see you." At the same time in Yen back, Tiu Pham lay stretched on a chair, munching on fruit but with a displeased, frowning face. She grumbled in frustration, "That damn old man is getting more and more unreasonable, not letting me leave the house for a single step." Tiu Pham sprang up, hands on her hips, her face annoyed, complaining to Uncle Than, "Uncle, do you know what the most outrageous thing he did was? He won't let me contact Than Fong. He even confiscated my phone. Uncle Than, tell me, is this still something a human would do?" He smiled kindly, gently advising, "The patriarch has his plans. Young lady, please be a bit understanding." She lay back on the couch, arms crossed over her chest, eyes closed but her mouth incessantly grumbling, "If I'm understanding him, then who's understanding me?" Only then did Tiu Pham ask about the situation. "How are things on the Liang family side?" Uncle Than, while bringing over a plate of pre-cut fruit, announced the news. "The Wang family's shares have been halved. I'm sure they've learned their lesson this time." This greatly pleased her. She curled her lips into a sneer, gloating, "Serves them right. Let them keep oppressing. If I don't bankrupt them, I'll at least make them remember me and tremble in fear." He reported something with a hint of doubt. "The company just sent word. Then Fong has gone to the Ho family to investigate Ho Kiat. Will the truth about Team from back then be uncovered by him?" As soon as Then Fong was mentioned, Tiu Pham's demeanor immediately changed. She calmly gave an order. "If it's him, it probably can't be hidden. Find a way to give him a clue." Uncle then replied hesitantly, "Back then, the Ngo family was also involved. It's too deeply intertwined. Young lady, I worry the resistance from other parties will be immense." She smiled radiantly, her mood significantly lifted, stretching and confidently declaring, "For my man, I don't care about those old geezers." Tiu Pham's expression suddenly darkened, her tone dropped to a cold, decisive warning, "If they dare to bother me, I won't hesitate to get my hands bloody." Scene change at the Ho family's main residence. Then Fong and Ho Chan were on their way to see Great Tant. He asked suspiciously, "Excuse me, Patriarch Ho, Great Tant Ho hasn't met me before. Why would she want to see me?" He replied solemnly, "Of course, she has a profound reason for meeting you. As a junior, I wouldn't presume to guess." After walking a bit further, the two finally arrived. In front of them was Great Tant's residence. Ho Chan, hands clasped behind his back, said, "It's straight ahead. You can go in by yourself." Then Fong didn't think much of it after hearing that and quickly moved towards the private residence. He stepped inside, saw Great Tant curled up on the bed, and muttered his assessment. The legendary third Great Tant Ho is a nine-tailed white fox, daughter of the two-son Ho clan since the dawn of creation. I don't see 9 tails on you. Hearing those judgments, she resolutely jumped down, her voice agitated as she questioned, "In this age of decline, it's not easy to maintain one's true form. My Dharma form vanished countless years ago." Great Tant slowly walked around Then Fong, observing him carefully, nodding in admiration. "Young man, to have entered the chi condensation stage at such a young age, you are the most capable person I've met in hundreds of years." In response to her flattering words, Then Fong merely replied indifferently, "As you wish. Were there others you valued before? If you met me just to say these things, then we don't need to waste time." She suddenly explained, "That child, Tiu Kiat, back then, in terms of talent and temperament, he utterly pleased me. So I told Ho Hun to stay by the boy's side. This boy is talented, and from a young age, he was determined to restore the spiritual veins." Then Fong understood and asked frankly, "What do you mean?" She recounted in detail. 10 years ago, Tiu Kiat returned to me. He said he wanted to go to Kunlun to carry out a secret mission. After that, Tiu Kiat and Ho Hoi both disappeared. Great Tant calmly stated her speculation. "I think your objective is also very simple. You don't want such a promising seed to be destroyed." He calmly raised his hand, fully understanding the scheme. "Your spiritual power encompasses the strength of souls. As long as you wish, all spirits within range are within your attack radius. After this series of facts, then Fong glared coldly, his voice low as he directly questioned, "Old fox, do you want to take my life?" At this point, Grey Tant clearly admitted it. "You came to the Ho family to bring Tiu Kai's father back. I knew sooner or later you would come to Kunlun." With that, she immediately cast a spell and surging spiritual flames enveloped her body. She resolutely launched a direct attack. 3 spiritual fire arrows shot straight at Fong. Grey Tant snapped provocatively, "If you can't even overcome this old woman's trial, then going to Kunlun will only lead to death." With nimble movements, he immediately sprang up, neatly dodging. Then Fong landed heroically, gripping the hilt of his wooden sword, and warned coldly, "Old fox, you're doing these things to me on your own accord. Can you bear the consequences when you provoke my anger?" She burst out laughing, declaring hollowly, "Young man, you can't kill me." Meanwhile, the 3 spirit fire rockets had secretly turned back to counterattack. Then Fong decisively swung his sword, shattering Tainai's attack with lightning flowing shadow. He questioned, "Thunder and lightning are the biggest weaknesses for spirit beasts that have cultivated into spirits. You're not unaware of that, are you?" At this moment, Tainai revealed her 9 fiery tails, her entire body emanating an overwhelming spiritual pressure, full of fierce momentum. She declared resolutely, "Your little lightning serpent can't do anything to this old woman." Then Fong curved his lips into a faint smile, lunged forward, his hand tightly gripping the lightning-covered sword. He replied indifferently, "Is that so?" The 2 sides directly confronted each other, their auras colliding violently. Their power and explosive force seemed to tear apart space. 2 streams of power, 1910, one side using lightning techniques, the other golden light, continuously launched fierce attacks. Tainai gnashed her teeth and growled, her eyes showing defiance. She arrogantly demanded, "A magical artifact made from 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. Your soul is older than ancient times. Who exactly are you?" Then Fong said nothing, grabbing her neck tightly, making Tainai tremble in pain. He pointed the tip of his sword directly at her face, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Guess how many of these demon-slaying swords I have?" Calmly, as if it were nothing, then Fong didn't hesitate to explain his intentions. "Earlier, I dodged your attack because I wanted to observe how your magical methods operate. If I wanted to, I could crush you with sheer power." He threatened indifferently, "Your glabella is where your spiritual domain operates. If I were to stab it with a single strike, what do you think would happen?" She cried out in panic, begging for mercy, and used all sorts of reasons to intimidate him. "Don't do anything rash. If you kill me, the entire Hu clan won't let you off. Even the company won't harbor you. Don't you want to know what mission Tiu Kid had in Kunlun that year? If you kill me, you won't know anything." Then Fong's expression hardened, his eyes burning with anger. He loudly questioned, "Who's being rash? I want to reason with you, but you want to fight. When I want to fight you, you want to reason with me. Aren't you despicable?" His threatening words, sharp as blades, struck fear into Tainai, making her too terrified to retort. "I won't kill you. I just want to know what happened that year. If you dare to lie to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Spirits like you, I've killed countless of them." After being released, Tainai slowly returned to her original spot, stating that year, ninjas from Inhoaquak and Onmyoji had infiltrated Longquak. They wanted to go to Kunlun to find something. Then Fong was slightly surprised, skeptically reasoning, "According to what you're saying, Team must have consisted of Longquak's most elite personnel. They couldn't have been completely wiped out by people from Inhoaquak." She sat down and revealed some crucial points. In Kunlun, the most terrifying thing isn't people, but the spiritual miasma there. If you can't even deal with the old spirit's tricks, then going to Kunlun would just be throwing your life away. He then asked directly, "So I ask you, is the method to restore the world's spiritual veins also in Kunlun?" To this, Tainai wasn't so sure, as she wasn't directly involved. "Not necessarily. I'm not very clear about what methods Master Zhang used that year. You'll only know when you get to Kunlun." Having achieved his main objective, Then Fong had gathered enough necessary information, he didn't bother to linger, coldly turning and walking away. Alright, I understand. Then Fong didn't forget to look back and make a few sarcastic remarks, reminding her, tell your descendants to be smarter when they see me. If there is a next time, I won't hold back. Scene shift. At Jung Corporation, a voice spoke, giving clear instructions. This month's profits are to be transferred to the Mu family as usual. Also, pay attention to the Wu family's order. Jiangxi exuded an elegant demeanor, calmly walking down the street while discussing work on the phone. What? Do I still need to teach you this? Don't leave any market for the Wang family. Seize as much as you can. Bai Tai suddenly appeared in front of her, his posture arrogant and brazen, saying, President Zhang, my brothers have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing this, a bodyguard quickly rushed forward to block him, urgently shouting, protect President Zhang. Before he could finish speaking, the bodyguard was rudely kicked into the air by the man, who cursed, you damn pest, don't bother the young lady. Other bodyguards quickly ran to assist. Bai Tai sneered, arrogantly asking, President Zhang, can we talk now? Jiangxi immediately gestured to the bodyguards behind her, and they automatically stopped. She then suggested, this place isn't suitable, let's go somewhere else. Jiangxi slowly walked to the car parked by the road, while he followed, laughing sarcastically, President Zhang is so decisive, then I'll also ride in your luxury car once. The two of them went to a tea house in the city. As soon as they sat down at the table, Bai Tai tilted his head back and drained a glass of water. He asked curiously, President Zhang, aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Jiangxi gracefully picked up her hot tea, responding calmly and shrewdly. You're someone in the know. If you wanted to do something to an ordinary person like me, would I have the ability to resist? Bai Tai immediately got straight to the point. It's truly the person Miss Engo asked me to relay a message to you. If you trust her, then follow me to Yanback. I will protect you throughout the entire journey. Hearing that name, she became curious and asked, did she not say anything more? He waved his hand with a look of disdain, propping his chin and babbling. For someone of Miss Engo's caliber to give us a job to support our families is already a great thing. I just need to do the work. I don't care about other things, but I did hear a little something. It's rumored to be related to Then Fong. Jiangxi actively stood up and left first, not forgetting to instruct him, give me 2 days to hand over my work. 2 days later, wait for me on the ground floor of Jung Group. He picked up his phone and stood up, placing his hands on his hips and glaring at her, grumbling, damn it, rich people are really stingy, running off without paying. On this side, the Then Fong Group was warmly welcomed by the Ho family, taken to a luxurious hotel with meticulous hospitality. Young Master Mo, 2 young ladies, this is the Ho family's property. Everything has been taken care of. If you need anything, just call the reception. He was a bit surprised, finding the enthusiasm strange. I caused trouble for the Ho family, yet the Ho family still treats me so well. Then Fong clicked his tongue several times. Honestly, having me stay here makes me a bit uneasy. As they entered, a cheerful receptionist came out and said, please give me your luggage, all 3 of you. She smiled as she took each person's luggage. Her attentive actions left the 3 of them with no suspicion. I'll take it to everyone's rooms. After taking a few steps, the suitcase suddenly slipped from her hand and fell with a thud, making a loud noise. The receptionist awkwardly bent down to pick up the items, apologizing profusely, but her hand was secretly putting something into the suitcase. Then Fong didn't mind. He casually dismissed it. It's fine. You can take it to the room first. Seeing her continue to walk calmly, he immediately shouted, interrogating her, who are you? What did you put in my luggage? Hearing this, the receptionist fearfully abandoned the luggage in the lobby and ran away. Tuta quickly dashed forward, upholding the belief that it's better to catch the wrong person than to let the right one go. No matter who she is, catch her first, then everything will become clear. Then Fong approached the suitcase and slowly opened it. He picked up a phone that had just been slipped inside and laughed helplessly. Usually people steal things from luggage. Why would someone put something into luggage? Liu Jin stepped closer and unexpectedly spoke up. It seems to be something inside the phone, which makes one ponder. She unconsciously froze. As she just saw the image on the phone's screen, Liu Chen was startled. This isn't Kayet's phone. Then Fong frowned, turned to interrogate her, and Kayet, do you know him? The two of them went into the room to talk. Then Fong stood sternly, arms crossed over his chest, his voice strained as he interrogated. I'm very suspicious of your purpose in approaching me. You'd better tell me everything you know. He calmly threatened, otherwise, I'll take you back to the company to continue the investigation. Liu Chen found herself in a dilemma, forced to reveal the truth. The Liu family and the Ho family originally had a very good relationship. Kayet always liked to take me along when he went out. After listening, he walked to the table beside the bed, picked up Ho Kayet's phone and responded with satisfaction. Alright, I understand. The phone belongs to Ho Kayet. Inside, there's definitely information about the members of Team A. She turned back and added, Team A is so mysterious. Their security must be even higher. Then Fong leisurely sat down on the bed, his hands tapping on the phone, searching, and calmly replied, how could the security of 10 years ago compare to now? Got it. He smiled faintly, having found some names in the phone's contact list. Trong Ham, Ha Fan, Kuk Lak Du, Than Thu Hong. I'll send the list to the company later so they can check it first. Then Fong accidentally discovered something strange and asked suspiciously, who is this kid? Ho Kayet's last phone call was to this kid. Liu Jin tilted her head, her face clouded with worry, her voice filled with weariness. A kid is just a kid. Neither of them were the least bit vigilant, continuing their discussion, completely unaware they were being watched from afar. That person slowly reported, so the phone has been delivered to Then Fong. The mysterious person was actually the fake receptionist from earlier. She enthusiastically made an offer to the other party via walkie-talkie. However, I found out there are others targeting them. Do you need me to send backup? We've cooperated for so long. We can discuss the price later. The other end bluntly refused her goodwill. Your mission is just to deliver the phone there. Don't worry about other matters on this side. Tutu returned alone. The sound of the door opening made. Then Fong turned back curiously and asked, why did you come back alone? She frowned, cursing angrily. That woman's movements were very smooth. She got away. Then Fong had predicted this, and calmly said, the opponent has something in mind. It's fine if you couldn't catch her. Just then, two knives from outside unexpectedly pierced through the glass door, sending fragments scattering everywhere. Then Fong reacted quickly, immediately leaned aside while pulling Liu Chan's head down, shouting a warning, be careful. Two fierce black-clad soldiers kicked open the door, barking orders. Grab both the phone and the girl. Everyone outside is with us. Come with me. He solemnly drew his sword and stepped forward, carefully instructing, lie to two, protect Liu Chan. I'll go capture these soldiers alive. Then Fong rushed forward like lightning. The soldiers smiled smugly, seeing their plan succeed, and quickly reported, then Fong has been led out. Team to can proceed. Then Fong closed in, his wooden sword decisively stabbing the soldier's nape, blood gushing out. He fell to his knees in pain, his face contorted, sweat trickling down. He retrieved his sword and asked sharply, tell me, who sent you? The soldier smirked and boldly threatened, if you continue to investigate, next time it will be your family. Then Fong annoyedly cursed, what era is this already? Still someone training death warriors. The person behind this is truly rigid. Saying this, he immediately turned around and dashed away like the wind, secretly deducing the plot. They still have a second team. It seems the real target isn't me. Inside the room, Tutu affectionately held Liu Jin's hand, gently reassuring her, don't be scared, little sister. Although Then Fong's personality is a bit strange, he's still a very good person. No matter what secrets you have, you can try to trust him. She shyly whispered, can he be trusted? Just as Liu Jin replied, actually, I know. Two men in black were already rappelling down outside the glass window, preparing to storm in. Tutu immediately noticed, decisively swung her hand, firing dart missiles at them while simultaneously warning, "We'll talk later, there are still people." The captain luckily dodged the attack and decisively lunged, smashing through the glass. His hand tightly gripped Tatu's neck, his eyes full of disdain. He sneered, "Your dart missiles would have a higher chance of winning outdoors." The two soldiers behind also successfully captured Liu Jin. "Captain, the target has been captured." The brutal captain forcefully threw Tutu down, ignoring her pain, and yelled, "Go!" All three, carrying Liu Jin, unhesitantly jumped out the window to escape. The captain was surprised to see Liu Jin unusually calm, so he sneered, "The girl is very calm. I hope you can still maintain this calmness later." They escorted Liu Jin to an abandoned factory. The brutal captain tied her tightly to a chair, and without a word, slapped Liu Jin across the face, then growled, "Who are you? What's your relationship with Ho Kayat? When did you get to know him?" Seeing the opponent was still stubborn, refusing to utter a single word, he flew into a rage, kicking her hard in the stomach, causing blood to gush from her mouth, and growled a threat, "If you still don't speak, don't blame me for using harsher methods." Liu Jin's eyes unexpectedly welled up, brimming with tears, her face covered in scratches. Liu Jin recalled the past back then. She was just a 10-year-old child, led by the hand by Hothan to the barracks. Hothan walked over to Ho Kayat, who was diligently training, and announced, "Old Hoi, a new person has been sent from above. Liu Jin is from the Liu family in Zhongyuan. According to regulations, you must first take her with you." Hearing this, he immediately put down the weights. Ho Kayat knelt down to look at Liu Jin, rubbing his chin, and asked incredulously, "Did someone make a mistake? Why send someone so young here?" Ha then crossed her arms over her chest and retorted loudly, "Don't underestimate others like that. She's only 10 years old and has already entered the Haoshan realm. If she's come to our team to train, then she'll achieve great things." He immediately stood up, placing his hands on his hips, and coldly asked, "Kid, do you know what team it does?" She replied with a very serious attitude, "I know, I might encounter many bad people, but I will protect and contribute to the nation." Ho Kayat, satisfied, knelt on one knee, patted Liu Jin's head, and chuckled, "I'm just following orders from above. From now on, you'll follow me first. You're so small, so from now on, I'll call you Little Dot, and you'll call me Big Brother Kayat." He turned his back, pointed a finger, and resolutely announced, "Let's begin our first test." Ho Kayat bent his knees low, formed a hand seal, and summoned in a husky voice, "Old Hoi." Immediately after, a stream of fire erupted behind him, forming the shape of a divine fox. He furrowed his brow, his expression grim and ferocious, and sternly taught, "The Zuma Xian emphasizes cooperation with the Xian family. Besides harmonizing with the spirit of the Xian family, one also needs a strong physique to fully unleash the Xian family's power and strength." Having said that, he shot away like lightning, his figure appearing and disappearing, instantly circling behind Liu Jin, easily deceiving her. She turned her head in astonishment, only then realizing Ho Kayat was already behind her, marveling, "So fast, Big Brother Kayat's performance is completely different from others." He flicked Liu Jin's forehead and instructed, "The rules of team are that new members must learn their skills from the older members. Once you satisfy me, I'll take you to Sister Than to continue your training." He then raised his fingers and the fox lightning immediately appeared, swirling around him. Ho Kayat decisively commanded, "Old Hoi, let the little one get a feel for the action first." As soon as it received the order, it eagerly rushed towards Liu Jin, fiercely reassuring her, "Don't be scared, little girl, just relax and let me enter." Returning to reality, Liu Jin seemed to awaken. She frowned and decisively summoned, "Grandpa Hoi, let's go." Two ears immediately sprouted from the top of Liu Jin's head. She gritted her teeth and tensed her body. The binding ropes snapped apart in an instant. Liu Jin frantically charged towards the squad leader, clawing and scratching continuously, giving him no time to regain his composure. Then he fell to the ground. She reached out her hand, growling a threat, "Tell me who sent you here, and I will grant you a swift death." He couldn't believe his eyes, angrily exclaiming, Azuma's yawn. I've never heard of anyone like you in the Ho family. Liu Jin swiftly took down each soldier, her movements decisive and brutal. She gave a demonic smile, her eyes shining brightly, her entire body engulfed in spiritual flames. Liu Jin taunted, "You ask who I am. I am a phantom crawling out from the underworld." The blazing light erupted in an instant, filling the entire space with dazzling fire. With a fierce inward draw, she tilted her head back, greedily devouring the souls of each one. That horrifying scene made the squad leader gasp and yell, using soul power hidden in the smoke to tear souls apart. If Ho Tam Tai Nai finds out, she won't let you off. Liu Jin slowly walked closer to him, each step bringing a chilling cold of death. Her voice coldly retorted, "We are all lonely spirits and wild ghosts. If we really encounter them, let's see who can escape and who gets burned to death." Liu Jin impatiently repeated her demand fiercely, "I ask again, who sent you here, and I'll give you a swift death. Don't even think about committing suicide by biting a poison pill. You've seen that I have the ability to deal with souls, haven't you?" The squad leader tensed up, his muscular physique tearing his shirt open, his attitude arrogant. "Little girl, after killing so many people, do you really not consider Thunder Fist when Tai like me to be anything?" She didn't bother to argue, rushing forward fiercely and landing a devastating punch on his face. The squad leader died on the spot. Liu Jin, while absorbing his soul, still felt angry on his behalf and questioned, "If you're not going to talk, then living is useless." Having completed the task, Hai Lei quickly disappeared and her body, exhausted, collapsed to her knees. Liu Jin gently touched her earlobe, glanced down at the earring, and sighed, "Grandpa Hai, I've cultivated for so many years, but I still can't do what Brother Kid did back then." It immediately encouraged her, "That kid is a special case. You're already doing quite well like this." She looked up into the distance, reminiscing, "That year, besides Brother Hua Kwok, our people also took action." Hai Lei worriedly said, "I'm afraid I'm still not strong enough to take revenge." At the same time, then Fong and Tutu were frantically running towards the abandoned factory. He turned to her and said, "You're hurt." She seemed unfazed, casually replying, "It's just a small injury. I'm fine. I'm quite worried about that girl." The two quickly arrived at the factory entrance. They were involuntarily stunned to see Liu Jin there. Then Fong immediately instructed, "You go in first and check the situation." Tutu promptly obeyed, rushing past Liu Jin and heading straight inside. When only the two of them remained, she looked up and spoke proactively, "Ask whatever you want." He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "So who are you and what is your purpose?" Liu Jin honestly revealed everything. "I am Little Dot, and I want to go to Kunlun and complete the final mission of Team A." A moment later, Tutu finished checking and came out to report, "Everyone's dead." After hearing this, then Fong calmly picked up his phone and made a call. "Director Ho, we have a bit of a problem on our side. The investigation into Team A is hindered. Everyone has been killed by me." Liu Jin excitedly asked, "Why are you helping me?" He sternly crossed his arms over his chest, his voice questioning, "In an instant, you caused such a big problem. It makes things very difficult for me." She smiled mischievously, tilting her head to tease, "Even young Master Mu has things to worry about?" Then Fong looked indifferently at the sky, respecting the rules and explaining, "After all, if you want to use the company's resources to do certain things, you still have to follow these rules. At least on Lam Tin, I'm not strong enough to disregard all rules." An inexplicable unease welled up in his heart. He silently pondered, "Lam Tin's science and technology applies power in a different way. It's comparable to a full-force strike from a core formation realm. With such thin spiritual energy, it's too difficult to raise one's strength." The wind passed by, bringing a chilling atmosphere. Liu Jin instinctively hugged herself and pouted, "Is young Master Mu going to continue talking to me here?" Then Fong delicately took off his outer jacket and draped it over her, gently suggesting, "I'll find a hotel and book a room." "Okay." Liu Jin had no objections. "All right." Tutu looked disgruntledly at the affectionate couple, feeling annoyed, and muttered to herself, "What brutal words are these? These young people nowadays, I understand them less and less. Time flew by and night fell at the hotel. Then Fong gently offered water to Liu Jin and carefully reminded her, your immortal's power is too strong when you're in battle. If you don't suppress your own strength, it will consume a large amount of your primordial chi. Drink some water and calm down. She gratefully reached out and took it. Thank you. He pulled up a chair and sat down, asking curiously, is this the immortal who followed Hokayat back then? Can I invite this grandpa to talk? Liu Jin bowed her head hesitantly, explaining thoughtfully, after the mission in Kunlun ended, Old Man Hai voluntarily left HEHTCHI. If he appears alone, thunder and lightning will strike overhead. Upon hearing this, then Fong's curiosity was piqued. He crossed his legs, rubbed his chin, and wondered, are Lam Tin's rules flawed, and that profound? He looked directly into her eyes and expressed sincerely, you don't need to overthink why I'm helping you. I'm not interested in your past. I just want to know what happened that year, and if the spiritual meridian at Kunlun can be restored. Liu Jin slumped onto the bed indifferently and replied in a dejected voice, so this was your goal, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Kunlun can't restore the spiritual meridian. At least, we haven't found anything. She continued, adding, the most reliable news we got was about how to restore Kunlun's spiritual meridian, but Tima found no clues. Who's lying? Liu Chen recalled and recounted in detail. That year, Tima suddenly received an urgent mission to go to Kunlun to retrieve an item. Then Fawn asked curiously, what item? She sat up with her eyes closed, answering, I don't know. We haven't found it yet, but from the clues we found in Kunlun, we concluded that what Zhang Daoling left behind was. Liu Chan's face suddenly turned serious. She uttered four words in a cold voice, the secret to immortality. Just then, Tutu walked out of the bathroom, drying her hair and dismissively denying, Zhang Daoling wants to teach us how to become immortal? Then why did he break the spiritual meridian of heaven and earth that year to fart after taking off his pants? She stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly, her eyes full of disdain, openly mocking. And become immortal. I see your hair is long, but your knowledge is limited. You're an idiot, and Tima is full of idiots, which surprises me a bit. Liu Chen was extremely indignant upon hearing those words. She clenched her hands into fists, her voice almost a threatening shout. You can insult me, but you're not allowed to insult Tima. Apologize, or you'll die. Tutu wasn't about to be outdone. She retorted with sarcastic words. My little sister is too serious, aren't you? You're strong, but I'm not weak either. Seeing them both engaging in something pointless, then Fong angrily stood up, grabbed both their hands, and sternly scolded, that's enough. Tutu, you're not allowed to interfere without my permission. She sulkily grabbed the hairdryer and turned away indifferently. Alright, I won't butt in, you can talk. Liu Chen pressed her lips together, looked at him, rubbed her wrist, and thought to herself, just now, I could feel a surge of power flowing into my body along the meridians, instantly suppressing my vigorous energy. She deliberately moved closer to Then Fong, saying with a hint of defiance, indeed, you're very skilled. Liu Chen had barely sat down on the bed when he eagerly returned to the main topic, that item. Did you bring it out of Kunlun? Memories flooded back, making her silent, quietly bowing her head. Every word she spoke was tinged with sadness. From beginning to end, we never found that item. Later, ninjas from Sakura country and Onyoji ambushed us in Kunlun. He listened attentively, then a trace of doubt rose. Tuta stated, that's not right. How could people from Sakura country infiltrate a place like Kunlun so secretly, unless... At this point, she realized he had guessed correctly and immediately confirmed, you figured it out too. There's an informant among us, possibly a member of Team A. It could also be from high-level management, but I don't know. Anyway, now I'm the only one left alive from Team A, carrying everything and living on. Then Fong bent slightly, his expression serious, raising a question. According to the current investigation, all members of Team A died in Kunlun. How did you survive? Elsewhere, Zichdak stood on the rooftop, silently observing the situation. Noticing the opportunity, He transmitted a message, "Target detected, commence action." He waved his hand, signaling his comrades to advance and act, not forgetting to instruct, "Apart from the target, spare no one else." Zichdak suddenly frowned, muttering irritably under his breath, "I never expected that bastard child left behind in Dragon Country could be so useful. The item the Imperial Army couldn't find that year will finally fall into the Empire's hands." He resolutely turned back, his words emphasizing as well as expressing gratitude. "The Koga 12 ninjas are already on their way. Without that person's help, we wouldn't have been so smooth." Zichdak carried a hint of sorrow and regret, thoughtfully drawing his sword, but he probably won't live to see that day. Around him, ninjas were shouting and fighting throughout the battle. At the same time, at Then Fong's location, countless sharp shurikens tore through the air, piercing straight through the window glass, startling the two of them. He reacted nimbly, quickly pulling up a table to shield them just in time, immediately realizing, shurikens, ninjas from Sakura Country. Then Fong quickly threw a knife, shattering the ceiling lamp, making it difficult for the enemy to act. He cursed angrily, "What kind of company staff are these? Enemies infiltrating without any vigilance." He spun around, urgently telling the two girls, "You to go first, I'll stay and hold them off. To two, protect Liu Chen well." Faced with the sudden upheaval, Then Fong couldn't help but feel suspicious. He quietly analyzed the situation and concluded, this isn't good. An infiltration of this scale couldn't possibly happen without any commotion. There must be an inside man in the company's leadership. Meanwhile, Cece anxiously pulled Liu Zhen's hand, urging her, while also assigning tasks. "Let's go. Your energy has been depleted quite a lot. I'll go first. You're in charge of reacting." As soon as the door opened, a ninja suddenly rushed into attack, as if they had been waiting. With agile movements, Cece dodged to the side, acting decisively, her needle piercing straight into the opponent's chest. Having dealt with it, she quickly pulled Liu Zhen and ran outside, saying, "Go." Every single move was observed by Zichdak. He calmly instructed, "The little birds have flown out of the cage. The others, go catch the little birds." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichdak didn't hesitate to stomp his foot and leap towards the hotel. Surrounded by ninjas, Then Fong didn't panic. Instead, he was incredibly calm, growling, "Stop playing games in front of me. Call your master out now." Zichdak appeared at the same time, clapping his hands and praising. "Indeed, it is young Master Mu. Even many of Koga's younger generations can't match this demeanor." He spread his arms, disdainfully declaring, "However, this demeanor alone isn't enough to contend with us having surrounded you." Zichdak glared, crossing his arms over his chest, arrogantly offering a deal. "I'm giving you a choice now. Submit to Koga. With your talent, Sakura Country would welcome you." His next words were nothing short of blatant coercion. "Otherwise, there's only death." Then Fong didn't flinch, sneering and cursing him directly, "Idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword high. Lightning erupted, and fierce bolts swept through each ninja, giving them no chance to resist whatsoever. They all successively perished. Only Zichdak managed to struggle to his feet, exclaiming, "How can you be so strong?" Then Fong coldly replied, "Yet you've only just entered the Haoshan realm and dared to speak to me like that. Who gave you such confidence? Your courage." Even at this point, Zichdak remained stubborn, bluffing. "People of Long Country, don't be too arrogant. No matter how strong you are, facing the 12 Koga ninjas will only lead to death." He said nothing, swiftly swung his leg, startling the man. Then Fong casually spoke, "The 12 Koga ninjas." At that moment, blood stained the corner of his face, marking the end of Zichdak's fate. Then Fong sternly warned, "No matter who it is, anyone who dares to block my path to restore my spirit meridian will face only one outcome, death." The scene shifted to the next day, at a bustling airport, where an old man was standing, hailing a taxi. As soon as the car pulled over, a young man brazenly rushed forward, bumped into the old man's shoulder, then blatantly took the taxi. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." It turned out the old man was Shibahara, one of the 12 Koga ninjas. He adjusted his glasses, irritably remarking, The people of Long Country are truly too impolite. I wonder when they'll learn the manners of Sakura Country. Kota Ayagawa, another of the 12 Koga ninjas, calmly walked over, phone in hand, and casually spoke. Senior Yuji, in recent years, Long Country has developed very quickly. Now we can order ride-sharing services. Shibahara tucked one hand into his clothing, cautiously reminding him, we have a mission, try not to leave any traces. Kota Ayagawa pointed at the camera and calmly introduced, currently, Long Country has cameras everywhere. Senior, you can learn more from the younger generation. He showed no caution whatsoever, leisurely saying, we're just bringing a woman back to Koga. There's no need to be so careful, just consider it a trip to Long Country. Upon hearing this, the old man sharply threatened, Koga ninjas always prioritize completing missions. I will report your recent words directly to the leader without mercy. Kota Ayagawa leaned in, offering advice. Senior, there's no need for that. We have someone helping us at the company's senior level. How could our mission fail? Otherwise, the leader would have sent on Nai-san with me, not you. Shibahara retorted unwillingly. She's only the first to be acknowledged by the Demon Blade. Otherwise, the leader's position of the 12 Koga ninjas would have been mine. The taxi he ordered earlier just arrived. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from someone. The other end asked, the target has escaped and is currently missing? Shibahara immediately replied, alright, she and I will arrive later. Just then, the driver lowered the car window and politely asked, excuse me, are you the passenger with the last four digits 95 to 7? She quickly opened the car door and got in. She didn't forget to urge, Senior, whatever it is, let's talk after we arrive. For now, we should get in the car first. Evening at a top-tier luxury hotel in the heart of Long Kwok City. Shibahara sat on the sofa, gently cleaning his beloved sword. He said to himself, you've had a tough journey. She stood aside and suddenly reported, previously, Kimura died at Shenfeng's hands. Now he has left the hotel and is near us. His eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he squinted, smiling with interest. There are indeed some geniuses among the Chinese, but what Jindan likes most is drinking the blood of geniuses. Having said that, Shibahara stood up, opened the door, and left. He quickly reached out his hand, gesturing, Senior, I'll go with you. He glanced back, his voice coldly refusing, true Koga warriors need no assistance, you go bring back our target. Then Shibahara slammed the door shut. She gave a faint smile and remarked, Senior is truly too arrogant. Perhaps it's this arrogance that prevented him from receiving acknowledgement from the Demon Blade. He swiftly leaped out the window, showing disdain for the opponent. However, Shenfeng, he might be very easy to deal with. Scene change, Shenfeng is currently being pursued by a group of ninjas. He grumbled under his breath, these Sakura Country ninjas are like dog stickers. They just won't leave. If I weren't worried about Liujian and the others, I'd really clear them all out at once. Shenfeng suddenly stopped in front of an alley, seemingly having discovered something. He observed the front for a few seconds, then decisively spoke, you're here. Why don't you show yourselves? Immediately after, feet slowly stepped out from the darkness. As soon as they met, he rattled off Shenfeng's identity. Shenfeng of the Mu family in Yuzhou, Long Kwok, 20 years old this year, is the youngest Grand Master in Long Kwok. That voice and tone could only be Shibahara's. He meticulously analyzed, however, according to current investigations, you have certainly entered the post-heaven realm and are the strongest threat to the Empire in the future. Shenfeng wasn't too surprised. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he calmly retorted, you've appeared, then you had ninjas hiding in the shadows attack me. A very clever calculation. Shibahara drew his sword, ready for battle, and stated resolutely, I've sent them away to deal with you. I don't need assistance. He presented his sword in front of Shibahara, powerfully mocking, you've investigated me thoroughly, but you're not smart enough. Knowing my strength, yet still wanting to come alone, Shenfeng immediately questioned, what's your name? I don't kill the nameless. He fell silent, a hint of doubt sparking in his mind. I've entered the condensation realm. This news must have reached the company's high-level executives. But the information about me is still very slow. Has the information not been disseminated, or is there some other reason? Shibahara drew his Japanese sword, which gleamed with streams of purple spiritual energy, and fearlessly introduced himself. I am Shibahara of the Koga 12 Ninjas. He showed a sinister smile, proudly boasting, I began practicing swordsmanship at 3 years old, swinging my sword 3,600 times every day, pursuing only the highest realm of swordsmanship. At 30, I reached Grand Master, and 10 years ago, I entered post-heaven, just one step away from pre-heaven. You have no chance of winning. Shenfeng looked at his sword with interest, proactively proposing, alright, let's duel. I will make you despair in the place where you are strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, both sides immediately charged into battle. The two fought wildly with their swords. It could be said they were evenly matched, a 19-10 split. Both sides temporarily separated at this point. Shibahara curled his lip into a sneer, speaking arrogantly, see, my sword can cut through steel. What will you use to fight me? Shenfeng rested his sword on his shoulder, standing straight, and retorted, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Cutting through steel, that's what my sword does. At that moment, with just one sword stroke, he split his steel pole by the road in two. Shibahara's jaw dropped in horror, sweat profusely trickling down. Stunned, he blurted out, how? How could this be? You're only using a wooden sword. Shenfeng leisurely picked his ear and honestly replied, given your intelligence, it's very difficult for me to explain. He burst out laughing, then lunged forward, the sword in his hand erupting with fierce power. He boldly proclaimed, I will step on your flesh and bones to comprehend the highest realm of swordsmanship. Just as he arrogantly slashed out a few sword strikes, Shibahara was decisively struck back by one of Shenfeng's sword moves, his sword flying from his hand, and he vomited blood on the spot. He collapsed in pain. He coldly stated, when you use such an attitude, it means this path of swordsmanship will never go far. Shenfeng continued in an even tone, however, you no longer have a chance. This one sword strike of mine has destroyed your Danshin and your Ren and Du meridians. Now you definitely don't have the strength to get back up. Just as he said, Shibahara was grimacing and writhing, his body trembling, his hands clutching the wound. Shenfeng pointed the sword at his face, daringly interrogated, I've gone easy on you. This one sword strike won't take your life. I want you to tell me who sheltered you all to infiltrate Long Country. I can consider giving you a gentler death. Even at this point, Shibahara stubbornly refused to utter a single word, bluntly retorting, a Koga warrior will never betray. He calmly dragged his body away, finding it amusing. It's fine, I like stubborn people the most. Shenfeng received a call, and as soon as he picked up, the other end urgently instructed, Shenfeng, the Sakuran ninja, who infiltrated Long Country, has already reached your city. You must be careful. He calmly announced, what are you all eating? They've already fought me. One of them, named Shibahara, has fallen into my hands. The other end of the phone was frantically worried. He is the second-ranked master among the 12 Kogan ninjas. I will immediately send personnel to take over. Shenfeng flatly refused, then analyzed some strange points. No need. Think carefully about why the information is so delayed. And how did they secretly enter Long Country? I don't trust the company right now. After the call ended, Shenfeng knelt down, his words full of sarcasm. My apologies. I was interrupted for a moment. I'll find a safe place, then you can slowly speak. Shibahara angrily threatened, you're wasting time here. Your teammates will be in danger. He didn't waste time, dragging him along while stating, there's an inside man from your side in the company. But my subordinates won't just sit around. The action team has already moved. Shenfeng glanced behind him, a scornful smile on his face. Besides, you've underestimated the women of Long Country. They're also very strong. Scene shifts to Yanbai at the Wu family manor. Jiangxi and Baizu were brought to the location. As the two stepped out, the man leaning against the car spoke up. We've arrived. You go in first. I'll be leaving. Baizu said nothing more and got into the car, driving away. She watched him leave, marveling, the Wu family's power is too strong. They can even mobilize people from my circle. Uncle Cheng walked out from inside, his hands clasped behind his back, and replied, people in the circle are also people. If they are people, they must survive. The Wu family of Long Country was once one of their main choices. The two shook hands and greeted each other. Zhang Qi went straight to the point. Uncle Cheng, I wonder what Miss Wu's requirements are. He smiled and suggested, please come inside. We can talk as we walk. They both strolled together through the manor. Uncle Cheng calmly explained the objective. Shenfeng is touching a huge whirlpool of Long Country's upper echelons. The young lady is confined by the patriarch within the family, and her actions are not convenient, so she has chosen you as her aide. He extended his hand, politely inviting her in, and specifically reassured her, please rest assured, our people are all around the estate. You are very safe right now. After everything is over, the young lady will give you a gift. The two sat down at a tea table to discuss business, and Zhang Qi immediately asked her question directly, but I still don't understand why I was chosen. Uncle Cheng calmly poured tea, slowly explaining, the young lady knows you and Shenfeng stayed at the hotel all night, although the young lady was a little unhappy. You and your abilities are still trustworthy. She gave a faint smile, speaking with full confidence. How can Miss Wu not be worried? I will snatch Mu Shenfeng from her hands. After all, I've already taken the first step. He, however, remained very calm and smiled in response. If CEO Zheng has this confidence, you can certainly try. With that, Uncle Cheng quickly returned to the main topic. He placed two electronic devices on the table and meticulously instructed, there's a call in the phone. If you dial this number, you can utilize some of the Wu family's resources. The tablet contains relevant documents about this vortex, and Mu Shenfeng's latest movements will also be continuously updated if you don't want the Zheng family to disappear overnight. Please keep these documents and matters secret. Zhang Qi immediately picked up the tablet to look. The content inside startled her. Zhang Qi angrily slammed the table, jumped up and cursed. You people are crazy. How could you do something like this? Uncle Cheng clasped his hands, his expression becoming solemn. You don't understand how terrifying that person was back then. The family head had no other choice to protect the family. He coldly turned his back and left, only reporting the situation in a low voice. After Shenfeng arrived at the Hu family, he engaged in battle with the ninja of Yingyuan Nation. Now he's confronting the 12th ninja, Shiba Genji. Before Uncle Cheng left, he didn't forget to glance back and propose a plan. You can decide how to help Shenfeng based on the situation. I have to go back and report to the young miss. On this side, Shenfeng was calmly dragging Shibahara away when a black car drove up in front of them. He watched Li Mo open the car door and step out, indifferently saying, so many people have come to assist so quickly. She immediately clarified, young Master Mu, rest assured, the ninja of Yingyuan Nation have been secretly dealt with by my people. We are not enemies. Shenfeng stepped closer, curious, and questioned, are you the cleaner? Li Mo turned her head and explained, I was sent by young Miss Zheng to help you. I've also prepared a safe house for young Master Mu. No one will know if anything happens to you there. She specifically added, the location of the safe house has been preset in the car's navigation system. Young Master Mu can drive there himself. Shenfeng's face hardened, and he suspiciously retorted, young Miss Zheng, Zheng Qi, why should I trust you? Li Mo winked playfully, smiled briefly, and then specifically relayed the message. Young Miss Zheng asked me to tell young Master Mu that Miss Wu already knows about that night. Upon hearing this, Shenfeng had no room to argue. He covered his face in dissatisfaction, muttering irritably, that night, women are truly troublesome. The scene shifted to an abandoned warehouse. Inside, Shenfeng tied Shibahara to a chair, cracked his knuckles, and said in a savage tone, little devil, now we can have a good, long chat. He sneered, huffed coldly, and still refused to confess. After I go missing, the Kogan Ninja and your Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials won't let you off. He rubbed his chin, curious, and asked, Which high-ranking official of Dragon Nation won't let me off? Let's see if they can scare me. Shibahara displayed a triumphant look, speaking condescendingly. Don't use these petty tricks on me. They're all useless. Shinfeng pressed his fingers firmly against his forehead, mockingly laughing. Come on, come on. Let's see how long you can endure. Faced with his controlling power, Shibahara's body trembled repeatedly, sweat pouring out, as he angrily yelled, "Is this your method? It's too weak." Shinfeng only smiled faintly in response to Shibahara. Then we'll continue. I hope you can endure much longer. Don't turn into a lunatic. Outside the warehouse, Liu Sheng was slowly approaching. He immediately called him and announced, "Shinfeng, it's me. I'm standing outside the door." Shinfeng quickly opened the door, looking slightly surprised, then warmly said, "General Manager Liu, you came so fast." General Manager Liu solemnly confirmed, "Don't worry, no one detected my movements, and I came here alone." He said in a suspicious tone, "Can I trust you?" As he walked in, he frankly asserted, "Yes, you can." Liu Sheng clasped his hands behind his back, looked at Shibahara, and proactively suggested, "Hand him over to me. There are no moles in Yuzhou." Shinfeng sat comfortably with his legs crossed on the chair, calmly replying, "Perhaps, but you must prove you're worthy of my trust." He sat opposite him and provided information. The company's headquarters are in Yanbai, but its origin is in Yuzhou. Although the headquarters and the Yuzhou branch are within the same system, they operate independently of each other. Absolutely, to Shinfeng, who was half believing, half doubting, he bluntly stated, "That's not enough. At the very least, you haven't explained how you found this place." Liu Sheng puffed on his cigarette, unhesitatingly offering his analysis. "This safe house was prepared by me for the Wu family. No one in the company knows about it except me. Your relationship with Xiao Fan is very good. When you started to suspect the company and then went missing, I thought you might be here." With seriousness in his words and expression, Liu Sheng stated, "I attended a meeting at the headquarters and proposed an investigation into Team A's mission that year, but it was rejected. At the same time, people from Yinghuan Nation infiltrated Dragon Nation. From then on, I suspected there was a mole in Yanbai." In the meeting room, Shibahara was tied to a chair, unconscious, while Shinfeng listened intently, arms crossed, as Muzi analyzed, "What's in Kunlun is said to be related to becoming immortal. How can there be such absurd things in this era? However, according to the company's investigation over the years, that thing definitely has special abilities." He rubbed his chin and replied, "Ordinary people understand immortals as living long and being immortal, so the special ability of this thing could be to prolong life, or even to cure illnesses." Muzi turned to look at Shinfeng. "I know that with your strength, you're certainly not interested in joining the company. Initially, I also suspected your true motives." He clasped his hands and looked into the distance. "It was only after you displayed your strength at the Zhengyi sect that I fully realized you joined the company to utilize its capabilities to restore the spirit veins." He looked straight into Muji's eyes. "When you are my age and possess my strength, you will certainly also seek ways to advance further." He continued as he walked, "My strength isn't great. I follow a different path. However, one thing is very clear. Your goal and the company's are not in conflict. You hand Shibahara over to me, and at the same time, you make a trip to Kunlun. There's no need to hide your tracks. I believe both the moles and the Sakuran ninjas won't be able to resist revealing themselves." He placed his hand on Shibahara's shoulder. Shinfeng walked over and shook Muji's hand, signifying cooperation. His determined gaze met the old man's. In another scene, Liu Jin leaned against a brick wall, panting. She wiped her sweat and sighed in relief. Suddenly, he skipped over to her, listening to music. He spread his arms. Liu Jin immediately kicked him squarely in the face. He retreated into a fighting stance, his body ablaze with blue flames. She lunged at him with lightning speed, her body blazing with golden flames. She attacked him with another powerful kick and shouted. He then delivered a straightforward blow. But Liu Jin still dodged, retreating a few steps from him. She realized something. He calmly said, At this point, due to the effects of the poison, she collapsed, exhausted. But rest assured, my dosage is measured. You won't die. Liu Xun's face broke out in a cold sweat. She whispered, using poison. She recalled a childhood scene of herself standing and watching her sister concoct a purple liquid in a huge wooden barrel. She observed, then curiously asked, Sister Hawthan, what are you doing? She held countless vials of poison and calmly explained, now, I'll let these poisons seep into you, and at the same time, circulate your vital energy so the poison spread throughout your body, helping you train to become a heavenly poison body. They were in a cold cave. She continued, come on, I'll help you take off your clothes. Liu Xun sat in the wooden barrel, her body radiating energy. Hawthan placed her hands on her hips and smiled contentedly, not bad. Adapting so quickly, once you've trained into a heavenly poison body, you'll pass the test here. She turned to instruct her. A moment later, you'll follow me to learn how to administer poison after the establishment of the Tan Long Nation. Didn't the upper echelons forbid the Tang sect from continuing to practice poison arts? Even the Tang sect's mechanisms have been dismantled. Now only hidden weapons are allowed. Hawthan leaned against the barrel and joyfully explained, indeed, there is such a regulation. But the upper echelons also agreed to let the Tang sect select excellent descendants to inherit poison arts and mechanism techniques. I am one who practices poison arts. Liu Xun raised her hand. Sister Hawthan, I have another question. If someone poisons you, how will you detoxify yourself? She seriously crossed her arms. When I become a heavenly poison body, what poison could possibly overcome me? Then she rubbed Liu Xun's head delightedly. However, our physique isn't truly suited for cultivating the heavenly poison body, even if you succeed. You'll still weaken for a few minutes if someone poisons you. Returning to the previous scene, she smirked. For someone as wonderful as you, I'll still be very gentle. His face darkened, revealing his ill intentions. I don't mind telling you, the reason we were able to reach Long Nation smoothly this time was thanks to the help of Elder Zujir. When Kogu obtains that item, he will also grant him some favor, depending on the situation. Liu Xun lay still with her eyes closed. He leaned down. Now, I'll still take you back to Sakura, okay? Suddenly, she woke up and threw an invisible needle straight through his hand. He grabbed his hand and sneered, a mere flying needle and you dare to struggle, beautiful lady. Have you underestimated me too much? Suddenly, his face turned purple, he broke out in a sweat, and his pupils constricted. He collapsed, clutching his chest, and said with great difficulty, what did you do? Liu Xun explained expressionlessly, you've been poisoned by me. He trembled on the ground, spitting blood, and extended a begging hand. I was wrong, please spare me. Zujia is just a pawn of that person. If you spare me, I can help you investigate who the traitor among the high-ranking officials of Long Nation is. Liu Xun looked at him steadfastly. You just need to know you're about to die. She walked away without hesitation, never looking back. Zujia, then let's start there. He immediately frothed at the mouth and collapsed. In another scene, Shen Fong drove through the city, analyzing aloud. Small temple, big wind demon, shallow pond, many fish. The Sakura Nation keeps looking for trouble with me every day for no reason. He pondered, rubbing his chin, to restore the spiritual veins and perfect the rules in an era without spiritual laws on Blue Star. It would be truly very difficult to accomplish without the support of companies. Cece now stood directly in front of his car. After leaving the safe house, I contacted her, but I don't know what Liu Xun's situation is now. Shen Fong recalled the masked figures. Those Sakura Nation ninja, though not particularly strong, their persistent harassment really annoys me. He pulled up next to Cece and said, get in. Her face clearly showed annoyance and displeasure. She got into the car and sat in the front. They drove together for a while when she pointed to the left. After Liu Xun and I separated, she ran in that direction. She angrily slammed her hand down, gritting her teeth and cursing, damn it, if I ever meet these Sakura Nation ninjas again, I'll definitely show them how formidable I am. He gently calmed her anger. My dear, Do you still need to maintain your image? Don't take it too hard. The enemy is in the open, while we are in the shadows, so it's normal to be at a slight disadvantage. Cece turned to glare. Young Master Mu, can you really just swallow this anger? Shenfang slowly replied, I can't let it slide, but we and they will meet again sooner or later. Next time we meet, we'll get our justice. His mind was filled with thoughts. The Sakura Nation's target is Liu Jin, while the internal spy is aiming for that thing. What exactly is wrong with his body? I should remind General Liu to start investigating from this angle. Cece endured it, scoffing, HMPH, but I can't wait until next time. Shenfang suddenly flinched as if seeing something. He stopped in front of her body. They got out of the car to check the situation. He bent down and picked up a blue paper. He's from the Sakura Nation, died from poisoning. Cece observed for a moment, then crossed her arms. No Sakura Nation ninjas were found around here. What kind of person was he? Yulin appeared on the rooftop and explained, he's one of the 12 ninjas, specializing in poison. The surrounding ninjas have already been dealt with by environmental staff. She jumped down to join the conversation. I've also searched around, but couldn't find any useful clues. Cece looked at her, surprised. How did she grow so fast? After only a few days, she's already reached the Grand Master realm. Yulin ran towards him. Young Master, I missed you so much. She hugged Shenfang's arm, smiling happily. He inquired, why aren't you at school? What are you doing here? She looked at him with sparkling eyes and gently explained, the company helped me with the internship procedures for school. Once I graduate, I just need to come back to get my diploma. And that's it. Young Master still has to go to Kunlun, and Manager Ho has authorized me, telling me to cooperate with you. She recounted, Manager Ho also told me to relay a message to you. From the interrogation of Chai Yuanheng too, it was discovered that more ninjas are infiltrating Long Nation. Shenfang smiled with satisfaction. In the end, it's still the company. Tasks like open interrogation must be handled by professionals. He pointed into the distance, declaring firmly, HMPH, if they dare to seek death, I'm ready to bury them. Let's hit the road. To Kunlun. He tossed the car keys to Cece and instructed both of them, while also reassuring them, Yulin, you and Cece drive there, with cleanup crew operating in the dark. There won't be any problems. Shenfang continued, I'll take the train. I'll see if they can resist looking for me along the way. She took the keys, fiddling with them, and asked him, Young Master Mu, so we're not looking for Liu Jin anymore. What if she encounters Sakura Nation ninjas? He reassured her she's a member of Tima, and with her abilities, she's capable enough to protect herself. Furthermore, she has her own plan, not the same objective as us. He looked into the distance. We'll meet her in Kunlun. In a classically designed house, Jiangxi was sitting on a sofa in the garden, intently reading her tablet screen. Uncle Cheng approached with his hands behind his back, reporting the situation. One of the 12 Koga ninjas is dead, another is injured, and Shenfang is heading to Kunlun alone. He solemnly stated, however, according to reliable information, Yamagami Yua, ranked 3rd among the 12 Koga ninjas, is already en route to assassinate Shenfang. She replied without a hint of hesitation, I know. He sat down opposite her. Oh, aren't you worried about Shenfang at all? She explained, Shenfang is very strong. She will regret this decision. Compared to the Sakura Nation ninjas, the high-level internal spy in the company is a more important target. Jiangxi looked at him. Back then, when the Wu family was forced to cooperate and do such things, even if you didn't know who that person was, then what? Uncle Chung bowed his head, clasping his hands. Back then, the Wu family wasn't as strong as it is now. Everything was done under the command of the Zhu family. Moreover, even if the Wu family knew who that person was, they wouldn't dare to utter his name. She continued with an expressionless face. Based on the existing documents, what we're looking for in Kunlun is definitely something that person used for their own purposes. For this kind of person, in a high position, with no lack of money or power, the only possibility is a health issue. Jiangxi jumped up and demanded, Uncle Chung, I want the overseas travel records and medical examination records of all the company's senior executives. He stroked his chin, pondering. These files are all top company secrets and difficult to get. She smiled faintly. For the Wu family, although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem. The scene shifted to a white electric train chugging along, surrounded by lush green trees. Shen Feng leaned his hand on the window, looking at the nature outside. Zama Yu walked over with a suitcase, cheerfully asking for help. Azo, handsome, could you lift this for me? She is Yamagami Yugu, one of the 12 Kogan ninjas. Shen Feng was currently sitting by the train window. He didn't care at all and said, "Sorry, I'm not free." A fat old man suddenly carried the suitcase over and yelled at Shen Feng, "What's wrong with you, seeing a girl and not offering to help?" Shen Feng shot him a sideways glance. "What, you want to hit me?" Zama Yu immediately came in front of Shen Feng and said, "Why would anyone hit such a handsome guy? We've known each other for a minute now, and you haven't reacted at all. Could you show a little something?" Seemingly unconcerned, Shen Feng immediately pointed at the fat man and said loudly, "I'm showing you. You can sit next to him." Zama Yu turned to the fat man and said, "In Long Nation, there's a rule that you shouldn't violate a woman's wishes. Have you heard the saying, the more you can have something, the more you want to possess it? The more you're like this, the more I find men like you interesting." Shen Feng shivered upon hearing that and replied, "People from Sakura country." Then she swayed coyly and replied, "Young man, what's your type? Lowly, mature beauty, or cosplay? I can do them all." Shen Feng rested his chin on his hand and replied, "I'd like you to be quiet." Zama Yu immediately sat down next to Shen Feng and offered him a bottle of water, inviting, "Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink my water? There's still plenty." While coaxing him, she secretly thought, "As long as you drink my water, combined with my magic, the greatest genius master of Long Nation, you'll become my slave." Just thinking about being able to tease such a handsome guy, I can't control my excitement. Shen Feng seemed utterly indifferent to what she was saying and spoke directly, "Enjoy your water yourself, and cut down on your little tricks. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sit properly next to me throughout this journey." Then Shen Feng turned his head to look at the girl next to him, secretly thinking, "There are too many people on the train, so it's not convenient for me to make a move. I need to subdue her first." Seeing that he had laid his cards on the table, Zama Yu also revealed her true face. She slowly pulled out a hidden knife. "It seems you don't like Zama Yu's gentle approach, but prefer something harder." She continued, "I wonder how many innocent people in this train will get hurt." As soon as she made a move, Shen Feng immediately reached out and grabbed her hand, controlling her with his spiritual energy. No matter how beautiful the exterior, it's just a wicked heart. Subdued by Shen Feng's power, Zama Yu seemed to have no strength left and automatically leaned her head on Shen Feng's shoulder. The young men sitting nearby glared at Shen Feng with angry eyes. "In a public place, can't you pay a little attention? That guy's good. I don't see myself as being inferior in any way, so why have I been single for over 30 years? Hearing that, Shen Feng chuckled softly and replied, "When you have my charm, you'll know what it's like for girls to take the initiative." Zama Yu slowly began to regain consciousness. Confused, she asked, "What did you do to me? Why can't I lift any strength? Did you poison me?" Shen Feng calmly replied, "Just a few insignificant tricks, but what should I call you?" She snorted, "Don't be complacent. When you get off the train, Kogan ninjas will be waiting for you. Even if Zama Yu isn't your match, I'll let the 12 Kogan ninjas take your life." Shen Feng raised a finger to her nose and said, "I was wondering how to draw you all out. This is good. I'll deal with all of you once you jump out." He then secretly mused, "If the ninjas are all focused on me, Yulin will be much safer on her side." At this moment, the high-speed train was crossing a large bridge. The station's loudspeaker simultaneously announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching King Shui Station. Passengers, please prepare your luggage and be ready to alight." Looking into the distance, he recognized his destination, Kunlun Mountain. Zama Yu, nestled beside Shen Feng, was gritting her teeth in anger. using all her might after getting off the train. The ninjas will tear you to pieces. Shen Feng remained nonchalant. If looks could kill, I'd definitely be dead and unable to revive. He moved his hand towards her body with a lewd expression and said, right now, all your energy is sealed by me. I can do anything I want with you. Zamayu, you don't want your teammates to know about this, do you? Zamayu saw Shen Feng's actions, blushed, and weakly asked, what do you want to do? Even so, she secretly sighed. From this angle, he's quite attractive. After a long while, the car stopped at the station. Shen Feng stood up, pulling Zamayu with him, and said confidently, come on, let's get off. At this moment, Shen Feng was walking towards the main entrance of the train station. Right above, a ninja was observing his every move, stepping outside. He still confidently walked with his hands in his pockets and said, this time, quite a few of you have come. Zamayu turned to Shen Feng and said, a handsome guy like you, I really don't want you to die. Koga's resolve is very strong this time. You can't stop it. Come to Koga. Shen Feng turned, raised her chin with his hand, and said, using a honey trap on me. You have beauty, but I wonder about your other skills, but you should save your strength. Can you tell me who the mole is? I can help you leave Sakura. After doting on her, Shen Feng continued, don't you envy a normal life like dating, marrying, having children? Hearing that, she could only lower her head and reply, Ninjaga has no traitors. Shen Feng walked towards a taxi while advising, no need to answer me yet. Let's find another place first. As soon as the car left, two men approached. One of them pointed towards the taxi and said, Masatani. It seems Senior Zamayu has been captured by Shen Feng. The remaining mysterious figure was known as Masutani Sosen, one of the 12 Ninjaga. He confidently looked towards the car and replied, you've underestimated her too much. Zamayu ranks third among the 12 Ninjaga, and she's very skilled at seducing men. Shen Feng has already fallen for her charm. He adjusted his glasses. Everyone, follow. Shen Feng is in our hands. The Dragon Nation's cards are one less. Following the command, the group immediately followed the car to a desolate mountain area. A ninja in the group reported, Masatani, we haven't found any trace of Shen Feng. Hearing his subordinate's report, he rubbed his chin in confusion. Shen Feng is nearby. He can't just disappear after getting out of the car. Keep looking. There must be a company base around. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Feng suddenly appeared and scoffed. A bunch of idiots. I deliberately let you follow me here to save the effort of looking for each of you individually. Masutani was enraged by Shen Feng's provocation and immediately questioned, You betrayed the leader. Shen Feng turned to her and explained, don't blame her. She fell for my trick. Zamayu could only lower her head and say, I'm sorry, Masutani, I failed. Hearing those words infuriated Masutani, who immediately threw a hidden weapon towards the two of them. As he unleashed it, he roared, Ninjaga has no failure, only death. The hidden weapon was easily caught between Shen Feng's two fingers as it flew towards them. With utmost confidence, he scoffed, with me here, your life and death are in my hands. Zamayu stood behind Shen Feng, looking at the assassins in front of her, thinking, my teammates want to kill me, yet my enemy, Shen Feng, is saving me. Was my armor truly wrong? Masutani spread his arms and laughed loudly. There are so many of us here. Let's see how you fight against me. The masked figures rushed forward. He calmly summoned a small green sword. Yes, everything you said is correct. Shen Feng threw it diagonally, piercing through each person, a flash of light shining. You are many, so I can't argue, but if you're going to act, stop talking so much. They all fell, stunning Masutani. He grabbed his hood, slowly pulling the zipper. Your strength truly surprises me, but it stops here. Shen Feng indifferently picked his ear. It's so hot, dressed like that. Your brain must be fried. He laughed loudly. Before my divine insects, you have only death. His white t-shirt and head were covered with strange insects. The swarm crawled forward, devouring the assassin's body clean. Zamayu saw the tense situation and warned, Lord Shen Feng, be careful, he's very skilled at controlling insects. Even peak experts have a lot of difficulty facing these insects. Shen Feng smirked. Just for those words, you probably don't need to die. Masutani's smile looked utterly disgusting and confident. Tremble, be afraid. Let your bodies make my beloved insects even more terrifying. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating two blue rings. Oh my, so many insects, they almost make me laugh out of fear. The blue shield gradually closed the distance with the swarm of divine insects. Masutani's gloating voice echoed non-stop. Ha 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 ha. You won't have a chance to say anything more. I'll let the divine test insects slowly devour you, slowly torment you. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted. With roaring flames, he yelled, my divine test insects. Shen Feng, quick as lightning, appeared behind him, asking smugly, I'm thinking, since you raise so many insects, will they eat you asterisk? He slammed his head hard onto the ground with his hand. Masutani glared at him. You, a Qi condensation realm cultivator. He grabbed his chin and lifted one of those divine insects. He sweated profusely in fear. You like insects killing people so much, then die in the mouth of your own beloved insect. Zama Yu was stunned to witness that scene. Masutani writhed behind him, clutching his face. Shen Feng turned away. She spoke up, if I had known you were so strong earlier, I would have advised the leader to abandon this mission. He walked over and patted her shoulder. Doing wrong comes with a heavy price. I've unblocked the meridians in your limbs, so you can follow me. Someone from the company will be here to pick us up soon. They continued walking together across the grassland. Zama Yu continued the conversation. Mr. Shen Feng, are you really in the Qi condensation realm? He replied angrily. What's it to you? She continued to probe. Mr. Shen Feng, what's the procedure for changing nationality? Also, Mr. Shen Feng, do you have a girlfriend yet? They stood before a dilapidated wooden door. He realized in frustration, since when did even cultivation have technical students? At the Zhu family's mansion, loud voices mixed with sounds of fighting echoed. Quick, stop her. How can she be so strong? Dragon catching hand. Oh, Liu Xun had easily defeated everyone. Zifeng appeared at the door and explained, girl, from now on, this is your workplace at the Zhu families. There's no place for you in China. She retorted sharply, then do you know, I came to take your life. He chuckled softly, extending his hand. You're full of vigor. Ha 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 ha. Young people nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Liu Xun, like a strong gust of wind, rushed behind him and directly punched down. Zifeng immediately dodged. Jumu, from the north. He analyzed, your cultivation skill is decent, but your physique isn't enough to unleash its full power if you want to kill me. Too weak. Liu Xun put all her strength into the next move, kicking hard at his lower body. After attacking, she retreated. Zifeng sighed in admiration. Oh, you do have some knowledge, knowing that the weakness of horizontal refining kung fu is the Hein acupoint, but not for this old man. She immediately waved her hand, preparing to continue. He was surprised. You still have more moves? Liu Xun launched countless needles towards him. Zifeng scoffed, too naive. I cultivate the blood-tempering art, so why would my vital point be my eyes? His shirt was suddenly ripped. Then he stooped. Next, it's my turn. He gave her a decisive shove to the stomach. Liu Xun was sent flying far away, piercing through the wooden pillar. He then said, girl, I'm very curious where part of your skill comes from. She was bleeding profusely. She angrily glared at him. Blood-tempering art. Ha! I encountered it 10 years ago too. Zifeng stood with his hands on his hips, his body powerful and robust. Liu Xun grimaced and wiped the blood. The blood-tempering art is the Zhang family's inherited martial art. Do you practice internal or external cultivation? She tiptoed and sprang behind him. Her 2 fingers clasped together, gleaming, her eyes filled with rage, pointed at his back. Zifeng was startled. How do you know the location of the vital points? Liu Xun explained, seeing you use the blood-tempering art, I realized that after Brother Ham died in Kunlun that year, it was the Zhu family who took advantage of the opportunity to eradicate the Zhang family. Overnight, he dodged and grimaced. She looked firmly. The external cultivation method of the blood tempering art has fallen into your hands. Liu Xun's hand glowed again. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "You deserve to die." Zifeng laughed loudly, looking up at the ceiling. "My body circulates blood and qi. What if you know the vital points? I've cultivated the blood tempering art to the point where my body is indestructible." He pointed at her. "I recognize you. You're the girl from Team of that year. You must die." The wound on his shoulder healed instantly. She continued angrily, "Indestructible body, huh? Even if I don't kill you, the company won't forgive you." A childhood image of Liu Xun reappeared. As a child, she huddled in a large wooden barrel. Brother Ham stood by and poured in a barrel of blood. He gently explained, "This is all blood from wild beasts in the mountains. Every time you finish training your body, soak yourself in here to aid external cultivation. When you reach the point where your body cannot be harmed by metal and steel, I will teach you the internal cultivation method." She curiously asked, "Brother Ham, can the blood tempering art truly make the body immune to harm from metal and steel?" He reached back and pulled a knife from his pocket. "You'll know when my sister sees it." He unhesitatingly held it out in front of him. Liu Xun's face turned pale as she yelled, "Ah, Brother Ham, don't." He stabbed it straight into his stomach, and the knife tip shattered. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother Ham is so powerful. So Brother Kite isn't your match either, right?" Brother Ham threw the broken knife behind him. "I can't beat him. His spearmanship is better than mine. The blood tempering art cannot stop bullets." Liu Xun pouted. "Then what's the use of me practicing the blood tempering art?" Brother Ham took out a gun and shattered the rock in front of them. Internal cultivation of the blood tempering art can imbue weapons with hidden power, creating greater strength. He blew smoke from the gun barrel and continued, "In this, your brother Kite isn't as good as me." Liu Xun felt worried. Isn't this because the accuracy isn't enough, so they have to compensate with strength? Brother Ham propped his hand. Internal cultivation and external cultivation complement each other. The stronger the external cultivation, the stronger the internal energy used for the body. You have trained into a natural poison body, and this will also benefit your external cultivation. He seriously warned, but in the future, you absolutely must not use human blood for training. Liu Xun was surprised. "Huh? Surely there aren't people that perverted." Brother Ham poured in another barrel of blood. "The new Dragon Nation is a bit better. We have high-level leaders managing us. But when they get old, some people, in their quest for power, have gone down that wrong path." Red flames flared around his body. Using human blood to aid external cultivation can achieve a state where the body cannot be destroyed. No matter how injured, it can quickly heal itself. He bent down closer to her and explained, "But you don't need to worry. This method has two major flaws. One is at the back of the neck, which is the vital point of external cultivation. The second flaw is that it cannot withstand the hidden power of the blood tempering art." Back to the fighting scene, Liu Xun's golden flames grew more intense, her entire body glowing red. She leaped towards him. "If you didn't use human blood to aid your external cultivation, I wouldn't actually kill you." Zifeng sneered. Getting into position, "Little girl, for the past 10 years, I've used all the resources of the Zhu family to practice the blood tempering art." Their fists met, and both he and she exerted powerful force. He finished his sentence, "You're sure?" Zifeng stared in shock at his arm, which was melting into sludge. "How can this be? I've cultivated to the point where my body can't be destroyed, so how can I not withstand one punch?" She uncomfortably explained, "Hidden power, I used hidden power." Liu Xun explained, "Your body will gradually turn into a puddle of disgusting liquid. You're dead for sure." Zifeng immediately knelt. "Please, please, please, I don't want to die." He trembled in fear. It was Jie Shizong. That year, it was he who sent word to me, telling me to pull those ninjas back to Kunlun. His body shook, and he reached out his hand, begging for mercy. He manipulated everything. "I've told you everything I know. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Liu Xun turned away without hesitation. These words, "You can tell Brother Kite in the underworld," leaving Zifeng in agony over his disintegrating arm. At Nanjiali, Jiangxi picked up a tablet and read. Jie Shizong, one of the company's founders, permanent chairman of the group's board of directors. 10 years ago, he was diagnosed with stage 4 bone cancer and used a secret Zhuanmen technique to forcibly prolong his life. A month ago, his condition suddenly worsened. He was hospitalized at Yanbai Military Hospital. 3 days ago, he suddenly discharged himself and is currently nowhere to be found. Jiangxi then reached for her phone. He's very suspicious. I must find a way to inform Shenfeng immediately. Suddenly, her subordinate reported in a panic, Miss Zhang, quickly follow me. Nangjiali is under attack. Our people are trying to stop them, but they can't hold out for long. She sprang up and followed him. Where are we going? He explained, back to the Wu family. The Wu family has Uncle Cheng guarding it. They wouldn't dare act recklessly there. Jiangxi stopped. We can't go to the Wu family. They found me so quickly, which means they've already guessed this move. Her eyes narrowed, looking into the distance, to Kunlun, to meet Shenfeng. Shenfeng looked at the ancient house in front of him with annoyance, muttering, these days, there's really everything, from demons and monsters to the bizarre. Suddenly, Wu Ningning, the gatekeeper of Kunlun, came out to open the door. Seeing him and Yamayu, he exclaimed, oh my, are you here to enroll? Come, let's go inside and chat leisurely. As Shenfeng walked over, he judged an indistinct spiritual energy emanates from him. In Long Kwok, are there still people who can enter the Qi condensation realm? He quickly asked, how is the tuition calculated? She grabbed Shenfeng's arm and whispered, Lord Shenfeng, this person is definitely a swindler. Let's continue on our way. He shook his head, refusing, no rush. Let's see. This displeased Yamayu. Ningning hastily calculated tuition, living expenses, accommodation fees, food and drink fees. Each person is 180,640 yuan, for a total of 367,280 yuan. Then he handed the ledger to Shenfeng, saying, considering you two are rare students to enroll in the past 10 years, I'll waive 80 dong for both of you. He took it while Ningning rubbed his hands together, smiling brightly and asserting, the prices are transparent. No scams, from children to the elderly. Shenfeng brushed him off. I'm not short on money, but I'm not an idiot either. A second later, both he and she turned to leave. Seeing this, he quickly reached out to stop them. We can negotiate the tuition. Suddenly, several people shot down from the sky. He looked up, exclaiming, your people arrived so fast. Ningning's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, scolding his grandfather, these shameless dogs, 10 years of guarding, let me rest for a bit. He stood outside the door, full of vigor, calling, wife, time to work. Tan Tiuthan, the gatekeeper of Kunlun, quickly pushed the door open, carrying a dumbbell, and rebuked, don't rush, first throw away our son's paper weights. Her face darkened as she commanded, I'll count to 3, immediately come back to me. Seeing no movement, Tiuthan erupted with a stream of green energy and snapped, you dare not listen to me? First, deal with them, then I'll slowly deal with you. Without a word, she immediately glided past Shenfeng and the other person, heading straight to the front door. Yamayu was somewhat startled. Are they that strong? Shenfeng finally spoke. Long Kwok harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In this world, who knows how many masters have yet to appear? Do you still think Koga can win? She lowered her face, thinking of Anna holding the saber, and judged, if it's her, then she might win. The scene shifts to a main road, where an ambulance is speeding along. Ha the Trung, the standing chairman of the No Overtime Family Limited Company, lay on the emergency bed with an oxygen mask, looking quite serious. Jamin Koga, the leader of the 12 Koga ninjas, sat beside him holding a saber. Looking out the window, he turned to look at his daughter, calling, Anna, father is about to die. Won't you call me father even once? She frowned and questioned, what do you want me to call you, or do you want me to call you honorable father? The Trung looked up and recounted, that day, at the crucial moment when the Long Kwok leaders established the company, I couldn't make a decision on my own over the years. The company has leaked information to you. It's my compensation to your mother. Anna dismissed it. Compensation? Don't flatter yourself. She placed her saber in front of him and rebuked. When you abandoned my mother and me to pursue ultimate power, the father in my heart died then. Her tone was full of hatred, and you're just Sakura's partner. You chose to cooperate with us just to survive. Anna bluntly scoffed. You thinking about these things is not as good as thinking about how to deal with the current situation. He placed his hand on his chest and sadly replied, it's just a farce after I'm cured at Kunlun. I'll slowly deal with the Wu family and the branch in Chusho. As for Shenfeng, I don't think Koga wants him to leave Kunlun either. She glanced outside and affirmed, undeniably, Longquok has some talented people, but before Koga, they are nothing. Anna nodded. Sukugawa-kun and Iji-kun must have already fought him. The scene shifts back to Shenfeng, who stands with his arms crossed, watching the chaos in the forest with numerous fires erupting. Shenfeng sighed. They really don't know how to restrain themselves. Burning the mountain will only land them in jail in the end. Yamayu's face went blank again, lost in her own thoughts. The Koga ninja are nothing before them. Was the leader's decision really wrong? Immediately, a series of snakes were slithering towards them. He clicked his tongue and pointed, your people are here again, and not just one. Shenfeng patted her shoulder and instructed, I might not have time to look after you anymore. I'll unlock your inner power first. You're a smart person, you know what to do. Suddenly, Yamayu turned her back and slowly pulled down one strap of her top on her shoulder right there, making his face flush. Shenfeng looked at the woman peeking out from behind the bushes, laughing mischievously, and exclaimed in surprise. Yamayu's face was red as a tomato. She turned her head back to remind him. He's skilled in snake control techniques. He's a madman. I need to protect myself first. Shenfeng, be careful. After that, she also vanished from the area. He rubbed his chin, looking at the lingering smoke and dust before him, deep in thought. Sakura's secret arts are truly interesting. Their form and aura are very difficult to detect. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from a nearby tree, surrounding Shenfeng's foot. He sneered. Immediately, the two people jumped out from their hiding spot. One of them, Masaharu Sukugawa, a Koga ninja of the 12, spoke up. Shiiji Ren, a Koga ninja of the 12, stood by with an aged figure, rubbing his chin in thought. Immediately after, countless snakes swarmed around Shenfeng from all directions. Masaharu extended his palms forward, and two snakes slithered out from his coat pockets. Masaharu frowned and threatened. He remained calm, holding the sword in his hand, watching the two creatures pounce at him. Their sharp fangs seemed ready to bite Shenfeng. With that thought, he leaped into the air, performing several beautiful slashes that instantly cut the beasts into pieces. Seeing Shenfeng floating in midair, he burst into a sinister laugh. True to his word, Masaharu released countless more snakes. He smugly muttered. A swarm of purple beasts flew straight towards him, accompanied by Masaharu's mocking tone. What did he think it was? He just stood still and cut down all those snakes. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What kind of skill is that? And who's judging it? He furiously pointed and yelled. Shenfeng swung his sword back, facing Masaharu with blatant disdain. In a flash, he pointed his sword straight at him, deriding. Masaharu, of course, would not admit defeat. He summoned countless more snakes, challenging. With another single slash, Shenfeng sent the next wave of snakes to their demise, making him stumble back a few steps, speechless. Masaharu immediately slammed his hand to the ground, asserting. Iji Ren, standing behind, looked at the swarm of purple snakes engulfing the area and urgently warned. He was now extremely competitive, disregarding all rules. He landed on the ground, creating several green spiritual energy circles. Shenfeng sneered. Yes, immediately after, the spiritual energy circles shot towards the snake swarm, shattering them in an instant. He smirked, swung his arm, and flung the sword straight forward. Iji Ren now had to use his own power. He clenched his fists, transforming into a brawny, muscular man. He and Masaharu joined forces. Fortunately for the other guy, e.g. Ren rushed forward and blocked the sword with both hands. Otherwise, his teammate would have been dead. He gritted his teeth and roared. Shen Feng calmly rubbed his chin and replied. He closed his eyes and let out a cynical sigh. E.g. Ren immediately took a combat stance. A furious fire burning within him, he challenged. Shen Feng brazenly created countless swords, challenging. He flicked his hand, sending the swords flying chaotically through the air. Shen Feng yelled. He clenched his fist, furrowed his brow, and roared one word. The two of them could only stand there, wide-eyed, watching them pierce through their bodies. Shen Feng again flicked his hand, retrieving the swords back to himself. Only when he saw the two lying slumped, their bodies riddled with holes, blood gushing out, did he stop. Suddenly, a car descending the pass caught Shen Feng's attention. It turned out Zhang Qi was in the car. He mumbled, "Zhang Qi, why is she here?" Not far away, in a bush, Zima Yu's figure was faintly visible, watching the people below. She widened her eyes, confirming one thing: Liu Chuanjun and Senior Shigong joined forces. Even Ghost Iron Anna could stand her ground, yet she died at his hands. This time, Koga will truly lose. Meanwhile, Shen Feng was on the phone. "Old Tiger, help me investigate to people, 2 kids from Kunlun Technical Academy, cultivation major." After hanging up, he turned to Zima Yu, provocatively saying, "Had enough watching, aren't you coming down? If you want to run, you can try." She quickly flew down, completely unclothed, and announced, "Shen Feng-kun, your comrades are in danger." Shen Feng was pleased, but still turned his face away, handing clothes to Zima Yu and reminding her, "Put them on. Seeing you like this makes it easy to get fired up." She immediately took them, putting them on while wondering, "Shen Feng-kun, are you really not worried about your comrades at all?" Zima Yu's face flushed, and she mumbled, "Don't people from Long Nation value this the most?" She and he watched the car being surrounded by a group of people, and she warned, "They are now surrounded by Kogan ninjas. If you don't act, they will die." Shen Feng crossed his arms and said suggestively, "You underestimate the company too much. Do you think the company won't react after you've caused such a commotion?" He scoffed, "You're also a Kogan ninja, yet you're here worrying about the people of Long Nation. That logic isn't quite right." Zima Yu dejectedly recounted, "I've been an orphan since childhood. At 3 years old, I began to undergo Koga's brutal training. After growing up, to protect my identity, I joined the entertainment industry, participating in countless works I didn't like." She gritted her teeth, recalling the friend she had killed, and blamed herself. "You know, my last lesson, my companion since childhood, in every life or death battle, died in my arms, before my eyes. I will never forget it my whole life. I don't like that place at all. I hate them." Shen Feng turned and lifted Zima Yu's chin, suggesting, "This is reality. No matter where you are, it's a dog-eat-dog world. But if you don't like staying there, as long as you follow my arrangements, I can help you leave that place. At least with me, you'll be happier." Without hesitation, she happily whispered, agreed." The scene shifts to below, where Zhang Qi is leading a group of people running into the forest. She ran breathlessly, while reassuring everyone, "Shen Feng is on the mountain. As long as we meet him, we'll be safe." No sooner had she finished speaking than a ninja rushed over and snatched one of Zhang Qi's people away. The remaining 3 immediately protected her. A tall man shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Stay vigilant of your surroundings. No matter what, we must ensure Miss Zhang's safety. Get ready. These Kogan ninjas, when I get the chance, I'll definitely skin them alive." The bodyguard suddenly heard a sound right in front of them. He immediately embraced a massive rock. Then the bodyguard used all his might to throw it at the source of the sound. He pointed in that direction, challenging, "Only capable of sneaky tricks. Why don't you fight honorably?" Suddenly, a ninja holding a raised sword appeared directly above Zhang Qi, making the other to look up. They immediately jumped towards it, shouting, "Golden bell shield, iron-cloth shirt." But the ninja's single slash struck both targets at once. She knelt down, witnessing her people lose their lives, their blood splattering all over Zhang Qi. She mournfully questioned, "Why do you people have to do this? The cold-blooded ninja immediately cursed, "Long Nation trash, only fit to die under the Koga ninja's blade." The remaining bodyguards saw this and ran over, roaring, "Second brother, third brother, I'll take your lives." But before he could do anything, he was also pierced by two swords from behind and in front, joining second brother and third brother in the afterlife. A series of other ninjas appeared in front of Chi. Their leader announced, "Now all your people have been captured by Koga ninjas, and I have been entrusted by the master to take your life." She closed her eyes tightly, sobbing and complaining, "Why do you people come to Long Nation to do these things? Why don't you live well in your own country? I just want to be valued. I just want to live the life I imagined. I don't want to die." Jiangxi looked up, crying profusely, waiting for death to approach her. Unwilling, she screamed, "I want to live." Just as things were dire, at that critical moment, Yulin rushed forward and kicked that guy, instantly disfiguring his face. She stood in front of her, stroked her hair once, and smiled gleefully. "Finally, I caught up." The ninjas immediately assumed a fighting stance, threatening, "You're just one person, no matter who you are, in front of the mighty Koga ninjas, there's only death." Yulin smirked, her words full of hidden meaning. "Who said I'm alone?" As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of sharp weapons flew towards them. The ninjas stared blankly at their comrades falling right beside them. It was no one else but Cici who made the move. She held a weapon in one hand and rubbed her forehead provocatively. "So many Koga ninjas. I wonder if your blood can excite me more." At the same time, a helicopter flew over Junki's head. She looked up and saw a group of people flying out of the helicopter. They immediately surrounded the ninjas. Yulin raised a finger to the sky and commanded, "All cleanup personnel, sweep thoroughly, don't miss any corner or crevice." She finally spoke, "Yao, why are you all here?" She turned around, extended her hand towards Jiangqi, and urged, "Let's go. Young master is still up there waiting for us." On this side, Shenfeng turned to Zamawi and said, "See, this is the power of the company. Koga still wants to be our enemy. What an idiot." She quickly realized, actually, the leader also opposed using this decision, but Miss Anna's firm attitude, along with her relationship with your people, finally led to this decision. He glanced over, wondering, "Miss Anna, she's the leader among your 12 Koga ninjas, right? She's rushing here. I wonder what her intentions are." Zamawi thought of Anna holding a sword with murderous intent, then lowered her head hesitantly and said, "She's a lunatic. She wants to wipe out Long Nation." Before anything, Shenfeng burst out laughing, despising his opponent, not to mention whether she even has that capability. "Even if we stood still and let her kill us, it would take her 3 days and 3 nights to finish." He looked down at the phone in his hand and compared, "Ultimately, they are still fools who only know how to sit in a well and look at the sky." Not long after, they returned to the old house. By then, Xiao King was pinching Nang Nang's ear and dragging him home. He held his ear and yelled in pain, "Easy, easy. My ear's about to fall off." She scowled and snapped, "Don't yell at me. Run. The faster you run, the harder I'll hit you." Nang Nang, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, "Stop, stop. There are outsiders. Give me some face." Xiao King let go after hearing that and grandly ordered, "Let's go. Follow me inside the house." He could only gloomily follow, lamenting, "Oh my, who did I invite or provoke?" Nang Nang was muttering, "Who could endure this every day?" when Shenfeng rushed over and blocked him. Seeing this, he looked up and asked, "Brother, what do you mean?" He held out his phone screen and questioned, "Just now, the company investigated you, but couldn't find anyone in the end. Care to explain?" Nang Nang bluntly walked past Shenfeng, not forgetting to express his mood. "Get out of the way. I'm annoyed right now." He stubbornly stepped back and stretched out his hand to block him. Instantly, his whole body burst into flames. Nang Nang glanced over and warned, "I'm angry. I advise you not to provoke me." Shenfeng was not afraid. He crossed his arms and provoked, "You can try if this fire can burn me." Nang Nang was already fuming, and now Shenfeng added fuel to the fire, making him face off with full intensity. Nang Nang never feared anyone. He immediately charged forward while Shen Feng already had his sword in hand. When he was chased, Shen Feng somersaulted a few times, looking graceful, and then spoke. Your fire is the power of secret arts. You also have the strength of half-step spirit condensation. He swung his sword horizontally and criticized, but you, such a master, are still insidious. That's really too much. Nang Nang hovered in midair, concentrating his fire forward and questioning, who exactly are you? As soon as he finished speaking, the fire shot towards Shen Feng. He quickly sliced it straight down, cutting it in half. Shen Feng, holding his sword with spiritual energy surrounding it, introduced himself. Yuzhou Shen Feng. He immediately recognized the blue energy on the sword, peak condensation. Shen Feng turned his palm towards Nang Nang and sincerely said, I have no ill intentions. I just want to truly enter Kunlun. I hope you can lead the way for me. Nang Nang remained in a fighting stance, his voice full of menace. I don't know your purpose, but it's completely irrelevant. My wife and I are the guardians of Kunlun. Anyone who causes trouble here has only one outcome, death. Suddenly, a child's cry came from inside the house, making both of them turn their eyes towards it. He rushed off, not forgetting to loudly comfort his child. Oh dear, Daddy's little darling. It's Daddy's fault. I accidentally woke you up. Daddy will let you ride a horsey in a bit, okay? Nang Nang ran straight inside, leaving Shen Feng bewildered, staring at a hazy cloud of dust right before his eyes. True to Nang Nang's father, he immediately pretended to be a horse for the baby to ride, his tone full of doting. My darling, be good and listen. Daddy will let you ride the sky, okay? Seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched as he muttered, I can't believe the top masters of Dragon Nation have such a side to them. Suddenly, Zamayu approached from behind and said, Shen Feng likes children, I can help. Shen Feng flinched, turned around, and shouted, Huh, sister, don't joke around. At the same time, the three women arrived. Yulin waved and called, Young Master, we're here. Cece took out a card and teased, Young Master Zheng, I've put in so much effort on the way here. Think about how you're going to compensate me, okay? She winked through the card and sweetly whispered, I'll wait for you at the hotel tonight. We'll discuss it thoroughly. In response, Shen Feng coldly swatted the card away. Cece put her hands on her hips, scoffed, and cursed a man who knows nothing about feelings. He stepped aside, looked at Zheng Qi, and reminded her, You shouldn't get involved in this matter. It's beyond the Zheng family's capabilities. Unless you want the Zheng family to disappear overnight. She lowered her face and replied, I didn't think that far. I just wanted to help you, so I agreed to Miss Yan's request. Standing nearby, she scoffed, Such an emotional girl. It's a pity someone doesn't understand feelings at all. Shen Feng also gave up. He patted Zheng Qi's shoulder and said, All right, since you're here, you'll come with us next. He turned to the joyous family of three and ordered, Now, we need to clarify things about them. A foot slowly stepped forward and a voice spoke. The husband and wife are the guardians of Kunlun, a single lineage. They rarely venture out, only associating with the Long family of medicine and the Gu family of medicine for generations. Liu Zhen walked past them and continued, The previous generation's guardian died 10 years ago. I thought this lineage had ended, but I didn't expect it to still be inherited. Nang Nang, holding the child in his arms, looked at her and asked, Have we met before? Liu Zhen presented a box and announced, Since you're still alive, I should also give you the item an old friend asked me to deliver. He took it and mused, Warm the kidneys and generate essence, solidify the foundation and cultivate the original. This is the Gu family's secret recipe. The root securing golden pill. Since he died, the recipe was lost. Nang Nang looked utterly confused and asked, Where did you get it from? She gently lowered her gaze and replied, Of course, he taught it to me. The scene shifts to a small, simple house. At this moment, Liu Zhen, grinding herbs, glanced at Luo Yu, who was measuring ingredients, and asked curiously, Brother Luo Yu, your martial arts skills are a bit weak. Do you have to hide when fighting enemies? He adjusted his glasses and denied, That's a one-sided view of the world. You must understand that medicine can save people, but it can also kill people. She put her hand to her mouth. Curious, isn't that just like Sister Hawthan, also poison? Luo Yu squatted down, flicked Liu Jin's forehead, and advised, don't listen to Sister Hawthan's nonsense. She's very good with poison, but she can also save people. He imagined the yin and yang symbol and explained, dragon medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. If you use medicine to disturb this balance, no one will be able to save them. She couldn't help but feel confused. Wouldn't using an antidote to treat the illness be enough? Luo Yu raised his hand to his face, pondering, if you use an antidote to kill someone, using another antidote will only make them die faster. After hearing this, Liu Jin's head spun, saying, Brother Luo Yu, I don't understand. He stood up and turned to walk towards the medicine counter, replying, follow me and learn for 3 to 5 years, and you'll slowly understand. She watched Luo Yu skillfully pounding herbs and asked again, so, Brother Luo Yu, what medicine are you concocting now? He turned his head back and smiled, replying, I'm concocting medicine for a friend of mine. He and my junior sister are a bit out of control. If they don't use the root securing golden pill passed down from the Gu family ancestors to nourish their health, they'll definitely suffer from weakness by the age of 30. Liu Jin still looked blank, not understanding anything. Luo Yu could only rub his forehead, sighing and muttering, why am I telling you all this? You're still too young. You'll understand when you grow up. The scene shifts back to the present. Nang Nang, holding his child with one arm, pointed at Liu Jin, laughed loudly, and asked, you're that little girl, you're still alive. She nodded and replied, this time I've come, and I also want to visit Kunlun to complete the mission for Team A from back then. Liu Jin turned around and invited, everyone, come in with me. He pointed at them in surprise and wondered, is it them? Nang Nang handed the baby to Xiaothen and said, honey, they're all family. You take the child and go ahead. Then he led the group into the house. Come on in, the entrance to Kunlun is inside. Xiaothen saw Shen Feng walk past and whispered, that year, Team has sacrificed a lot to protect her. I hope you won't let anything bad happen to her. He turned around and stated, as long as she doesn't get in my way, I won't let anyone harm her. Holding the little boy in her arms, she watched everyone go in and muttered, I hope you remember this promise. You guys go in. There's a tunnel behind. The entrance to Kunlun is right there. They quietly walked through a vast underground tunnel. Nang Nang gestured towards the 2 doors in front of them and explained, I've never been inside Kunlun either, but I heard Master say that Kunlun is divided into 3 levels. This left door opens with a key and leads directly to the 3rd level, while the right door doesn't need a key but requires you to start from the 1st level. He pointed at the right door and continued, that year, Team entered through the right door. I'll use a secret technique to open the door for everyone. Nang Nang extended his hand, and a fiery red spiritual energy burst forth from his body, adding a reminder, not many of my friends are still alive. You all must protect yourselves well. Shen Feng quickly stepped forward, holding his radiating sword, and questioned, if we can go directly to the 3rd level, why take the long way round? He hurriedly stopped him. This door can't be opened without a key. If you try to force it, you'll suffer a backlash and die. He didn't bother to listen and immediately slashed powerfully at the door in front of him. Immediately, it formed a dazzling circle, making Nang Nang exclaim in surprise, as long as there's strong enough lightning divine ability, this door can be opened. Shen Feng walked inside, not forgetting to gloat, and I'm the only one in the world today who can open this door. He scratched his head behind him and complained, Master passed away too soon. He didn't even have time to tell me this secret. Wulin also followed suit and urged, Sister Cece, I'll go in first. Don't let young master wait too long. Cut to Yandai. Xiao Fan was lying in the sun eating ice cream and said, Uncle Chang, old Master Jia and his illegitimate daughter have gone to Kunlun. I wonder if that Shen Feng guy can handle it? Uncle Chang brought a plate of fruit and hesitated. Yan King and Nai is a born master. Plus, with that demonic ghost iron blade, his strength has reached the peak of the heavenly realm. I'm just a grandmaster, I completely can't judge. He placed it on the table and, with his hands behind his back, speculated. However, President Liu has already sent cleaners to Sakura country to pressure Jiao. So I believe there won't be any major problems. After hearing this, she stood up and stretched, hinting, speaking of which, some old folks in Yanbai couldn't control themselves and secretly did some shady things at the farm, which made me very unhappy. Uncle Cheng understood and immediately stopped her. Miss, the patriarch already said you're not allowed to leave the courtyard. Xiao Fan picked up a dragon fruit and mischievously said, the company headquarters is already in chaos. My father is swamped. How could he still pay attention to me? She instantly crushed it in her hand, her voice full of malice. Even if time is short, it's enough for me to cause a bloodbath in Yanbai. Then Uncle Cheng offered a tray of white towels. Xiao Fan took one, wiped her hands, and instructed Uncle Cheng, you don't need to interfere in this, otherwise the pressure will fall on Zheng Yi's side, and you'll have a hard time explaining it. She placed the towel back on the tray and spoke profusely. You also don't need to stop me. I wouldn't dare touch old Master Jia, but those who killed my people will certainly pay a heavy price. With that, Xiao Fan turned and left. He watched her back and thought, the young miss has rarely taken action in recent years. It seems some people have forgotten her true nature. She immediately raised her phone and called, Aunt Feng, bring people to the Sihaiwan to pick me up. We'll go visit old Master Liu first. Cut to the Liu family's house, a magnificent villa. Xiao Fan stepped inside and listed, I thought about it again. My family was attacked at the farm. Besides the Liu family, there were also the Wang family, the Li family, and the Zhao family. She playfully held an ice cream in her hand and quietly asked, Old Master Liu, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Behind her were Anfeng and two formidable bodyguards. Liu Bian sat on a chair, tapping his cane on the ground, and said, since when does a little girl like you get to talk to me? Get the Wu family patriarch over here. Xiao Fan took a bite of her ice cream, agreeing, Old Master Liu is highly esteemed, and I am a junior. Doing this is indeed disrespectful. She tilted her head, pointing her ice cream outside, where the Liu family's guards had been subdued by Xiao Fan's people, and reminded, but it seems Old Master has forgotten why no one in Yanbai dares to touch me. Without a word, a bodyguard walked over and slapped him squarely on one cheek, making Liu Bian spit out fresh blood. The man continued to kick him to the floor, shouting, Old man, do you think you're so cool? The other man pointed at the other people and warned, don't mess around, anyone who moves dies. Liu Bian's two men immediately ran to help him up. Xiao Fan's voice echoed through the room, in this life, there are many things I want to do, and also many things I don't want to do. The bodyguard pulled out a chair for her. Xiao Fan then warned, but if you refuse to do the things you don't want to do, none of the things you want to do will succeed. She sat on the chair, crossing her legs, smiling sinisterly and taunting, Old man, do you understand what I mean? Liu Bian leaned on his cane, pointed at her, and insisted, the Wu family was also involved in that matter back then. If you do this now, later, neither side will accept the Wu family. Xiao Fan propped her face with one hand, and with the other, threw out an ice cream stick. When Ha Dong returns, your Wu family will be completely wiped out. Then he took the ice cream stick right in the face. Liu Bian scowled, broke it, and yelled, Wu Xiao Fan, do you want our two families to go to war? She casually scoffed, go to war with the Wu family? Do you even deserve it? Xiao Fan scoffed, your only strong backing is Ha the Trung, but he's already halfway into the grave. Do you still hope he can come back? Don't make me laugh myself to death. And Feng silently presented a box while Xiao Fan spoke. 10 years ago, the Wu family was just an insignificant family in Yanbai. 10 years later, they can oppress you. Have you ever thought about why? He turned to look at the pill in the box and her explanations, and couldn't help but be terrified. The Wu family can always choose the correct option. Now, behind the Wu family, there's a company, Chin Hat, Than Than, and deep connections with the leading aristocratic families of Long Kwok. Xiao Fan stood up, one hand on her hip, concluding, fight me. Do you have the qualifications? Then she turned and walked away, asserting, "You're old. Leaving Yen back is my decision." Liu Baiyan trembled, standing silently and listening to Xiao Fan's every word. "I'll give you two choices. Either you die, or your entire Liu family dies with you." She looked back, placed a finger on her lips, and smiled. "I hope tomorrow's front page will feature your name, old man. I hope this time the old man doesn't choose wrong." Xiao Fan and her group walked out to the yard, and Feng quietly asked, "Miss, where do we go next?" She considered. Mrs. True's old lady is always afraid her grandson will pursue me. Let's go there. Then Xiao Fan clasped her hands behind her back, her tone extremely excited, and Feng, I've cleared so many hidden dangers for Feng. What do you think he should do to thank me? What do you think if I ask him to agree to marry me? The old woman sighed and reminded, "Miss, for such a big matter, you still have to ask the patriarch for his opinion." The scene shifts to a house in the mountains. Nang Nang sat beside his wife and child and asked, "Wife, do you think they'll succeed this time?" She held the baby in her arms and deduced, "The spiritual veins in the world all originate from Kunlun. Only in Kunlun can these broken spiritual veins be restored." This rumor has circulated for many years, but Master once told us that Kunlun's spiritual veins originate from Penglai. I think they will fail. He put his hand to his chin and denied, "You can't say that. At least in Kunlun, one can still find a path to Penglai." Nang Nang looked up at the sky and gave his reasoning. "In this era, I don't know if that path can still be opened. There isn't that much spiritual energy in this world. It should be fine. After all, back then, Master Zhang left a part of the spiritual vein in Kunlun. Perhaps for later generations to open that path." Tiu Than continued, "Otherwise, the spiritual energy in Kunlun wouldn't be denser than other places, and we wouldn't be able to cultivate to a state of half-step condensation." Just then, Nai arrived, followed by a group of ninjas escorting the Trung, who was on a stretcher and on oxygen. Seeing this, Nang Nang muttered, "Wife, we have work to do again." She quickly went inside, placed the baby in the cradle and said, "Good boy, mommy's going to fight bad guys. I'll be back in a bit." Outside, he jumped up and yelled, "Little devils, go back the way you came. I can pretend you never appeared." She coldly knelt down, swinging out a blood-red slash. Nang Nang hastily dodged a surge of demonic spiritual energy that shot out from it. His whole body erupted in his own flames. Nang Nang gritted his teeth and deduced, Master was assassinated by this blade back then. He created a giant sword with his spiritual energy and yelled, "Wife, we must destroy this blade." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword descended upon Nai, who hastily raised her blade to block it. Then several groups of ninjas in the distance were also attacked by a blue energy. Seeing this, Nai glanced over. The married couple, one blue and one red, stood side by side. Tiu Than asserted, "Not only must she die, but the traitor must die too." She gritted her teeth, her voice full of hatred. "Blood feud can only be washed away with blood." The Trung saw this and turned pale with fear. He ordered, "Go, let's go quickly." But Nai still raised her spiritual blade and proudly declared, "If my lord mother could kill your master back then, I can also kill you." She swung it forward, explaining, "You foolish people from Long Kwok, you think the demonic iron's ability is to control fire, but its true power is to cleave." The aura of that blade quickly rushed between the two, while Nai continued to babble, "Have you ever seen a true powerhouse? I once yearned because a weakling accepted me. I witnessed my lord mother's death with my own eyes, so I sought power. Now I am a powerhouse. My blade can cleave mountains." She burst out laughing under the power of the demonic iron, tremble, beg, and then die in fear. Yet Nang Nang extended both palms and pressed them onto the demonic iron, gently crushing it. And Nai immediately froze, exclaiming in a daze, "What?" He frowned in exasperation and told his wife, "Honey, are all ninjas from Huaguo like this? Before fighting, they all have to shout, 'Crush the darkness with lightning.'" Tiu Than scowled and chided, "I told you not to watch those cartoons of theirs. You didn't believe me. If you spoil our son later, I won't forgive you." And Nai retreated into a defensive stance, worried internally. The power of the demonic iron was easily blocked by him. The strength of these two is beyond imagination. She placed the blade on her other arm, pondering, I can only use my ultimate move. Tiu Than, with one hand on her hip, one hand pointing forward with her vibrant green energy, urged, stop playing, finish up quickly and come home to lull our child to sleep. Have you washed it clean? By now, Nang Nang had leaped into the air, raising his foot with his blazing flame towards her head. He smiled and said, honey, let me wash the child. Tonight, I want to eat stir-fried noodles with minced meat. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth, terrified beyond measure. These two are terrifyingly strong. Either of them could defeat me. And I thought of the baby in the crib and a profound thought rose. For my Lord Mother's wish, I can do anything. The scene shifts to Shen Fang's group. They are walking in a vast secret realm, surrounded by a hazy, ethereal landscape. He looked up and surmised, after entering the Kunlun secret realm, one can clearly feel that the spiritual energy here is much denser. If we cultivate here for 3 months, we will definitely have a chance to establish our foundation. Shen Fang turned to instruct Rama, you stay here and wait for the people from Jiabaha. Shengji immediately objected, no, she's a ninja from Jiabaha. We can't let her go. We don't know what dangers Kunlun holds. If they secretly make a move, we'll be in trouble. Liu Jin frowned in agreement. Let me kill her. Cici also rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Shen Fang, it's not because you watched too many of her movies that you feel a bit reluctant, is it? She gently tugged at the hem of his sleeve, asking, Shen Fang, you don't want me? Shen Fang looked forward and replied generously, Kunlun is more dangerous than you think. Even if they truly have ill intentions, they must first protect themselves. Placing a mole in Jiabaha is easier than always having to be on guard. He turned back, patted Ramoi's shoulder, and emphasized each word. This time they've been planning for a long time. I think Wu Nang Nang might not be able to stop them. Can I trust you? She looked up, her cheeks flushed, and immediately affirmed, as long as it's Shen Fang's instruction, I will try my best to do it well. After that, the others left, and Rama stayed behind, clasping her hands together, happily murmuring, Amateur Su, is Lord Shen Fang the messenger you sent to save me? On this side, Shen Fang led the way, reminding, according to the current information I have, the biggest danger in Kunlun is the soul barrier that always envelops it. The soul barrier has the power to directly attack the soul. So we must be more careful in the next steps. He surmised that year Team A came to Kunlun, but they probably didn't reach the stage of confronting the soul barrier. Liu Jin, walking behind, spoke up, I don't know, Brother Kaya didn't take me on that mission. Changji immediately realized Shen Fang's intention. You found every way to push Rama out of the team because you didn't want her to know about this danger. He nodded in acknowledgement. Those who are not on our side will have different intentions. She's not worthy of my trust yet. Shen Fang revealed his scheme. If she listens, I can help her. If not, just leave her in Kunlun. Suddenly, in front of them was a human skeleton with red clothing, seemingly female, still holding a photo in its hand. Everyone moved closer to get a better look at the people in the photo. He knelt down, holding the photo in his hand, and said, these are all the members of Team A. Liu Jin drooped, tears welling up, and said sadly, Sister Hong, I've been looking for you for so long, so you were here all along. Shen Fang handed her the photo and wondered, didn't you come to Kunlun that year? 2 streams of tears ran down her face. Liu Chen lowered her head and explained. She recalled sitting in an iron cage while those people were training and feasting boisterously. Jiap walked closer to Liu Chen, offering a piece of meat and asking. The reply was several drops of spit sprayed directly onto his face from her. Liu Chen gnashed her teeth and shouted. Seeing this, one guy immediately pointed a gun at her head and warned. However, he placed his hand on the gun, stopping him. Jiap lightly punched the man's chest with one hand and lowered the gun with the other, reminding him. The man frowned, raised the gun to the sky, fired rounds, and shouted. Jiap turned back, offered the meat to Liu Chan, and coaxed. But she still kicked the plate of meat away. Though covered in injuries, Liu Chen defiantly cursed. He turned his head back, frowned, and warned. Immediately, two members of Team A flew in, attacking and slashing the remaining enemies. Kit looked at the man who fell in front of him and scoffed. Jiap was startled for a moment and questioned. Sister Hong thrust her weapon directly into his chest and replied. Then she pulled out her weapon and declared outright. After defeating all the thugs, everyone stood before the iron cage. A young Liu Chen, trapped inside, was crying and apologizing. Sister Hong immediately walked over, patted her head, and smiled encouragingly. She turned to look at everyone, took out a camera, and winked mischievously. Liu Chen was embarrassed, her cheeks slightly flushed, followed by a signal. Then Sister Hong raised her fingers and everyone started posing. She spoke up. Recalling those memories moved Liu Chen. Then Fong walked over, handed her a wet wipe, and encouraged her. Liu Chen silently walked past him and replied. Hearing that, Fong watched her, still trying to change her mind. Liu Chen tilted her head slightly and looked back, her voice full of determination. Fong still tried to run after her and persuade her. He held up his phone screen towards Liu Chen, which displayed a list of top experts who had died in accidents in recent years. She continued walking indifferently, not forgetting to say thank you, and at the same time told Fong. Ing Lam walked over and added. The company would find it difficult to explain. Fong watched and replied. He added in a low voice. The scene shifted to another side, where ninjas were carrying a stretcher, and Nai, leading the way, said. She sneered and added. Trung, lying on the stretcher and breathing oxygen, still contributed. And Nai listened, then cast a quick glance back and warned. Just then, Rama Yu waved her hand, interrupting. She immediately drew her sword, held it to the girl's throat, and declared. Rama Yu immediately knelt down, trying to explain, No, I have always been absolutely loyal to Koga. She added, after being captured by Meethan Fong, he told me to wait here for you, to launch a surprise attack at the crucial moment and deliver a fatal blow. After hearing that, Nai was a little suspicious. Why should I believe you? Ramayu had tears streaming down her face. Please trust me just this once. I will use my actions to prove my loyalty to Koga and the Empire. And Nai sheathed her sword and walked away, not forgetting to warn, if you dare betray Koga, my demon blade takes great pleasure in the souls of traitors. The scene shifts to Fong's group, who were standing before a very tall and deep cave mouth with no visible bottom. Just then, Liu Chen was startled, looking back as she noticed Nai's group approaching. Without a word, she immediately clenched her fist and shouted the enemy's name, Trung. But before she could touch him, the demon blade in Nai's hand slashed horizontally. Liu Chen leaned back to dodge, scoffing, that slash looks powerful, but it's too slow. She immediately swung her leg back and kicked. The one I want to kill is him. Don't interfere in unrelated matters. And Nai blocked the attack and replied, he's barely considered a Koga ninja. It's not your place to kill him. And Nai infused killing intent into the sword in her hand and continued, your kick is too flashy, too arrogant. You won't achieve anything that way. She continued to slash horizontally at Liu Chen, scoffing, my mother once taught me, only a calm, thinking lion can catch its desired prey. Just as danger loomed, Fong appeared, swinging his sword to neutralize the deadly move, wanting to kill a Long Quack person on Long Quack soil. Do Koga ninjas disrespect me that much? He pointed his sword at her coldly, using her own words, even if I have to kill her, it's not your place. And Nai quickly raised her sword to block Fong's thrust. She also immediately delivered a counter slash. The youngest powerhouse of Long Quack, your soul, my demon blade will like even more. He retracted his sword, his spiritual power still strong, and retorted sarcastically, a dog that wants to eat meat must first consider its master's mood. The two streams of power collided, radiating dense spiritual energy sickles. After that move, Fong stood calmly as if nothing had happened, while Nai jumped back a step, maintaining a combat stance. Not long after, Nai entered the secret realm. She swung her blade, looking at Fong in front of her and taunting, You're very strong, but next time the outcome might not be the same. He immediately summoned thousands of swords with his spiritual power, smiling dismissively. Next time, you won't have this chance. The scene shifts to Tu Than's humble home. Nang Nang was shielding his wife and child with a long dent in the ground. Despite being injured in the back, he cared more about his wife and child. Are you two alright? Is the baby alright? She turned around, sadly wiping sweat from Nang Nang's forehead and reassuring him, we're all fine. You rest and recover first. Tu then quickly went inside, placed the baby in the crib and said, they made me so angry. Then her whole body erupted with terrifying spiritual power. Tu Than looked back, her tone full of hatred. Our ancestors taught us not to enter CNN Len, but they insisted on staying. He was equally invigorated. Nang Nang suggested, wife, let's activate the fourth layer of CNN Len. We'll do it together. She smiled brightly in agreement. We're husband and wife. We must do everything together. The two held each other's hands tightly. Xiao King said somewhat timidly. They immediately entered the tunnel. He was happy about it. At worst, I'll set up a fortune-telling stall on the sidewalk, support you and our child, and go fishing in my free time. That's what life experience is all about. Standing before the gate, Nang Nang looked up and added. The two people's energy quickly flowed into the two gates. Xiao King clicked her tongue with a hint of regret and said, it's just a pity that after the fourth level opens, the Kunlun secret realm will no longer exist. He looked at the two gates and softly asked. Nang Nang frowned in thought. Inside, and Nai was still confronting him. She boasted about her achievements. Suddenly, the energies of Nang Nang and his wife radiated right in front of Shen Feng and her. He quickly ordered the fur beauties behind him, and Nai and the ninjas also retreated, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, her blade was caught in that energy, and Nai strained to hold onto it. Shen Feng thought seriously. He summoned his spiritual power in his hand and suddenly realized the ninjas and Nai were quickly absorbed by the two energy sources. In a flash, they all disappeared and that spiritual power also shrunk. Cici wondered from behind. Shen Feng glanced back and replied. He quickly created several swords round them and reminded everyone. Shen Feng instructed. Shen Feng slowly advanced and found a weapon and several deceased individuals there. He picked it up and assessed. Shen Feng handed it to Liu Jin and added. She gripped it tightly in her hand and cursed. Scene changed to Yuzhou, a high-rise building in the heart of the city. Wang Jin, chairwoman of Wanxi Group, pushed open the office door and said, Lu Sheng poured tea and replied. She walked over and placed her gift bag on the table while he placed a hot cup of tea in front of Wang Jin. She quickly sat down, looked at the teacup in front of her, and asked. Lu Sheng picked up his teacup and bluntly said. Seeing this, Wang Jin also took a sip and exclaimed. She pushed a gift box towards him and said. Lu Sheng chuckled and politely refused. He seriously inquired. Wang Jin held the teacup in her hand and denied. Wilson Pharmaceutical Group in Yingguo also has a good reputation. We make money without losing anything. She politely added. Lu Sheng stroked his chin in thought. He explained. It's understandable that he'd try new things more often. It's truly a pity we discovered his change in taste so late. Wan Thin respectfully placed the teacup on the table and hinted, this time Uncle Ha will withdraw, so that position will definitely belong to Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, I'd like another cup. Lu Sheng quickly poured the tea, not forgetting to tease. This little girl, she loved snacks when she was little, and even at my place, she doesn't forget to ask for 2 more cups of tea later. I'll tell Tu Ho to bring 2 kilograms to your car. After drinking, she picked up the gift bag and said, Uncle Lu, I still have some matters to handle, so I won't bother you any longer. If you don't like this coffee, I'll take it back. Suddenly, Lu Sheng reached out to the gift bag, agreeing with her words. Genetically modified coffee is a novelty. Older people like us don't really like it. But he pulled it towards himself and said meaningfully, however, the younger generation below can still try new things. Aren't people talking about the integration of East and West these days? Done, Wan Thing respectfully bowed her head in farewell. Yes, Teuthen will visit you again next time. Honlo immediately opened the door for her to go out. Lu Sheng thumbed backward and ordered Tiu Ho, take it to Teuthen's car. Make sure you see her receive it with her own hands. He shouted loudly, I understand. He picked up the coffee can from the gift bag and mumbled, the latest genetically modified coffee developed by Mquok. Such good stuff. When it comes to our territory, it's ours. Tell the interns near the Kunlun area to take the coffee home. Not long after, Wanthin arrived at her car. Lon quickly opened the car door. Honla ran after her, offering the tea bag and bowing. Miss Wan, this is the tea General Lu gave you. She glanced at him and said, put it in the car. I don't like to take things from other people's hands. He smiled, hinting, General Lu said I must see Miss Wan receive it with her own hands. Please don't make it difficult for me, Miss Wan. Wanthin, cornered, reluctantly reached out and snatched the tea bag. Then she got into the car. Honlo stood behind, watching the car drive away in an instant. Inside, she angrily ordered, notify everyone below. All actions are cancelled. There's no opportunity now. Lon, while driving, wondered, Miss, should we notify the super team? She frowned and shouted, do you want me to die like that old man Ha the Trung? Ha the Trung is struggling desperately, but I'm still young. I have many opportunities. Wanthin glanced outside and said wearily, let's go. None of these company bosses are easy to deal with. The scene shifts to another side. Illustrator Dean Yuin Ngok, a main intern, isn't working overtime. She was eating jelly by the roadside, muttering, I don't even have one friend. It's so boring. Yuin Ngok wants to go to Kunlun too. Suddenly, a guy walked up, held out his phone, and suggested, you're so pretty, little sister. Let's be friends. She flatly refused. Sorry, I'm not naive at all. Suddenly, he reached behind Yuin Ngok, grabbing to roses and teased, little sister, what do I have in my hand? Yuin Ngok walked past him, closed her eyes and sneered, brother, look closely at what you're holding. Immediately, the roses turned into green onions, leaving him stunned. His face darkened and he blurted out, How? How can this be? She glanced over and mumbled, boring, I stopped playing these childish tricks when I was 3. At the same time, a plump woman grabbed the man's shirt and yelled, you thief, stealing my vegetables, come with me to the police station. Yuin Ngok ambled across the bridge, making a phone call and complaining, Brother Ho, you finally called me. Yuin Ngok is so bored she's about to die. The other end of the line said, don't be impatient. The super team from Kwok is about to arrive in Kunlun. Your mission is to deal with them. She excitedly held a lollipop in her hand and asked, kill them all? The other person ordered, bring one back. As for the rest, get into your mood, play however you like. Yuin Ngok excitedly chewed on her lollipop and said, thank you, Brother Ho, when you come back to Dusho, I'll treat you to candy. Suddenly, the other guy ran after her, shouting loudly, don't run, you bitch. You dare to anger me today, whether you want to or not. You're definitely going to drink 8+1 with me. She reached out and grabbed his collar, saying warily, all right, if you jump down with me, I'll drink with you. Yuin Ngok quickly pulled him and jumped off the bridge, and with a splash, he fell into the river. He struggled out of the water, crying and screaming, it's a ghost. I saw a ghost, Mom. I want my mom. She, however, was perfectly fine, walking along the road while looking back and scoffing, boring. The scene shifts to a highway where two blue cars are driving. John sat in the car, smoking a cigar and saying, that's Kunlun Mountain. 10 years ago, the superpower squad was completely wiped out here. This time, we people of Long Nation will reclaim the glory that belongs to us. A subordinate in the back suddenly reported, I can't reach Miss Van Thien. Captain, I'm worried this mission will have problems. John puffed on his cigar, clenching his fists to reassure them most of the Van Thie group's assets are in Eagle Nation. She wouldn't dare play games with us. I think it's just to avoid suspicion. After all, we're in Long Nation. Even without her help, we are all genetically modified warriors. With her strength, we have no rivals in Long Nation. At the same time, Yuan Gok was observing from above. She pulled a string in her hand and muttered, "I've waited for you for so long, and you're finally here. Don't disappoint me." Below, two heavy blue vehicles were still speeding down the road. Suddenly, a wire cut across one of the cars, splitting it in half. The soldiers inside also perished. Immediately, the car behind stopped when they saw their comrades lying there. John opened the car door and ordered, "Enemy attack, enemy attack. Get out of the car." The scene shifts to Fang's location. They were entering a misty cave, surrounded by four protective swords. Everyone looked up at the thick stream of energy in front. His sword, accompanied by lightning, immediately touched the smoke. Then Fang frowned and sensed, "This smoke has the power to attack human souls. If we didn't have our peach with swords for protection, I'm afraid we would have died long ago." He glanced back and said, "Moreover, the deeper we go, the stronger this power feels." Lu Jin quickly swung her weapon in front of her and retorted, "So what? The team also ventured deep into the Kunlun secret realm back then." Then Fang put his two fingertips together and made a swipe, then continued, "They are all inheritors of Long Nation. It's not uncommon for them to have several protective artifacts on them." Then Fang suddenly stopped, lowered his head to look at the spiritual energy in his hand, and speculated, "But even so, it could only protect their lives. I guess they were completely wiped out that year because their vital energy was damaged in Kunlun, and then they happened to encounter the ninjas from Anhoa Nation." Hearing this, she couldn't swallow her hatred, no matter the cost. Not a single person from back then will escape. Not long after, they saw a small pillar and a red creature lying there. One person stared at the sleeping fox and the wooden box on the pillar, wondering, "Grandpa Ku, is that your true form?" He held the sword in his hand, making spiritual energy erupt all over his body, and instructed, "You all, step back, let me see what's in that wooden box." Tutu suddenly grabbed Fang's wrist to stop him. "Young Master Mu, it's best not to touch it before we clarify." He lightly shook her hand off, turned back and reassured her, "This little bit of soul-invading power has no effect on me." Then Fang walked over boldly, thinking to himself, "The world thinks my strength comes from my realm, but no one knows that my greatest reliance is this ancient soul, older than ancient itself." He stared intently at the red wooden box. A moment later, Fang reached for the box and opened it. His expression seemed troubled. Immediately, a surge of black energy burst out from that spot, astonishing the girls. Tutu stepped back and ordered, "Retreat, quickly retreat, Ngu Lam, protect Trinki." Then Fang's shout still echoed within the black smoke. 9 consecutive swords. Summon a series of swords. As soon as the word lower was uttered, a series of swords plunged around where he stood. After that, the black smoke dissipated, flying in several circles around them and gradually disappearing. Seeing that everything was settled, the 4 rushed over. Then Fang held the box in his hand and wondered, "Oh, what is this? It's still alive." Below it was half a fish body. One person said, "Rumor has it this fish comes from the River of Emptiness. The River of Emptiness connects to the Northern Abyss." Tutu, startled by this, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "The Northern Abyss is where the Penglai Immortal realm is." He turned to listen as Lu Jian explained, "There is a fish in the Northern Abyss, also called Kun. When this fish reaches its cultivation, it can transform into the Divine Peng, flying over 90,000 li high. Therefore, this fish is also called Shai Hu Kun. It's extremely poisonous, but also extremely nourishing." She offered her knowledge. It said that if used properly, cultivators can immediately ascend to immortality. Even ordinary people who eat this fish can cure all diseases. Tran Lu Chen pointed her weapon forward and shouted, "It's this thing that caused Team A to die here." But then Fang grabbed her hand and stopped her. "No matter what, this item is a rare treasure. It would be a great pity to destroy it." He folded the box shut and stated, "Squad died because of this back then. I'm giving it to you. I don't think they would object either." Shenfeng brought it in front of her and said, "As for keeping or destroying it, that's up to you." Then Liu Zhen hugged it to her chest, closed her eyes tightly, and cried heartbreakingly. He turned to CC, who was marveling at everything that just happened with a hint of warning. Don't be envious. No matter how good something is, it's just an external possession. Only by relying on yourself can you go far. Shenfeng pointed directly at Yulin, proudly comparing, "Look, Yulin's temperament is much better than yours." She muttered, "That's a treasure that can instantly make people ascend." Cece clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Even if I can't ascend, just looking at it is good for my eyes." He folded his arms in exasperation and sneered, "Many eyes are fixated on this thing. Having it in your hands might not necessarily be a blessing." The scene shifted to the fourth floor of Kunlun. Anna's group, along with the ninjas and the Trung on stretchers, appeared right next to Jamabi. She pointed to herself and asked, "Where are we?" Anna, carrying her blade on her shoulder, replied cautiously, "I don't know, but I can confirm we're still inside Kunlun." Suddenly, a power resembling an arrow, with green spiritual energy at its tip and fire at its tail, pierced through one of the ninjas. Anna glanced over, saw him fall, and urged, "Hurry, the mist here has the power to attack human souls. I can't stop it." She swung her blade and ran forward, speculating, "This place wasn't recorded in any of Jiaha's intelligence reports. There's a high possibility we'll all die here." Immediately after, Anna looked back and acknowledged the ninja's loyalty. "But remember, everyone, you will forever be Jiaha's most loyal warriors." They charged together, their leader shouting, "We swear to die loyal to the country. We swear to die loyal to Jiaha." But it wasn't long before another one was also pierced through. The Trung, wearing an oxygen mask, saw this and exclaimed excitedly, "This is its power. As long as I consume it, I can live on." She glanced at him and reminded, "It's not too late to say that when you can actually live long enough to do it." Suddenly, a bright green river appeared before them. Anna turned around and ordered, "Find a way across the river. I'll provide support." Several ninjas quickly rushed towards the water. She transmitted spiritual power into two of them. Jamayu frowned and said, "Anna-chan, I feel like something's not right." Anna insisted, "What's strange? They are all warriors of Jiaha. Even if they die, they will have no regrets or resentment." However, just halfway across the river, the two of them fell into the water. She suddenly realized in panic, "This river is like nothingness. There's no way to borrow strength. There's also the eerie soul-attacking mist in the air. We're all going to die here." Anna gnashed her teeth and roared, "No one can stop Jiaha's warriors." She furiously yelled, "Not even a god." Then she swung her blade, transmitting spiritual energy into the remaining ninjas. Anna looked back and ordered Jamayu, "Take him. We're going." The ninjas quickly rushed to the middle of the river and formed a formation so the other three could cross. The ninjas, of course, would perish in this river. The Trung, on her shoulder, said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Yamagami. I will definitely support your endeavors." Jamayu looked back and criticized, "If it weren't for you, our Jiaha warriors wouldn't have died here." They overcame one obstacle after another. Before them was a thick current of energy. The space became unusually gloomy. Anna felt something was wrong. No, something must have happened inside the Kunlun secret realm. No matter if he lives or dies, we must complete the mission first, then we can talk about it. The scene shifted back to Shenfeng's side. They were still standing by the old pillar. He slowly unfolded a piece of paper. As soon as the paper was opened, a line caught their eyes. "There are no immortals in the world." Cece exclaimed in surprise, "There are no immortals in the world? Impossible. How can there be no immortals?" Shenfeng gripped it tightly in his hand and scoffed, "You've just ascended. How could you know what an immortal truly is? It's ridiculous." She stood next to him, refuting, "Master Zhang was still the last person in the world to ascend. How could his words be wrong? Could it be that our generation of cultivators striving for an entire lifetime is just a joke?" He casually put his hands in his pockets, bowed his head, and sneered, "The path has no end." He had only just ascended, so how could he understand? Shenfeng patted Cece's shoulder, advising her, "He couldn't possibly understand what the true origin of the Tao is. Don't overthink it. Walking the path beneath your feet well is the right way." Suddenly, an explosion occurred right in front of them. It turned out that Anna and Jamyu had carried the trunk on their backs and chased them all the way here. Liu Chan, with boiling blood, raised her spear, ran forward and shouted, "They're here! You're not getting away!" Anna immediately swung her saber to block, saying contemptuously, "Many people have wanted to kill me, but in the end, I'm still alive." She retreated backward, scowling and shouting, "Only when I kill you all do those sounds disappear from my head." Seeing the two begin to fight, Shen Feng remarked, "Liu Chan is beautiful inside and out. Her moves may seem ordinary, but her strength is not inferior to her opponents at all." He looked up and instructed, "Yu Lam, you have too little actual combat experience. Watching a lot will be very beneficial for you." On the other side, Liu Jin struggled with Anna, both equally matched in their fight. In an instant, the tip of the spear pierced straight into the wall, shattering its surface, and a terrifying energy erupted from it. Even Cece had to cover her mouth and exclaim, "If I were Anna, I'd be dead by now." Yu Lam then asked, "Young master, in the current long quack, what rank is Sister Liu Chan?" Shen Feng thoughtfully affirmed, "At least on the surface, apart from me and the two on Long H's mountain, no one is her match." The last time they fought, Liu Chan was at a disadvantage simply because she didn't have a suitable weapon. He watched the two weapons clash and bet, "Look, Anna seriously wants to attack. Liu Chan is about to win." On the other side, Anna still swung her saber, showing clear disdain for her opponent. "There's still one way. If you die, you'll also be set free." Immediately, Liu Chan sprang back several meters. The further she retreated, the more spiritual energy flashed from the saber. Suddenly, Liu Chan leaped to the side, preventing it from attacking her. At this moment, Anna spun her saber in a circle, creating a blazing fire around where she stood. She, from above, pointed her spear down, proudly thinking, "Many people have wanted me dead over the years, but in the end, I'm still alive." The other woman below couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Shen Feng clapped his hands, praising as if watching a performance, internal energy released outwardly and controlled in such detail. The distance to the realm of the two on Long H's mountain is but a fine line. He turned his head and reminded, "Yu Lam, watch carefully. When you can control spiritual energy to this extent, you'll be considered officially initiated." Liu Chan threw the box down and charged into a one-on-one decisive battle with Anna. In an instant, the sharp blade pointed directly at her with a dangerous question, "Have you thought about how you're going to die yet?" Anna immediately used her saber to turn around and knock the other saber away. She quickly ran away in silence. Seeing this, the trunk shouted loudly, "Miss Cynthia, retreat quickly. I'll give you 1 billion. No, 10 billion. He held out his palm towards Jamyu, reminding her, "Do you want to continue on the old path or be my friend? Whatever you choose, don't make the wrong choice." So she didn't hesitate to drop him with a thud. Jamyu ran towards Shen Feng, expressing her sincerity. "Lord Shen Feng, I've always wanted to be your friend." Standing next to him, she glanced at the Trung, pointing out, "Ha Trung has always cooperated with Jap Ha. He was the mastermind behind the team a tragedy 10 years ago." He lay on the ground, pointing a finger and accusing, "Traitor, you're a traitor." Shen Feng stood in front of Jamyu, extending his hand to protect her and retorting, "To cause so many compatriots to die for your own selfishness, who exactly is the real traitor?" He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "I'm not wrong. What's wrong with me just wanting to live?" Trung cursed wildly, "Long Quack is full of useless people. I only have stage 4 cancer, and they can't even cure me. I just want to use the Void Scepter to heal myself, but everyone opposes me." Suddenly, he glanced at the box right next to him. Trung sat up immediately, more spirited than ever, laughing loudly as he said, "Everyone says I'm selfish. I've shed sweat for the company. I've shed blood for the company, silently protected Long Quack countless times. Shen Feng, answer me. Who exactly is selfish?" He immediately replied, "You're insane. Birth, old age, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, meeting those you despise, not getting what you seek, and the blazing of the 5 aggregates. These are precisely the sufferings all sentient beings must endure. You don't have the power to defy heaven and change fate, yet you want to do something that defies heaven and changes fate. Do you know that heavenly destiny is hard to go against? The trunk quickly reached out for the box, protesting, "What I seek comes from me, not from heaven. All you heavens, get out of my way." Tuda saw him open it, put half the fish into her mouth, then yelled, "This isn't good. He wants two." Then Fong reached out to stop her. No need to stop him. If he hadn't eaten it, he might have lived a few more months. Now, he's just digging his own grave. Suddenly, the trunk's belly swelled up. He panicked, sweating profusely, stammering, What's happening to me?" He then explained clearly, "This is now an era of magic. Without that cultivation, what you've been so focused on is merely a poison." Then Fong glanced down, emphasizing each word. "Within 7 days, your body will begin to rot, and you'll eventually die a painful death, as if being devoured by countless insects." The trunk collapsed in pain, pleading, "Then Fong, I'll give you everything I have. Kill me, please. I beg you, kill me." In response, he received a sit-along glance and the boy's indifference. "You've committed enough evil deeds. Now, falling into a state of ostracism, simply reaping what you sow. I won't kill you. You will endure torment and die in this dark place, unknown to anyone." They quickly left in front of the Trong, and Gu Lam wondered, "Young master, isn't it a bit of a pity that such a good item like the Void Scepter was eaten by him?" Then Fong gently asked, and Gu Lam, "What do you think is the way?" She rubbed her chin and said, "I don't know. I only know that I do whatever young master tells me to do. I just want to stay by young master's side forever." He smiled, turned around, and replied, "If that's the case, then what is there to regret?" Only then didn't Gu Lam realize, "Young master, I understand now. All things in heaven and earth have their own way. The imagery of heaven and earth, the laws of yin and yang, movement and stillness, the order of the stars. There are times when wind and snow change. There is the order of the stars. There are times when wind and snow change. There is the power over life and death of spring and autumn. There is the power of mountains and rivers inside and out. There is the power over life and death of spring and autumn. There is the power of mountains and rivers inside and out." Then Fong raised a finger and continued, "Thinking too much, worrying too much, ultimately makes one mediocre. You only need to remember for words. Do not forget your original intention. Only by persisting with your initial aspiration can you have a chance to look deeply into the origin and flow of your own way." She looked blank again and muttered, "Young master, what you said is too profound. I don't understand." He patted her head comfortingly, "No rush. Follow me and we'll cultivate slowly. You'll understand eventually." The scene shifted to the 4th level. The 4 of them had exited the cave, and Gu Lam watched Lu Wuchen and Anna fighting, then spoke, "Young master, please go help Sister Lu Chan." Tuta got ready, suggesting, "Young master Mo, I can help too." However, then Fong stopped them. "No one is allowed to move. Lu Chan has lost her reason due to hatred. If she doesn't avenge herself, she might fall into the demonic path later." At the same time, Anna flew into the air, yelled "Hey," and shot blazing fire at Lu Chan. He crossed his arms and analyzed, Anna is too impatient. If she fought steadily, she might have resisted for 10 more moves, and Gu Lam objected, saying, "Young master, even if she's at a disadvantage, she wouldn't lose that quickly, would she?" Then Fong released a reasonable statement. In a confrontation between masters, victory and defeat are separated by a hair's breadth. He concluded, "Anna has been meticulously cared for by Koga since childhood. Most of her strength comes from that sword. Her experience cannot compare to Lu Chan, who has lived and died with Team A since she was young." Then Fong looked at Lu Chan, who was fending off the energy, and bet, and Gu Lam, "Watch closely. In the next round, Anna will surely die." Lu Chan immediately threw her saber at Anna. She urgently tilted her head back to dodge this dangerous blow, and instantly the blade plunged into the wall behind. Anna seized the opportunity to rush forward and shouted, "Without a weapon in your hand, What will you use to fight me? Die. She easily grabbed her arm, scoffing, weapons? Huh? My whole body is a weapon. Instantly, a surge of toxic energy spread on Anna's arm. She gritted her teeth, looking at a black streak on her arm. A second later, Anna hastily jumped backward. Liu Jin seized the opportunity, rushing right in front of her with her glowing golden hand. She fiercely declared 10 years of forbearance, only to wipe out all you Kogan ninjas. You won't die in vain by my hand. And with that, she plunged her arm through Anna's chest, blood splattering everywhere. And Anna's saber clattered to the ground. She collapsed to her knees, mumbling, "Mother, in the end, even I couldn't carry on your will?" Just then Fong walked over and bent down to pick it up. He saw a soul wielding a blade emanating from it and exclaimed, "Using a soul to forge a blade. Turning oneself into a blade spirit, truly insane." Anna, with blood still flowing from her mouth, still looked down on him. "The power of the devil iron. You won't be able to suppress it." Then Fong swung it, creating a thick black smoke trail, and replied, "You say I can't control it?" She put her hands on her hips and turned to instruct. The ancestral demon blade of Koga unexpectedly has the strongest bond with someone from the Dragon Kingdom. I hope you will treat the devil iron well in the future. However, he broke it in half with one hand. Then Fong scoffed, "Ridiculous. Do you frogs at the bottom of a well think I would value this thing?" Half of the blade fell right in front of her, making Anna's eyes widen as she blurted out, "What?" He casually walked towards the river and mused, "This is the illusory river, isn't it? Just take a boat downstream, and you can directly reach Beiming to find the Penglai Immortal Realm." Suddenly, Liu Jin rushed at Then Fong from behind with a blade tip, mumbling, "Then Fong, I'm sorry." He turned around and easily caught it, freezing her in place. Then Fong warned Liu Jin, "Don't force me to kill you." Then Fong spun the weapon, causing Liu Jin to spin along with it, and their fists collided directly. She quickly jumped onto the boat and said grimly, "Over the past 10 years, I've learned a principle. Only by becoming the strongest can I prevent the tragedy of Team Up from recurring." Liu Jin, standing on the boat, continued, "Young Master Mu, I don't want to kill you either. I hope you won't stop me." While a toxic aura emanated from his hand after encountering her, then Fong waved his hand, making it vanish. He frowned and said, "You think you can kill me just by yourself?" Then Fong looked at Liu Jin, lost in thought. It was so difficult to find a clue to Peng Lai. "I should have dealt with Liu Jin sooner." Anna spoke from behind. Then Fong, "You are truly strong. Even the old men of Eagle Nation are probably no match for you." With one arm covered in poison, she mocked, "Now I just feel like we're so ridiculous. Plotting for so long, only to have the benefits fall into someone else's hands." He turned around, frowned, and asked, "How dare you mock me?" She trembled all over but still retorted, "I'm a dying person. What more do I have to fear?" So then Fong swung his leg, kicking Anna straight into the wall behind her. He frowned and murmured, "I don't believe there's only one way to Peng Lai." The scene shifts to a high-rise building, with dazzling sunlight streaming through the windows. Lu Thing held a hot teacup in his hand and exclaimed, "Not bad at all." Suddenly, Honlei pushed the door open and reported, "Director Luo, Miss Van has already boarded a flight to Yenbak." He set it aside and reminded, over the years, Van Group only needed to maintain a humble and stable attitude. He respectfully presented a list and announced, "The list of members of the supernatural squad who illegally entered has been thoroughly investigated. Director Luo, please take a look." Lu Thing took it, opened it, and listened to Honloi's words. "Director Luo, according to the available information, all of them are warriors modified by the Wilson Group, and their strength is equivalent to that of Haoshan Masters." The page turned to John's photo, and he continued, "This person named John is their team leader. His strength is sufficient to contend with Xiantian Masters." Honlai held out his palm, warning, "Director Luo, although Yui Ningok is very talented, she is only at the peak Haoshan level, and she's still a young girl." He looked up and replied, "Yui Ningok comes from a family of stage performing arts. Outsiders often mistakenly think stage performing arts is just magic. But that's not actually the case. Lu Thing explained, traditionally, stage performing arts are divided into Dai Tai Hai and Tiu Tai Hai. Dai Tai Hai requires the coordination of special secret techniques. Even within the company, few know about it. As for Tiu Tai Hai, it has even more unique techniques, so there won't be any major problems. He approached and poured tea, saying worriedly, Director Liu, I'm worried Yui Ningok might suffer. He picked up the teacup, frowned, and said, Old Ha won't be coming back anymore. And all the branches are waiting for that position. Suddenly, Lu Theng stood up and expressed his thoughts. This time, I want to show everyone that we don't just have Then Fong. Even a young girl can make them fall flat on their faces. He walked back to Hon Loi and gave an example. Little Ho, over the years, Long Nation has been stable for too long. Many company shareholders have changed their tastes. Now they prefer drinking coffee and enjoying tea. Lu Thang patted his shoulder, firm in his opinion. This time, we must show our strength. If we don't shake the mountains and forests, how can they stay quiet? By now, Yui Ningok must have met the supernatural squad. Send a car to pick her up and bring her home. Hon Loi could only obey. Yes, Director Liu, I'll go do it right away. Then he turned and left, leaving him alone in the room. Lu Theng raised his teacup and savored it. It's still our flavor, much more fragrant. The scene shifts to the main road. Yui Ningok alone took down several soldiers. She lifted a victim up mockingly. You guys must really try hard. Otherwise, if I don't have fun playing, then you won't have fun either. John quickly ran over with a knife and slashed at Yui Ningok, provoking her. Come on, kill me. But the person he just slashed turned into a puppet. Suddenly, she appeared behind one of them, grabbing his arm and taunting, Come on, hit me. You can't catch me. The man extended his leg and kicked Yui Ningok's shin, then yelled, I cut off her calf. Captain, good chance. However, she used that very leg to kick him directly behind the knee. John charged again, cursing, You long quack person, die. Meanwhile, Yui Ningok grabbed the man, causing him to be unable to stop himself from slashing his own comrade. She let him go, covering her mouth and snickering, Oh, oh, oh. Even family members are so ruthless with each other. Yui Ningok clasped her hands behind her back, looked at the two in front of her, and praised, The captain of the supernatural combat team is indeed very skilled. John held the knife in his hand, bewildered, and questioned, Who exactly are you? I've never heard of you before. She raised some threads in both palms and introduced herself. I'm just a girl who loves performing magic tricks. The supernatural combat team is so famous, it's normal you haven't heard of me. Then Yui Ningok stretched out the threads forward. Immediately, the man next to him was tied up, blood splattering everywhere. Her tone was utterly sinister. However, from now on, you will know me. John furiously stomped on the ground, leaped up, and yelled, No way! He wildly swung his knife, asserting, I'm an SSS-level warrior. I can't lose to you. She placed her arm across her chest and softly asked, I don't understand what you're saying. Let me show you my favorite magic trick, okay? Yui Ningok swung her hand to touch John's knife, then unleashed her special move, Immortal plucks beans. And just like that, the knife was instantly in her hand. Yui Ningok quickly slashed downwards. Fortunately, he was agile and retreated instantly. She pointed the knife tip to the ground, looking at him clutching his wound, and warned, Did you look closely? I can take your weapon, and I can also take your throat. Yui Ningok lightly bit her fingertip, provoking him, Come on, big brother, let me play a little longer, okay? John looked down at the slashed spot, bewildered, thinking, if I hadn't retreated earlier, I definitely would have suffered lung damage. Despite that, he still pointed at her contemptuously, My strength is equivalent to your innate martial artists. How can you be stronger than me? Yui Ningok bent down again, summoned some threads, and retorted, If you have strength but don't know how to use it, you're still very weak. She quickly somersaulted over John's head, simultaneously stretching threads around him, adding, I understood that reason when I was 10 years old. I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Then Yuan and Gok landed on the ground, gripping the threads in her hands. John was instantly tied up and grimaced, pleading, "I'll leave Long Kwok immediately now, and never return in this lifetime. Please spare me." She walked over and kicked him to his knees. John cowardly offered, "Money, I'll give you money. All my assets will be yours." Yuan and Gok sighed, "I thought you'd be very strong, but it turns out you're not interesting at all." Then she led him like cattle, urging, "Come on, we should head back." The scene shifted to Liu Thang's office, where he held a hot teacup and looked at his tablet screen, which displayed a photo of Yuan and Gok tying up to John. Then Liu Thang looked up and asked Hon Loi, "Has it been transferred to the other branch companies yet?" He hesitated and said, "It has been synchronized with the other branches. However, other regional companies also have interns. I'm worried that..." He glanced over, interrupting him, "I don't care what they think, as long as they don't do anything against common sense. Just keep maintaining stability and balance." Liu Thang clicked to Nang Nang's simple house and asked, "Any news from Nen Fong's side?" Hon Loi immediately replied, "Not yet, for now, but with his strength, the Japanese ninjas probably can't do anything to him." He suggested, "Mr. Liu, regarding Ngo Nang Nang and Dam Tu Than's couple, should we bring them to the company? After all, they are rare talents in Long Kwok." He put down his teacup, clasped his hands together and pondered, "They share the same roots as the Orthodox sect. The company shouldn't compete with them for people. It's better to leave these talents for those two seniors." At Hyenko's side, the person standing beside him looked into the distance and said, "Junior brother, have you felt it?" He squinted his eyes and judged, "Senior brother, the 4th level of Kunlun has been activated, and the path to Penglai is also open. This time, that kid Then Fong will surely not miss this opportunity." After hearing this, Hien Fong stroked his beard and burst out laughing. The senior brother glanced over and softly asked, "Junior brother, do you think there's a possibility that Then Fong can't reach Penglai through the Void River?" The junior brother stated firmly, "No way, that kid may seem gentle at first glance, but in reality, he is also a ruthless person as long as he wants to. Who can stop him?" Hien Fong turned around, clasped his hands behind his back and subtly said, "This time, Kunlun has gathered 20 ninjas and companies. And even the Super Eagle Nation's battle team on the other side of the ocean has been mobilized. The final outcome is still unknown." The senior brother ordered, "Bring that couple back to Chinhat. After all, their roots were passed down by a heavenly master." Hyenko nodded and replied, "All right, I'll tell Tu Ho to go." Suddenly, something had been bothering him for a long time, and now he dared to speak. "That's right, senior brother, what if he can't cross the Void River to Penglai?" The senior brother replied indifferently, "There's only that path. I've already explained the dangers to him. By then, whether he goes or not depends on his own choice." Not long after, a powerful surge of water erupted from a river. It turned out to be Then Fong carrying Trinki in his arms, emerging from the water, followed by Ngulam, Tutu, and Jamavi. Ngulam landed on the ground, raised her hands, and excitedly shouted, "We're finally out." He put her down on the ground, then turned his head and sighed, "I didn't expect that after the 4th level of Kunlun activated, all escape routes were sealed. Luckily, we found a small path. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been trapped." Trinki asked, "Young Master Mo, do you have any plans next?" Then Fong clenched his fists and angrily shouted, "Daring to steal my opportunity, I haven't been this upset in years." Ngulam walked over to comfort him. "Young Master, please calm your anger. It's bad for your health. There must still be other ways to get to Penglai, no matter what danger we encounter. I will go with you." Upon hearing that, his heart softened somewhat. "All right, next, this young master will take you with me. We'll go to Chinhat together later." Suddenly, Yuan and Gok dragged John over, raised her hand and waved. "Aren't you guys going to help? Just standing there watching a girl like me suffer and get tired?" Then Fong rubbed his chin, looking at the two of them in confusion. "I remember that the Dusho branch company still has a circus intern. Is that you called the company?" and they'll come pick you up soon. She then slapped her forehead and said, "Oh right, why didn't I remember that just now?" So Yuan Gok turned around to make a phone call, and he softly called out, "Wait, don't dial yet. Young Master Mo, you still remember me?" Then Fong seriously instructed, "Let's talk business. Later, Ngu Lam and I will go together. You girls will return with the company." He added, "Miss Trin, you must take her home. Once you're back, tell General Manager Liu to send some staff to protect her safety." Tuta glanced at Trinky and taunted, "Young Master Mo still knows how to cherish women, doesn't he? All right, it's a small matter." She quickly bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you." Then Fong and Ngulam left, not forgetting to leave a pile of advice. Don't overestimate your abilities, do things within your scope of power, otherwise you won't be able to achieve what you want, and if you don't do it well, you could easily lose your life. Don't forget, currently, you are the only remaining seed of the Trin family. Tutu crossed her arms, walked behind Trinky, and praised, "This man, his mouth is harsh, but his heart is kind." She glanced at her, hinting, "But someone should also reflect on themselves. Some images should only be thought of to avoid harming oneself." Trinky was sad, her voice downcast. "I know, he's someone I can't reach." Tutu stroked her hair and compared, "In terms of potential, you can't compare to the girl next to him. In terms of background, you're not as good as Ngo Fam. And in terms of a woman's capability, you're not as good as me." She took a few steps, then turned back and urged, "You know it in your heart. That's enough. Come on, I'll take you back to Dusho." The scene shifts to the foot of Long Ho Mountain, where a car pulled over to the side of the road. Long got out of the car and opened the door for Van Thien. She stepped out, muttering, "Currently, overseas is volatile, and domestically, it's not peaceful either." Van Thien frowned, looking at the sex sign ahead, and whispered, "If I can get the support of the Chin Hat sect, I might not necessarily fail to secure that position in Van Thien Group." Not long after, a group of bodyguards arrived and said, "CEO Van, our young mistress has an invitation for you." The secretary immediately stepped in front of her. Van Thien crossed her arms and scoffed, looking at the crowd surrounding her. The Ngo family truly has immense power, and Ngo Fam has already been banned. Yet she can still stir up trouble and command the wind and rain. Isn't she afraid Uncle Ngo will return and deal with her? Long got into a fighting stance and reminded, "Young mistress, let me figure out a way to clear a path for you." However, the bodyguards respectfully bowed, extending their palms forward in a friendly invitation. "We always follow orders, CEO Van. Please don't make it difficult for us." She had no other choice but to comply. Van Thien walked in alone and instructed, "If Ngo Fam wants to do something, we can't stop her. You wait here for me to return." Not long after, at the tea house, a bodyguard pulled out a chair for her. "Please sit." Van Thien sat down, facing Tu Fam, and said, "Tu Fam, showing off so much. Aren't you afraid your father will deal with you when you get back?" She calmly replied while sipping her bubble tea, "Uncle Ha died in Kunlun, and the company is about to face a major internal storm at this time. How could my father have the mind to pay attention to me?" The server immediately approached her and asked, "Madam, what would you like to drink?" Van Thien raised a finger to order, "An Americano, light ice, no sugar." The female server responded timidly and confused, "I'm sorry, madam, this is a tea house. We don't have coffee." Tu Fam immediately taunted, "Sister Van Thien, you've been in Hung Kwok for too long. Haven't you adapted yet? This place is at the foot of Long Ho Mountain. Where would you find an Americano?" She angrily rattled off a list of names. "Long Tin, Truck Deep Fan, you must have these, right?" The server reluctantly denied, "I'm sorry, this is just a small tea house." She put down her milk tea on the other side, holding a piece of paper in one hand and tapping the table with the other to order, "Excuse me, 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea, please, thank you." After that, Tu Fam sat back in her chair and mocked, "Sister Van Thien, it seems you're addicted to coffee abroad, aren't you? Looks like Uncle Lou's place hasn't helped you cool down, right? Then drink more chrysanthemum tea here. There definitely won't be any problems. Van Thien frowned, immediately realizing the issue. You've been watching me for a long time. She frankly drank her water, not hesitating to reveal. Sister Van Thien gave CEO Lou a jar of genetically modified coffee. The company's senior management all know about it. She took a sip from the hot teacup in front of her, hinting, that kind of coffee tastes very good, although I couldn't get my hands on it. It's not that easy to drink. Tiu Pham held the teacup in her hand and got straight to the point. The entire company developed from Dusho, so you wouldn't think the Dusho branch only has Danfang, would you? Van Thien crossed her arms and scoffed. You called me here just to tell me these boring things? She rested her chin on her hand and replied boredly, finding you was just a convenience. I'm mainly waiting for Danfang. She raised an eyebrow and wondered, is Danfang really that captivating? Even the little devil Yen Bak is enchanted by him. And how are you so sure he'll come to Chin Hat? Tiu Pham clasped her hands together, thinking of his figure, her voice full of excitement. I've never met him, so of course I don't know how formidable he is. He's coming to Kunlun to discuss business, whether he succeeds or not. He'll make a trip to Chin Hat. She pressed her fingertips together, asserting, as long as I'm willing to wait, I'm sure I'll wait for him. Upon hearing this, Van Thien stood up and said irritably, if you want to play love games, play them alone. I don't have time to be reckless with you. Tiu Pham reminded Sister Van Thien, I advise you to finish your tea before you leave. She still turned her back and left, sneering in the eyes of outsiders. The Ngo family might be a big deal, but in my eyes, they're just that. In a flash, Van Thien was out by the waiting car, and then another car pulled up right behind it. Lon Lon turned her face and saw Danfang opening the car door and stepping out, saying, Ngulam, no matter what happens later, you are not to interfere. She then got out of the car and replied, yes, young master. So the two of them went inside, while she walked out at the same time, passing by them. Suddenly, Van Thien stopped and glanced suspiciously. This person seems normal at first glance, but she gives me a different feeling. A second later, she composed herself and ordered, let's go, follow me up the mountain. Lon Lon immediately reported, Miss, we just received news. Van Thien asked, what news? She recounted, the Dojo branch office sent out another intern, and the superhuman combat team completely failed. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, what? Van Thien quickly turned and went inside, criticizing, what kind of work are you doing? Why didn't you say something sooner? She hurriedly went to the tea house from earlier. Van Thien walked in and chatted Tiu Pham, and go Tiu Pham, why didn't you tell me sooner? Just then, she was reading information on her phone. On October 3rd, Danfang has already arrived at Chin Hat Sect. Tiu Pham motioned towards the teapot and said, sit down, have some more tea. She immediately poured the tea, while scolding, such a big matter as the complete failure of the superhuman combat team. How am I supposed to explain this to the Uinata group? She replied without hesitation, you brought outsiders back. How are you going to explain that to us? Tiu Pham picked up the teacup and reminded, drink some tea to cool down first, otherwise, you won't be able to enter Chin Hat Sect, nor will you be able to return to Yen Bak. A second later, she snapped her fingers and squinted, saying, this matter has made many people in the company unhappy, including me. Immediately, a subordinate walked in holding a tablet, attracting Van Thien's attention. The person placed the tablet, displaying a long table conference, and Tiu Pham pointed out, these old men are discussing how to deal with you. She was so panicked that she broke out in a sweat, quickly pulled out a piece of paper to wipe it, and sighed, why is today so lively? Van Thien held the teacup in her hand and hinted, you help me. What do you want to get from me? She stood up, holding the teacup, and walked forward, glancing over and saying, you guess, come on, I'll take you into Chin Hat. The scene shifts to Danfang and Ngu Lam. In front of them was a group of people with swords on their backs. He clasped his hands in a bow and said, Please announce that Then Fong from the company requests an audience with Taoist Master Hein Fong. Lin Trin clasped his hands in return, smiling wryly as he refused. My apologies, the sect leader has instructed that he will not meet anyone for the time being. Then Fong immediately drew his sword, glancing over and reminding Ngulam, step back a bit. She stepped back and replied, yes, young master. Remember to be careful. One person pointed at him and shouted, Chinhat sect has existed for thousands of years. No one has ever dared to trespass on this mountain. The others behind also stirred. Senior brother, let's deal with him first and make the company's people give us an explanation. He still sternly advised, young Master Mo, even if you are a company employee, you cannot act like this. Yet, a spiritual energy slashed past Lin Trin's head, startling him. He pointed his sword forward and warned, I won't warn you a second time. Get out of the way. Those guys wouldn't back down. They immediately surrounded Then Fong. In an instant, they set up a formation, the Luke Duong sword formation, creating a yin-yang circle right where he stood. One person smugly scoffed, it's rumored in the sect that you are the head of Long Kwok, having long stepped into the chi condensation realm, but I see you are just a useless person. Lin Trin said nothing more. He slashed directly in front of Then Fong, who quickly leaned back to dodge. Then Fong appeared and disappeared, easily kicking the chest of the person next to him. He kindly reminded, the Luke Duong sword formation allows entry, but no retreat. Then Fong, go back. I truly don't want to harm your life. He was stubborn and couldn't retreat. Then Fong jumped up, wildly wielding the sword in his hand. As a result, they were all injured in the arm, each slumping down and clutching their arm. Seeing those coming for backup, he warned, stand back, the company has business. A second later, Then Fong put his hands in his pockets and urged, Ngulam, let's go. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, catching his attention. Then Fong. Tu Vam happily rushed over and hugged Then Fong tightly. He asked in surprise, why are you here? She mischievously whispered in his ear, I missed you, so I came, aren't you happy? Van Thien, seeing this from behind, pointed and asked, is that him? Tu Vam put her index finger to her mouth and wondered, do you two know each other? Then Fong immediately replied, no, we don't. We only met once below the mountain. Suddenly she ran over, blocking his way and stopping him. Wait a minute. Van Thien crossed her arms and proposed, I want to meet the two Taoist masters Hein Fong and Hein Ko. Get me through, and I'll give you a chance to be my friend. He bluntly walked past, simultaneously sneering, get out of the way. I'm not interested in being friends with an idiot. She frowned, turned around and yelled, Then Fong, the whole company knows about what you did in Kunlun. Many sympathize, but many are also disgusted. One more friend is much better than one more enemy. Then Fong glanced at her and said, thank you for worrying about me, but you should worry about yourself first. The Vanthi group, that is. She placed her hand on her chest and stated, that's why we must unite, for you and for your Mu family. He suddenly stopped and hinted, I hear your family's foundation is mainly overseas. You've made a lot of money from international trade over the past few decades. Van Thien urgently urged, name your price. Then Fong leaned his face close to hers, teasing, what if I said I wanted you? Van Thien's cheeks flushed as she asked, young Master Mu, are you joking? He held out his palm, revealing his ambition. You are now the head of the Vanthi group. If I have you, then the Vanthi group will also be mine. Then he burst out laughing and disparaged, but I'm not interested in you at all, which made her face darken. Then Fong turned his back and raised a finger to state his price, 10 billion. I want $10 billion. He immediately picked up Tu Pham, turned his head back and reminded, Ngu Lam, wait here. If the money is transferred to the account within an hour, then bring her over. Ngu Lam had no choice but to stay, watching the two walk across the bridge, and replied, yes, young master. At the same time, Hein Fong and Hein Ko were sitting at a round table, one sipping tea, the other playing a game. The junior brother angrily crushed the phone in his hand and cursed, damn it, This doggone matchmaking mechanism, if they don't fix it, I'm not playing anymore. The senior brother calmly advised, Junior brother, don't be so impatient. It's just a time-killing game. Hyenko suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, You don't know, senior brother, I just lost 12 games in a row. Who is the winner in this damn game? Who is the winner? Hyen Fong chuckled, pulled his phone from his robe, and boasted, To be honest, junior brother, I just reached Grand Master last night. The junior brother looked at his smug expression and grew even more annoyed, muttering, Consider yourself impressive. Suddenly the senior brother stood up, put away his phone, and changed the subject, Junior brother, the game can wait. The important thing is that then Fong shouldn't be allowed into the inner mountain. But he's already broken in. Hyenko stood up and continued, I'm not afraid he won't come, only that he won't make a move. After all, the path ahead, if one doesn't have the determination to fight against the whole world, cannot be continued. The senior brother frowned and asked, Aren't you afraid he'll go crazy and even drag you into it? The junior brother put his hands behind his back and stated, I'm old, what do I have to fear? Then Fong is a variable if that matter truly succeeds. It will be considered that I've done something truly useful for the juniors of Long Kwok. Hyen Fong recounted, according to ancient records, the artifact guarding Peng Lai came from that place thousands of years ago. Only now do we have this slim chance. Only by entering the game ourselves can we have a 50-50 chance against heaven. He stroked his beard and said, That couple should be arriving soon, too. Hyenko nodded and further revealed, they encountered some trouble on the way, running into people from the White Lotus sect, but they'll be here soon. Hyen Fong emphasized, That's good then, after all, how to explain to them Fong still depends on them. He suddenly started walking, not forgetting to urge, Let's go, junior brother, let's go welcome this talented young man. In an instant, the four met each other, and then Fong scoffed, I thought you two would never come out to meet me. Hyen Fong stroked his beard and smiled brightly, criticizing himself, If I didn't show up, I'm afraid the main sect would have been completely dismantled by you. Hyenko stood next to him and added a reminder, Youngster Mu, although we were wrong first, you shouldn't overdo it. He didn't even bother to argue, walking straight past the two of them, not forgetting to let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Hyenko angrily questioned, Is this how you to beg people? Tiu Pham quickly waved her hand, explaining, Please don't be angry, to seniors. Then Fong, well, he's just in a bit of a bad mood, that's all. Seniors with such generous hearts certainly won't hold it against him. She whispered into his ear, Taoist priest, you all have it quite tough up in the mountains. Wu conglomerate plans to donate 1 billion to improve the environment here. Tiu Pham slyly bowed and asked again, Don't you think the houses and grand hall of our main sect are due for renovations? Then Hyenko burst out laughing and praised, Girl, you truly understand how things work. He turned around, pointed forward, and invited, Let's go, let's go, let's go have some tea. Not long after, they were in the ancient room. Then Fong sat cross-legged and cut straight to the chase. We can drink tea later. I want to know what other paths lead to Peng Lai. Hyenko furiously slammed his teacup down, his whole body ablaze with anger as he warned, Kid, I'm still your senior. Speak with a little more politeness. His spiritual power also surged, and then Fong retorted, I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't test my patience. Immediately, a surge of green energy spread throughout the room, and the teacup on the table vibrated intensely. Hyen Fong, sweating profusely with worry, thought to himself, I said junior brother was only half a step from the chi condensation realm. But I didn't expect this half step to mean a world of difference in power. He quickly patted Hyenko's shoulder to calm him. Junior brother, calm down. Tiu Pham also reassured, then Fong, settled down a bit. They sat back down and Hyen Fong stroked his chin as he spoke. Then Fong, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but we're waiting for someone. Suddenly, someone came to announce, Master, Uncle Master, the person has been brought. He held the hot teacup in his hand and muttered, Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Then Fong, your problem, let them answer it. Before him were the couple Nang Nang and Bao Bao, which surprised him a little. Then Fong stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your cultivation, why is it gone?" Tiu Fan sat down with the boy in her arms and said, "There's gain and there's loss. There's nothing to regret. This way is good too. I can live a normal life without having to bear those missions anymore." Hien Fong walked over to pour water for the two, affirming, "The main lineage will never forget the contributions of your lineage." Nang Nang respectfully raised his teacup and said, "Then I accept this cup of tea from the Heavenly Master's main lineage." He glanced at the young man and reiterated, "If I'm not mistaken, you want to ask for directions to Penglai, right?" Then Fong's mood changed instantly. He walked towards the door and waved it away. "I'm not interested anymore." Tiu Fan merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly, while the two old men were dumbfounded. Hien Ko reached out to stop him. "Wait, young people should not be impulsive." He glared and cursed. "When I wanted to come, you wanted to play games with me. Now that I don't want to listen anymore, you don't want me to leave. What? Do you take me for a monkey?" She also stood up and spoke on Then Fong's behalf. "To seniors, this matter, it's really a bit irregular." Hien Fong gave a forced smile and suggested, "If the matter has already happened, why hold on so tightly? What do you say, Then Fong?" He turned around and emphasized, "I know you're using me, and I have my own intentions, but I want to remind you, only a win-win is a true win." Tiu Fan quickly pulled Then Fong's arm, gently chiding, "You, with such a bad temper, don't you know how to control yourself?" She turned to Nang Nang and requested, "This sir, please recount everything you know." Tiu Fan patted her chest, assuring him, "Please rest assured, as long as it doesn't violate the law or principles, I can make the decision on behalf of Patriarch Wu to fulfill your promise." He turned to look at his wife and child, making a request. "That's not necessary. It's enough for my wife and I to live a peaceful life." Nang Nang clasped her hands together and recounted, "Besides the Zuha River at the foot of Kunlun, there is indeed another path in Beiyang leading directly to the Backman Sea." Tiu Fan wondered, "But isn't Bakduong an inland area?" He crossed his arms and shook his head in disagreement. "Seas become mulberry fields. Perhaps tens of millions of years ago, Bakduong was the sea, and Penglai Immortal Island was hidden within this sea." Nang Nang recalled a monster, and then continued, "The sea area around Penglai Immortal Island is concealed by an ancient supreme formation. This is the first hurdle you must overcome, breaking this formation, but the second hurdle is the real difficulty. Tam Mu is also on Penglai Immortal Island." He rubbed his chin, thinking of someone who had been chained for years, and speculated, according to legend, Tam Mu is a descendant of Ju Li in ancient times. Tam Mu rebelled in the area that is now Jianghuai. Emperor Yu conquered Tam Mu 3 times, and finally imprisoned it on Penglai Immortal Island. With the help of the 9 provinces cauldron and the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Hien Fong added, "In this age of Dharma decline, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is meager. Tam Mu must have escaped long ago. If the ancient formation is broken again, it will certainly break the seal and escape, bringing disaster to the world." He looked at Then Fong and questioned, "Then Fong, if you follow this path, you will bear the greatest pressure in the world. Do you still dare?" He answered frankly, "If a beast dares to block my path, then I will kill it." Tiu then wondered, "If you already know the consequences of doing this, why didn't you stop me?" Then Fong replied, "If you were unwilling to speak, you could have kept this secret to yourselves." Hien Fong picked up his teacup and nodded, saying, "If the current situation continues like this, the spiritual power of heaven and earth will sooner or later dissipate by then. If Tam Mu escapes, our descendants will no longer have the strength to fight against it. While there is still an opportunity now, we should do as much as we can." Hien Ko gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the chair, and cursed, "I'd rather see our descendants bang tables and shout while drinking than watch them linger in this desolation." He chuckled mockingly, "Why didn't you do these things when you were young?" The senior brother shook his head and said hesitantly, "Some things are not simply achieved by wanting them." After that, Then Fong stood up and left again, I already know what I want. You can take your time drinking this tea. Tiu Pham immediately ran after him, calling out, "Hey, wait for me." On the other side, Bok Tuyet Phong was already here with Van Thien and Ngu Lam. He quickly returned to his original spot. Then Phong stood in front of her and asked, "President Van, have you thought it through so quickly?" Ngu Lam bowed and spoke, "Young master, it's not me." Tuyet Phong walked over and said, "To achieve the ultimate goal, we still need 10 more small targets. Please help." Young master Mu. He looked at the person in front of him, puzzled. "You are?" He introduced himself. Bok Tuyet Phong, Lord of Bin Duong Building, Bei Yang, Chairman of Bin Duong Group, and Thien Thien's fiancé. Then Phong frowned and deduced, "A week from now, Bin Duong Building will be raided for inspection." Tuyet Phong adjusted his glasses and scoffed. "Bei Yang belongs to the South Huaxia branch. Didn't President Luwu tell you that you don't have jurisdiction?" Then Phong tilted his face, furrowed his brows, and said, "Ngu Lam, does the company have this rule?" Ngu Lam remained unfazed and seriously reiterated, "Young master, we only have this authority in the southwest region." Tuyet Phong stroked his hair, full of arrogance, and said, "I still have an identity I haven't told you. I am one of the shareholders of the Southern China subsidiary." He laughed heartily and mockingly. Then Phong, "Do you feel like a failure right now? You dared to make things difficult for my Thien Thien. You will regret this foolish act for the rest of your life." Then Phong calmly stated, "So there's that. Next month, I'll visit Bin Duong Building as a guest. Make sure you're well prepared." Tuyet Phong frowned in displeasure and refused. "No need. Bin Duong Building does not welcome you." Then Phong walked past him coldly and reminded, "It seems you're misunderstanding something. I'm not asking for your opinion, but informing you." He gritted his teeth and angrily looked behind him. Then Phong, "Do you know who you're threatening?" Then Phong scowled and growled in long quack, "No one can stop me. Chin Hat faction cannot. So what has Bin Duong Building?" Hearing these words caused Tuyet Phong to erupt in anger, emitting an overwhelming aura. Tiu Pham saw him throw off his vest and lunge towards Then Phong, immediately shouting a warning. Then Phong, "Be careful." Ngu Lam immediately ran to him and put out her hand to block. She lost her balance and painfully fell to the floor. Tuyet Phong shamelessly and disdainfully sneered, "A half-step grandmaster's strength daring to withstand my move. That's enough for you to be arrogant." Then Phong worriedly rushed to help Ngu Lam up. Seeing his angry expression, she lowered her eyes apologetically and said, "Young master, I'm fine. It's just a small injury." Tiu Pham quickly walked over to them. She glared, gritting her teeth angrily as she spoke on the phone. "Within 3 minutes, I want you to surround Long Ho Sun. Today, someone from Chin Hat sect will definitely die." Tiu Pham came over and sat next to her, holding a pill, caring concernedly, "Ngu Lam, use all your strength to neutralize the effects of the medicine. It can stabilize your injury." Just a few seconds later, a helicopter flew in from a distance. She faced Then Phong, ranging seriously, "Do whatever you want. Today, no matter what happens outside, the Ingo family will handle it for you." He stood up satisfied, not forgetting to say thanks before leaving. "I've troubled you." Van Thien glared angrily, pointing. Then Phong, "Don't think that just because you have the Ingo family as backing, you can." Then Phong walked over and coldly squeezed her neck. He tightened his grip and calmly spoke, "Can what? My hearing isn't very good, so I didn't hear clearly." Tuyet Phong witnessed this scene and couldn't help but rush over angrily, shouting, "Let go of her." Then Phong calmly kicked him. Tuyet Phong was sent flying far away by that kick, crashing into a house, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. He frowned and coldly reminded, "You should feel lucky because you're a woman. I don't like killing women." Then Phong threw Van Thien backward, frowning as he ordered, "Tiu Pham, keep an eye on her." Tiu Pham already held a syringe, smirking heavily as she said, "Don't worry, this shot can paralyze her nerves for 24 hours. She won't be able to run." Meanwhile, he slowly strode towards the rubble Tuyet Phong had created. Hyenko urgently appeared, spreading his arms to block the way. Then Fong, this is Chin Hat sect. Chin Hat doesn't allow private duels. Then Fong frowned unpleasantly, using a move to toss him aside, coldly stating, I won't repeat myself. In Long Kwok, no one can stop me. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He quickly answered, his voice full of annoyance as he reminded, Director Liu, if you're here to talk about sentiments, then I'll immediately withdraw from the company. Liu then calmly said, young man, don't be too hasty. Work a bit more carefully. It's not that I won't let you do it. I'm just telling you this after Old Ha left. The branch company in Huannam has been increasingly reckless lately. Give them a warning. He brought the teacup closer to his mouth, softly continuing, but don't forget our principle is to maintain stability. Try your best not to kill if you don't have to, if you truly can't stand it. That's fine, the entire southwest region is your strongest backing. Liu then gazed thoughtfully at the phone, listening to then Fong replied, understood, I know. He closed his eyes, took a sip of tea, and praised, still, the flavor of Artana is the best. Holnoi approached from behind, professionally announcing, Director Liu, Johan has arrived at the company and is currently locked in the darkroom, and Yui Ningok, after returning, has been constantly restless and bored. Should we make some arrangements? Liu then tilted his face and gently ordered, tell the people below to start researching gene modification technology. If manpower isn't enough, tell me. I'll see about mobilizing resources from Yen back. That little girl Yui Ningok. This long holiday will be in a few days, and the amusement park has activities range for Yui Ningok to perform magic there. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Yui Ningok ran over and hugged him tightly, smiling happily as she said, I knew Uncle Liu was the best to me. Then Fong calmly looked up at the chaotic scene before him. Tuyet Fong stood up from the rubble, gritting his teeth angrily. Then Fong, today even the Jade Emperor can't save you. He squinted, smiling disdainfully. The path of the evil cultivator. You should feel lucky for this era. He instantly ran in front of him, smiling arrogantly as he said, then Fong, can you keep up with my speed? Then Fong easily dodged Tuyet Fong's attack. He jumped back far in defense. Tuyet Fong suddenly ran, forming a circle around him, provocatively boasting, then Fong, you've probably started to not distinguish between real and fake, haven't you? Do you feel despair and helplessness? He stood behind him, baring his teeth and grinning excitedly. Struggle, be afraid. Then Fong immediately turned around and strangled Tuyet Fong with his hand, coldly saying, do you feel fear now? He tightened his grip and pushed him to the floor, causing the floor to crack into pieces from the immense force. Then Fong frowned, casually scoffing. Haiyan CC and Haiyan Fong simultaneously rushed forward, attacking from behind. He swiftly spun around, using both hands to palm strike them. The two old men quickly bounced back, retreating. Then Fong slowly strode forward, hands crackling with lightning, annoyedly speaking. He gripped the sword in his hand, provocatively smiling. Haiyan Fong immediately smiled brightly to mediate. He looked at Tuyet Fong, who was lying eyes wide in the rock pit, and quietly continued. LAC Than and his teammates rushed over to report. He bowed respectfully, saying, Then Fong dragged Tuyet Fong's body over, slowly advising. He coldly ordered the bodyguards. Tiu Pham felt her friend's body and immediately worriedly suggested. Then Fong quickly bent down and took Ying Lam's hand to check her. He looked up, smiling brightly, and remarked. She lowered her eyes to look at the person lying on her lap, mischievously teasing. Tiu Pham quickly handed Ying Lam to a bodyguard to carry, calmly ordering. A bodyguard holding a phone ran over to report. She quickly took the phone, her face still full of confusion. As soon as Tiu Pham pressed answer, the other end of the line erupted angrily. She played with her hair, softly saying. Tiu Pham walked along, confidently suggesting. She casually held the phone in front of her, the voice of Chairman Inch still emanating from it. Tiu Pham quickly ended the call and threw the phone to a bodyguard, coldly ordering. Two bodyguards carried Tuyet Fong and Van Thin, striding behind. Then Fong leisurely said. She calmly replied. Tiufam raised 3 fingers, narrowing her eyes with an amused smile. At the same time, in BC Diandiang, at the South China Branch Company, Rich Fai, the owner of BAN Diandiang Tower, held a glass of wine and cheerfully answered the phone. He looked up, sipping his wine, listening to Kian Kwok explain. Rich Fai chuckled politely, saying, Liu Lai opened the door and walked in, holding a document folder as she strode towards the desk. She gently placed the documents on the desk, professionally reporting. Liu Lai gently inquired with a smile. Rich Fai picked up a cigarette and coldly stated. He looked up with a lustful smile, pulling Liu Lai towards him and ordering. Rich Fai looked at the beauty on his lap with satisfaction, gently instructing. She familiarly lit his cigarette. He frowned, remembering, and loudly said. Liu Lai slowly asked. Rich Fai put his arm around the beauty, smirked. He frowned with a sinister smile. Bok Fai touched Liu Lai's nose with his hand, saying playfully, Oh her, she still has a lot to learn. He gave in to his lust, placing the beauty on the desk. She blushed in embarrassment, stopping him. Boss Bok, don't. We're still at the company. Bok Fai gave a wicked smile and said, It's more exciting because we're at the company. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Liu Lai frowned, angrily exclaiming, Who's ruining my good thing right now? He immediately stopped the fun, went to pick up the phone to see who was calling. Bok Fai put his hand in his pocket and answered the phone professionally. Boss Liu, what made you suddenly think of calling me? She skillfully lit his cigarette. From the phone came Liu Thang's voice. Hearing Boss Bok's tone, It seems you don't like me very much, do you? He sat down in his chair, looked up, and gave a fake smile. Boss Liu, you are a founding figure of the company. How dare us juniors? Our family in Bakduong has reached its limit at this point. In the future, we'll still need Boss Liu's support a lot. He said in a loud voice, praising over the years. A couple of seniors in Yenbak have highly praised Binduom Lao. Everyone says Boss Bok is the pillar of the company. Bok Fai smiled politely, too much flattery. It's all flattery, I still have much to learn from Boss Liu. Suddenly, Liu Thing spoke with a sarcastic tone. Boss Bok has also developed quite a taste for foreign hamburgers and fries these past few years, haven't you? You don't need to learn from an old man like me anymore. Hearing these words, he pressed his lips together, silently cursing, Old devil. Liu Lai poured tea attentively. Bok Fai leaned back in his chair, calmly saying, Times have changed. We also need to keep up with international trends, combining East and West. Just as Boss Liu called, I wonder if there's anything Binduom Lao can help with? We will definitely dedicate ourselves to it. He immediately suggested softly, Shenfeng is arriving in Bakduong soon. He and Zufeng have a bit of a conflict. They're just kids. Small squabbles aren't a big deal. We adults need to be reasonable. General Bai, please be a little more understanding. He crossed his legs and calmly replied, Such a small matter isn't worth General Liu personally calling. It's just a trifle. I've already arranged everything properly. Liu Thang, satisfied, quickly said goodbye. Alright, I have a meeting soon. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Bok Fai held the hot teacup in his hand, angrily declaring, Liu Xin, just give me time. Sooner or later I'll drag you down. He stood up and gritted his teeth, questioning, Who told you to pour me tea? Where did you brew this tea? Liu Lai lowered her eyes and calmly replied, A few days ago, the Southwest branch sent this type of tana. Bok Fai angrily slapped her face, loudly ordering, Get me some coffee. He angrily threw the teacup to the floor, the shards and hot tea scattering everywhere. She quickly knelt down to pick up the shards, replying, Yes, Chairman. Bok Fai stood with his hands on his hips, arrogantly ordering, Send a message to that fool Lu Kainin. I'm very upset right now. When I feel better, I might consider his conditions. At the same time, at Bakduong Airport, Zhuan then stood in front of the children, smiling warmly and saying, Kids, what should we do when brother arrives later? Tiukuk raised his hand and happily replied, We need to perform a show and give him a garland. Let them see the warm hospitality of our Bakduong. She bent down, patted the boy's head, and praised him. That's right. Outside the arrivals area, Liu Ji's patriarch, Liu Kainin, leaned against his car and lit a cigarette, calmly muttering, "Shen Feng, I've waited for you so long. You finally arrived in Bakduon." He was surprised to see a call coming from General Bai. Kainin smiled brightly as he answered, "Assistant Bai, what made you think of calling me?" A voice came from the phone. "In 10 minutes, I want to see you at the Vu Coffee District. General Bai is waiting." He chuckled as he opened the car door, confidently affirming, "All right, I'll be right there. I definitely won't let General Bai down." As soon as he finished speaking, Kainin drove off. 8 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a luxurious building. Kainin got out of the car, carefully adjusted his clothes, and excitedly said, "General Bai has given instructions. The matter is settled, and our Liu family might just have a way out." He strode inside, raised his hand, and smiled brightly. "Assistant Bai, I've been waiting for long." As Kainin took a step, he stumbled over his own feet, cutting his sentence short. "Waiting long?" Lulai couldn't help but look on with annoyance as he fell face first to the ground. Kainin hastily looked up, his nostrils red and bleeding profusely. He gently pushed up his glasses and said, "I've been waiting long." Kainin regained his professional demeanor and sat in the chair opposite Liu Lai. He smiled with squinted eyes and said, "I wonder what instructions General Bai has. As long as it's within my ability, I will certainly complete the task." She offered him a tissue, gently chiding, "You're already so old, yet you have no shame, making a fool of yourself in front of everyone, disgracing the Liu family. Wipe it off." Kainin took the tissue and immediately wiped the blood from his nose, smiling brightly as he replied, "The Liu family is just a past memory in Bakduo now. There's nothing left of the Liu family. Now Bakduo must look to General Bai for guidance." Seeing the waiter approach with water, Kainin immediately continued seriously, "Now, all I think about every day is whether my small supermarket's business can get a little better. Once I pay off all my debts, I'll buy a new car." Lulai picked up her coffee cup and sipped it, calmly saying, "There are some things General Bai finds inconvenient to do, but he needs to know what Shen Feng has done in Bakduon. Finish this task, and your future half of life will be secured, free from worries about food and clothing." He leaned forward curiously, inquiring, is my family's ancestral home?" She blushed shyly and reminded him, "Don't push your luck, return it to you. Don't dream, that belongs to Binduon Lao." Lulai placed the key on the table and gently announced, "General Bai, with his kind heart, is returning the Liu family's ancestral temple to you. The people there have already left. You can return anytime you wish." Kainin joyfully snatched the key, hastily replying, Thank you, General Bai. I'm going back to worship my ancestors right away." Before taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground once again. Kainin looked up, forced a smile, and affirmed, "General Bai, rest assured, I will definitely not mess this up." Lulai frowned in contempt. "Fool." He quickly returned to the Liu family's ancestral temple. Kainin lightly adjusted his clothes, looked up and surveyed everything, lost in thought. After enduring so many years, I'm finally back. He decisively cut his left palm with his fingertip to draw blood. Kainin, gripping his bleeding arm, entered the ancestral temple, secretly plotting, "Bai Fai, sooner or later you'll regret this decision today." He quickly knelt, his head touching the ground in remorse. This unfilial descendant, Liu Kainin, has offered incense to his ancestors late. I hope the ancestors will not blame me. The two bodyguards in the car couldn't help but laugh and tease. "Oh my god, look, he's even bleeding. We should report this upstairs." The other person, focused on his phone, said indifferently, "No need. The Liu family has been suppressed by General Bai for so many years. How could they cause any trouble?" At the same time, inside the city, a series of luxury cars stopped in front of a building. To bodyguards handcuffed to Yet Fong and Van Thien, opening the doors as Shen Fong, adorned with a red wreath, strode out casually. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "General Bai truly values me to do something like this." Tiu Pham threw the wreath aside and calmly said, They knew we came looking for a referrer, so they helped us. You don't hit a person who's running back, do you? Unaware that Kainin was pursuing him, he calmly continued, I don't know what his scheme is. Tomorrow, go directly to the subsidiary company in Huanan. He rushed over, loudly ordering, Shenfang, stop right there. The bodyguard immediately blocked Kainin, and Shenfang tilted his head indifferently, asking, Is there something you need from me? Person from the Huanan subsidiary? He angrily pointed and shouted, I heard that you, Shenfang, are the top young person in Longquok. I don't accept that. I want to challenge you. If you win, I'll be your subordinate and follow you to learn swordsmanship. If you lose, give me 200,000. Tiu Pham curled her lips, smiling with interest. No matter how you look at it, you won't lose. After all, you're a martial artist. How did you end up in this situation? She flatly threw the bank card to the ground, disdainfully ordering, There are 2 million in the card. Take my money and get lost immediately. Shameless, Kainin quickly put the bank card in his pocket, audaciously taunting, Shenfang, faced with my challenge, are you hiding behind a woman? The crowd had already gathered to watch, and he repeatedly provoked, Are you scared of me? By finding the car couldn't help but laugh heartily. See, these embarrassing tasks still need to be entrusted to professionals, truly professional. Lu Lai solicitously poured wine into the glass, continuously flattering, It's all thanks to General Bai's sagacity. Even a useless person can be put to good use in General Bai's hands. He looked out the window, smiling contentedly. Well said. Come, let's continue to watch the show. Shenfang calmly said, It seems you want everything, don't you? Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Kainin immediately lunged to attack, his hand touching the other's thigh. Shenfang immediately drew his sword, angrily saying, Your speed is fast, but to think you can beat me with just that. Too naive. Kainin also quickly threw his sword towards his opponent. He frowned in disbelief, saying, Besides me, no one in this age of Dharma decline could reach that level. Shenfang was surprised by Kainin's move. No, this isn't sword riding technique. Your sword is a magic artifact. He laughed excitedly, saying, Seeing my family's ancestral magic artifact, you're scared, aren't you? Suddenly, after only a few steps, the sword fell flat on the ground. Kainin frantically pleaded, this. Wait, let me try again. Shenfang bent down and struck him with a palm, coldly saying, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Kainin clutched his chest and hastily ran off, not forgetting to send a message, I'll be back. Suddenly, he pursed his lips in fear, turned around, and ran towards him. Kainin bent down to pick up the family heirloom artifact. He hurriedly ran off, not forgetting to loudly repeat, I'll be back. Xiaofan pointed scornfully, Damn, is this guy here to make a fool of himself? He lowered his head and sneered, I don't know, maybe he just wants to gain fame through you. She sharply noticed and solicitously straightened Shenfang's clothes. Your collar is askew, let me help you. Xiaofan pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh, what's this? He held her hand, hastily raising his own to signal, Don't spread it around for now. Let's go back to the hotel first and then figure it out. After that, the two went back to the hotel. In the hotel room, Shenfang and Xiaofan took turns checking the rooms. She slowly said, The room has been checked. There are no listening devices. He calmly stated, I've used spiritual power to seal off the outside world. No matter what secret art, it can't escape my eyes. Shenfang took out the paper, exclaiming curiously, Now let's see what message Liu Kainin went to such trouble to send us. It turned out to be a photo of a girl sitting on a mountain overlooking the sea, diligently training. Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Liuzhen. She widened her eyes and covered her mouth in alarm. Why is it her? He walked to the window, looking down, and said with a mysterious smile, Xiaofan, we've underestimated BC Dianyang. Shenfang turned around and ordered, Xiaofan, contact Liu Kainin for me. The path to Penglai must be in his hands. Let's see if the price we offer can sway him. The car quickly drove away. Bai Fei, sitting inside, gently asked, Tonight's play, is everything ranged properly? Liu Li leaned forward and replied with a charming smile, everyone is in position, just waiting for nightfall. She feigned kindness and said, Director Bai, Miss Wan is also in their hands. After all, she is the young master's fiancée. It wouldn't be right to just ignore her. He suddenly became angry and coldly pushed Liu Li away, loudly scolding, What do you understand? Bai Fei clenched his fist and said with a sinister smile, Not only will we not save her, but if we get the chance, it'd be best to kill her off. Liu Li frowned in fear and stammered, Director Bai, if the young master finds out you did this. He narrowed his eyes and smirked, calmly replying, Let him find out. Pingyang Tower is still decided by me. Bai Fei hurriedly pulled the beauty into his arms, smiling smugly at his plan. As long as Wang Jin dies, Shen Fang will have to bear this injustice whether he wants to or not, then. I won't even need to act, the Wan Corporation will deal with him. Inside the hotel room, Shen Fang held a cup of coffee and laughed heartily. The night breeze is so comfortable, how great it would be if it could stay this peaceful forever. Xiao Fan quickly sat down, smiling as she reminded him, You should know that this peace is an extreme luxury for someone like you. He immediately returned to a serious demeanor and asked, How are they doing? She rested her chin in her hand and slowly replied, What else could they be? They've been given sedatives. They're sleeping in bed now. Xiao Fan's eyes widened with worry as she said, But Shen Fang, I'm warning you, we're in BCDNDing. It probably won't be very quiet tonight. Shen Fang replied confidently. I'm only afraid they won't come. Suddenly, 2 arrows flew from somewhere, but luckily they got stuck and didn't hit the 2 of them. He walked over, pulled out the 2 arrows, and ordered with a mysterious smile, Xiao Fan, go inside the room. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll go meet them. Across from the hotel, a bodyguard observed Shen Fang stealthily with binoculars, touching his earpiece to report, Target has left. Target has left. Team 2, you can act. He quickly realized he was being followed, slowly strode towards the bodyguard, and coldly said, First holding a welcoming ceremony, then ambushing at midnight? Director Bai's schemes surely don't stop here, do they? A bullet was fired. Shen Fang pursed his lips and tilted his head to dodge. He swiftly kicked the bodyguard to the ground. Shen Fang turned to look at Yang Zhuan behind him, coldly saying, At your level, you surely wouldn't be foolish enough to think guns can threaten me, would you? He, the leader of the Blood Kill team, coldly stated, I can't kill you, but keeping you here is not a problem. Shen Fang raised an eyebrow and asked with amusement, What do I call you? Yang Zhuan swiftly raised two guns forward, firing continuously. My name doesn't matter. You just need to remember that I am the leader of Pingyang Tower's Blood Kill team. He quickly dodged to the side, moving at lightning speed to approach his opponent, sneering. Your status doesn't seem low. Guess how much President Bai will pay to ransom you? He calmly turned and raised his gun towards Shen Fang, responding nonchalantly. Then you also guess if you're imprisoned in BCDNDing, will President Liu come to claim you? He frowned, turned, and threw a punch, praising coldly. Your footwork is quite good, but wanting to keep me here is too naive. He narrowed his eyes, smiled wickedly, and introduced himself. Vin Zhuan, please instruct me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Vin Zhuan fired a bullet towards Shen Fang, but an invisible shield appeared, deflecting the bullet in another direction. He immediately leaped backward defensively, and he spoke loudly. It seems President Bai underestimated me. Vin Zhuan frantically fired bullets forward, arrogantly looking down on him. So what about the Qi condensation realm 30 years ago? That old man, just a step away from Qi condensation, still died by President Bai's hand. Shen Fang calmly dodged the incoming bullets while he arrogantly declared, No one is an exception, not even you. He smiled smugly, his body swiftly removing the magazines from both guns. Shen Fang swiftly struck Vin Zhuan's shoulder, making him grimace in pain and astonishment. So powerful in an instant, my right arm is crippled. Vin Zhuan gritted his teeth furiously, growling, against firearms, no matter how strong your punches and kicks are, you're just flesh and blood. He quickly replaced the magazine in his left gun, skillfully raised it, and declared, "Times have changed, Shenfang." He calmly turned and delivered a kick to Vinjuan's abdomen. Shenfang looked at his body stuck to the water barrel, unable to help but scoff. A frog in a well. He summoned countless swords, pointed at the water barrel, and growled, "I'll show you where true power lies." He painfully opened his mouth, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as swords pierced him all over his body, pinning him tightly to the water barrel. Vinjuan narrowed his eyes, smiled wickedly, and said, "So what if you kill me? You've already fallen into the trap." He calmly threatened, "President Bai's goal has been achieved. President Bai won't even need to act. Someone else will kill you." Shenfang frowned angrily and summoned another sword. "You all underestimate me, and even more so, you underestimate Xiao Fan." Vinjuan, fearless of death, smirked mockingly. "It's just a pity I can't repay you." He decisively ordered the sword to plunge deeper into his body, speaking coldly, "I'm not interested in hearing your nonsense, so you might as well die." At the same time, in the hotel, Zhu Feng and Wang Jin lay unconscious on the bed. Xiao Fan held her phone, angrily exclaiming, "What? It'll take another 10 minutes to get here. What's the point of you coming? To clean up my corpse?" The person on the other end of the phone awkwardly explained, "Miss, we were intercepted by a group of people. Please hold on." A bodyguard hastily opened the door and announced, "Miss, we'll cover your retreat. The enemy has a Xiantian master. We can't hold out much longer." She curled her lips in a sneer and muttered, "Good, very good. Bai Fei, you've done well, calculating my every move perfectly." Xiao Fan pointed towards Zhu Feng and Wang Qian's bed and ordered, "Take both of them with us. They'll be useful to me at a crucial moment." A car exploded in flames in the middle of the street while two other cars sped away at high speed, creating a breathtaking and dramatic chase scene. Xiao Fan sat in the passenger seat, frowning irritably. "They're following too closely. I wonder if CEO Bai is doing this to save people or to kill people." The bodyguard frantically contacted his teammates via his earpiece while driving. "Team 2 is gone. The young miss is in my car. Request backup. Request backup." A truck suddenly appeared in front, blocking the road, and she spoke confidently. "No need for such trouble. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. The problem now is how far CEO Bai wants to go." Hyatt stood on the car's hood, raising her gun and firing towards Xiao Fan. The bullet pierced through the car window, heading straight for the driver's forehead. She grimaced, gritting her teeth angrily. Such overbearing behavior. "Is CEO Bai trying to kill me?" Xiao Fan hurriedly opened the car door and ordered the bodyguard, "Take them with you." She jumped out of the car and strode forward, speaking coldly. "CEO Bai has never intended to make things difficult for Missingo. Our objective is just them." Hyatt narrowed her eyes and gave an arrogant order. After handing over the young master and Miss Wan, Missingo can leave at any time. She frowned, showing no intention of backing down. "I worked so hard to get these chess pieces. If I hand them over to you, I'll suffer a huge loss." She calmly held her phone forward, and a voice came from the phone. "Ngo Tiu Fam is not someone who will suffer losses. If she doesn't release them, we can open the back Duong market for her to enter." Hyatt put away her phone, smiling triumphantly as she explained, "Miss Ngo, this is CEO Bai's great sincerity." Xiao Fan raised her chin and scoffed. "Is that all? CEO Bai is too stingy." The bodyguard held knives to the throats of the two hostages. She tilted her head back and spoke coldly. "I remember CEO Bai only has one son, and with Miss Wan Qian's position in the Wan family, isn't CEO Bai reconsidering?" Xiao Fan calmly threatened. "CEO Bai probably doesn't want to face pressure from other families alone, does she?" She quickly pulled out two knives from behind her back, revealing with a malicious grin. "CEO Bai also instructed that if a son dies, another can be born." Hyatt quickly ran past her, saying with a sinister smile, "Whoever Miss Ngo wants to kill, I can do it for her." Xiao Fan hurriedly turned around and loudly ordered, "Stop her immediately. Wang Zhen cannot die." She continued to charge forward stubbornly, despite Xiao Fan's continuous curses. Bai Fei is a madman and all of you from Benduong Lao are lunatics. Hyatt quickly took down the two bodyguards. She walked towards Wan Jin, a sinister smile on her face as she spoke. After Miss Wan dies, how chaotic Long Kwok will become, I neither care nor understand. Just as Xiao Fan was about to run to stop her, her clumsy nature reappeared, causing her to fall painfully onto the road. Hyatt raised the sharp knife, her eyebrows twitching maliciously as she spoke. I only know that we must complete General Bai's mission. Sitting on the ground, she watched her prepare to eliminate Wan Jin and couldn't help but exclaim in fear. Oh no! Liu Zining rushed over from nowhere, saying, "Sword, come here." A large sword quickly plunged down where Hyatt had just been standing. She nimbly jumped aside in surprise. There's still an expert? He stood on the sword, smiling arrogantly, and a blast echoed across the sky. The handsome man shone brightly as he stepped into the arena. Hyatt looked at the newcomer, her voice full of disdain. Liu Zining, a good-for-nothing like you doesn't want to make a living in BC Dianyang anymore? Zining smiled brightly and gave Xiao Fan a thumbs up. Miss Wu, I'm not too late, am I? She stood up, brushed off her hands, and chided him. Next time, you can come a little earlier. Xiao Fan reminded him coldly. It seems you can go back now. You as you are now won't be able to do anything. She curled her lips in a scornful smile. You think my mission has failed? Ridiculous. Hyatt held two knives in her hands and charged forward aggressively, arrogantly declaring, I can even capture you, so Feng comes to exchange. Zining immediately rushed forward, a joyous smile on his face. I'm still here. Are you looking down on me that much? He quickly unleashed a palm strike forward, but she swiftly ducked to evade it. Hyatt flipped backward, bracing with her hands. She leaped up, threw the knife at her opponent, and spoke disdainfully. Useless trash, I've never thought anything of you. Die. Zining curled his lips into an enigmatic smile, used his hand to pull the sword up, and knocked away Hyatt's to small knives. Zining calmly held the knife in his hand. Hyatt gnashed her teeth in anger and accused him. You dared to deceive General Bai, concealing your sword control technique. He stepped forward with a smug smile. If I hadn't pretended to be crazy, I would have been dead long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Zining immediately lunged forward to attack. The two clashed and he curled his lips in a scornful smile. The strength of the leader of the Dianyang Blood Oath organization is only this much. She gnashed her teeth and cursed furiously, damn it, damn it, damn it, you damned good for nothing. Zining raised his hand and controlled another sword, plunging it firmly into his opponent's arm. He smiled with amusement, surprised, amazed. Hyatt immediately retreated. She frowned and loudly ordered, shoot, shoot, kill, kill, kill them for me. He quickly stood in front of Xiao Fan, calmly reassuring her. Miss Wu, don't worry, with me here, no one will hurt you. Zining frowned as he controlled the sword. It quickly shot through each of their chests one by one. Hyatt trembled in fear, frantically dialing her phone to report. Liu Zining has developed to this level right under our eyes. We must quickly report to Director Bai. Suddenly, Shen Feng appeared out of nowhere, kicking her down and exclaimed with an amused smile. Oh, Xiao Fan, it's quite lively over here with you, isn't it? The bodyguards immediately turned to attack him, but before they could take a few steps, the sword pierced through them. She died with her eyes open, lying face down on the road, her phone showing a successful message delivery notification. Shen Feng coldly turned his face and suggested, come here and lend a hand. No one here should be left alive. He turned around and softly ordered, Xiao Fan, find a safe house for us. She clenched her fist and replied with a bright smile, okay, leave it to me. Immediately after, they moved back to the room Xiao Fan had booked. Zining walked to the window, smiling amusingly as he teased. Miss Wu still has skills, not getting discovered even right under their noses. She sat on the sofa playing with her phone and said irritably, do you understand the principle that the area closest to the light is hidden by its own shadow? Shen Feng slowly walked over and announced, I've finished checking, there's no one suspicious around. He sat down on the chair and coldly asked, So, can you finally tell me who you really are now? He calmly pulled the curtain closed and introduced himself. I am Liu Zining. You can believe it or not. Shen Feng threw a stack of photos onto the floor, speaking irritably. I just had the company investigate all the information about you. So can you explain why a good-for-nothing can possess semi-condensed energy power? And that photo too, where did you get it? He frowned and raised his voice to threaten, if you don't tell the truth, you won't be leaving. Zining quickly raised both hands, admitting with a forced smile. Don't attack, I took that photo. He quickly held out his phone, see for yourself. Shen Feng frowned, looking at the image stored inside, and exclaimed in surprise. You have a way to go to Penglai? Zining calmly sat down and honestly replied, I do, but I can't pass through that restriction. He returned the phone to him, asking with a smile. So now back to the first question, who exactly are you? At the same time, in the chairman's office of Wanshi Group, Bai Fei intently watched his phone. He crushed the coffee cup in his hand, shouting furiously, Liu Zining, you dared to deceive me. Liu Lai softly said, Director Bai, from this news, it seems Liu Zining at least has semi-condensed energy power. She frowned and urgently suggested, this time, the Blood Kill and Blood Oath organizations suffered heavy losses. I think we should just gather our forces and retaliate right away. Suddenly, Bai Fei burst out laughing, exclaiming, good, very good, very good. He pulled Liu Lai onto his lap, praising her lecherously. You did well this time. I'll reward you tonight. Bai Fei took the wine glass from Liu Lai's hand and spoke pointedly. What's this about a company chairman? I couldn't care less. I came to back Duong to go to Bong Lai. She raised her hand, touched the man's cheek in front of her, and gently asked, Bong Lai is such a legendary place. How does Chairman Bai know it's here? He furrowed his brow and slowly explained. Bong Lai is indeed here, but it's on Back Min High, in another space, and the Liu family has guarded the entrance to Back Min for generations. Liu Lai leaned close to Bai Fei, asking curiously, when I was little, I saw Chairman Bai and the Liu family head discussing secretly all night. That night was precisely about this matter. He recalled old memories, replying angrily. I asked him how to enter Back Min, but that old man refused to tell me. No matter what, I've been roaming the martial world for decades. Anything I want, I get. No one dares to say no. To achieve that, Bai Fei ruthlessly murdered the entire Liu family, leaving only the young boy Liu Kainan. Shamelessly, he growled, so after he died, no one in the Liu family was left alive except for one brat. She smiled enchantingly and asked, so many people in their family died, then didn't Chairman Bai fail to get what he wanted? He opened the cabinet. Inside was an oil lamp. He replied proudly, no way, I dug up his ancestors' graves and got this. Liu Lai held the oil lamp in her hand, dismissively commenting, not interesting. She carefully placed it back into the cabinet and gently reminded him, Chairman Bai, right now in Lam Kwok, all eyes are on Back Duong. If we keep going like this, we'll be at a disadvantage. I'm thinking we need to plan our retreat. Bai Fei smiled contentedly, placed a hand on Liu Lai's nose, and praised her, my little one, you've made progress. He returned to his serious demeanor and instructed, later, call the Wan family, tell them they can let Wilson Company's people come, I'll act with them. Bai Fei raised his wine glass, smiling sinisterly and complacently. I'm setting such a big stage, I must personally go on stage and put on a grand show for them. Liu Lai quickly went downstairs, smiling seductively, I'll be waiting for you to return tonight, Chairman Bai. He smiled excitedly and instructed, wash up and wait for me to come home, okay? At the hotel, Kainan calmly said, young Master Mu, so you understand why I did that, right? Shen Feng poured tea and smiled kindly. Someone carrying such deep-seated hatred is truly not having an easy time. He handed him the teacup, slowly praising, to be able to cultivate to this realm right under Bai Fei's nose is even more impressive. Kainan took the teacup and excitedly revealed, let me tell you a secret, I haven't cultivated for 20 years. Shen Feng crossed his arms, frowning in confusion, At 10, you were already half a step to chi condensation. You're such a genius. Why did Bai Fei let you live until now? I really don't understand. He humbly explained, young Master Mu, don't misunderstand. My aptitude is not as good as yours. At most, it's considered above average. It's just that I had the opportunity to cultivate in Bong Lai. He rubbed his chin, carefully speculating, if that's the case, then it makes sense. The root of all spiritual veins in the world is there. Even during the Dharma-ending age, one can still cultivate. Shen Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, it's just, why did you stop at this realm? Kainan frowned glumly and replied, Bong Lai has a formation that isolates it from the outside world. We can only absorb the spiritual energy leaking from the formation to cultivate. Reaching half a step to chi condensation is already the limit. He stood up, pulled back the curtain, and declared loudly, to advance further, the only way is to enter Bong Lai. He calmly stated, if I'm not mistaken, the way to bypass the formation is right there. Kainan rolled up his sleeve and excitedly said, using my blood to light that oil lamp can temporarily disable the formation. He slowly offered, I feel your sincerity. Tell me, what are your conditions? Kainan frowned and smiled sinisterly. I want you to help me kill Bai Fei. Shenfang turned, put his hands in his pockets, and strode calmly, announcing with a faint smile, tonight, we will together storm Bin Duong Group. That night at Bin Duong Group, he calmly instructed. Tiu Pham watched Shenfang and Kainan slowly walking inside, and worriedly advised. The guard saw the two approaching and immediately became wary. He stood up and showed his attitude. The two still calmly discussed, and he curiously asked. Kainan quickly demonstrated his sword control technique and slowly revealed. Shenfang's eyes widened with interest, and he teased. Kainan quickly lunged to attack. He smirked and thrust the sword through the guard's body, arrogantly replying. The severely wounded guard immediately shouted. Shenfang walked over and directly pulled the sword out of his chest. A group of people appeared, armed with various weapons, yelling aggressively. He smiled smugly and summoned the swords. Immediately, the swords flew out and pierced through them. Kainan smiled arrogantly as he controlled the sword. In just a few seconds, they easily dealt with the obstacles. The two stood in front of the elevator, waiting. He slowly suggested. Kainan took one man's hand and pressed the elevator button. After finishing, he immediately threw the hand to the floor. He tilted his head and firmly stated. The two strode into the elevator. Shenfang smiled playfully. Kainan smiled brightly and flattered. At Bin Duong Group, a team of cowboys from the west was invited. Bai Fei slowly spoke. He smiled sinisterly and demanded. Haifeng sat down confidently and said. Bai Fei raised an eyebrow and replied with amusement. The henchman standing behind him crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. He lunged forward, gritting his teeth, angrily reminding him. Bai Fei coldly gripped the arrogant man's neck, sternly stating. He calmly walked to the bookshelf, observing and slowly suggested. He tilted his head and reminded him. Bai Fei took out his phone to listen. His henchman's urgent voice came through. He hung up the phone and looked at Haifeng, calmly saying. He and his henchmen quickly left, not forgetting to remind. At the high-rise, Kainan curiously asked. Shenfang rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied. He looked up and slowly scoffed. He smirked and reminded. The elevator stopped. Shenfang took a defensive stance. The elevator door quickly opened. Haifeng and his henchmen continuously fired their guns, laughing loudly and urging. He arrogantly boasted. He frowned in disdain and scoffed. Instead of staying obediently in your own home, you ran to our place. Damned freedom, damned spirit. The henchman grinned contemptuously. Kid, you're too arrogant, aren't you? Kainan, ambushing from behind, immediately threw a sword at him, coldly mocking. Kid, you guys are really stupid, aren't you? Shenfang calmly used his sword to deflect the bullets, then agilely charged towards Haifeng, coldly commanding. Stop arguing. I'll take care of this guy first. The others are yours. He used his sword to parry the two guns of the man. Haifeng frowned and sneered. Kid, it's this era and you're still using cold weapons. Do you want to defeat my freedom with Long Quek's ancient martial arts? He frantically fired at Shen Fong, continuously taunting, "Let me ask you a question. Beyond 10 paces, the gun is fast, but within 10 paces, is the gun fast?" Haifeng laughed excitedly and smugly. Within 10 paces, the gun is both accurate and fast. He watched the boy strike the gun with his sword, and couldn't help but disdain. It's no use, a free cowboy won't be bound by anything. Haifeng aimed his gun forward, proclaiming loudly, "Now, my dear little kid, your life is over." Suddenly, a sword flew from behind, piercing through his shoulder. Haifeng glanced behind him, exclaiming in a panic, "You, since when?" Shen Fong smiled, watching him frozen by the lightning strike. Haifeng's arm went limp, causing the gun to drop. Countless swords were firmly embedded in his body. He calmly pointed out the key issue. Your marksmanship relies on sneak attacks. The hallway is too narrow. Your chances of winning would be higher outdoors. In another building, Lu Thing stood by the window, muttering thoughtfully. Long Kwok is becoming more and more chaotic now. Honley slowly approached and reported, "Mr. Luwu, the extraordinary battle team has gone to the subsidiary company. According to intelligence, all are SSS level members." He angrily slammed his hand against the wall, scolding, "Family members in conflict are dragging outsiders into it. Bok Fai is getting more and more out of line." Lu Thing regained his composure, turned around, and asked, "What is Shen Fong doing?" He took out a photo and calmly replied, "She has already contacted Luwu Kainin." Honley slowly said, "Mr. Luwu, I believe things are getting a bit out of control." He lowered his head and asked softly, "Tiu Ho, tell me, what would happen if I supported the Wan family's entry into the board of directors right now?" He frowned and quickly retorted, "No, we cannot let the Wan family into the board of directors." Lu Thing picked up the water bottle and reminded loudly, "Tiu Ho, Baek Duong and the Wan family are the company's illness right now. To cure the illness with medicine, we must first extract the illness." As he refilled the bottle, he ordered, "Call Yuin and Gok to go to Bin Duong Group for a trip. This little girl likes excitement, and you, secretly take cleaning staff and go to Baek Duong overnight." Lu Thing frowned in vexation. "The Wan family, well, we can spare them once. Bok Fai, if there's a chance, don't let him leave Baek Duong." He clasped his hands together, relieved, and murmured to himself, "This can be considered fulfilling the promise made to the old Lu family patriarch back then." At the same time in Baek Duong, Shen Fong and Kainin perfectly coordinated to take down all the guarding bodyguards. He narrowed his eyes and excitedly said, "After so many years, I can finally take revenge myself." He placed a hand on Kainin's shoulder and seriously reminded, "The closer we get to the goal, the harder it becomes. While the mission is not yet complete, we still need to be careful." Shen Fong looked at Haifeng lying on the floor, frowned, and suggested, "He's not completely dead yet. I'll leave him to you." Kainin calmly said, "His heart meridian is severed. Let me give him a hand." Suddenly, he lifted his head, holding a pill in his hand, and sneered, "Want to kill me? Don't dream." As soon as he finished speaking, Haifeng immediately threw the pill into his mouth. His body immediately burst into flames, power surging, and he laughed excitedly, threatening, "The free cowboy will be your nightmare forever." Both immediately performed their sword manipulation techniques. He curled his lip in disdain. Unquote, people like to brag. This kind of forced potential release using external objects, even if it doesn't kill you, will leave you crippled. A flurry of swords crashed into the walls and shot forward, but Haifeng had vanished. Shen Feng tilted his face and looked over, calmly reminding, in that instant, his strength was already on par with the condensation realm. If you were alone, your chances of survival would be slim. He turned and strode forward, coldly saying, "Let's go. We have to go meet the real boss." Shen Fong and Kainin quickly arrived at Bai Fei's office, coldly opened the door and walked in. He curled his lip in a disdainful smile. "Mr. Bai, it seems the people you invited are no good." He narrowed his eyes and sneered contemptuously. "They are a bunch of good-for-nothings themselves. Their failure was already within my expectations." Bai Fei quickly picked up the box on the table, saying loudly, "Shen Fong, There's no deep-seated hatred between us. I've always thought it wasn't necessary to develop to this point. Shen Fang crossed his arms and said disdainfully, Mr. Bai, are you planning to back down? He laughed loudly and excitedly, denying it. No, 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 not backing down. Bai Fei slowly suggested, I want to go to Penglai. You also want to go to Penglai. We have a common goal. We can definitely cooperate. He opened the box. Inside was a round pill. He confidently surmised, I believe you also have a way to get to Penglai. Shen Fang raised an eyebrow and replied with a smug smile, I'll have to disappoint Mr. Bai. I rarely make promises, but I always deliver on my word. Bai Fei threw the pill into his mouth and patiently suggested, if Lei Feng is the reason you have an issue with me, I can kill him to facilitate our cooperation. What do you think? In the outskirts of Bakduong, a helicopter was landing to pick up Yui Ningok. She puffed out her cheeks and complained, You people are really something. Every time you make me join the chaos, if this continues, I'll get angry. Hon Loi, sitting in the helicopter, smiled brightly and praised, Who told you our Yui Ningok is super awesome? A master always takes the stage last. Yui Ningok immediately agreed, satisfied with the compliment. You're right. She looked at a line of cars in front and curiously asked, Will Director Liu let me have fun this time? He strode over and announced, The target location has been sent to your phone. Your only target this time is Bai Fei. Yui Ningok clapped her hands and smiled, satisfied. Alright. Director Bai is a half-step condensation realm master. This time I can have a blast. She looked up and humbly asked, So what about Bai Lei Feng and Van Tei? I can't handle both. Hon Loi opened the car door and smiled, ranging, I'll take them back to the company. Yui Ningok, people from the Van Tei group have arrived in Bakduong. You need to be careful. At the same time, in Bakduong, Bin Duong group, Shen Fang furrowed his brow and smiled provocatively. Looking at this, Mr. Bai intends to go all out. But can you really do it? Bai Fei leaned forward, sneering, Young Master Mu is a condensation realm master. How could I dare to fight you without some tricks? He looked up proudly and revealed, I forgot to tell you. What I just ate was a stimulant researched by Wilson Group. It can push my body to its limits and give me stronger combat power. Bai Fei smiled smugly and suggested, Guess why I haven't made a move until now? Shen Fang narrowed his eyes and sneered, Is stalling me going to help? Without a word, he immediately braced himself and leaped, swinging his leg to kick him. Shen Fang calmly struck the sole of his foot, disdainfully reminding him, Since it's not strength you cultivated, you still haven't mastered controlling this power. Bai Fei hastily sprung back onto the chair. He curled his lip in a sneer, reminding, You can't suppress the power in your body. You're starting to get injured. He took out a sword and a gun, saying proudly, To gain power. There's no such thing as not paying a price. To control this power, I created a sword technique called Bloodblade 3 Forms. Bai Fei rushed forward and loudly introduced the first blade, Raging Blood Frenzy Blade. He gritted his teeth, parrying with his sword. He laughed loudly and smugly, Shen Fang, this is my power. Kainan rushed from behind, performing his sword manipulation technique, gritting his teeth in anger. Bai Fei, go to hell. Bai Fei turned and coldly fired his gun at him, growling, Get out. Bai Fei wielded his blade against Shen Fang. Kainan, lying miserably on the ground, couldn't help but get angry. His strength is terrifying. I can't participate in this battle anymore. He jumped up, excitedly unleashed his move. This is the second blade, running blood like the sea. He was slammed against the wall by this blade. Bai Fei laughed excitedly, rushed over and said, Next is the third blade. As for the name, I haven't thought of it yet. Shen Fang calmly provoked, Before you die, please think of a name for me, okay? Immediately after that, both immediately engaged in close combat. Standing amidst the smoke, he raised his head and laughed smugly. Is this your power? Now I'm invincible. You stood behind, secretly using sword control techniques, coldly scolding, foolish. Bai Fei's entire body immediately froze as if struck by lightning. He stumbled and frowned, saying, No way, how do you still have strength? Shenfang leisurely walked forward, calmly explained, I didn't retaliate because I just wanted to see what level you're at now, to weak. Bai Fei continuously fired at the swords. You couldn't help but disdain, only raw power, yet no idea how to use it, to weak. Shenfang pouted and slashed forward. He staggered to dodge, but his entire body was still punished by your formidable power. Bai Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, no way, I clearly dodged it. Shenfang slowly strode closer and explained, your body has already been marked by me. You can't dodge. As soon as he finished speaking, you immediately delivered another blow to him. Bai Fei frowned and slashed his blade forward, confidently declaring, you want to kill me? Dream on. The two weapons immediately clashed, vying for power. He gritted his teeth and launched himself out the window. Bai Fei gnashed his teeth, calculating cowardly, this is his power, I must run, as long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. He landed on the ground. You quickly gave chase, Bai Fei angrily criticized, Shenfang, do you really have to push me until one of us is dead? Shenfang coldly said, earlier you claimed to be invincible, now I'll show you what true invincibility is. He used both weapons at once, loudly calling out, Shenfang. Meanwhile, Huckfang was jumping across the rooftops of tall buildings to ambush. The wound on his arm gradually healed. Huckfang gritted his teeth and angrily cursed, crazy people, the people of Long Kwok are all crazy. My indomitable soul still can't find freedom in this crazy land. Yuin and Gok, standing on the rooftop of the adjacent building, immediately spoke up, it seems the heavens are pleased. He immediately fired his gun, but the bullet only passed through thin air. Huckfang's eyes widened in surprise. Magic. She suddenly appeared behind him, smiling in rebuttal. Not magic, it's a stage trick. Huckfang gritted his teeth, jumped up, and fired his gun at Yuin and Gok. But the bullet only pierced a puppet shaped like her. As scent assailed his nostrils, he glared in fear. What's that smell? No, this isn't right. Yuin and Gok reappeared, winked, and pointed at Huckfang, revealing, you've fallen for my stage trick. Yuin and Gok smiled triumphantly, made a camera gesture with her hand, and said, reverse 8 directions. Huckfang spun around until he was dizzy, exclaiming in fear, demon, demon. He fell to the ground, dizzy, and foolishly said, demon, you're a demon. Yuin and Gok puffed out her cheeks and sat down to hear Huckfang frantically confessing his sins with clasped hands. Oh God, I admit the sins I have committed. The wrongs I have done to others and to you. Please forgive my past. She pouted in disdain, falling for an illusion and becoming like this. How boring, not fun at all. Yuin and Gok stood up and made a call. Hello, a foreigner got caught by my 8 directions reversal. Everyone, hurry here, I'm dying of boredom. Below, 3 cars drove in a line, bombarding the entire road. The bodyguard, who was driving, frowned and said, young master, Director Liu supported us in the online meeting. What do you think his intentions are? Wanbin crossed his arms and proudly said, no matter what his intention is, we're here at Bakduong to save someone. He widened his eyes, smirked sinisterly, and continued, then kill Bok to Yet Fong. That night sky was unusually quiet. The bodyguard anxiously reminded, young master, but Bok to Yet Fong is the young lady's fiancé. Wanbin placed his hand on the car door frame, explaining with an evil smile, this is also the old master's idea. Externally, we have the Wilson Corporation support, and internally, we must also become part of the company's board of directors. Our one family can already disregard anyone. He bit his hand, erupting in anger. Who the hell is Bok to Yet Fong? Does he even deserve to marry my sister? And there's also then Fong. This unknown junior who came out of nowhere dares to show off his martial arts in Long Kwok. The moment I saw news of him, I went crazy with anger. The bodyguard curled his lips into a sinister smile. This time, the old master let young master go out specifically to announce to the world that the future of the younger generation rests on you. Wanbin enjoyed it, praising, I like hearing that, keep talking. The bodyguard immediately used all his flattery. Young Master is a master of the Xiantian realm. His body was even modified by the Wilson Corporation's latest gene project. His strength is even comparable to the legendary Qi condensation realm. He curled his lips in disdain. Everyone says Then Fong is the leader of Long Quok's youth. I think he's nothing. He doesn't even have the qualifications to lick Young Master's shoes. He crossed his arms and chuckled with delight. Well said, rebuilding the glory of the Wan family is my responsibility. At the same time, below the Bakduong building, Then Fong held his sword, coldly looking at Bok Fai. He sat on the ground holding his broken saber, humiliated, saying, So this is the true power of the Qi condensation realm. It turns out I was just a frog at the bottom of a well before. He decisively struck forward, coldly stating, Let you die knowing this is my true power. Bok Fai glanced at the car speeding towards him from behind. He bowed his head and smiled sadly. It turns out everything I pursued was just a game. Memories of the past flooded his mind. At that time, Bok Fai was just a boy who had to shoulder many responsibilities. He held a shovel, defiantly shouting, My mother is dead. My father is dead. You still want to demolish my house? I'll fight you. The debt collector immediately walked over and kicked him down. He grabbed Bok Fai's collar, sneering, Kid, if you want to fight, you need to have something to back it up. Otherwise, you're just a joke. The debt collector slapped him furiously, constantly taunting, Tell me, are you a joke? Despite the pain, Bok Fai gritted his teeth and said nothing. He frowned angrily, slapping him furiously, growling, Tell me, are you a joke? Tell me or not? He closed his eyes tightly, bowed his head, and admitted, I'm a joke. I'm indeed a joke. I'm the biggest joke in the world. Bok Fai immediately bit his finger. The debt collector hastily stood up, grinding his teeth in anger. You dare to bite me? I'll kill you. Bok Fai bowed his head and loudly said, Do it. Then Fong turned around and coldly stated, Your life should not be taken by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kainan swooped down from above, thrusting his sword through his heart, loudly declaring, Your life is mine. He clenched his fist and angrily reminded, That year, when you killed my whole family, you should have thought that this day would come. Kainan knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, gritting his teeth in regret. Father, mother, sister, grandfather, I finally avenged you all. He placed his hand on his chest, looked up, and murmured, For so many years, every time I closed my eyes, your desperate cries of agony echoed in my mind. I've clearly taken my revenge. Yet my heart is still empty. He walked over and placed a hand on Kainan's shoulder, gently comforting him. If you live in hatred, in the end, you will only be left with emptiness. He stood up and handed the oil lamp to Then Fong, smiling, You fulfilled your promise. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Bagman to fulfill mine. He looked at the oil lamp in his hand, genuinely reminding him, The road ahead is long. Don't let the past bind you. Then Fong frowned, carefully observing the item Kainan gave him, and couldn't help but wonder, This oil lamp, it's a magic artifact. Suddenly, a car drove up from afar and stopped next to the two of them. Hongloi stepped out of the car and coldly said, It's all taken care of. He shrugged irritably and said, Can't you see for yourself? He glanced at his subordinates and ordered, Go collect evidence and documents, hurry up. Then Fong frowned and asked curiously, From what you're saying, more people are coming. Hongloi skillfully checked his phone and honestly revealed, Van Ban has brought people to Bakduong and just engaged missing Go's side. He hastily left, anxiously ranging, So you handle things here, I'll go over there first. He frowned and spread his hands to stop him. Xiao Fam, don't worry, I've already told another intern to go help her. Then Fong pouted and reminded him, You have more important things to do. Hongloi turned and walked towards Kainan, politely saying, You must be Mr. Liu, right? Director Liu has something to say to you. He slowly asked, What are the instructions? The two harmoniously shook hands, and he slowly explained, Director Liu hopes you will take over the South China Branch Company, although the process will be a bit difficult. This position will definitely be yours in the end. Kainan looked down and quickly waved his hand in refusal. Ha! Are you guys still dreaming, asking me to take over such a huge land? No way, no way. Hongloi adjusted his glasses and seriously said, "For years, Director Liu has been observing you. Your company's capabilities are undeniable." Director Liu also said this is also considered fulfilling the promise made to the old patriarch that year. He bowed his head and sighed, agreeing, "Since the words have been spoken like that, I can't refuse." He handed out a phone and instructed, "After you take office, there will be an Eagle Nation person named Mai who will establish an intelligence base in Bagmin. You don't need to worry about anything, just supervise it well. His documents will then be sent to this phone. Please pay attention to receiving them." Kainan held the phone in his hand and muttered in surprise, "It's really the end of the world. The company doesn't care about spies." Hongloi smirked and replied, "Leaving a fool right in front of your eyes is easier than dealing with a smart one." At the same time, on another street, Van Ban was chasing his target. Yuen and Gok stood in the distance, aiming at him and calmly casting her move, 8 Directions Reversal. Van Ban clenched his fist and loudly ordered, "A mere puppeteer wants to stop me. Get lost." She calmly clapped her hands and smiled, complimenting, "You're more fun than that foreigner earlier." He immediately punched down. The puppet in Yuen and Gok's form smiled and said, "Next, let's play slowly." Van Ban couldn't help but be surprised that what he had just attacked was only a puppet. He was furious, clenching his hands and growling, "Then Fong, come out and die."